Chapter 1. In the cerulean sky, a few wispy white clouds floated lazily by, while a blazing sun hung high above, casting its scorching rays down upon the earth. A few seagulls soared gracefully through the air, and the sun's intense heat seemed almost capable of evaporating one's very essence, creating a sense of discomfort. At that moment, on the otherwise deserted expanse of the sea, a modest 6-meter-long boat suddenly appeared. The vessel housed but a single room, and within it sat a strikingly handsome young man at the bow, relishing the sea breeze and the bounties of nature. Hey, I never imagined I would traverse into the world of One Piece so swiftly. Now that I am here, I shall set my sights on becoming the Pirate King and see if I can bring an end to this era of great pirates, while simultaneously toppling the world government, mused the young man, who was none other than the ordinary worker Jean Yufan, recently transported by a system known as the Super Defeat System, accompanied by a system sprite named Xiaoming. The location he had been transported to was none other than the East Blue, the homeland of the original world's protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, situated on the route to Koto Island, during the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, a year prior to Luffy's departure. Zhang Yufan concentrated and called out, "Xiaoming, come forth." The system sprite Xiaoming manifested in his mind, asking, "What can I assist you with, master?" With palpable excitement, Zhang Yufan requested, "Please introduce the system's functionalities." Xiaoming replied, "Certainly, master. Please review the following features, and note that there is also a beginner's gift pack yet to be opened. Function 1. For all who are loyal to the master, including the master himself, defeating an opponent in various ways will yield a random equipment card or item. However, within a single day, one can only acquire equipment cards or items from one individual or creature. Function 2. Equipment enhancement and synthesis. Forge 5 equipment cards of the same rank and type can be combined to create a superior piece of equipment. Enhancement is exclusive to top-tier equipment cards and requires the consumption of 4 cards of the same type. Function 3. Map requires exploration to illuminate regions. Function 4. Infinite storage space. Living beings cannot be stored, and time within is frozen. Function 5. Eye of Data displays the information of all things in a data format. Function 6. Universal comprehension, the ability to understand all languages. Function 7. Cross-dimensional travel. Only upon death or achieving ultimate strength can one choose to venture to the next world. Zhang Yufan exclaimed, "These functionalities are immensely practical, and there are no obligatory tasks." "Xiaoming, please open the beginner's gift pack." Xiaoming announced, "Congratulations, master. You have received 500,000 berries, 10 pieces of meat, 10 small bottles of fresh water, 5 sets of new clothing, and the following equipment cards: Strength Intermediate, Stamina Intermediate, Speed Intermediate, Defense Intermediate, Observation Hockey Beginner, Navigation Beginner." Zhang Yufan remarked, "That's quite a substantial haul." "Xiaoming, how is the level of the equipment card classified?" Xiaoming explained, "The levels of equipment cards range from low to high as follows: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier." Zhang Yufan inquired, "Whom can these cards be equipped on?" Xiaoming responded, "They can be equipped on all who are loyal to the master, as well as the master himself. However, an individual can only equip 1 card of the same type." Zhang Yufan asked, "So, are the equipment cards currently stored in the infinite storage space?" Xiaoming affirmed, "Indeed, master. With a mere thought, you can equip them or have me assist you in doing so." After surveying his surroundings and finding no immediate danger, Zhang Yufan decided to open the storage space with his mind and donned all the equipment cards. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power as a wealth of training experiences flooded his mind, bringing no pain, while enhancing the contours of his physique. "Xiaoming, open my personal information panel," he commanded. "Certainly, master," Xiaoming replied. In a flash, the following information appeared in his mind. Name: Zhang Yufan. Combat Power Growth Potential Level, SSS. Current Combat Power Level, D. Age: 17. Height: 1.8 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none. Devil Fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment cards: Strength Intermediate, Stamina Intermediate, Speed Intermediate, Defense Intermediate, Observation Hockey Beginner, Navigation Beginner. Description: a traveler endowed with a system and possessing high growth potential. Zhang Yufan queried, Xiaoming, how is the combat power level classified? Xiaoming explained, the combat power levels range from low to high as follows. F, E, D, C, BBAS, SSS. Note that even individuals of the same combat power level may possess varying strengths due to their differing battle experiences. Reflecting on Xiaoming's words, Zhang Yufan mused that he should be quite formidable in the East Blue. Xiaoming, the map only illuminates the areas the boat has traversed, the rest remains shrouded in darkness. Can you detect how much longer until we reach Koto Island? He asked. Apologies, Master, but the system does not possess such a function. You must explore on your own, Xiaoming replied. That's all right, it's not your fault. Well then, Xiaoming, I shall continue my exploration. I will reach out to you if I have any questions, Zhang Yufan concluded. As you wish, Master, Xiaoming replied. With his newfound strength and stamina, Zhang Yufan paddled the small boat with ease. After some time, the illuminated area of the map began to expand. After approximately 10 more minutes, he finally spotted Koto Island on the map and continued to row toward his destination. Shortly, Zhang Yufan found a suitable spot to anchor the boat and secured it. Scanning the surroundings and finding no one in sight, he pressed onward and soon encountered several buildings. The system information panel indicated that this was the secret base of the Arlong Pirates. Having circled the base without encountering a single soul, he approached the largest building, which was locked. Lacking a key, he chuckled to himself, well, I suppose there's no alternative but to break the door down. Let's see how much strength I've gained. Clenching his right fist and exerting considerably more force than before, he thrust his fist forward and the door shattered into splinters. What a delightful sensation. His previous strength was far too feeble to achieve such a feat, yet now he had done it without sustaining a scratch. After searching the interior, he found no valuables. He scoured the other buildings and discovered only 2 iron rods, one of which he stored in the infinite space. By this point, it was noon, and his stomach began to rumble. With a thought, he retrieved a piece of meat from the storage space, approximately the size of a half-barrel, along with a bottle of fresh water. After kindling a fire and roasting the meat, he quickly consumed the entirety of it, noting that with his enhanced strength, his appetite had also grown considerably. Feeling invigorated, Zhang Yufan, brimming with excitement, decided to explore a small forest behind the building to see what treasures it might hold. Though the odds seemed slim, one could never tell what unexpected finds awaited in the realm of adventure. Gazing at the forest before him, he was ready to embark on his first woodland expedition. As he stepped into the forest with a light and agile gait, he observed the trees and stones, which the system indicated were all ordinary. After meandering through the underbrush, he looked up and noticed a few apples and several bananas hanging from the branches. He climbed the tree and plucked them down, counting 4 apples and 5 bananas, all of which he stored in his infinite space. After wandering for a considerable while, Zhang Yufan suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. He glanced around and indeed spotted a small monkey perched on the highest tree branch, its large curious eyes fixated on him. Approaching the base of a tree, the monkey sensed Zhang Yufan's lack of hostility and, showing no fear, descended from the branches to observe him. Zhang Yufan, equally intrigued, remarked, "Ah, that little monkey is a vibrant red, with only a tuft of golden fur atop, its head quite a rarity and rather charming." Zhang Yufan activated the monkey's information panel with his mind, eager to test the system's language comprehension feature to see if he could communicate with the creature. Name, little monkey. Combat power growth potential level, B. Current combat power level, D. Age, 16. Height, 0.7 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment cards, none. Description, an intelligent, bold, and kind-hearted mutated monkey with extraordinary strength and swimming ability. However, due to its striking red fur, which set it apart from its kin, it was ostracized and left its sorrowful home in search of belonging, ultimately settling down on Koto Island, living a tranquil life. This monkey is truly fascinating, Zhang Yufan thought. Meeting it feels like a twist of fate. Perhaps I can persuade it to join me as a companion. With a smile, he inquired, "Little monkey, what is your name? Can you understand my words?" With a hint of courage, the little monkey replied, "Oh, you can understand me? I don't have a name, but I can comprehend what you're saying. Who are you?" A touch of melancholy tinged its voice. After listening to the words of the little monkey, Zhang Yufan realized that with this universal language, he could indeed communicate with animals. Observing the male monkey, he introduced himself, saying, "I see. How about I give you a name? My name is Zhang Yufan, and for now, I am an adventurer who has just sailed to this island." The little monkey's eyes sparkled, but soon dimmed again. Zhang Yufan looked at the little monkey and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" The little monkey shook its head. Seeing the little monkey's response, Zhang Yufan could roughly guess its thoughts. With such a capable monkey, how could he possibly abandon it? Smiling, Zhang Yufan said, "Little monkey, are you afraid that once I name you, you will be rejected and abandoned like you were in your previous troop because of your unique fur color?" The little monkey gazed at Zhang Yufan with wide, astonished eyes, as if to say, "How did you know?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yufan confessed, "Let me share a secret with you. In this world, I have no living relatives left, so rest assured I will not treat you like they did. To me, your appearance is quite charming, and I believe many people in the towns beyond will adore you." He looked up at the sky, a hint of sadness crossing his face. The clever little monkey gazed at Zhang Yufan with sympathy, then leaped forward, landing in front of him and wrapping its arms around him in a comforting embrace. It then asked, "Will there really be people who like me?" Zhang Yufan quickly returned the embrace, assuring, "Of course, I wouldn't deceive you." The little monkey laughed joyfully, and Zhang Yufan smiled in return. Turning to the little monkey, Zhang Yufan declared, "You are a clever little monkey, so from now on, your name shall be Houming." Upon hearing its new name, the little monkey squealed in excitement, its expression radiating happiness. Zhang Yufan continued, "Houming, from this day forth, let us walk together and become family." At that moment, tears streamed down Houming's cheeks uncontrollably. It had long awaited this affirmation. Choking back emotion, it replied, "Okay, from now on, you will be my elder brother." Zhang Yufan gently patted Houming's back, and after a while, as the emotion settled, he asked, "All right, Houming, do you have anything important at home that you need to bring?" Houming shook its head, "Elder brother, there's nothing of importance. I just came out today to exercise and perhaps pick some fruits." Zhang Yufan inquired, "Do you know about the professions in this world, such as pirates, navy, and bounty hunters?" Houming nodded. "Yes, there is a pirate cruise base on this island, led by a plump woman wielding an iron rod, surrounded by a group of fierce-looking subordinates. I observed them from a tree before, and so far, they haven't detected my presence." Zhang Yufan set Houming down. "That means you are stronger than them. Even if they saw you, they would likely think you are merely a uniquely colored little monkey. Otherwise, they would have discovered you just as I did. It will soon be dark. Let's find something to eat first." Houming replied, "Elder brother, I know where there are edible fruits. Follow me." Cheerfully, Houming trotted ahead, with Zhang Yufan following closely behind. Upon reaching their destination, Zhang Yufan looked up at the fruits hanging from the trees. There are quite a variety: peaches, bananas, apples. "Houming, please gather them all." With remarkable skill and speed, Houming soon collected the fruits and placed them together. Zhang Yufan waved his hand, storing them directly into his storage space, totaling 25 fruits. Startled, Houming stared at Zhang Yufan, a flurry of questions in its mind. "Elder brother, where did all the fruits I picked go?" Zhang Yufan explained, "This is one of my special ability storage space. In simple terms, it allows me to make many items, except living beings, disappear from your sight and transfer them to a vast house you cannot see, from which I can retrieve them at any time." Houming exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, elder brother, you are amazing. You possess such a power, and it's not just one. That means I will never go hungry again." Zhang Yufan affectionately ruffled Houming's head. "Of course. The day is drawing to a close. I will demonstrate my other abilities to you later. For now, let's rest at that pirate cruise base overnight, and tomorrow we will continue our voyage at sea." Adventures at sea are both thrilling and perilous, so we must strengthen our physical training to face those dangers. Houming nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Yufan toward the base. Based on the route seen on the map, they quickly reached their destination. Zhang Yufan retrieved fruits, water, and meat from his storage space, confirming with Houming that it also consumed meat. The duo swiftly finished their meal, taking a stroll around the vicinity of the house and engaging in conversation. With little entertainment in the evening, they chose the largest house to settle in for the night, drifting off to sleep until dawn. In the morning, as the first light graced the horizon, Zhang Yufan rose from bed, dressed, and heard movement. Houming had also awakened. Together, they commenced their morning training, engaging in running, push-ups, squats, and other exercises, focusing on enhancing their stamina, strength, and combat skills. After exceeding the objectives, both a person and a monkey collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. After resting and freshening up, they retrieved a new set of clothing from their storage space. Once they were ready, they headed towards the location where they had docked the small boat. Upon reaching the shore, Houming spotted a small vessel and turned to Zhang Yufan, inquiring, "Brother, is this small boat yours?" Zhang Yufan chuckled and replied, "Currently, I have little money, and our small number suffices for now. In the future, we shall acquire a larger vessel. Let us board and set sail." Nodding in agreement, Houming leaped onto the small boat, and Zhang Yufan joined him, instructing Houming on how to steer and row the boat. Houming turned to Zhang Yufan and asked, "Brother, in which direction shall we row?" Zhang Yufan glanced at the map within the system and replied, "I am uncertain which direction will lead us to the next island. However, fear not, for my second special ability reveals only the areas I have traversed on this dark map, illuminating what lies around us. Let us row this way." Houming swiftly rowed in the direction indicated by Zhang Yufan, and the illuminated area on the map gradually expanded. The two took turns rowing the boat to by noon. After consuming some pre-cooked meat and water, they rested briefly before continuing. They rowed all day without a glimpse of any islands. As night fell, they ate a little more before retreating to a small cabin for sleep. With the presence of basic observation haki, they felt little concern for potential dangers, despite its current weakness. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Yufan and Houming continued rowing. Suddenly, Zhang Yufan heard the sound of cannon fire, and a cannonball hurtled rapidly towards their boat. With quick reflexes, Zhang Yufan retrieved an iron rod from his storage space and deflected the projectile. Startled, Houming exclaimed, "Impressive, brother." Zhang Yufan frowned and commanded, "Houming, turn around and row with all your might towards the direction from which the cannonball came." The command was swiftly executed as Houming steered the boat to follow Zhang Yufan's instructions. Boom! Another cannonball was fired, and Houming hastily evaded as it exploded beside the boat. Boom, boom, boom. Each passing minute brought another cannon attack, and Zhang Yufan remained on the small vessel, skillfully dodging the artillery. At last, they spotted a ship adorned with a swan figurehead and decorated with hearts, a flag featuring a heart on a skull fluttering in the air. The system indicated that this was the ship of the Baratie pirate crew. The large ship came to a halt and lowered a rope ladder, inviting them aboard, displaying great confidence in their combat prowess. Zhang Yufan said to Houming, "You go first. I'll secure the boat, lest it be damaged." "Understood, brother," Houming replied, then ascended the rope ladder. Zhang Yufan followed, stowing the boat in his storage space. Upon boarding, they were greeted by a gruff female voice. "Koby, Captain, I'm here." A timid boy with pink hair and glasses replied, standing behind a group of fierce pirates. "Who is the most beautiful woman on this sea?" the rough woman inquired. Koby scratched his head and nervously replied, "Well, that must be the captain of this ship." "The most beautiful Miss Baratie." The woman seemed pleased with the response, bursting into laughter. She then set down her spiked iron club and declared, "Well said." Seizing the moment, Zhang Yufan opened the character information panel, quickly reviewing the details of the two individuals. Name: Baratie combat potential level. See current combat level. D age, 24 height, 1.98 meters gender, female weapon, spiked iron club devil fruit, none bounty. 5 million berries equipment card, none description, pirate captain. Believes herself to be the most beautiful woman at sea, yet possesses a freckled face, a corpulent figure, and an ugly appearance, with a brutal temperament. Name: Koby combat potential level. A current combat level. F age, 15 height, 1.42 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. Captured by the pirate Baratie after mistakenly boarding her ship while out fishing, serving as the crew's errand boy. Characterized by a gentle and kind nature, aspiring to become a Navy officer. Additionally, There were 18 fierce pirates, all with combat levels below E. Eureka's fierce expression turned towards Zhang Yufan. You brat, did you destroy my secret hideout? Zhang Yufan calmly responded, yes, that was me. What business do you have? Eureka roared in fury, you insolent brat, you dare to destroy my hideout and then ask what I want. I'll turn you into meat paste. With that, she charged at him wielding her spiked iron club. Zhang Yufan turned to Houming and instructed, Houming, spare the pink-haired boy, take down everyone else, and leave this hefty woman to me. Show me the extent of your strength. Houming, brimming with excitement, replied, leave it to me, brother. With a powerful push, he lunged at the 18 fierce pirates, his speed astonishing and his strength even more formidable. His monkey fist struck with great force, toppling enemies left and right, leaving the surrounding pirates wide-eyed in disbelief. Despite his short stature, Houming's combat prowess was truly remarkable. While the battle ensued, Koby found a safe corner to hide. And Zhang Yufan, witnessing Houming's impressive performance, chuckled. The sounds of acquiring gear and items echoed in his mind. Somewhat distracting him, he decided to silence the system notifications for now, intending to review them after the fight. Just then, Eureka swung her spiked iron club towards Zhang Yufan, but he easily dodged it thanks to his basic observation hockey and agility. As Eureka relentlessly swung her club, the ship's deck bore several large holes from her strikes. Yet she could not land a hit on him, growing increasingly furious. Having played enough, Zhang Yufan propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch to Eureka's abdomen, sending her flying several meters back with immense force. Eureka crashed to the ground, writhing in pain, her bones feeling as if they might shatter. Zhang Yufan approached and placed his foot on her chest, grinning at her. Eureka struggled, exclaiming, bastard, let me go, or else, trailing off ineffectively. Or else what? Will you kill me? Zhang Yufan taunted. Eureka grit her teeth and declared, I will kill you. I swear I will. With a smirk, Zhang Yufan replied, oh really? Then feel free to come at me. I want to hold back. Eureka glared at Zhang Yufan's smiling face, wishing she could strike him down immediately, yet her current combat power was far too weak to inflict any harm. Noticing her silence, Zhang Yufan stated, since you cannot kill me, you might as well accept being my captive. With that, he bound Eureka's hands and feet. She struggled fiercely, cursing, bastard. You wretched fiend. Untie me at once. Zhang Yufan chuckled, not a chance. You're quite valuable. I intend to sell you to the Navy for a profit. Turning to Houming, he saw that he had also finished his battle. Surveying the surroundings, Zhang Yufan noticed Koby crouching in a corner full of crates. His eyes wide and mouth agape, Zhang Yufan waved at Koby, there is no danger. You can come out now. I won't harm you. Koby. Hesitantly, Koby emerged, and upon seeing Eureka, he recoiled in fear, retreating behind Zhang Yufan. Koby, you needn't be afraid. She is securely tied up and can do nothing. My name is Zhang Yufan, and this little monkey is Houming, Zhang Yufan assured him with a smile. Hearing this, Koby's courage slightly increased, and he stepped beside Zhang Yufan, asking, Mr. Zhang Yufan, why didn't you attack me? Zhang Yufan replied, because I could tell you were not one of them. You were forced to stay. While your current combat level is the weakest, your potential for growth is the highest. Koby exclaimed in surprise, you can tell all that? So, I can become strong. Will you take me away from here? Zhang Yufan affirmed, of course. Hearing this, Koby was filled with delight and promptly exclaimed, then let us hasten our departure from this place. Zhang Yufan chuckled and replied, there is no need to rush. Let us first thoroughly search the ship for its treasures. Do you know where they are kept? Koby nodded affirmatively. I do. Follow me. Upon hearing this, Alabasta, realizing her treasures were in jeopardy, erupted in anger. You scoundrels, you shall not lay a finger on my treasures. Zhang Yufan frowned slightly, then found a towel nearby and stuffed it into Alabasta's mouth, which immediately brought a profound silence to the surroundings. He instructed Houming to stay behind and keep watch over them while he followed Koby into the ship's cabin. As for the items and equipment acquired from the system, they could be inspected later when time permitted. Feigning ignorance, Zhang Yufan inquired, Koby, what are your plans after we leave the ship? Koby hesitantly responded, I wish to join the Navy. Capturing those wicked individuals has been my dream since childhood. Do you think that is possible? Zhang Yufan replied sternly, I cannot say for certain whether you can join. But the Navy is not as glorious as you might imagine. Koby, puzzled, asked, why do you say that? Zhang Yufan continued, are you familiar with the O'Hara incident and the one known as Nico Robin, the demon child? Koby pondered for a moment. What is the O'Hara incident? I am unaware, but I have seen her bounty poster and know little about Nico Robin. Zhang Yufan slowly elucidated, to provide some context about the O'Hara incident. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, O'Hara was renowned as a sanctuary for archaeology, home to the most scholars in the greatest library. The Tree of Knowledge.it was also the birthplace of Nico Robin. Concerned about the potential dangers posed by the O'Hara scholars in their quest to decipher the Void Century, the world government, upon Nico Robin's 8th birthday, enacted the Buster Call, ruthlessly annihilating O'Hara, leaving Nico Robin as the sole survivor. That Koby's expression grew somber as he inquired, "What is the Buster Call?" Zhang Yufan continued, "The Buster Call is an operation sanctioned by the world government, mobilizing the Navy's headquarters, comprising 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and elite naval forces to launch indiscriminate and devastating attacks on targeted areas, eradicating any entities deemed a threat to the world government's dominion." The operation was commanded by Admiral Sengoku, who is now the fleet admiral, and among those who participated were Vice Admirals Kazan and Sakazuki, currently 2 of the 3 admirals, known by their codenames Akiji and Akainu. Koby pressed on, "Why is Nico Robin referred to as the Demon Child?" Zhang Yufan elaborated, "Following the O'Hara incident, the government issued a high bounty of 79 million berries for Nico Robin, accusing her of single-handedly destroying 6 warships, branding her as the Demon Child. This falsehood shattered Nico Robin's life, forcing her into a life of evasion amidst deceit and betrayal, where anyone who learned of her title sought to capture her for the reward, leaving her in a state of perpetual unease." Koby, astonished, exclaimed, "She destroyed 6 warships? How can that be possible? She was merely 8 years old." Zhang Yufan replied, "Do you still wish to join the Navy? Perhaps you may not fully believe what I have said, but that was merely one of the many deeds committed by the Navy. From here on, you shall witness their actions with your own eyes and feel it with your heart." After hearing Zhang Yufan's words, Koby halted, staring blankly ahead, contemplating whether to join the Navy, feeling somewhat lost. Observing Koby's expression, Zhang Yufan remarked, "You seem to be in a state of confusion. Would you care to hear my suggestion?" Koby looked at Zhang Yufan and nodded. "Mr. Zhang Yufan, what is your suggestion?" Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Join me as my companion. Embark on adventures across the seas with me. Take your time to consider it. There is no need to rush your response. For now, accompany me on this maritime journey, while simultaneously strengthening your frail physique. It will do you no harm, and you will see the current actions of the Navy. I believe you will soon find the answer within your heart." Koby contemplated for a moment and asked, "Mr. Zhang Yufan, do you have any dreams?" Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, "I aspire to become the Pirate King, to overthrow the world government and bring an end to this era of great piracy." Koby gasped, stammering, to become the Pirate King, and to overthrow the world government, to end the era of great piracy. Are you serious? Zhang Yufan affirmed, "I am indeed serious." Koby continued, "So, Mr. Zhang Yufan, you are also a pirate?" Zhang Yufan responded, "Not yet, but it is likely that I will soon find myself on the wanted list." Koby asked, "What about your companions?" Zhang Yufan replied, "Currently, I have only Houming as my companion. I am still seeking others." Koby paused for a moment and remarked, "The so-called Pirate King is a man who possesses wealth, fame, power, and the world's greatest treasure, One Piece." Zhang Yufan responded, "You seem quite knowledgeable." Koby exclaimed with excitement, "Because it is the treasure that all pirates in the world seek." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "That is also my current goal." Koby shook his head, saying, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could one possibly reach the pinnacle of this era of great piracy?" Zhang Yufan raised his hand and placed it on Koby's head, stating, "It is not a question of possibility. Because I wish to become it, I must become it." Koby looked up at Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan added, "Even if it means I may perish in battle, it matters not." Koby knelt on the floor, saying, "I have never entertained such thoughts. Can I truly achieve this, to pursue my dreams with a resolve that accepts death?" Zhang Yufan looked down at Koby and said, "As long as your will is strong enough, it is indeed achievable. Moreover, punishing the wicked does not necessitate becoming a member of the Navy. Even as a pirate, one can accomplish this, albeit through different means. However, there is a prerequisite. You must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, all of this is mere empty talk." After pondering Zhang Yufan's words for a while, Koby's gaze gradually transformed into one of determination, and he raised his head, declaring, "Very well. I promise to accompany you on maritime adventures. I shall become a powerful individual and punish the wicked in my own way." With that, he stood up and brushed the dust from his trousers. Zhang Yufan nodded and said, "Your newfound resolve indicates that you are prepared to embark on the path of becoming a powerful being. Welcome aboard." He then extended his right hand toward Koby. Koby also extended his right hand to shake, joyfully stating, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang Yufan, for helping me clarify my goals. From today onward, may I call you Yufan Gu?" He recognized this as a valuable opportunity. Zhang Yufan replied, "You may call me that. As long as you diligently train your body, you will undoubtedly become a strong individual one day." Koby responded, "I understand." The two exchanged glances, and Zhang Yufan said, "Let us proceed to gather the treasures. We must not keep Houming waiting." Following Koby, they arrived at Yalata's quarters, discovered a large chest, and upon opening it, found it filled with berries. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Yufan collected all of it. Noting the absence of other treasures, likely exchanged for berries, they then explored other rooms, finally entering the kitchen to gather all the available ingredients. Koby watched in amazement, his mind swirling with questions, and asked Zhang Yufan, "Yufan Gu, did you really make all the money and ingredients disappear?" Zhang Yufan nodded and explained Houming's unique abilities to Koby. Afterward, they set out to find Houming, with Koby's eyes sparkling with excitement as he followed suit. Upon seeing Zhang Yufan emerge from the cabin, Houming approached and inquired, "Big brother, how was the haul?" After glancing at the amount displayed in the system, Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, "It was quite fruitful, 9.5 million berries, along with a substantial amount of ingredients. Allow me to introduce you. This is Koby, our new companion who has just joined us. His potential for growth surpasses even yours. This seemingly frail little fellow is that formidable?" Houming thought in astonishment. Nevertheless, he joyfully bounced around Koby, welcoming him as their new companion. Koby, unable to comprehend the words spoken, merely heard the squeaking sounds but could still feel the joyous emotion emanating from Houming. Koby replied happily, "Houming, from this day forth, we are companions. Although I am still quite weak, I will strive to become stronger. Please take care of me." Zhang Yufan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of happiness and added, "There is one crucial rule aboard my ship. Companions must never harm one another, nor should they indiscriminately take innocent lives. Otherwise, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth." Houming and Koby nodded in unison. They were inherently kind-hearted individuals, incapable of committing such acts. Zhang Yufan turned to Koby and inquired, "Koby, do you know where Shell's town is?" Koby nodded and replied, "Brother Yufan, I know that if we sail in this direction, we will arrive swiftly." He gestured toward a slightly diverging course from Zhang Yufan's original sailing path. With a cheerful grin, Zhang Yufan looked at the 18 pirates sprawled on the deck, feigning death, and called out for them to assist in operating the ship. Free labor was not to be wasted, and they moved with remarkable speed, not daring to resist in the slightest. Before long, they reached the dock of Shell's town. During this time, Zhang Yufan summoned the system sprite Stouming to assess their recent gains. Upon her arrival, Stouming announced, "Congratulations, Master. You have acquired 50,000 berries, 2 peaches, 1 banana, 2 grapes, 2 pieces of meat, 2 equipment cards for basic swordsmanship, 4 for basic strength, 2 for basic accuracy, 4 for basic stamina, 2 for basic navigation, 3 for basic defense, and 1 for basic speed." Zhang Yufan reviewed the haul. It was not too shabby. Standing at the bow of the ship, he called over Houming and Koby, preparing to enhance their combat prowess. He whispered to them, "Allow me to bolster your strength. This is one of my unique abilities." With a thought, he activated the equipment cards for basic strength, basic stamina, basic navigation, and basic defense, each of which they could equip. He equipped himself and Koby with the basic swordsmanship and basic accuracy cards, leaving the basic speed card for Koby. Houming would have to wait for another opportunity to equip his. Consequently, Houming's combat power rose from D to C grade, Koby's from F grade to E grade, and Zhang Yufan's from C grade to C grade. Both Houming and Koby felt their newfound strength and, after a moment of adjustment, gazed in awe at their elder brother, their admiration for him deepening. Zhang Yufan instructed Houming and Koby to bind the hands of the pirates and simultaneously collected Eurita's wolf-toothed iron rod along with other ordinary knives and firearms into his storage space, leaving just 1 knife for Koby as a weapon. As they approached a town, they noticed a tall fortress at its center, adorned with the Navy's insignia, leading the pirates toward the naval base. Vendors lined the streets, selling an array of peculiar fruits and a dazzling display. At that moment, Koby turned to Zhang Yufan and remarked, "Brother Yufan, I've heard that there's a Navy colonel named Monka here." Just as he spoke, the passers-by hurriedly made way, leaving only their group in the center. It seemed the name Monka was best left unmentioned. Zhang Yufan chuckled and said, "Koby, this Navy colonel is not a virtuous man. As for the details, you may discover them for yourself." Koby nodded and continued toward the naval base when suddenly, a fierce-looking wolf appeared, rampaging and heading straight for them. Zhang Yufan urged Koby, "Koby, draw your sword and slay that wolf. Ah. Do not fear, you are stronger now. Without hesitation, Koby lunged at the menacing wolf, wielding his sword with basic swordsmanship, swiftly decapitating it. The system rewarded Zhang Yufan, but there was no time to check the details. He would attend to it later. Balumeb, who had been pursuing the wolf, saw his pet slain and shouted furiously, "Bastards! How dare you kill my pet? I'll have you pay for this," he commanded the 6 sailors behind him. After a moment's hesitation, the 6 sailors charged forward. Zhang Yufan instructed Houming to take them down, ensuring not to kill them. Balumeb trembled in fear, and seeing this, Zhang Yufan raised his hand and lightly slapped his face. Simultaneously checking his information through the system. Name: Balumeb combat growth potential level, B current combat level, F age, 19 height, 1.61 meters gender, male weapon, handgun devil fruit, none bounty. None equipment cards, none description, son of Colonel Morgan from the 153rd Navy Division. Living a life of luxury, extremely arrogant, pedestrians must kneel to make way for him. He owned a wolf that he let roam the town, instilling fear in everyone. Balumeb, knocked to the ground by Zhang Yufan's slap, roared, "You bastard! Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? I'll have my father kill you." Zhang Yufan calmly replied, "Very well, let him come. We shall see whether your father will kill me first, or if I will crush that tyrant of a father of yours." With the help of several sailors, Balumeb left the naval base. Meanwhile, in Colonel Monka's office, he was smoking a cigar and inquired of his subordinate, "Why has the town supply been dwindling lately?" The subordinate stood rigidly, answering nervously, "Because the town's economy has reached its limit. The villagers can no longer provide more." Humph. Have they forgotten that without my greatness, Colonel Monka, they would have been slaughtered by pirates long ago? Now they dare to reduce their tribute. It seems they need to learn a lesson, Monka said, raising an eyebrow. Bang! The office door burst open as Balumeb stormed in, covering his face and crying, "Dad, I need you to kill someone for me." He dared to hit me. Monka frowned at his injured son and inquired who the assailant was. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yufan and his companions arrived at the base's entrance, where a sailor happened to emerge. They called him over, stating, "Greetings, we are here to turn in the bounty for the pirates. Behind me are the captain and members of the Eureka pirate crew." The sailor glanced at them and said, "Wait a moment. I will report to Colonel Monka." He then hurried inside. Moments later, Monka emerged, followed by his subordinates and his son Balumeb. Upon seeing Zhang Yufan's group, Balumeb exclaimed, "Dad, that's the guy. He's the one who hit me." Zhang Yufan checked Monka's information through the system. Name: Monka combat growth potential level, C current combat level, D age, 44 height, 2.85 meters gender, male weapon, axe devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment cards. None description, Navy Colonel. The de facto ruler of Shell's Town in the 153rd Navy Division, a cruel and tyrannical man who allows his son Balumeb to wreak havoc in the town without intervention, and aspires to erect a massive statue of himself. Monka snorted disdainfully and commanded his subordinates, "Arrest them all for injuring my son and throw them in jail to await my judgment." Koby shook his head in disbelief, remarking, "This Navy colonel is ready to imprison us without any inquiry. Truly, this place is lawless. Such a navy should be toppled." Almost immediately, a dozen sailors surrounded them with drawn guns. Zhang Yufan remained calm, addressing his companions, "Koby, although your strength has increased, remain cautious. I am not worried about Houming. He is stronger now. Just take them down. Do not kill them. Onward, my friends." Koby and Houming nodded and charged at the sailors, who hesitated to fire. Monka barked at the sailors, "Are you defying my orders?" Before they could react, Houming and Koby reached the sailors, with Houming effortlessly taking down 9 of them, while Koby struggled a bit against the remaining sailors, one of whom was a lieutenant. However, Houming soon joined him, and they quickly subdued all the opponents, including Balumeb. Zhang Yufan suddenly sprinted toward Colonel Monka and threw a powerful punch, which Monka deflected with his massive axe. Monka ripped off his naval uniform, revealing a muscular torso, and shouted, "You lowly rebels do not even have the right to oppose me. I am Navy Colonel Monka. Prepare to meet your doom." Colonel Monka swung his axe towards Zhang Yufan, who deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. The axe struck the ground, cleaving a fissure into the earth. In retaliation, Zhang Yufan delivered a swift kick to Monka's head, sending the colonel sprawling onto the ground. Rising swiftly, Monka charged again, axe raised, but Zhang Yufan effortlessly evaded and retaliated with a powerful punch, propelling Monka several meters away. The Marines, witnessing Monka being struck down, expressed their astonishment. "Colonel Monka is actually taking a beating. What kind of navy are you? Can't you see our friend Koby is somewhat disappointed in your navy?" As he spoke, Zhang Yufan seized the opportunity to shatter Monka's arms. A piercing scream escaped Monka's lips as he succumbed to excruciating pain. Zhang Yufan followed up with a gravity-infused punch that knocked Monka unconscious. Simultaneously, rewards from the system were granted, but Zhang decided to peruse them later. The Marines erupted in loud cheers upon seeing Monka incapacitated, exclaiming, "Colonel Monka has been defeated. This is truly unbelievable. These three individuals are extraordinarily strong." Zhang Yufan addressed the Marines, stating, "If anyone else wishes to apprehend us, feel free to come forward." The Marines exchanged glances, seemingly questioning their sanity. "Are we really opponents? Monka has been taken down." They rose, discarding their weapons, and joyfully shouted, "Fantastic. Finally, we can be free." Hearing the jubilant cries from the naval base, some daring townsfolk rushed over, and upon seeing Monka on the ground, they excitedly spread the word to others in the town, igniting a wave of celebration. The Marines, filled with exuberance, embraced one another in celebration, declaring, "We are no longer under Monka's dominion." Once the excitement subsided, a Navy lieutenant called out to the Marines, "All personnel, quickly assemble." They formed two lines before Zhang Yufan and saluted, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for defeating Colonel Monka and liberating us. I am Lieutenant Rokak of the 153rd Naval Division. From now on, we shall safeguard the residents of this town. By the way, I mentioned to the Marines in the office that you were here to claim a reward. May I ask how you are addressed?" Zhang Yufan nodded towards the pirates discarded to the side, saying, "Indeed, I am Zhang Yufan, and these are the members of the Eureka pirate crew." Rokak smiled and replied, "Then allow me to verify their identities, and once confirmed, you may claim your reward." Zhang Yufan nodded, and Rokak escorted the Eureka crew members to the prison for verification. After ensuring everything was in order, he retrieved the bounty and handed it to Zhang Yufan. Holding the reward, Zhang Yufan stated to Rokak, "The following matters are in your capable hands," before departing the naval base with his companions. Gazing at the time displayed in his system, Zhang Yufan noted it was already noon. Having earned some money, it was time to indulge in a hearty meal. He led his companions to a restaurant, where the proprietress and a little girl recognized them as the ones who had defeated Colonel Monka and warmly welcomed them. Once seated, the little girl approached Zhang Yufan and cheerfully exclaimed, "My name is Ligia. You big brothers are so impressive." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Of course. We will grow even stronger. I am Zhang Yufan. This is Koby, and the little monkey is called Houming." Ligia then inquired, "Big brother, where are you planning to go next?" Zhang Yufan responded, "To the Grand Line, of course. But before that, we need to enhance our combat abilities and gather a crew." Koby, sipping water, felt a surge of confidence after solidifying their goal and remarked, "We are only 3 people. We should find more allies to strengthen our power before proceeding." Ligia, puzzled, asked, "What is the Grand Line?" Koby explained, "You all know that this world has 2 vast oceans, right? The colossal continent that divides them is called the Red Line. It is said that in the center of the Red Line lies a town. Passing through this town, the route that runs perpendicular to the Red Line is the Grand Line. Legend has it that the former pirate king, Gold. Roger, acquired everything in this world and mentioned in his last words that he left behind a unique treasure, one piece, somewhere along the Grand Line. Pirates flocked there in droves, and now it has become a treacherous battleground, even dubbed the Graveyard of Pirates. Ligia's mother added, "I've also heard guests mention the Grand Line, claiming that those who venture there never return alive." Zhang Yufan chuckled, "But to become the Pirate King, one must venture there, for one piece lies somewhere along that route, and I aim for that as my goal. Now, we have finished eating. Koby, Houming, let us explore the town for suitable candidates." They wandered around for quite some time, but found no promising candidates. In the evening, they returned to Li Jia's mother's establishment for dinner before heading back to the Eureka ship. Zhang Yufan instructed Koby to train with Houming while he reviewed the day's bounty. With a mere thought, the system spirit, Xiaoming, materialized. Xiaoming announced, "Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the following items: Fish X2, Meat X3, small bottles of fresh water X4, 60,000 berries. Equipment cards for gunmanship, beginner, X2, strength, intermediate, X3, strength, advanced, stamina, intermediate, X2. Stamina, beginner, X4, speed, beginner, X4, accuracy, beginner, swordsmanship, beginner, X2. After contemplating how to allocate these rewards, he called Koby and Houming over, stating, "Prepare for another enhancement of our combat abilities. Today we defeated 20 enemies, and I will share my surplus strength with you. The more enemies you defeat, the more strength I will gain. But even with newfound power, physical training must not cease. If you suddenly feel a surge in strength, Do not be surprised. Koby and Houming nodded in unison, excited about the prospect of gaining strength. Zhang Yufan concentrated, equipping Koby with strength, intermediate, stamina, intermediate, and gunmanship, beginner, elevating Koby's power from E rank to D rank. He then equipped Houming with strength, intermediate, stamina, intermediate, speed, beginner, swordsmanship, beginner, and accuracy, beginner, boosting Houming's power from C rank to B rank. Finally, Zhang Yufan equipped himself with strength, advanced, and gunmanship, beginner, raising his power from C rank to B rank. With the allocations complete and adjustments made, they immersed themselves in training before retreating to their respective quarters for the night. As dawn broke, they awoke, trained once more, and headed to Li Jia's mother's establishment for breakfast. They packed enough food for 3 days and bid farewell to Li Jia and her family before continuing their voyage. Arriving at the dock, they found the Eureka ship too large to navigate. So they stowed it and the recently purchased provisions in their storage space and retrieved the smaller vessel used for sailing. Observing the expansive unexplored areas on the system map, Zhang Yufan pointed in a direction, instructing Houming to row forward. The port was crowded with people and marines, watching them depart. With their enhanced strength, Houming rowed faster, quickly illuminating vast regions on their map, taking turns rowing until half the day had passed. As they continued, they spotted a small boat ahead, which struck them as peculiar. They watched as the small boat rowed a distance and then performed a semicircular turn to the left, continuing in the original direction before making another semicircular turn to the left. This peculiar pattern of rowing in an elliptical motion persisted. Zhang Yufan and his companions exchanged bemused glances, prompting Zhang Yufan to instruct Houming to approach slowly. Koby squinted at the rower and, with a hint of trepidation, whispered to Zhang Yufan, "Brother Yufan, that appears to be the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro, with his green hair, a deep green bandana tied around his left arm, 3 golden droplet-shaped earrings on his left ear, a white t-shirt, a green waist wrap, and deep green trousers, with 3 swords hanging at his waist." As Zhang Yufan took the opportunity to glance at Koby's words, he also examined some information. Name: Roronoa Zoro. Combat potential growth level, SS. Current combat level, C. Age, 18 years. Height, 1.78 meters. Gender, male. Weapons, Watakamanji, sword, 2 ordinary blades. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Profile, since childhood, he has exhibited a strong will and an indomitable spirit. He trains diligently, demonstrating a level of dedication far beyond his peers. He values loyalty and keeps his promises, aspiring to become the world's greatest swordsman. His most significant flaw is an utter lack of direction, making him prone to getting lost. Even with a guide, he often veers off course, unable to find his way back to his village. To satisfy his hunger, he has become a bounty hunter. Zhang Yufan chuckled, saying, "That's him. His sense of direction is exceptionally poor. Without a companion, he would likely starve at sea without food. But fear not. Rumors may not reflect reality, and this fellow possesses considerable strength. He would make a suitable companion. Let us approach him." As they paddled closer to Roronoa Zoro, Zhang Yufan inquired, "Greetings, Roronoa Zoro. What are you doing? Why are you endlessly circling the sea in your boat?" Zoro looked up, perplexed, and replied, "Who are you? How do you know me? I am heading to the Navy base in Shell's Town to collect a bounty on pirates. But wait, I've been rowing in one direction. How could I be going in circles?" Zhang Yufan smiled and introduced himself. "I am Zhang Yufan, this is Koby, and that monkey is called Houming. We are, for the time being, bounty hunters like you, though that may change soon. How could a renowned bounty hunter fail to recognize us? We all saw you going in circles. You aren't a bit directionally challenged, are you? You've been paddling the wrong way. The Navy base is behind me. Would you like us to guide you there?" Zoro shot a sharp glance at Zhang Yufan, asserting, "I am not directionally challenged. You are. My sense of direction is perfectly fine, so mind your own business." With that, he continued to row his small boat forward. Zhang Yufan calmly observed without intervening and remarked to Houming and Koby, "Let us follow Zoro at a leisurely pace. That I noticed he has already consumed all the food on his boat, and his rowing speed is gradually decreasing. It seems he hasn't eaten in quite some time. Well, it is already noon. Let us take turns eating. I will row while you 2 eat." Koby and Houming nodded in agreement, recognizing Zhang Yufan's kindness, and readily accepted. They easily tracked Zoro's position, and this time he wasn't going in circles but rather advancing in a serpentine manner, albeit the Navy base was growing increasingly distant. Zoro, glancing back at the small boat trailing behind him, wore a disgruntled expression. He had insisted he was not directionally challenged, so why were they following him? At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted toward him, and his stomach betrayed him with a growl. Zhang Yufan maneuvered his boat to halt before Zoro, grinning as he asked, "Have you miscalculated your direction again? And you're rowing slower. Have you gone a few days without food?" Zoro defiantly glared at Zhang Yufan, retorting, "I am not hungry at all. I'm just a bit tired. That's why I'm rowing slower." Zhang Yufan heard another growl from Zoro's stomach, turning away from him. He retrieved food from his storage space and turned back to offer it to Zoro. Taken aback, Zoro clenched his teeth and accepted the food, consuming it eagerly until it was gone, with a satisfied pat on his belly. Zoro expressed, "Thank you for the hospitality." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Zoro, join me as my partner. We are destined to venture toward the Grand Line and may even encounter the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk." Zoro met Zhang Yufan's gaze and replied, "No, I will seek out Dracul Mihawk myself and defeat him to become the world's greatest swordsman. That is my dream." "Boy, do you have a dream?" Zhang Yufan declared with fervor, "I aspire to become the Pirate King, to bring an end to the era of great pirates, and to overthrow the world government. What? You wish to become the Pirate King and overthrow the world government? Do you even understand what that means?" Zoro asked, astonished. Zhang Yufan answered confidently, "What meaning could it hold? The literal meaning, of course. I believe that becoming the Pirate King and overthrowing the world government are my destined pursuits. I never engage in actions I may regret. So join me as my partner, and let us stand atop the world together. As for the pirate identity, even if I am not one now, the Marines or the world government will eventually label us as such." Houming clapped excitedly at the side, while Koby added with a hint of excitement, "It's the first time I've heard Brother Yufan say something like this. It took me by surprise that he is indeed that kind of person, willing to risk his life for his dream of becoming the Pirate King, while also overthrowing the world government." After hearing their words, Zoro was taken aback by Zhang Yufan's bold declaration. It mirrored his own resolve to pursue his dreams with unwavering determination. Zoro contemplated for a moment before saying, "All right, Captain, I'll join you. But if you impede my dream, I shall demand that you commit seppuku as an apology." Zhang Yufan chuckled, "Welcome aboard. That day shall never come. Hee, I've even thought it through. If you refuse, I will seize your precious wad ikamanji and make my escape. Given your poor sense of direction, you wouldn't be able to catch us, and even if you did, you might not be able to defeat us. When you decide to join us, I will return it to you." Zoro erupted in anger. "Captain, you are truly devious. Get lost." Houming and Koby welcomed Zoro's addition, following Zhang Yufan in hearty laughter. They proceeded to explain the rules aboard the ship and Zhang Yufan's unique abilities, leaving Zoro astonished. Using his mental powers, Zoro checked his storage space, equipping himself with strength intermediate, stamina, beginner, defense, beginner, swordsmanship, beginner, and speed, beginner, boosting his combat level from C to B. Adapting to his newfound strength, Zoro felt exhilarated, drawing closer to his dream. Zhang Yufan remarked to Zoro, "You are still far from Mihawk's level. You cannot yet slice through steel or cleave a ship in two, which disqualifies you from challenging him. Thus, you must train even harder. For now, we shall operate as bounty hunters until we garner a bounty from the Marines." Zoro nodded in agreement, then tied the two boats together, leading Zoro's small vessel toward Shell's town to prevent him from disappearing mid-journey. With the aid of a system map, they quickly reached their destination, securing their boats and taking Zoro to the Navy base to claim his bounty. Along the way, the townsfolk enthusiastically greeted Zhang Yufan and his crew. Zoro, puzzled, asked Zhang Yufan, "Captain, what have you done here? Why are the townspeople so friendly towards you?" Zhang Yufan grinned. "We defeated the Navy stationed here." Zoro was left speechless. The captain spoke so lightly of having vanquished the Navy. Was he not worried about reinforcements coming to apprehend him? As Zoro contemplated, Zhang Yufan recounted the entire incident. Zoro concluded, "No wonder the townspeople are so welcoming. Ahead lies the Navy base. Captain, I shall go claim my bounty." Zhang Yufan nodded, waiting in place while retrieving a banana for Houming, an apple for Koby, and savoring the only 2 grapes he had. Before long, Zoro returned with a bounty of 4 million berries, keeping 500,000 berries on him while entrusting the rest to Zhang Yufan. With their numbers increased, they procured additional food and drink in town before continuing their voyage to the next location. Following the map's guidance to explore the yet unlit regions, the small boat was insufficient for physical training, so they rowed for half a day until evening, finishing the food purchased at noon and retiring for the night, allowing the boat to drift with the wind. The following morning, they awoke, had breakfast, and resumed exploration, taking turns rowing the two small boats. They soon spotted another small vessel ahead, its sail adorned with a pirate flag featuring a skull with a large red nose. The ship approached rapidly, and suddenly, four individuals aboard brandished their swords, pointing them at Zhang Yufan and his crew, proclaiming, "Surrender all your belongings. We are part of Buggy the Clown-esque crew, and this ship now belongs to us." Zhang Yufan and his companions chuckled at their proclamation, recognizing the opportunity that had presented itself. That a moment later, the four, battered and bruised, looked at Zoro with sheepish grins, saying, "We had no idea you were the renowned bounty hunter." "Zoro-sama, we sincerely apologize." Zoro, having heard their earlier introduction, inquired, "Who was Buggy?" One of them responded, "Zoro-sama, you don't know who Buggy the Clown is." "I do not." Zoro shook his head and remarked. Another individual spoke up. "He is the captain of our pirate ship. A terrifying man who has consumed a certain devil fruit." Zhang Yufan chuckled and added, "Buggy is a user of the chop-chop fruit, making all sharp weapons ineffective against him. He can even regenerate from being sliced apart. The only way to defeat him is through physical combat. He was once an intern in the Roger Pirates." Upon hearing this, Zoro and the others were somewhat taken aback. Koby inquired, "Does that mean he is quite powerful?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Due to the influence of the devil fruit, he is indeed stronger than an average pirate captain, but there are limits. Soon, we will raid his lair and likely acquire a great deal of treasure, bringing us one step closer to forging our own ship." Zoro and the others' eyes brightened, revealing devilish grins. The four pirates, witnessing this, huddled together, trembling in fear, and then directed their free laborers to row towards Buggy's pirate crew's stronghold. The four pirates dared not slack off, exerting all their strength to row the boat. Before long, they arrived at the port of Orangetown, secured their small vessel, and proceeded to strip the four pirates of all their valuables, tossing the loot into a storage space for them to later present to Buggy. As Zhang Yufan and his companions traversed the town, they encountered not a single soul, due to Buggy's occupation of the area. The townsfolk had all taken refuge. However, Zhang Yufan was aware that one individual and a dog had remained. The town's mayor and a dog named Xiao. Zoro commented, "Why is there not a soul in sight? This town is eerily desolate. Is there any alcohol here?" Koby replied, "Everyone has hidden away because of Buggy." Zhang Yufan stated, "Let us first defeat Buggy's pirate crew, and then search the town to see if anyone remains. Once the residents return, this place will surely become lively again." The group nodded in agreement and continued following the four pirates. Suddenly, a cannonball whizzed past them from the left, followed by a resounding explosion that reduced many streets and buildings to rubble, clearly demonstrating the cannonball's immense power. Zhang Yufan and his companions were astonished by the destructive force, realizing that it likely surpassed even that of a naval cannonball. The four pirate minions stammered in fear. "This is Buggy Captain's Buggy Ball." Zoro, puzzled, asked. "Buggy Ball?" One of the pirate minions explained, "This is the Buggy Ball developed by Captain Buggy. Its power is unparalleled and far exceeds that of the Navy." Zoro gazed at the devastated area, recognizing the significant destruction. Zhang Yufan declared, "Let us proceed to meet your Captain Buggy." Before long, they arrived at the headquarters of Buggy's pirate crew, where the crew was merrily celebrating, indulging in food and drink. Seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yufan and his companions' approach, Zoro observed the surroundings and remarked, "It appears Buggy truly considers this entire town as his territory." Zhang Yufan replied, "Regardless, we must first defeat him. That is one of our objectives for coming here. We cannot waste time, so let us cut to the chase and charge in." Koby and Monkey have yet to truly face pirates, so they can acclimate to this kind of situation, which will become frequent. The group nodded in agreement, preparing for battle, while the four pirate minions, upon reaching the stronghold, sprinted towards Buggy, shouting, "Help, Captain Buggy, they are pirate hunters here to take your head." That one wielding three swords is the notorious pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Buggy, unfazed, replied, "Though your reputation as a pirate hunter is formidable, I, Buggy, am not to be underestimated." At that moment, a pirate riding a unicycle and wielding a knife, along with another pirate atop a large lion, approached Buggy. Seizing the opportunity while they were conversing, Zhang Yufan checked the information on these pirates using the system. Name: Buggy Power Growth Potential Level, a current power level, D age, 36 height, 192 meters gender, male weapons, throwing knives, specially made Buggy Balls Devil Fruit, Chop Fruit Bounty, 15 million berries equipment card, none description, captain of the Buggy pirate crew. He is highly sensitive about discussions regarding his nose, often leading to frenzied outbursts that harm the innocent. He delights in tormenting the weak and, in a fit of rage, once indiscriminately bombarded a town with buggy balls. He enjoys throwing feasts in moments of joy and is quite generous to those he favors. His dream of setting sail is to amass all the treasures in the world, lacking grand ambition, as he does not aspire to become the Pirate King. Name: Machi. Power growth potential level. See current power level. D age, 28 height, 1. 97 meters gender, male weapons, whip devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, vice captain of the Buggy Pirate crew. He is a beast tamer known for his cruel and ruthless methods. Always riding his beloved lion, Ricky, he commands ferocious beasts to attack in battle, believing there is no creature he cannot control. Name: Ricky, lion, power growth potential level. See current power level. E age, 26 height, 5. 3 meters gender, male weapons, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The mount of the beast tamer Machi from the Buggy Pirate crew, not particularly bad but rather gluttonous. Name: Kobaji. Power growth potential level. B current power level. D age, 33 height, 2.08 meters gender, male weapons, unicycle, ordinary knife devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. Chief strategist of the Buggy Pirate crew. Known as the Curved Arts, he wields a sword while riding a unicycle, skilled in various tricks and targeting wounds, using his own crew as human shields against explosives. The combat prowess of the other pirates was below E level. Zhang Yufan and his companions said little, charging in with their weapons drawn to engage in a fray. Initially, Koby trembled a bit after taking down a pirate, but soon adapted. Surprisingly, Monkey performed exceptionally well, showing no signs of discomfort. Buggy, witnessing this, furiously commanded, "All of you, attack together and take them down." At Buggy's command, all his minions surged forward toward Zhang Yufan and his companions. Zhang Yufan calmly directed his companions, saying, "Zoro, that unicycle-wielding fellow is yours. Monkey, the one atop the large lion, is your opponent. Make sure to subdue that lion and recruit it as a subordinate. If any more animals join us, they will all be under your care. Koby, you handle the remaining minions." The group nodded in agreement and sought out their respective foes, while Kobaji, the unicycle-riding knife-wielder, approached Zoro and said, "You are the renowned pirate hunter Rorinoa Zoro. I am Kobaji, chief strategist of the Buggy Pirate crew. Let us see whose swordsmanship is superior." With that, he charged at Zoro on his unicycle. Zoro stood his ground, having grown significantly stronger since before. Drawing his sword, Watakamaji, he effortlessly executed a quick draw, dispatching Kobaji in an instant. With the battle concluded, he rushed to assist Koby. While they fought fiercely, unbeknownst to them, a striking woman with beautiful orange hair had heard the commotion from a distance and rushed over to investigate. Upon discovering that the Buggy Pirate crew members had all emerged, she stealthily infiltrated their camp, intending to steal the treasures within. At this moment, Monkey approached the large lion and said, "Big guy, let us have a contest. If you lose, you'll have to follow me as a subordinate." The lion roared in anger, "Little one, do you believe I can't squash you with a single paw? You want me to be your subordinate? My goal is to devour Buggy and become captain myself." Machi, unable to comprehend their exchange, slid down from the lion and confidently declared to Monkey, "I am Machi, vice captain of the Buggy Pirate crew and a beast tamer. This lion is named Ricky. Little monkey, submit to me, or beware of my whip." Houming cast a displeased glance at Mochi, wondering where this fellow derived his audacity to believe I would submit to him. Did he not see that I was engaged in an important task assigned by my elder brother? With a sudden exertion of force, I approached Mochi and delivered a powerful punch, instantly incapacitating him. Upon witnessing his beast tamer being swiftly defeated, Liji felt a surge of panic, yet he still managed to roar in anger and launched a palm strike. Houming effortlessly evaded it, then delivered a robust kick to the lion's abdomen, sending it crashing against the wall. The great lion lay on the ground, convulsing a few times before surrendering, raising a white flag in defeat. On the other side, with Zoro's involvement, the battle quickly concluded, leaving only Zhang Yufan's group. After securing his sword, Buggy suddenly commanded 2 henchmen wielding knives to separate and swiftly charge at Zhang Yufan. However, thanks to his observation haki, beginner level, they were easily dodged. Zhang Yufan retaliated with a flurry of powerful blows, rendering Buggy unconscious, and subsequently bound him with rope to prevent any attempt at escape. Thus, the battle came to a close. Houming approached Liji, the great lion, to introduce him to his elder brother. Turning to Liji, he said, "Liji, this is my elder brother. From now on, refer to him as Captain or Brother Da." Liji nodded, glancing at the others. Upon meeting Zoro's gaze, he trembled in fear, resembling a meek little lamb as he crouched down. Zhang Yufan, noticing this, smiled and reassured, Liji, do not be afraid. As long as you do not betray us, you will not only enjoy an abundance of delicious food but also greatly enhance your combat prowess. Liji obediently replied, I understand, Captain. He then requested Houming to explain the ship's rules and introduce the crew. At that moment, an elderly man clad in armor, wielding a long spear, sporting glasses, and with hair as white as snow, stormed out of his house, seemingly prepared for battle. This man was the town mayor, who had remained behind in the town. Upon witnessing the defeat of Bucky's pirate crew at the hands of the three and the monkey, his jaw dropped in shock, and it took him a moment before he excitedly approached Zhang Yufan and the others. As the townsfolk noticed someone approaching, Koby stepped forward and inquired, Sir, who are you? What brings you here? The mayor, tears streaming down his face, replied, I am the mayor of this town. I came in response to the explosions and sounds of fighting. Determined not to let them destroy my home, I sought to confront him, only to find that you had defeated them. Children, I am truly grateful for your salvation of this town. The group felt elated. Having vanquished the pirate crew, saved the town, and obtained treasure, a trifecta of triumph, Koby smiled and said, Mayor, no need for gratitude. We merely came to collect Bucky's bounty. Saving the town was a fortuitous byproduct. Meanwhile, Zoro noticed a small white dog quietly sitting at the entrance of a pet food store, seemingly guarding it. Even the recent explosions had not fazed it. Such courage. Zoro pointed at the dog and asked, Mayor, what is the story behind this little dog? Why does it remain there, motionless? The mayor chuckled and replied, This little dog is named Shio Shio. Its owner has passed away, and Shio Shio is a very intelligent dog. It understands that its master is no longer here, yet it refuses to leave, determined to protect this store, even if it means being alone, despite my numerous attempts to take Shio Shio away. It steadfastly remains. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Mayor, please gather the townsfolk and inform them that the area is now safe. Also, notify the Navy to come and arrest this pirate, so we may claim the bounty. The mayor nodded in agreement, joyfully sprinting off to find the townspeople, resembling an exuberant child. At this moment, the orange-haired female thief had packed all the treasure and was preparing to carry it away. As she stepped outside with a hefty bag of loot, she noticed the trio and the lion staring intently at her, causing her to take a few steps back in fear. During this time, Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check the woman's information. Name, Nami combat potential level, B current combat level, F age, 17 height, 1.69 meters gender, female weapon, wooden staff devil fruit, none bounty. None equipment card, none description, the adopted daughter of Belmir. With a non-biological sister named Nojiko. A war orphan, at the age of 10, her village was attacked, forcing her to join the pirate crew of the Dragon, becoming a thief who exclusively targeted pirates. Although clever, kind, and resolute, she possesses a timid disposition and excels in navigation, dreaming of creating a complete map of the world. Zhang Yufan grinned and addressed her, My dear lady, is it not rather improper for you to pilfer our spoils? The woman, realizing she stood no chance against these formidable beings and that escape would be futile, nervously replied, This handsome young man, who says I am here to steal this treasure, I was merely assisting you by packing it up for your convenience. Now that it is done, I shall take my leave. The group regarded her with expressions that clearly conveyed disbelief. Surrounding her, Zhang Yufan chuckled and said, Do you truly believe your own words? The woman forced a smile and replied, Of course, how could I not believe? I must believe, right? Zhang Yufan jested, One must face the consequences of their actions. Since you have stolen from me, you need not leave. My ship is in need of crew members. So you shall remain aboard as a laborer for life. Apart from the lion, the other companions, having spent time with their captain, understood he wouldn't resort to such measures and decided to play along, suggesting she could handle tasks such as washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and so forth. Upon hearing their suggestions, the woman nearly wept, pleading, Please, spare me. I cannot remain on your ship. I have very important matters to attend to. Zhang Yufan smiled and inquired, What important matters could be so pressing? Speak, and perhaps I shall reconsider. Also, who are you? Do not fabricate lies. I can see through them. The woman hesitated for a long moment, aware that remaining silent would lead to her capture, but speaking might grant her a chance. Ultimately, she revealed her purpose, her face marked by sorrow as she stated, My name is Nami. I am a thief specializing in stealing from pirates, as well as a navigator. When I was 10, my village was attacked and occupied by the dragon pirate crew, during which my mother was killed. the captain of the dragon pirate crew offered a condition. If I could provide him with 100 million berries, he would release my village. He also valued my navigation skills, thus I was compelled to join his crew as a navigator, embarking on a journey to earn money, only to be captured by you. The other companions reacted with indignation, their expressions filled with a desire to confront the dragon pirate crew and exact vengeance. Even Zhang Yufan, who had known of this situation previously, felt a surge of anger and questioned Nami. Nami, do you truly trust the dragon? Are you not afraid he might renege on his promise? Nami shook her head and replied, No, he promised me he would spare the villagers, so can you let me go? The others wished to advise Nami against trusting the dragon, but upon seeing Zhang Yufan shake his head, they refrained from speaking further. Zhang Yufan stated, That will not do. However, I do have a proposal. Would you care to hear it? Upon hearing not possible, Nami's eyes dimmed momentarily, but as she listened to his entire proposition, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, asking, What proposal do you have? Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, We will help you eliminate the dragon pirate crew, and in return, you will become our companion and serve as the navigator on my ship. Moreover, aboard my vessel, you will earn money at a swift pace. And your safety will be assured. How does that sound? Though Nami remained skeptical about their ability to defeat the dragon pirate crew, she acknowledged their prowess, having just witnessed the destruction of Bucky's crew. Accompanying them certainly seemed safer and would allow her to earn money more quickly, yet she hesitated to agree immediately. Nami inquired, What are your identities? Where do you plan to go next? Zhang Yufan smiled and introduced himself. I am Zhang Yufan. The one with pink hair is Koby, the one with green hair is Zoro, the monkey is Houming, and the lion is Liji. For the time being, we are bounty hunters. And we intend to venture towards the Grand Line. Nami, somewhat astonished, asked, What is your purpose for going to the Grand Line? To hunt more pirates. The other companions remained silent, quietly listening to the conversation between the two. As Nami had already been designated as the ship's navigator, thus, Zhang Yufan candidly shared the information she sought. In a calm tone, Zhang Yufan declared, No, it is because I aspire to become the Pirate King. To put an end to the age of pirates and simultaneously overthrow the world government. Nami's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment upon hearing Zhang Yufan's ambition to become a pirate, as she began contemplating how to leverage them to seize treasures from other pirate crews. She exclaimed, You wish to become the Pirate King and overthrow the world government? Have you lost your mind? The thing I despise most in this world is pirates. What I cherish are money and oranges. How could I possibly join your pirate crew? However, we could collaborate temporarily to earn some money. What do you think? Zhang Yufan nodded in agreement, knowing that she would inevitably end up on his ship. With no escape, the other companions understood that it was not yet the right time to force Nami aboard, so they remained silent, accepting the situation for the moment. Zhang Yufan instructed Zoro and the others to assist Nami in retrieving the treasure and gathering usable weapons. They then approached Buggy to awaken him and pressed him for the method to create Buggy's cannonballs. Soon, they obtained the information and stored it in their inventory for future use by the ship's gunner. Moving to his companions, Zhang Yufan waved his hand, collecting the treasure and weapons, a sight that had become quite familiar to the others. Even Li Ji and Monkey Ming, who were well aware of the captain's abilities, felt a twinge of astonishment upon witnessing it firsthand. However, Nami's reaction was markedly different. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she searched for the treasure, circling around Zhang Yufan in vain, looking at him. She inquired, Where has all my treasure vanished to in an instant? Zhang Yufan replied, I have stored it away. Carrying it around is cumbersome. Keeping it safe is far more secure, as no one else can touch it but me. Nami responded with astonishment, You possess such an ability, how wonderful. I wish I could have that too. It would make saving money so much easier. Zhang Yufan nodded, just as the mayor called the residents back. Upon witnessing the downfall of the Buggy Pirates, the townsfolk erupted in cheers, expressing their immense gratitude towards Zhang Yufan and his companions. It was already noon, and they were invited to partake in a meal. After a warm reception, Zhang Yufan and his crew replenished their supplies of fresh water and food, leaving Buggy and 2 bags of treasure with the mayor to aid in rebuilding their homes, resulting in yet another round of thanks from the townsfolk. Upon reaching the harbor, with a mere thought, Zhang Yufan stored the 3 small boats into his inventory and retrieved the ship they had previously seized from Alrita, eliciting gasps of amazement from the residents. Everyone boarded the ship, and Nami took a moment to familiarize herself with it, quickly mastering its operation. During this time, Zhang Yufan and the others made minor repairs to the large hole created by the iron, then waved goodbye to the mayor and the residents as they set sail once more. At this juncture, it was time to examine the system rewards acquired from the recent battle. With a thought, he summoned the system sprite, Xiaoming. She announced, Master, This time you have obtained 1,500,000 berries, 2 grilled fish, 2 pieces of meat, 2 apples, defense equipment cards, beginner, X3, defense, intermediate, X3. Cooking beginner, speed, intermediate, X2, swordsmanship, beginner, strength advanced, X2. And stamina, intermediate, X2. After some contemplation, he equipped the intermediate defense cards onto Monkey Ming, increasing his combat power from B rank to B rank. The advanced strength, intermediate speed, and intermediate defense cards were equipped onto Koby, elevating his power from D rank to C rank. The advanced strength, intermediate stamina, intermediate defense, and intermediate speed cards were assigned to Zoro, boosting his power from B rank to A rank. The intermediate strength, intermediate stamina, beginner speed, and beginner defense cards were fitted onto Li Ji, enhancing his combat power from E rank to C rank. Zhang Yufan equipped the beginner cooking skill, leaving his combat power unchanged. As for Nami, she was not yet aligned with them, so she could not be equipped. The other companions felt their strength had increased once more, which excited them. Nami, observing this, was somewhat puzzled, thinking they were gearing up for further adventures, and thus paid little mind to it. With Nami aboard, they already knew the direction of the next village. However, before proceeding, they decided to explore the surrounding area for any uncharted islands, hopeful for unexpected encounters. As the ship set sail, Nami handed Zhang Yufan the Grand Line map she had taken from Buggy's treasury, which he glanced at before storing it away. The large vessel sailed swiftly, soon covering a vast expanse of territory. Monkey Ming climbed up to the crow's nest, using a telescope to scan for nearby islands. After a while, he chirped excitedly, having spotted an island ahead, and summoned the others to prepare for landfall. Upon reaching a suitable docking area and disembarking, they were greeted by an expansive forest devoid of any visible inhabitants. Suddenly, a snake leisurely descended from a tree, sporting a pair of rabbit ears, while a pig with lion-like features ambled forth, resembling a bizarre hybrid of 2 distinct animals. Koby, filled with curiosity, remarked, "The animals here look truly peculiar. If we continue forward, we might encounter even more new species." The others shared his enthusiasm to witness other creatures, and they ventured deeper into the forest. However, before long, a man's voice boomed, "Do not proceed any further. Leave this place at once." Nami questioned, "Who are you?" The man replied, "Me. I am the guardian of this forest." Koby, perplexed, asked, "The guardian of this forest?" The man affirmed, "Indeed. If you wish to keep your lives, you should hasten your departure." While Nami appeared somewhat frightened, the others remained calm, though they readied themselves for potential conflict, pressing onward to discover who this individual truly was. The man, noticing that Zhang Yufan and his party had yet to leave, seethed, "Why are you still here? If that is the case, prepare to face the forest retribution." No sooner had he spoken than several bullets whizzed toward them. Zoro drew his sword, deflecting the incoming projectiles, while Zhang Yufan sprinted towards the source of the bullets, soon discovering a treasure chest adorned with a green tuft resembling a wild hairstyle. The other companions soon gathered, simultaneously checking the information about the entity within the chest. Name, Gaimon combat power growth potential level. The current combat power level, F age, 43 height, 1. 3 meters gender, male weapon, handgun devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. 20 years ago, he was a boisterous pirate, while treasure hunting with his crew on an island. He fell into an empty chest and has since been trapped inside, living alone on the island among many strange animals. Gaimon has guarded this island, intimidating outsiders to prevent them from seizing his treasure. Suddenly, the treasure chest sprouted legs and began to run forward. Nami yelped in terror. "Ah, it's moving." However, it soon stumbled over a stone and fell, unable to rise, revealing a face beneath the wild tuft. Koby exclaimed, "Wow, there's a person hiding in the treasure chest." Zoro remarked, "That green tuft is quite unusual." Monkey Ming, speaking in a tone only Zhang Yufan and Li Ji could comprehend, added, "Big brother, why is this person so strange?" The man, noticing no one was coming to assist him, shouted, "Hey, aren't you going to help me up?" Nami, exasperated, replied, "You fell down yourself and still dare to be rude to us." Nevertheless, she went over to help him up. Koby inquired, "Mister, who are you? What were you doing hiding in that chest?" The man, his emotions a bit agitated, replied, "My name is Gaimon. Do you think I wanted to hide in there? I got stuck and couldn't get out. I've been living alone on this island for 20 years. Can you fathom my pain?" Zhang Yufan responded, "Living alone on an island for 20 years must indeed be quite torturous. Although there are no other people, there are still some peculiar animals around, so you wouldn't be entirely lonely." Gaimon smiled and said, "Indeed, if it weren't for them keeping me company, I would likely have gone mad or starved to death. So, what brings you here? Zhang Yufan chuckled and replied, we are pirate hunters yet to be classified as pirates by the Navy. We discovered this island while journeying towards the Grand Line and came for an adventure. Cayman's expression turned serious. That sounds a bit convoluted. So, you two wish to become pirates and seek the great treasure on the Grand Line. That place is not easily found. It is also known as the Graveyard of Pirates. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, we are aware of that. But we still intend to go. I aim to become the Pirate King and simultaneously overthrow the decaying world government. Cayman's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape, nearly causing his jaw to drop as he exclaimed, young man, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? Aspiring to become the Pirate King is already a formidable challenge. Yet you wish to topple the world government as well. This is a Herculean task indeed. Zhang Yufan replied earnestly, this path is fraught with difficulties, but someone must tread it. I am not the first to embark on this journey. Remember, there was once no path in this world. It is only through the footsteps of many that a path is forged. Thus, even if I were to fail, others will inevitably continue along my trail. The group pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words, and fell silent. At that moment, Koby inquired, Uncle Gaimon, how did you end up trapped in that treasure chest? Gaimon responded, I was once a pirate as well. For an entire week, I followed my captain and comrades in search of this island, yet we found nothing. Just as our ship was preparing to set sail once more, I climbed a steep hillock, but in a moment of carelessness, I fell and became ensnared within the chest, unable to escape. While the ship sailed away, Nami remarked, Uncle Gaimon, that sounds rather unfortunate, to be abandoned by your comrades like that. Gaimon sighed, let us not dwell on such matters. Would you be so kind as to assist me in retrieving the treasure chest from atop the hillock? Without hesitation, Nami replied, of course, let Zhang Yufan ascend and retrieve it. Zhang Yufan chuckled, Nami, aren't you the thief who solely pilfers pirate treasures? Why the sudden change of heart regarding riches today? Nami retorted, somewhat irked, do not speak nonsense. I have my principles, you know. The group followed Uncle Gaimon to the elevated hillock, which was not too high. Zhang Yufan climbed it effortlessly and discovered 5 treasure chests at the summit. He called down to the others, there are 5 treasure chests up here. Gaimon exclaimed excitedly. That is wonderful. Hurry, toss down the chests. Zhang Yufan grinned. No. Nami shouted in disbelief, Zhang Yufan, what foolishness is this? Stop joking and throw down the treasure. Zhang Yufan firmly refused, I will not give them to you, and sat atop the chest. Aside from Nami, the rest of the crew understood that their captain adhered to his own principles and would not act in such a manner. Otherwise, he would not have left half of the treasure they seized from Buggy for the village chief. Sensing something unusual, they remained silent, waiting for the outcome. Nami, in frustration, declared, if you have the audacity, stay up there for the rest of your life. You infuriate me. Gaimon sighed, well, if he does not wish to relinquish it, so be it. Nami protested, how can it be so? That treasure was hard-earned. Gaimon, tears streaming down his face, said, young man, you truly are a remarkable person. Nami, perplexed by Gaimon's tears, asked, Uncle Gaimon, what on earth are you saying? Gaimon, still weeping, replied, in truth, I have a vague sense of that myself, yet I strive to avoid contemplating it. The chests are empty, aren't they? Zhang Yufan nodded. Indeed, they are completely devoid of contents. Nami, feeling sorrowful, lamented. 20 years guarding a treasure that turns out to be empty. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Uncle Gaimon, do not be too disheartened. You should feel fortunate to have encountered us now, for had you waited another 10 or 20 years, you might no longer be in this world. Gaimon, tears still flowing, said, young man, you. Zhang Yufan cheerfully stated, though this treasure is lost, it matters not. There lies a grand secret treasure awaiting our discovery. Would you join my crew and sail with me? Gaimon, tears of joy in his eyes, exclaimed, young man, are you inviting me to set sail with you? Zhang Yufan nodded to that moment. Various rare and exotic creatures gathered around Gaimon, who wiped his tears and smiled. Thank you for still inviting me to sea. However, at this moment, I would rather remain with these animals on the island and continue managing it. Zhang Yufan did not press him further, saying, after so many years of companionship, the bonds must be deep. And I understand. Today is a joyous occasion, so let us hold a feast for Uncle Gaimon tonight. The group erupted in cheerful cheers and set about preparing the tableware and food. At this time, Zhang Yufan's rudimentary culinary skills, acquired earlier, came into play. Gaimon was the most delighted. He had not hosted a feast in 20 years, and his smile was almost crooked with joy. Soon, evening arrived, and all the ingredients were prepared. Zhang Yufan took it upon himself to cook. while Monkey Ming and Koby assisted nearby. The dishes turned out quite palatable, and many animals from the forest gathered, making for a lively celebration that lasted late into the night. During this time, Zhang Yufan also inquired of the forest creatures if they had ever seen any spiral-patterned fruits, illustrating a design for them. The animals pondered, but all shook their heads, claiming they had never encountered such a thing. After a hearty meal and tidying up the utensils, they stretched and then retired for the night. They slept soundly until dawn. The following morning, they shared a pleasant breakfast with Uncle Gaimon before preparing to set off. Upon boarding the grand ship, they waved goodbye to Uncle Gaimon and the animals, setting sail toward the next village. Meanwhile, in a village on an island, a fellow with black curly hair, somewhat thick lips, and an exceptionally prominent long nose shouted each morning, "Pirates are coming!" As he rushed into the village. The townspeople, grumbling, emerged with brooms to chase after this prince of fibs, marking the start of another mundane day. This fibber was none other than Usopp. There was, in fact, a deeper reason behind his antics. When Usopp was very young, his father, a pirate, set sail and never returned, not even upon his mother's passing. In her final moments, to encourage her to hold on, Usopp lied, claiming that pirates were coming. Yet, his mother ultimately passed away. From that day forward, the village would hear Usopp proclaiming pirates are coming, every day. As he continued to believe that his father was a noble man at sea, dreaming that one day he too would become a pirate, Usopp had few friends, often lost in fantasies of being a great warrior of the seas. Envisioning himself exploring various places around the world and encountering extraordinary tales, however, the villagers did not believe Usopp's tales, except for a girl named Kaya, who believed he would achieve his dreams. Kaya, the daughter of a wealthy family, was frail and often confined to a small room, longing for the outside world but unable to endure prolonged activity due to her weak condition. Thus, Usopp frequently climbed the large tree outside her window to speak with her, sharing his adventurous imaginings to bring her joy. Usopp's vivid and entertaining stories captivated 3 local children, who became his followers and formed the Usopp pirate crew. Unbeknownst to them, Usopp's fantastical adventures were all rooted in reality, making it quite ludicrous to refer to him as the Prophet Usopp. As Zhang Yufan and his crew explored a vast area, they arrived at Sirub village, the home of the Prophet Usopp, and prepared to dock their ship. Meanwhile, Usopp was engaged in a game of pirates with his underlings, Green Pepper, Onion Head, and Radish Head. After a while, Green Pepper spotted an unfamiliar pirate ship approaching the shore and hurried to inform Usopp, shouting as he ran, "Captain, real pirates are here. The ship has docked." Usopp, upon hearing this, was horrified. He immediately declared, "This is terrible. I've contracted a disease that will kill me if I don't return home." The 3 little followers chorused, "Captain, you are lying." Green Pepper insisted, "There are only 4 of them and 2 pets. Captain, aren't you aspiring to be a pirate? How can you be afraid of them?" Just as Usopp was about to flee, he suddenly rallied, saying, "Listen up, my little ones. For the safety of our village, prepare to confront these pirates." Set sail. As Zhang Yufan and his crew disembarked, preparing to enter the village, Koby remarked, "Brother Yufan, I wonder if we might find 1 or 2 companions here. Our numbers are still too few." Zoro added, "I wonder if there's good sake to be had here." Nami, feeling disheartened, said, "This place doesn't seem like it harbors any pirates." Zhang Yufan chuckled, "Actually, we can indeed find 1 or 2 companions here, and the rest likely some ordinary sake as well. As for hidden pirates, there is one. Speaking of companions, look above." As the crowd lifted their gazes skyward, a boy with an elongated nose suddenly leaped into view. This individual was none other than our seer, Usopp. The long-nosed lad shouted at them, "Listen, pirates ahead. This territory has been claimed by Captain Usopp of the Usopp pirate crew. You better vacate immediately, or my 80 million subordinates will ensure your demise." Meanwhile, the trio of young ones waved flags and shouted, creating an illusion of overwhelming numbers. Nami observed the scene and remarked, "You must be deceiving us. There are only 3 individuals over there." Usopp, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ah, you've uncovered my ruse, you cunning strategist." In a panic, the trio abandoned their captain and fled. Usopp, witnessing this turn of events, grew increasingly flustered and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Even if I stand alone, it matters not. My slingshot is mightier than a pistol." He drew back his slingshot, aiming at Luffy, while Zhang Yufan, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Young lad, since you've drawn your weapon, are you prepared to wager your life? Before you stands a true pirate." Upon hearing this, Zoro's lips curled into a slight smirk as he subtly nudged his sword at his waist. While the other companions watched the spectacle with keen interest, Usopp, feeling the weight of Zhang Yufan and Zoro's piercing gazes, was both anxious and terrified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ultimately, he lowered his slingshot and collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Indeed, the aura of a pirate is formidable. I am still far from it." Observing Usopp in such a state, Zhang Yufan and Zoro exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Zhang Yufan then jested, "Your name is Usopp. Is your father named Jesus?" Usopp paused, astonished, and inquired, "Yes. Do you know my father?" Zhang Yufan replied with a grin, "I am aware of your father. He is quite a formidable pirate, likely adventuring somewhere along the Grand Line." Usopp, somewhat skeptical, asked, "Is what you say true?" Zhang Yufan chuckled, "Do you think I would deceive you? What gain would that bring me?" Usopp nodded, conceding, "You have a point. I possess nothing of value for you to deceive me over." Consequently, Usopp invited them to dine at a local tavern, during which Zhang Yufan used his system to check Usopp's information. Name: Usopp combat potential level, B current combat level, F age, 16 height, 1.76 meters gender, male weapon, slingshot devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. He is a sharpshooter born in East Blue Syrup Village, where he formed the Usopp pirate crew with several village children. Playing pirate games daily. Typically timid and cowardly, he often wishes to flee when danger arises or concocts bizarre ailments. He boasts a penchant for exaggeration but harbors a deep admiration for brave seafaring warriors. He possesses artistic talent and exceptional drawing skills, along with the ingenuity to invent and improve new weaponry. Upon arriving at the tavern, Zhang Yufan smiled at Usopp, stating, "We have come here to seek suitable companions to join us. Usopp, would you care to embark on my ship? We too shall venture to the Grand Line, and perhaps we might encounter your father along the way." Usopp replied, "Since you have so sincerely invited me, I shall reluctantly accept your offer." After their meal, Usopp concocted a reason to depart and sought out Kaya, regaling her with stories that made her laugh heartily. He also confided in her about his aspirations of becoming a pirate. Kaya wholeheartedly supported him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his companions were en route to Kaya's grand villa. Along the way, Nami curiously asked, "Zhang Yufan, the hidden pirate you mentioned, could he possibly be in that grand villa? How did you come to know there was a pirate hiding here?" Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, "You guessed correctly. He resides within. Quite astute of you. As for how I know, that is a secret. I am privy to many things. Let us not dwell on that now. We shall extract him shortly, but we must not kill him yet. We need to lure out the pirate crew behind him for destruction." As they continued on their journey, Koby, Zoro, and Monkey Ming shared the sentiment that their captain possessed knowledge beyond their own, and how he came by it was of little consequence, as long as he meant them no harm. Nami nodded, her eyes shimmering with avarice as she exclaimed, "Treasure awaits us." Zoro interjected, "You truly are a little money grubber. The mere mention of treasure lights up your eyes." Nami replied, "Of course. I adore money and oranges above all else." Zhang Yufan chuckled, "Well then, we have arrived at the villa. The main event is about to commence." Usopp was engrossed in storytelling to Kaya, animatedly capturing her attention when he noticed Zhang Yufan and his entourage. "Look, those people and animals below have heard of my great name and have journeyed from afar to join the Usopp pirate crew." He introduced his companions, while Kaya and Zhang Yufan listened intently, finding his embellishments amusing. After a while, Kaya's butler, Crocodile, appeared, vehemently opposing Kaya's interaction with Usopp. He deemed Usopp a charlatan, believing he approached Kaya solely for her wealth, and frequently intervened to prevent their meetings, resulting in Usopp sneaking to see her. Zhang Yufan, utilizing his system, gathered information on this individual. Name: Kuro combat potential level, B current combat level, C age, 32 height, 2.07 meters gender, male weapon, 10-blade claw devil fruit. None bounty, 16 million berries equipment card, none description, captain of the Black Cat pirate crew. Nicknamed 100 Tricks, known for his cunning schemes, employing ruthless tactics to achieve his goals while viewing his subordinates as mere pawns. Having grown weary of the pirate lifestyle, he has infiltrated Syrup Village for 3 years under the guise of Kaya's butler. Seeking to acquire the wealth of the affluent Kaya, upon Kurobatel's arrival, he berated Usopp, "What are you doing here again? I believe I instructed you to keep your distance from my lady. Your intentions are clearly driven by greed." Usopp felt insulted and attempted to explain to Kaya that he merely wished to chat and bring her joy, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Kurobatel continued, "I've heard your father is a lowly pirate. A criminal. As the son of a criminal, you must surely share his ignoble traits. Your father abandoned you and your mother to pursue a life of thievery." Usopp was incensed by this tirade. In his heart, his father was a valiant warrior of the sea. Just as he was about to retaliate, intent on delivering a punch to Kurobatel, Zhang Yufan intervened. whispering a few words in Zoro's ear. Approaching Kuro with a smile, he said, "So, you were Kuro, the butler? No, you should be addressed as Captain Kuro of the Black Cat pirate crew." Kuro's eyes widened in surprise but quickly regained composure, denying, "I could never be a pirate." "What nonsense are you spouting? Did Usopp incite you to slander me?" Kaya, leaning against the window, expressed her irritation. "Kuro is a good person. How could he be a pirate? I refuse to believe it. Surely Usopp did not prompt you to defame him." Usopp, feeling a pang of heartbreak at Kaya's words, sorrowfully exclaimed, "I did not." "Kaya, why? Why do you not believe me?" At that moment, a butler with a sheep-like hairstyle emerged, stating, "I too cannot believe Kuro is a notorious pirate." Zhang Yufan smiled and remarked, "Is that so? Then it appears your judgment is quite flawed. And Kaya, you have hurt a friend's heart. Zoro, take action." Zoro unsheathed his sword, Wad Ikamanji, directing a murderous intent towards Kuro. Before anyone else could react, he exerted force beneath his feet, closing the distance between them and striking with a single, decisive blow. Kuro sensed the chilling aura of death encroaching upon him. Realizing that remaining hidden would result in his being cleaved in two, he swiftly utilized his renowned technique, Silent Step, evading Zoro's attack with remarkable speed and creating distance between them. His specialized weapon was cumbersome to carry, compelling him to retrieve the dagger he had concealed. No longer hiding his intentions, that a smirk of disdain graced Kuro's face as he declared, "Indeed, I am Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Kaya, along with Butler Mary and the villagers, you are truly foolish. It took me 2 years to gain your trust. Was that not a most humiliating endeavor for me?" Mary and Kaya gazed at this simultaneously familiar yet strange figure in shock, with Kaya trembling in fear, asking, "What is your purpose for coming to my home? Was it for my family's wealth?" Kuro replied with a sinister grin, "You are mistaken. I desire not merely money but a tranquil life. I have grown weary of my former existence. Everything I did for you was merely a means to rationally eliminate you and seize your entire fortune." Upon hearing Kuro's words, Kaya was overwhelmed with tears. Sobbing to Usopp, "I'm so sorry, Usopp. I should never have believed Kuro and doubted you." Usopp, also in tears, reassured her, "It's all right. You were deceived by him. As long as you are willing to trust me again in the future, that is all that matters." Zoro sheathed his sword, stating, "Captain, my task is complete. I leave the rest to you." Zhang Yufan responded, "No problem. I will handle it from here." No sooner had he spoken than he charged towards Kuro, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen that sent him flying. Kuro bounced several times on the ground before skidding to a stop. Having dropped his dagger as he attempted to rise, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Zhang Yufan approached him, commanding, "Kuro, summon your crew members now, or I shall make you experience a fate worse than death." Kuro admitted, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so formidable." Immediately, he attempted to scramble to his feet to launch a surprise attack. But Zhang Yufan had already anticipated this, seizing the opportunity to deliver 2 punches that shattered Kuro's legs. Kuro screamed in agony. Zhang Yufan revealed a devilish smile, saying, "You seem rather uncooperative. Allow me to teach you a lesson. If you fail to contact them, I shall break your fingers one by one, reattaching them only to break them again. Or perhaps I shall place a piece of paper on your face, dousing it with water until it is saturated, causing you to struggle for breath, only to remove it just before you suffocate. How do you think that would feel?" Kuro, feeling both humiliated and enraged, shouted, "You bastard! Are you the spawn of a devil?" Zhang Yufan chuckled, "If that is how you wish to perceive me, so be it. Enough of this chatter. Hurry and contact them." With no recourse, Kuro was compelled by Zhang Yufan to return to the Grand Villa to call his first mate, instructing them to arrive at the designated location and commence their plan. Koby, upon seeing the arrival of Zhang Yufan, inquired, "Brother Yufan, how is it? When will the other pirates arrive?" Zhang Yufan replied, "I've made contact. Just wait a bit longer. The pirate ship will soon be here. We'll head over to await their arrival." Usopp, trembling, declared, "Kaya, I want to go help too. I can protect this village." Kaya replied resolutely this time, "I believe you can do it. I will wait for your return." The group bid a temporary farewell to Kaya and Mary, leading Kuro towards the harbor to await the big catch. After more than an hour, a pirate ship adorned with a black cat head docked at the harbor. All crew members disembarked, rushing towards Kuro, who was seated on a slope. Zhang Yufan took a moment to check the information of the 3 leading figures through the system. Name, Zhang Combat Potential Level. See current combat level. Age, 28. Height, 2.07 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, Hypnosis Ring. Devil Fruit, none. Bounty, 9 million berries. Equipment card, none. Description, vice captain of the Black Cat Pirates and a hypnotist. His hypnotic suggestion is 1, 2, Zhongyao, but he can also be hypnotized, thus in combat, he lowers his hat at the last moment to avoid being hypnotized. Name: Buggy combat potential level, see current combat level, D age. 22 height, 2. 16 gender, male weapon, cat claws devil fruit, none bounty, 3,500,000 berries equipment card, none description. One of the Catman brothers in the Black Cat Pirates, his coordination with Sam is formidable. Name: Sam combat potential level, see current combat level, D age, 22 height, 2.01 meters gender, male weapon, cat claws devil fruit, none bounty, 3,500,000 berries equipment card, none description. One of the Catman brothers in the Black Cat Pirates. His coordination with Buggy is formidable. Seeing the big catch, Zhang Yufan smiled and commanded, Liji and Houming, go eliminate those smaller minions. Usopp, find a vantage point to snipe the pirates below. Koby, Zoro, we will handle the 3 leading ones. Nami, ride Liji directly to their ship to search for treasure. Let the battle commence. The group nodded, initiating their actions as 4 individuals and 2 animals advanced towards the foes. Upon reaching them, Zhang Yufan addressed a man wearing a hat and glasses. You must be Zhongyao, the vice captain of the Black Cat Pirates. The 2 behind you, resembling cats, are surely the Catman brothers, Sam and Buggy. Your captain has already been captured by us. Zhongyao, astonished, exclaimed, our captain has been captured. How is that possible? Who are you? Zhang Yufan chuckled. Look over there. ISNT your captain right there. I have come to take your life. Zoro, you take care of the Catman brothers. Let us see how you fare now. Zhongyao, you're with me. Zhang Yufan refrained from intervening, allowing Koby to face Zhongyao. Drawing his sword, Koby slashed at Zhongyao, who spun his hypnosis ring on his finger and suddenly hurled it towards Koby. Koby deftly sliced the ring away and continued his assault with increasing speed, leaving Zhongyao utterly defenseless until Koby delivered a final blow, ending him. Zoro, wielding 3 swords, charged at the lean Sam, executing a 3-sword style, demon slash, sending him hurtling away. Sam, rising, retorted, you're quite audacious, daring to strike at me. Sam, Buggy, show him our might. The stout Buggy nodded and joined Sam, together launching an assault on Zoro with their Cat Willow great attack. Clawing furiously at him from both sides, Zoro, however, did not retreat even an inch. Instead, he adeptly countered their combined onslaught, exerting greater force to push them back, ultimately sending them flying. As they attempted to rise, Zoro executed a 3-sword style, Tiger Hunt, concluding the battle with a final strike. Meanwhile, Houming and Liji found it considerably easier. The disparity in power was vast, dispatching the minions with a single punch each until they were all downed. Usopp, with his slingshot, failed to eliminate anyone, while Kuro, rendered useless, was directly sent to meet the other crew members by Zhang Yufan. Nami had already packed all the treasures, amounting to approximately 15 million berries, and was elated, leaving the system rewards for later examination. With the 4 pirates who bore bounties remaining, the others were dealt with, weapons collected, and after completing these tasks, they returned to Kaya's grand villa. At that moment, Kaya and Mary were anxiously awaiting news in the living room. More than an hour passed, and Usopp, still trembling, appeared pale, supported by Zoro, clearly shaken by the earlier events. Zoro remarked, Usopp, you are far too weak. Such incidents will occur frequently. You must adapt quickly. Usopp trembled, replying, I've developed a condition where if I kill, I shall die as well. Thus, I cannot take a life. Zhang Yufan smiled, assuring, in time, I will help enhance your strength. Soon, you will grow accustomed to it. The other companions cast him a glance, seemingly conveying the message, I can hardly believe you. Before long, they arrived at the grand hall of Koya's home, where they found Usopp being supported. Assuming he was injured, Koya hurried forward to check on him, only to discover that he was unharmed, merely startled. She breathed a sigh of relief and urged Usopp to sit and rest for a while. The others also settled down to catch their breath, while Mary went to brew some tea for them. Usopp animatedly recounted his experiences from the battle, painting a vivid picture that left Koya in awe. Seizing the moment, she summoned the system sprite, Xiaoming, to inquire about the items acquired. Xiaoming replied, Master has obtained items, Fish X3, Watermelon X2, Banana X3, Meat X4, 15.5 million berries. Equipment cards, Strength Beginner, X2, Speed, Beginner, X2. Speed, Advanced, X2, Defense, Beginner, X4, Defense, Intermediate, X3, Stamina, Advanced, X2, Accuracy, Intermediate, X3, Swordsmanship, Intermediate, X3, Gunmanship, Beginner, Medical Skills, Intermediate. Zhang Yufan mused to himself about the considerable haul this time, thinking he would decide how to allocate it later. Once Usopp finished his tale, he turned to Koya and said, Koya, Usopp has agreed to join my ship for an adventure at sea. Would you like to accompany us to witness this grand world? Koya's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming as she replied, I too wish to explore the outside world, but my body is too frail to even leave this village, let alone embark on a sea adventure. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, I have a method. How about we discuss it privately upstairs? Without hesitation, Koya rose and ascended the stairs, followed closely by Zhang Yufan. The few companions who had enhanced their strength had an inkling of what was to come, while the others remained completely oblivious. Upon reaching the upstairs, Zhang Yufan stated, I can bestow upon you the power to strengthen your body, provided you offer me something in return. Koya, puzzled, asked, Really? What must I give? You must tell me first, and then I will consider my answer. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Indeed, you must pledge your loyalty to me. Should you betray me, the power you gain will dissipate automatically. Take your time to consider. With that, Zhang Yufan stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, waiting in silence. After a considerable pause, Koya finally spoke. Very well, I accept your offer, Captain. I look forward to your guidance. Zhang Yufan grinned and said, Welcome aboard. I will fetch Usopp so we can grant both of you this power. Descending the stairs, he called Usopp over, who looked on with confusion and asked, Captain, why did you summon me upstairs? Zhang Yufan replied cheerfully, to enhance your combat prowess and witness Koya's improvement. With a thought, he synthesized all applicable equipment cards from his storage space, equipping Usopp with accuracy, intermediate, gunmanship, beginner, defense, intermediate, speed, intermediate, swordsmanship, beginner, strength, intermediate, and stamina, intermediate, elevating his combat level from F to C. He then equipped Koya with medical skills, intermediate, defense, intermediate, speed, intermediate, swordsmanship, beginner, strength, intermediate, and stamina, intermediate, raising her level from F to C as well. He equipped Monkey Ming with speed, intermediate, enhancing his level from B to B, and gave Koby swordsmanship, intermediate, boosting his level from C to B. For Zoro, he equipped stamina, advanced, speed, advanced, and swordsmanship, intermediate, increasing his level from A to S. Finally, he equipped Leaky with defense, intermediate, raising his level from C to C. Zhang Yufan himself equipped stamina, advanced, speed, advanced, accuracy, intermediate, and swordsmanship, intermediate, advancing his level from B to A. Once the allocations were complete, all companions except Nami saw their combat levels rise. Both Usopp and Koya felt a surge of strength coursing through them, eliciting excitement. Zhang Yufan said, Koya, go down to the yard and jog a few laps to test your newfound strength. Also, now that you possess medical skills, you will be our healer in times of illness. Koya nodded, feeling invigorated by her enhanced physique, and with newfound medical knowledge, she dashed down to the yard. The others followed, eager to witness her transformation. Initially, Koya jogged slowly, but after 3 laps without any discomfort, she quickened her pace, joyfully sprinting about like a wild horse. Mary and Nami watched in disbelief, astonished at the stark contrast between Koya's previous frailty and her current exuberance. Once the excitement subsided, Koya approached Zhang Yufan with a beaming smile, saying, Captain, I am truly grateful to you. Now I can venture out to see what this world has to offer. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. There is no need for such formality. We are now comrades. It is my duty as captain to assist each of my crew in overcoming difficulties. Nami, curious, inquired, Zhang Yufan, how did you manage to restore Koya's health so swiftly? Zhang Yufan chuckled, That's a secret. Once you officially join my ship and become a part of our crew, I shall reveal it to you. Nami sighed, You certainly have many secrets. Koya approached Mary with reluctance, saying, Mary, I have decided to join the captain and his crew on their sea adventure. I will leave the matters at home in your capable hands. Tears streaming down her face, Mary replied, Miss, seeing you healthy at last has lifted a heavy burden from my heart. Please take care of yourself in my absence and pursue what you desire. I will take care of this home. The two embraced, both shedding tears of parting. The others gave them space, waiting patiently until they had composed themselves. Mary turned to Zhang Yufan and the others, saying, Captain Yufan and everyone else, I entrust my lady to your care. Koby assured her, Rest easy, Uncle Mary, we will protect her. Besides, with Usopp around, anyone who dares to harm Koya will find themselves in for a fight. Usopp and Koya exchanged a glance, both feeling a flush of embarrassment. Zhang Yufan leaned closer to Usopp and whispered, I've brought the one you cherish onto the ship. You must seize this opportunity and show her your genuine heart. For if you lose her, you will regret it for a lifetime. Remember, no woman desires a weak and boastful man, so strive to strengthen yourself and turn your words into reality, aspiring to become a brave warrior of the seas." Usopp, unusually earnest, replied, "Captain, I will work hard to train my body and gradually change my timid nature. Once I am stronger, I will be able to protect Koya and our companions." Zhang Yufan smiled and addressed everyone. "My friends, let us hold a feast tonight in celebration of our new member. Please prepare the ingredients, for we shall set sail tomorrow." With cheers, everyone set about gathering supplies. The evening was filled with merriment. And after a night of eating, drinking, and revelry, they all retired to rest, marking the end of a day. In the morning, everyone awoke, and Koya and Usopp busied themselves packing for their voyage. Hearing that the captain intended to acquire a ship of their own, Koya contributed 45 million berries from her home, which Zhang Yufan accepted without hesitation. With everyone ready to board, they stowed away the ship of Alrita, opting to use Kuro's vessel instead. They removed the pirate flags and replaced them with standard ones, replenishing their supplies of fresh water and food. Zhang Yufan cheerfully remarked, "Uncle Mary, those 4 pirate heads can be exchanged for bounties. Please contact the Navy to retrieve them, which will bolster our funds as well as our armed forces by recruiting some personnel to ensure the safety of this place." Mary nodded in agreement, waving goodbye to them as the ship slowly set sail towards the horizon. Before departing, Koya brought a plethora of medical books aboard, eager to delve into her studies. Usopp joined Koby and the others for training while sharing the ship's rules, the captain's abilities, and their aspirations. Upon hearing this, they were left astonished, struggling to process the information. Nami continued to explore the ocean in the direction Zhang Yufan indicated, and once they had charted their course, the two sat at the bow of the ship, watching the rising sun. Zhang Yufan exclaimed, "How beautiful!" Nami, glancing at the handsome Zhang Yufan beside her, suddenly asked, "Which is more beautiful, me or the scenery?" Embarrassed, she lowered her head. Zhang Yufan looked at Nami, then at the sea and the rising sun, replying, "The scenery pales in comparison to your beauty." Nami faced the boundless ocean, her visage adorned with a sweet smile as she quietly reveled in the breathtaking scenery. After nearly half a day of exploration, she had yet to encounter another pirate ship or catch sight of any islands. Whenever fatigue from exercising aboard the ship set in, she would indulge in fishing or engage in a game of cards with her companions for leisure. For excessive exertion is hardly beneficial to one's health. At that moment, Zhang Yufan summoned Usopp, who was playfully frolicking with Monkey Ming, and presented him with a pistol along with the schematics for crafting Buggy's cannonballs, which he had previously acquired, along with the necessary materials. Usopp then retreated to his workbench to delve into his research. Meanwhile, on the vast sea, a vessel resembling a colossal fish, complete with fish-shaped bows at both ends, was capable of transforming into a battle-ready state. Inside, a golden-haired young man with curly eyebrows was busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. This was Sanji, the chef Zhang Yufan sought. Standing beside him was his master, Zeph, distinguished by his braided golden mustaches and a towering chef's hat atop his head, along with a wooden prosthetic leg. Their relationship resembled that of a father and son. The tale of Zeph's lost leg traced back to Sanji's departure from the Vinsmoke family in the East Blue, when he became an apprentice cook aboard the orbital ship. 12 years prior, upon returning to the East Blue, Zeph led his culinary pirate crew to the orbital ship, where they seized its treasures. Sanji, in a valiant effort to protect Zeph, was sent flying with a kick. Clinging desperately to Zeph's leg, he vowed to find the legendary All Blue, which resonated with Zeph, who harbored a similar dream. Suddenly, a ferocious storm erupted, sweeping Sanji away. Zeph plunged into the tumultuous sea to rescue him, and the two found themselves on a deserted island. Zeph shared a bag of provisions sufficient for 5 days with Sanji, while he ventured to the other side of the island, laden with treasure, to await a rescue ship. In a bid for survival, Zeph resorted to breaking his own leg to sustain himself, while Sanji, after enduring over 2 months of hunger, discovered Zeph's remaining food stash and contemplated killing him for it. However, he soon realized it was filled with treasures, while Zeph had become nearly unrecognizable from starvation. Nearly 3 months later, a rescue vessel spotted them, and upon their salvation, the duo established the floating restaurant Baratie, welcoming wayward chefs to join their ranks. At this juncture, Zhang Yufan's ship neared the vicinity of the Baratie Restaurant, and with noon upon them, hunger pangs resonated among the crew. Just as they were preparing to dine, Monkey Ming atop the lookout shouted to Zhang Yufan, "Big brother, a ship resembling a giant fish has been spotted ahead." Zhang Yufan raised his spyglass towards the vessel, recognizing it as the renowned floating restaurant. He instructed Monkey Ming to descend and informed his companions, "The ship ahead is a restaurant. Nami, steer us closer." I shall treat you all to a sumptuous feast. Nami, beaming with delight, replied, Of course, Yufan, I will guide us there. Since he had praised her beauty that morning, their rapport had shifted, now imbued with a newfound ease. Before long, they arrived, anchoring the ship. Kaya, witnessing such a maritime establishment for the first time, exclaimed, Usopp, this floating restaurant is immense, and the aroma wafting from within is divine. Usopp, on the verge of boasting about having seen even larger vessels, recalled Zhang Yufan's earlier words and held back, chuckling, Indeed, it is my first encounter with such a ship. Let us venture inside for a meal. Kaya regarded Usopp in astonishment, pondering why he was uncharacteristically subdued. Zhang Yufan suddenly grasped Nami's delicate hand, leading her towards the restaurant, and she offered no resistance, her cheeks flushed. The others chuckled as they followed suit, leaving Leaky, too large to accompany them, aboard, with plans to send him food later. Upon entering the restaurant, they found 2 vacant tables and settled down. At that moment, the golden-haired young man, engaged in pouring wine for a lovely lady, glanced at the newcomers and, upon seeing them, his eyes transformed into hearts as he rushed over. Approaching Nami and Kaya, he gazed at them adoringly, presenting each with a rose from behind his back, exclaiming, Welcome to the floating restaurant, Baratie. Oh, what a splendid day the ocean has bestowed upon me. Allowing me to encounter these 2 enchanting princesses, I am Sanji, the sous chef here, and I feel as though I have fallen in love. Whatever you desire, I shall gladly prepare it for you. Nami and Kaya graciously accepted the roses, thanking him, while Usopp interjected, Hey, perverted chef, you only offer flowers to them and ignore us. Sanji replied nonchalantly, No, you may purchase your own. Usopp, visibly displeased, retorted, That's double standards. You're all warm and welcoming to the ladies, yet cold as ice towards us. Sanji ignored Usopp's complaints and turned to Nami and Kaya, asking, My beautiful princesses, what would you like to eat? I shall personally prepare it for you. The others made their selections, and Sanji retreated to the kitchen to cook. Once the dishes were served, Zhang Yufan instructed Monkey Ming to deliver food to Leaky, and soon, they finished their meal. Zhang Yufan, smiling, said, Sanji, since you are a chef, and my pirate ship happens to be in need of a skilled cook, why not join my crew? You could remain aboard with them. Sanji hesitated before firmly rejecting, No, this romantic endeavor is destined for tragedy. There lies an insurmountable barrier between us. At that moment, the head chef, wearing a chef's hat, emerged, scolding, You brat, are you referring to me? This is a splendid opportunity for you to sail with them as pirates. Sanji turned to the chef and retorted, Old man. The head chef sternly replied, You better leave, for this establishment has no further need of you. Sanji clenched his teeth, declaring, Old man, I am the sous chef here. What do you mean you don't need me? The head chef continued, All you do is argue with customers. The number of patrons you have injured is countless. You dash to flatter women and rarely cook. To this restaurant, you are a liability, and that is my point. Sanji, enraged, exclaimed, What did you say? You old fool, are you jesting? Other chefs emerged from the kitchen, laughing, while some cheered in support. The head chef declared, Look around. The chefs here are all dissatisfied with you. Whether you choose to be a pirate or pursue another path is your decision, but you must leave this establishment. Sanji seized the chef's collar, seething, Old man, you may criticize me as you wish, but I will not tolerate you disparaging my cooking. And no matter what you say, I shall remain here as a chef. Even if you perish, I will not depart. The head chef, fuming, responded, You brat, I want to die for another 100 years, and it seems you've grown quite bold, daring to grasp your master's collar. With that, he hurled Sanji out, sending him crashing into several tables. Sanji, sitting on the floor, declared, Even if you kill me, I will never leave this place. The head chef turned and walked away, scoffing, Humph. Fortunately, the restaurant is not currently crowded, otherwise, we might have been affected. Seizing this opportunity, I took a moment to review the information in the system. Name, Zep combat growth potential level, a current combat level, ch, 66 years height, 1.89 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none profile, the owner and head chef of the Baratie Restaurant. He possesses a profound respect for food, cherishing it deeply and understanding the agony of hunger. Initially characterized by a cruel and cold demeanor towards his subordinates, he has since softened, though his tempestuous temperament remains unchanged. Former captain of the chef pirate crew, he wields exceptional leg techniques and is known as Red Leg Zept. He once ventured into the Grand Line for a year and returned unscathed. But in his quest to save Sanji, who shares his dream of finding all blue, he sacrificed a leg, becoming a father figure to Sanji. Name, Sanji combat growth potential level, SS current combat level. C age, 18 years height, 1. 77 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none profile. The third son of the Vinsmoke family and a genetically modified human, he was banished to the East Blue by his father for failing to awaken his abilities in childhood. After meeting his mentor Zep, he became a chef at the Baratie Restaurant. Sanji is gentle, kind-hearted, and remarkably considerate, often extending a helping hand to those in need. He embodies the chivalric spirit, adores women, and possesses a calm and analytical mind. Always making sound judgments in challenging situations, Sanji tidied up the table that had just been knocked over and approached Nami and Koya with a charming demeanor. Zhang Yufan remarked from the side. "Sanji, do you really want to stay here?" Sanji inhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "Yes, I must remain here." Zhang Yufan chuckled, "But you've already been kicked out by your master. You could leave with us." Sanji retorted loudly, "You must be dreaming. Don't even think about it." He then turned back to Nami and her companions, saying, "I sincerely apologize for earlier. To make amends, I will treat you to some fruit. And afterward, perhaps a drink." Usopp interjected with dissatisfaction, "You lecherous chef, why don't you apologize to us?" Sanji grinned, "I have already offered you food. What more do you want?" Usopp continued, "Is this how you treat your customers? It seems a lesson is in order. Zoro, help me teach him a lesson." Zoro, appearing indifferent, replied, "If you want to fight, do it yourself." The other companions watched the unfolding drama with amusement. Nami smiled and said, This is delicious. Sanji, thank you for your hospitality. Yufan, would you like some of this fruit?" Zhang Yufan replied with a grin, "Sure, you should have some as well." He speared a piece of fruit with a fork and placed it in front of her. Nami, blushing slightly, opened her mouth and ate the fruit, revealing a sweet smile. Koya also chimed in, "Sanji, thank you for your hospitality. Now, Usopp, would you like some fruit too?" Usopp laughed heartily, "If it's from you, of course, I will eat it." He then mimicked Zhang Yufan, offering a piece of fruit to Koya, who turned bright red as she accepted it, her smile unwavering. Witnessing this scene from behind, Sanji felt as though his heart had taken 1,000 hits. He knelt on the ground, pounding the deck with his right hand, lamenting, "My romantic pursuits have ended before they even began." After a moment, Sanji stood and walked outside, where he encountered two beautiful women. "Sanji, long time no see," they exclaimed. Instantly revitalized, Sanji's eyes transformed into heart shapes as he warmly welcomed, "Welcome, lovely ladies." Zhang Yufan and the others exchanged glances, amused, as it seemed the allure of beauty had captivated him, and he was blissfully counting their charms. After showering the two women with compliments, Sanji leaned against the railing outside the ship, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply. Zhang Yufan approached him, saying, "Come with me." Sanji replied, "Don't even think about it. I intend to stay here and earn that old man's approval of my culinary skills." Zhang Yufan feigned exasperation. "Very well." Sanji continued, "But mark my words, I will venture into the Grand Line one day." Zhang Yufan smiled. "When will that be?" "How about now?" Sanji responded, "Now is not the time." Zhang Yufan asked with a grin, "So, what are your dreams?" Sanji exclaimed excitedly, "Dreams, you ask? Young man, do you know of All Blue?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "I do. I've heard it lies somewhere in the Grand Line." Sanji's enthusiasm surged. "You know about it. It is a legendary sea, a confluence of all fish from the east, west, south, and north, every chef's dream, including mine." Meanwhile, the head chef leaned against the second-floor railing, resting his chin on his hand as he observed Sanji's animated expression while discussing his dreams. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he muttered, "Look at him, so excited. What a fool." He then entered the kitchen, instructing the cooks to put on a performance. In the Baratie's second-floor staff cafeteria, a chef shouted, "Meals are ready. You rascals." Zhang Yufan followed Sanji upstairs for a tour. Upon entering the staff cafeteria, Sanji discovered there was no seat available for him and asked, "Hey, where's my seat?" A chef replied, "There's no place for you here." Another chef added, "Hee, you can sit on the deck and eat." Confused by their remarks, Sanji could only take his food to a corner and sit on the deck to eat, with Zhang Yufan joining him. Chef Karn suddenly inquired, "Who made today's soup?" Sanji confidently declared, "I did. It's delicious, isn't it?" Chef Patty spat. "This is utterly terrible. Is this meant for pigs?" With that, he smashed the bowl and soup onto the floor. Sanji's joy turned to dismay as he saw his painstakingly prepared soup spill onto the deck. Furious, he shouted, "You wretched fools, has your taste gone awry?" Chef Patty scoffed. "Humph, I've never tasted such atrocious soup." With a frown, Sanji countered, "Today's soup is my pride and joy. How could it be bad?" A chef chimed in, "Everyone, Pour the soup out. If you drink it, you'll be running to the toilet later. The others followed suit, disposing of the soup. Another chef exclaimed, "Pfft, how could anyone drink this?" Sanji bellowed. What on earth is going on here? At that moment, the head chef stood at the door, finishing his soup before slamming the bowl down on the deck. Who made this dreadful soup? If we serve this to customers, my restaurant will surely collapse. Sanji, enraged, grabbed the head chef by the collar, exclaiming, "Old man, what is the difference between the soup I made and yours?" The head chef punched him away, stating, "You little brat, you think you can compare your cooking to mine? You're 100 years too early." Feeling wronged and dejected, Sanji stormed out, muttering, "That insufferable old man." Zhang Yufan, stealing a taste of the soup, remarked, "This soup is quite delicious." A chef replied, "You're just stating the obvious." We all recognize Sanji's culinary skills. Another chef added, "How terrifying. I was almost at the receiving end of Sanji's wrath." The head chef commented, "Only by doing this can we prompt him to leave." Zhang Yufan mused, "I never imagined the former pirate Zepp would go to such lengths for his beloved apprentice's dreams. His intentions are truly commendable, but your performance is a bit too theatrical." The head chef, astonished, asked, "Kid, you know me. Who exactly are you?" Zhang Yufan borrowed a phrase from the original protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, declaring, "I am Zhang Yufan, the man who will become the Pirate King." The crowd gasped. "You aim to become the Pirate King? And the boss was once a great pirate." Zepp chuckled, "Kid, you certainly possess grand aspirations and a bold spirit. Could you take that troublesome brat along with you? Take him to the Grand Line." For that has been his lifelong dream. Zhang Yufan remarked with a smile. "No problem. I had already intended for him to be the cook on my ship." One of the chefs grumbled, "Why must the boss insist on us performing this charade? It's such a hassle. I need a bowl of soup to calm my nerves." The other chefs echoed, "I want some too." After Sanji's mood settled slightly, he sat outside the employee dining area, overhearing their entire conversation. Tears streaming down his face. "You bunch of bastards. I heard every word." Zhang Yufan approached the dining hall door, opening it and calling, "Sanji, we finished our conversation. What's your decision? Come inside," quickly wiping his tears. Sanji stood up and entered the dining hall, where all the chefs turned to look at him. He said to Zhang Yufan, "I promise you, Captain, I will follow you to the Grand Line." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Excellent. Welcome aboard." Sanji then turned to the chefs, saying, "I'm off to sea for an adventure, and I've caused you all so much trouble." Zhapu replied, "Go on, you brat. I hope what you learned here will be of help to you in the future." Sanji hastily gathered some clothes, kitchen utensils, and other essentials before heading to the first floor dining area. Outside, all the chefs lined up on either side, and Zhapu, watching Sanji's retreating figure from above, shouted, "Sanji, take care of yourself out there. And don't fall ill." Sanji turned around, kneeling on the ground, and bowed his head several times towards Zhapu, tears flowing as he exclaimed, "Master Zhapu, thank you for all these years of care. I will never forget your kindness." He then addressed the other chefs, "You bastards, I will return. Take care of yourselves." The other chefs were already in tears, murmuring their goodbyes. Zhang Yufan called for his companions to board the ship, and once Sanji climbed aboard, everyone prepared to set sail, waving farewell to the chefs as Zhang Yufan announced, "We embark." The ship continued to explore uncharted waters, and the newcomers were introduced to the crew and the ship's rules. Sanji sat in the middle, surrounded by his companions, all wondering what the captain was up to. Zhang Yufan stated, "Sanji, everyone has just met you. You are an exceptional cook and quite strong in battle. But your weakness lies in your infatuation with women, which makes you susceptible to manipulation. Furthermore, there is a more critical issue." Sanji, puzzled, asked, "Captain, what could be this fatal flaw that I am unaware of?" Koby chimed in. "Brother Yufan, what is this critical issue?" His companions echoed their confusion. Zhang Yufan replied, "Let me ask Sanji a question, and then you will understand. Sanji, would you ever engage in combat with female members of the enemy?" Upon hearing the question, a few of his companions seemed to grasp the implication. Without hesitation, Sanji declared, "I never strike a woman, not even if she is my foe. I would rather die." This response aligned perfectly with Sanji's character, who would rush to flatter any beautiful woman. A few companions recognized the severity of this issue. The upcoming journey would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, and they would inevitably encounter female foes. Coupled with his infatuation, this presented a significant problem. Koby asked seriously, "Sanji, these two issues are extremely serious. They have escalated to a matter of life and death for our crew." Sanji furrowed his brow and voiced what his companions were pondering. "Koby, is it really that severe?" Zhang Yufan remained silent, gesturing for Koby to continue. Koby elaborated, "Let us first address the issue of your infatuation, for instance. If one day the enemy learns of your weakness and uses a beautiful woman to lure you into a trap, capturing you to threaten us into surrendering or killing us, we certainly cannot turn a blind eye to your demise. The worst outcome would be our complete annihilation. Koby paused, allowing his companions to absorb this information, and continued with another example. Now, regarding your refusal to strike women, imagine one day we face an enemy slightly stronger than us, who sends a woman to distract you while you possess the capability to defeat her and assist us in turning the tide of battle. But you refuse to act, ultimately leading to your defeat or death, while the enemy goes to support her comrades, causing us to fall one by one, resulting in our annihilation. After Koby's explanation, Sanji felt a headache coming on. Now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, yet changing this mindset seemed daunting. All the companions understood as well. Usopp asked, Koby, is there any way to resolve this? Koby shook his head. I can't think of a good solution. This mindset is deeply ingrained and difficult to change. Zoro raised an eyebrow and remarked, I didn't realize your problems were this serious, Sanji. Sanji shot back, green algae head, your sense of direction is just as serious. Zhang Yufan, observing the two about to brawl, interjected, all right, Zoro and Sanji, both of you have your issues. First, Zoro, from now on, whenever you leave the ship alone, someone must accompany you to guide you, unless in exceptional circumstances. Fix Koby in place. If he has something to attend to, he should enlist the help of other companions. In the future, find a female partner to accompany you. Zoro now held great respect for Zhang Yufan. Fully aware of his poor sense of direction, replied, understood, Captain. After a brief pause, Zhang Yufan continued, as for you, Sanji, let Monkey Ming accompany you. When you're faced with a woman and your composure falters, he'll remind you. Don't think about shaking him off, or else you'll find yourself on the receiving end of a mixed double team from me and Zoro. We need to cultivate you into a partner we can trust with our backs. Not someone who turns into a punching bag at the sight of a woman. From now on, learn to control this desire or redirect it towards one woman. Furthermore, regarding your refusal to strike women, when that thought crosses your mind, remember Japu, those chefs in the dining hall, and your loved ones and comrades, begging for your help while being mercilessly beaten by the enemy, or worse, left as mere corpses. After hearing Zhang Yufan's words, Sanji envisioned the horrific scene, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If that were to happen, he would likely live with regret for the rest of his life. He earnestly stated, I will strive to control my irrationality when faced with women. I want to allow that to happen. Usopp, trembling with fear, remarked, Captain, the scene you just described is terrifying. I never want to witness that. If I do, I would probably break. The other companions nodded in agreement, finding the thought too dreadful. Zhang Yufan nodded, Sanji, though describing such a scene is brutal for you, it is a problem you must resolve quickly. You must break free from your previous beliefs. This will be difficult. You can continue to protect ordinary, kind-hearted women, but do not go overboard. When dealing with treacherous, notorious pirates or enemy women, you must be ruthless unless they show no malice. Sanji replied earnestly, Captain, I understand what I need to do, though this process will take considerable time. Zhang Yufan smiled. All right, everyone, go about your business. Sanji, stay behind. Sanji, puzzled, asked, Captain, is there something else you wish to discuss? Zhang Yufan smiled. First, I need to enhance your combat strength. You are still too weak. With a wave of his hand and a thought, he bestowed Sanji with enhanced power, intermediate, stamina, intermediate, defense, intermediate, and accuracy, beginner, elevating his strength from sea level to B level. Sanji felt a surge of power coursing through him, exclaiming, Captain, I feel significantly stronger now. Your ability is truly remarkable. Zhang Yufan chuckled, while addressing those issues. Your strength must not lag behind. Go join Koby and the others for some training. Sanji nodded and went to train with Koby, while Zhang Yufan stood up and noticed Nami at the bow, gazing into the distance. He approached her and asked, Nami, why the furrowed brow? Nami replied with concern. We are nearing my hometown, Cocoa Village, but I still haven't gathered 100 million berries. I'm still 30 million short. Zhang Yufan affectionately ruffled Nami's hair and smiled. I thought it was something serious. I'll help you cover the remaining berries. You still don't believe me and are trying to use me, huh? Nami laughed. No, I believe you. Although I initially intended to use you to help me earn money, after spending all this time together, I've come to realize you are all good people, and I consider you my companions. Zhang Yufan replied with a grin. Then why don't you share your past with us, the first time we met? I only heard a little. We're already in this murky water together. The rest is up to us. Nami, moved to tears, nodded gently as Zhang Yufan called all their companions over once more. Sanji, noticing Nami's distress, asked, My beautiful princess, why are you crying? Has the captain been unkind to you? If so, I shall teach him a lesson at that moment. Houming tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Nami shook her head. And Zhang Yufan spoke in a grave tone, Sanji, is your skin itching? Would you like Zoro and me to help alleviate that itch? Have you forgotten what I told you before? Zoro interjected, Captain, that's a splendid idea. Zhang Yufan continued, Sanji, go stand aside. Nami, please, proceed. Nami then recounted the harrowing tale of her childhood. When she was merely 1 year old, her birthplace fell victim to a pirate raid. Tragically, the infant Nami became an orphan. It was then that Belmir, a Navy officer, discovered the surviving Nami and Nojiko amidst the ruins. She took them back to her hometown of Kokoyashi village and adopted them as her daughters. Claiming to have found them abandoned under a bridge, Nami and Nojiko affectionately referred to her as Aunt Belmir. From a young age, Nami developed a keen interest in cartography and navigation. On a fateful day when she was 10. The dragon gang invaded and seized Kokoyashi village, extorting protection fees from the villagers, 100,000 berries for adults and 50,000 for children. Belmir, having saved only a little over 100,000 berries, decided to give the entirety to her 2 daughters. Tragically, she was brutally slain by the gang. Upon discovering Nami's navigational charts, the dragon gang coerced her to become their navigator by demanding 100 million berries as ransom for the village. They even tattooed their emblem on her shoulder. To gather the necessary funds, Nami resorted to pilfering treasures from pirates. Koya, perplexed, asked, Nami, didn't you contact the Navy for assistance? With tears streaming down her face, Nami replied, we did reach out, but the Navy officers that came were either bribed by the dragon gang or met with total annihilation. Sanji, filled with rage, cursed, those bastards. I'll slay them. Nami, tearing off her sleeve, revealed a mark on her arm, crying, do you see this? This is the mark left by the dragon gang. I'm terrified. I know everyone is strong, but the dragon has colluded with the Navy. Nami gazed at the mark with disgust, gripping her arm tightly. She drew a dagger, aiming it at the mark, but Zhang Yufan swiftly seized her wrist. Preventing her from harming herself, Nami looked at Zhang Yufan and, in a fit of despair, hugged him tightly, crying, Yufan, please help me. I've had enough. Koby, angrily chiming in, said, Nami, don't forget that Yufan's goal is to overthrow the world government. Besides, neither I, Yufan, nor Houming are new to battling the Navy. Yufan, let's take down these Navy scum together. Usopp, equally furious, declared, Nami, will help you seek vengeance, though my strength is still lacking, with the captain and Zoro here. I believe we can swiftly annihilate the dragon gang and the Navy. Zoro echoed his anger, stating, Captain, let us go and chop down the dragon gang and the Navy together. Holding Nami close, Zhang Yufan spoke solemnly. Very well, I shall assist you. Friends, a band of scoundrels has made our navigator weep. Let us unite and vanquish these miscreants. In unison, everyone agreed, with Houming and Leaky also expressing their fury. None could fathom the trials this beautiful woman had endured over the years. The entire crew was filled with a palpable sense of menace as they calmed Nami's emotions. Usopp took the helm, steering the ship towards Kokoyashi village. Suddenly, a massive manatee emerged from the sea. Its large eyes fixated on Zhang Yufan and the crew. Intrigued, they gazed at the creature while Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check its details. Name, Mumu combat potential level. See current combat level. D age, 30 years height. 16 meters gender, male weapons, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment cards, none description, a combatant of the dragon pirate crew. Mumu is gluttonous and ferocious, a mammal residing in the depths of the ocean, possessing bovine characteristics. However, it is carnivorous rather than herbivorous, boasting the formidable ability to devastate entire villages. At that moment, the manatee charged towards their ship. Zhang Yufan remarked with a smile, Houming, bring it under control. Leaky, standing nearby, kindly advised, hey, brother manatee, stop right there. Otherwise, you're in for a beating. The manatee, irate, retorted, you little lion, do you dare command me? I'll have you for dinner. The creature leaped, opening its massive jaws to devour the small lion, but suddenly, Houming appeared beside it, delivering a powerful punch that sent the manatee flying. You dare lay a hand on my little brother? You've got some guts. Leaky, shaking his head in resignation, commented, I told you to heed the lion's words. Now look where you are, about to face a thorough thrashing. To facilitate Houming's position, Zhang Yufan brought out a small boat and placed it on the surface of the sea. Houming then returned to the spot where the manatee had been sent flying and proceeded to pummel it mercilessly until it eventually capitulated. At that moment, the system rewarded them with an apple and a speed, beginner, equipment card. With a mere thought, Zhang Yufan equipped the speed card onto Sanji, leaving his combat power unchanged. Houming approached Zhang Yufan, stating, "Big brother, this fellow has been subdued. Moo, come over and greet the captain." The manatee, now battered and bruised, with swollen eyes and several lumps on its head, tearfully said, "Greetings, Captain. My name is Moo." Zhang Yufan nodded. The other companions, unsure of what the animals were saying, were nonetheless struck by the sheer size of the manatee. Koya exclaimed, "Captain, this manatee is enormous, and Houming is surprisingly strong." Usopp, puzzled, inquired, "Captain, what do you intend to do with it?" Sanji added, "Captain, are you planning to keep it as a backup food source?" Zhang Yufan chuckled, explaining, "Once we tame this manatee, it will serve as a sea guardian at Zep's restaurant, ensuring greater safety for them." Sanji, you were reluctant to leave before, likely due to concerns for the chef's safety, right? Sanji nodded, "Indeed. This will certainly provide them with much-needed security." "Thank you, Captain." Zhang Yufan smiled. "No need for thanks. We are now comrades, and I shall assist wherever I can. The rest is up to you." Sanji nodded and, along with Moo, continued toward the village, planning to deal with the Dragon Gang and the Navy before sending Moo to the sea restaurant. Zhang Yufan addressed the crew, "Friends, upon reaching Kokoyashi village, the Navy scum may no longer be present. We must draw them out, which means Nami will need to perform a little act." Nami, puzzled, asked, "Yufan, is that all right? What role do you want me to play?" The rest of the crew also looked confused. Zhang Yufan smiled and explained, "Nami, you will return to the Dragon Gang and claim that you have deceived them into believing you have gathered enough money to redeem the village. We need to observe their reactions, and it will completely shatter any previous hopes you had of redeeming it. They might not seize your money outright, but they could send others to do so. Especially the Navy, who likely know where you hide your treasure. Therefore, you must keep your money hidden, and we will lie in wait." Nami nodded, "No problem. I also want to see how they will react. My money is hidden in the orange grove just outside my home. I can guide you there." The crew expressed concern, and Sanji asked, "Captain, won't this put Miss Nami in danger?" Zhang Yufan reassured them. "Rest assured, I will have Houming shadow Nami for her protection. A small monkey won't draw much attention. And besides, Nami is of great value to the Dragon Gang. They won't harm her." Nami crouched down and affectionately stroked Houming's head, saying, "Houming, I entrust my safety to you." Houming pounded his chest, nodding in assurance. Zhang Yufan added a final reminder, "Nami, after hearing their responses, you may berate them, but do not engage physically, or you will get hurt. Do you understand?" Soon, the ship arrived at the port of Kokoyashi village, where two fishermen stood guard. Upon seeing an approaching vessel, they shouted, "Hey, who are you? This place is under the control of the Dragon Pirate crew. Halt your ship and surrender all your valuables." Sanji leaped directly from the ship to the shore, delivering a furious flying kick that effortlessly dispatched the foes with his current strength. After the crew disembarked and dealt with the corpses, they assigned Leaky and Momo to watch the ship while Nami headed towards the territory of the dragon, with Monkey following closely behind. The rest of the crew followed the path Nami indicated towards her home. On their way, Nami encountered a few fishmen minions who greeted her. Upon entering the dragon's domain, she spotted a man with a serrated shark head lounging in a recliner. This fishman was none other than the captain of the Dragon Pirates. The dragon himself. He chuckled and said, "Oh, is that not our beloved navigator? Nami, your journey seems to have been quite lengthy." Nami forced a smile and replied, "I'm back. It was indeed a bit long, but this place remains as impressive as ever." The dragon arrogantly remarked, "You ought to consider who established this place. How did your haul turn out?" Nami smiled and said, "I teamed up with a rather powerful pirate crew this time, resulting in a significant bounty. I have gathered 100 million berries to redeem the village. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you?" The dragon grinned mischievously and replied, "Of course not. I shall honor our agreement. But are you truly certain you've collected the funds?" Nami, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that? Have you stolen the money I hid?" The dragon laughed and said, No, we haven't taken it. We merely informed the Navy that a great deal of stolen goods was hidden in that area, and they are likely en route to your home now." Ha ha ha. The other fishermen pirates joined in the laughter. Enraged, Nami shouted, "Dragon, you scoundrel, just you wait. I will gather the 100 million berries to redeem my village." With that, she clenched her fists and ran home. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan arrived at the entrance of a vast orange grove, knocked on the door, and waited. Soon, a girl with blue hair and a tattoo on her right arm emerged. Seeing so many unfamiliar faces at her door, she warily asked, "Who are you? What brings you to my home?" Sanji's eyes transformed into heart shapes as he joyfully exclaimed, "Hello, beautiful miss. I am Sanji. You must be Miss Nojiko, Nami's sister. We are Nami's companions, and she sent us to find you." Zhang Yufan did not intervene in Sanji's actions. Intending to bind them together, he checked her information through the system. Name: Nojiko potential growth level, B current combat level, F age, 19 height, 1.7 meters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, and independent. Brave and exceptionally kind-hearted woman. She saved the infant Nami on the battlefield when they were both orphans, and although they share no blood relation, she is Nami's sister. Thanks to her help, Nami was able to grow amidst suffering while remaining strong and pure. After introducing everyone, Nojiko, upon learning they were Nami's companions, welcomed them inside and inquired, "Where is Nami now? Is she well?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Nami is currently in the dragon's territory. Rest assured, she is in good health. I have another companion secretly protecting her, but her spirits may not be as high." Nojiko nodded, well aware of Nami's struggles over the years, just as she was about to ask more about Nami. There was another knock at the door. Upon opening it, Nojiko exclaimed, "Oh, it's a Jin. Why are there a few Navy soldiers with you?" Zhang Yufan glanced at the two individuals in front and checked their information through the system. Name: Mouse potential growth level, D current combat level, E age, 35 height, 1.82 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a Navy colonel. A shameless scoundrel in league with the dragon, oppressing the common folk. Name: a Jin potential growth level, E current combat level, F age, 47 height, 1.73 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, the local constable of Koto village. A fatherly figure to Nami and Nojiko. Just as a Jin was about to explain, he was interrupted by a Navy soldier resembling a rat, who said, "I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Navy Division. You must be that criminal Nami's sister." Nojiko replied, "Indeed, I am Nami's sister. Are you attempting to arrest me, Colonel Mouse?" The colonel leered and said, No. I am here because of a tip-off that many stolen goods are hidden here. I can let you go, but you must relinquish those items to us, Navy. Search the premises." Nojiko shouted angrily, "Get out. You are not welcome in my home." The Jin bellowed in fury, "That money belongs to the girl who is using it to redeem Koto village. You have no right to take it." Colonel Mouse retorted, "You, a mere village constable, dare speak to me, a Navy colonel, in such a tone?" Zhang Yufan, seated on a chair, declared, "Sanji, your chance to be a hero has arrived. Drive those Navy scoundrels out and deal with that Colonel Mouse." Sanji, brimming with excitement, sprinted over and knocked the Navy soldiers down one by one, then approached Nojiko, taking her hand and asking, "Are you all right?" "Beautiful Miss Nojiko," Colonel Mouse seethed, "you little brat. Do you dare oppose the Navy? Are you not afraid of being arrested?" Nojiko worriedly said, "Sanji, thank you. I'm fine, but you've assaulted Navy personnel. You need to leave." Sanji, gazing at Nojiko with admiration, replied, "Don't worry, I'm here to protect you. Just wait here while I deal with that colonel." With that, Sanji turned to Colonel Mouse, furiously declaring, "You filthy rat. Your subordinates nearly harmed Miss Nojiko. Go to hell and repent." He charged at Colonel Mouse, unleashing a series of kicks, striking him in the face, shoulder, back, saddle, chest, and legs, culminating in a finishing kick that left Colonel Mouse utterly defenseless. At that moment, he had met his demise, while the trembling Navy soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, aghast. Both Jin and Nojiko were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Meanwhile, the companions inside were still engaged in conversation when the system rewards arrived. Summoning the system sprite, Houming, she announced, "Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the following items: raw meat X2, fish X2, watermelon, peach, banana, equipment cards for speed, beginner, X2, recovery, beginner. Stick skills, beginner, strength, beginner, and stamina, beginner, X2. Zhang Yufan mentally instructed, "Houming, please store these items in the inventory for later distribution." Houming replied, "Understood, Master." Sanji adjusted his attire and returned to the dazed Nojiko, waving his hand in front of her. Noticing her lack of response, he took her hand and guided her back into the house. With the Jin following closely behind, Zhang Yufan approached the trembling Navy soldiers, revealing a devilish grin as he said, "Hee. Do you wish to meet the same grim fate as Colonel Mouse?" The soldiers collectively shook their heads, pleading, "We don't want that at all. We won't dare again. Please spare us." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "I might let you go, but upon returning, ensure you report Colonel Mouse's collusion with pirates and other matters. Should we become bounty hunters, I will return to make you experience a fate worse than death, such as slowly peeling your flesh away with a dagger. Do you understand?" The Navy soldiers, terrified, nodded in unison. We understand. We will never commit wrongdoing again. Zhang Yufan chuckled. Very well, take Colonel Mouse with you and leave. The soldiers, enduring their pain, stood up and hurriedly carried Colonel Mouse away, eager to distance themselves from this demon. After resolving the situation with Colonel Mouse, Zhang Yufan re-entered the house and informed everyone about the Navy soldiers' fate. The crew nodded, not giving it much thought, while a Jian, puzzled, asked, "Why are you helping us?" "What brings you here?" Koby chuckled and remarked, "It is because Nami is our comrade and the navigator of our ship. We have come here to eliminate the evil dragon pirate crew. A Jian, astonished, questioned, "Do you really think you few can defeat the evil dragons?" Nokigao interjected, "Having just witnessed Sanji's formidable strength, it seems you possess the capability to contend with the evil dragons. But caution is paramount. I wish for no more lives to be lost." Sanji responded earnestly, "Rest assured, Miss Nokigao, we are all quite strong and will not encounter any mishaps." Zhang Yufan smiled and added, "Once Nami returns, we shall set forth to eradicate them. At that moment, Nami rushed breathlessly to her doorstep, spotting signs of a struggle on the ground. She hurried into the house, calling out, "Sister, are you inside?" Hearing Nami's voice, Nokigao opened the door and stepped outside. Nami embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "Thank goodness you were safe." Nokigao smiled and replied, "It was your friends who frightened away the Navy and aided me in Aegean. They are all inside. Oh, why is there a dashing monkey following you?" Nami entered the house and addressed everyone, saying, "Sister, that little monkey is also my companion." Yufan was right. The evil dragons did not act directly but summoned the Navy to seize my possessions. Aegean, with tears in his eyes, said, "Nami, you have toiled for these years. In truth, the villagers are aware of your endeavors but feigned ignorance to spare you from distress. Thus, they have all continued to act oblivious." Nami, taken aback, inquired, "How could you know?" Aegean responded, "Do you recall when you suddenly joined the evil dragon pirate crew? We could hardly believe it. Eventually, we pressed Nokigao for the truth, and now we can no longer endure. We are prepared to confront the evil dragons." Nami cried, "Aegean, no, you cannot fight them." Zhang Yufan stood up and proclaimed, "Enough, old man. The matters ahead shall be entrusted to us. If something were to befall you, Nami would be heartbroken. Comrades, let us depart." Zhang Yufan was the first to stride out, followed closely by the others. As they traversed the village, upon hearing Aegean mention the intention to eliminate the evil dragon pirate crew, the villagers eagerly picked up weapons to join the ranks. The group marched resolutely toward the domain of the evil dragons. Zhang Yufan instructed the villagers to halt. Then, with a powerful punch, he shattered the wall before him and stepped inside, utilizing the system to examine the information of the fishmen ahead. Name: Evil Dragon Combat Potential Level. B. Current Combat Level. C. Age: 40. Height: 2.63 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Great Saw Blade. Devil Fruit. None. Bounty: 20 million berries. Equipment card. None. Description: a sawtooth shark fisherman, formerly a cadre of the Sun Pirate crew, now the captain of the evil dragon pirate crew and a racist who believes fishmen are inherently superior to humans. He views human resistance as defiance against the laws of nature. Characterized by greed and brutality, with an insatiable desire for wealth, which he considers the most reliable asset. Name: Xiaoba. Combat Potential Level. B. Current Combat Level. C. Age: 37. Height: 2 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: 6 ordinary knives. Devil Fruit. None. Bounty: 8 million berries. Equipment card. None. Description: formerly a member of the Sun Pirate crew, one of the 3 cadres of the evil dragon pirate crew. Known for his simple-mindedness and good-natured demeanor, when not engaged in battle, he is exceptionally kind and often personally sees guests off. Silver's Rayleigh once owed his life to Xiaoba during a maritime disaster. Thus he will not allow anyone to bully Xiaoba. Name: Karubi. Combat Potential Level. B. Current Combat Level. C. Age: 37. Height: 2.52 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. None. Bounty: 9 million berries. Equipment card. None. Description: a cadre of the evil dragon pirate crew. A master of fishman karate at the 40th rank, who has previously injured Aegean with a sword. Among the 3 cadres, he is the most serious, maintaining a vigilant demeanor. When Nami was still a cadre of the Arlong pirate crew, he frequently monitored her movements and would even search her quarters for suspicious items. Name: Geo. Combat Potential Level. B. Current Combat Level. C. Age: 37. Height: 2.62 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. None. Bounty: 5 million berries. Equipment card. None. Description: a cadre of the evil dragon pirate crew, capable of holding a large amount of water in his mouth to attack enemies, but with poor endurance and a quick temper. Nami and her other companions also entered, and Xiaoba approached, questioning, "Nami, are Are these fellows all brought by you? Are you intent on destroying this place? Nami retorted to Xiaoba. Xiaoba, this is none of your concern. Stay aside. They are all my companions, here to claim the head of the evil dragon. Xiaoba asked incredulously. Nami, are you certain you are not jesting? Nami shook her head, affirming, I am completely serious. Zhang Yufan interjected. Which one of you is the scoundrel evil dragon? The evil dragon replied, I am he, little brat. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? Zhang Yufan smiled and introduced himself. I am Zhang Yufan, a pirate hunter, here to claim your head. The evil dragon, with a hint of derision, remarked, Well, I have been in the East Sea for many years and have yet to encounter such bravery as yours. And Nami, are you intending to revolt? You have no desire to save the villagers, do you? If that is the case, I shall oblige you. All hands, attack and eliminate them. Zhang Yufan calmly ordered. Zoro, Xiaoba is yours. Just knock him out. Sanji, the fishman in the karate gi, Koby, is your responsibility. Monkey, the long-mouthed fishman, Gio, is for you. Koby and Usopp, take care of the henchmen. Kaya, protect Nami. The evil dragon is mine. Let us engage. Upon receiving the command, everyone sprang into action. Xiaoba dashed upstairs to retrieve 6 knives, taunting Zoro. Little brat, you only have 3 swords. You cannot possibly defeat my 6 knives. Surrender now. Zoro, unfazed, tied his green bandana and replied, Octopus head. Do you truly believe that having more swords equates to strength? Let me show you the might of my 3-sword style. Xiaoba declared, I shall demonstrate the power of my 6-sword style. He unleashed a flurry of attacks with his 6 knives, while Zoro drew his 3 swords, employing a defensive and offensive strategy, absorbing all the blows. With Zoro's considerable strength, he countered and disarmed Xiaoba, knocking him unconscious before the fight had even warmed up, leaving the villagers outside utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Koby turned to Sanji, saying, Little brat, you were unfortunate to face a master of fishman karate at the 40th rank. Prepare to be beaten. Sanji replied, Oh, you wish to strike me? I have never seen fishman karate. Please, perform for me and let me judge your prowess. Koby, infuriated, retorted, You rotten brat, taste my straight punch. With that, he launched a punch. But Sanji effortlessly blocked it with his right leg. Koby, astonished, exclaimed, I did not expect such a rotten brat to withstand my punch. I underestimated you. Sanji scoffed. Do you really think your feeble punches could kill? Many have withstood them, including someone in a certain seaside restaurant. You may be at rank 40, but I wager he is at rank 400. Koby, seething, replied, Rotten brat, how dare you say my punches are weak? Consider this a warning. I will unleash the ultimate techniques of fishman karate, the 100 pieces of Valiant Fist and the 1,000 pieces of Valiant Fist to obliterate you. Before Koby could finish, Sanji closed the distance and unleashed a series of strikes targeting the fishman's head, shoulder, back, thigh, and chest, culminating in a devastating mutton shot, resulting in Koby's defeat, leaving the villagers once again speechless. On the other side, Gio looked at Monkey Ming and asked, Little monkey, have you come here to meet your demise? Houming suddenly recalled a provocative gesture taught to him by his elder brother, with an air of confidence. He stood before Gio, slowly extending a single finger from his right hand and beckoning Gio with a flick of his finger, declaring, Come here. Enraged by Houming's audacity, Gio retorted, Little monkey, you certainly have a lot of nerve to challenge me. Just watch as I drown you with a spray of water. With that, he expelled a bubble of water from his mouth. Houming swiftly dodged and charged at Gio, landing a punch squarely on his face, sending him hurtling through the air, leaving a mark of his fist on Gio's visage. Just as Gio managed to rise from the ground, Houming's fist struck him in the stomach, followed by a relentless barrage of blows, leaving Gio no opportunity to resist, ultimately leading to his demise. The villagers gasped in astonishment at the strength of such a small monkey. Meanwhile, Koby was systematically eliminating the minions of the enemy with a blade, while Usopp, now proficient with firearms, utilized the newly developed Bucky cannonballs, dispatching several foes with a single shot, akin to a miniature artillery, seeing his comrades fall one by one without the ability to rise again. The villainous dragon roared with fury, You wretched brats! How dare you slay my companions? I will dismember you. With that, he unleashed his attack, the shark on gear, charging towards Zhang Yufan in an attempt to bite him. Zhang Yufan deftly sidestepped to the left, easily avoiding the assault, and struck Dragon's back with an elbow, sending him crashing to the ground. Following this, Zhang unleashed a relentless series of punches upon Dragon, breaking his limbs, yet Dragon remained silent in his agony. Pinned to the ground, Dragon felt utterly humiliated. He had barely made a move, and yet he had not even grazed Zhang's hair. Deprived of any chance to retaliate, It was too much to bear. Zhang Yufan then dragged Dragon over, collecting 2 handguns from the ground, and approached Nami and the villagers, handing the guns to Nami and Nokigao, who were both in tears. Zhang Yufan tossed Dragon at their feet, stating, "Nami, Nokigao, I have brought Dragon to you. Avenge your mother's death as you see fit." The sisters aimed the guns at Dragon's head, memories of Arlong's heinous acts toward their adoptive mother and the villagers flooding back, igniting a fierce desire to end Dragon's life. However, as 2 women who had never taken a life, they could only fire several shots at Dragon's arms before collapsing into each other's embrace. Weeping, Dragon, gritting his teeth, glared at them with murderous intent. These 2 despicable humans dared to strike at a noble fisherman. Such insolence deserved death. Yet, he was soon surrounded by the villagers who unleashed a furious beating upon him, culminating in a bullet to the head from a Jin. Thus, apart from the octopus Xiaoba, the rest of the dragon pirates met their demise. The system rewards were promptly issued, to be reviewed later. At this moment, the villagers gathered to express their gratitude to Zhang Yufan and his companions. A Jin gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you for saving our village." Zhang Yufan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. Nami is now one of us, and we shall certainly assist her, ensuring she can venture out to sea with peace of mind." Nokigao expressed her gratitude. "Even so, we must thank you, and we are truly delighted that Nami has such powerful allies." Wiping her tears, Nami approached Zhang Yufan, sincerely stating, "Yufan and everyone, I am truly grateful for your help in saving this village." Sanji chimed in, "Miss Nami, we are partners, and of course, we will help you resolve any trouble." The other companions nodded in agreement, and Zhang Yufan smiled. "All right, Nami, the matter has been settled. The villagers' lives will improve from here on out. Friends, let us gather the treasures from Dragon's territory. I intend to demolish this place." Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's words, everyone set to work collecting treasures, ensuring that all would be left for the villagers. Subsequently, Zhang Yufan and his companions transformed into a demolition crew, swiftly reducing the place to ruins. They cleared away the bodies of other pirates, leaving only those with bounties, before turning their attention to Xiaoba. Zhang Yufan splashed water on Xiaoba to wake him, stating, "Xiaoba, aside from you, the members of the dragon pirates have all been eliminated, but your crimes are relatively minor. Therefore, from today onward, you shall work aboard my ship to atone for your sins." "Nami, what do you think?" Xiaoba, astonished by his surroundings, exclaimed, "You actually defeated Captain Dragon and destroyed this place. I am willing to stay and atone." He then looked to Nami for her approval. Nami smiled. "I know Xiaoba is a kind-hearted fisherman. So Yufan, you decide." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Then Xiaoba shall remain. Whether you become an official member of our crew will depend on your future performance." Xiaoba nodded eagerly. Koby then asked, "Xiaoba, do you have a bounty from the Navy?" Xiaoba scratched his head, responding, "Yes, my bounty is 8 million berries." Usopp remarked, "That is quite a hefty bounty." Zoro added, "It's just average. I've seen many pirates with higher bounties." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Now that everything is resolved, let us have a feast tonight to celebrate. I will take Mumu to the sea restaurant first, and then return to join you." Upon hearing about the feast, the villagers eagerly began preparing ingredients and other necessities, determined to ensure their benefactor was well fed and entertained on this joyous occasion. Nami cheerfully said, "Yufan, please be careful and come back quickly." Zhang Yufan nodded. "All right, you all prepare. I will return shortly." With that, he headed toward the dock. Liki, who had been chatting with Mumu by the shore, stood up upon seeing Zhang Yufan approach, inquiring, "Captain, have you dealt with the dragon pirates?" Zhang Yufan confirmed, "Yes, we've resolved everything. We'll have a feast tonight with the villagers. There will be plenty of delicious food. I'll take Mumu to the sea restaurant first, and then come back to fetch you." Hearing about the feast, Liki's mouth watered as he said, "Okay, Captain, you must hurry back. I want to eat something delicious." Zhang Yufan nodded, perched atop Mumu's head, setting off for the sea restaurant. Along the way, he called upon the system spirit, Houming, to check on the rewards received. Houming announced, "Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 8 million berries, meat X2, fish X3, melon, grapes X3, pineapple X2, defense equipment card, beginner, X3, defense, advanced, X2, armed color hockey, beginner, stamina, advanced, X2, gunmanship, intermediate, cooking, beginner, accuracy, beginner, X3, speed, beginner, X3, speed, advanced, X2, swordsmanship, intermediate, strength, beginner, X4, strength, advanced, X3, overlord color hockey, beginner, recovery, beginner, X2. This time, the haul was quite substantial. He decided to store it away until tomorrow when everyone would be on board to distribute it. Mumu moved swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the sea restaurant, where the head chef was outside. Upon seeing Zhang Yufan, he inquired with curiosity, "Young Yufan, why have you returned riding such a large sea cow?" Zhang Yufan replied with a grin, "When Sanji left, he was somewhat worried about your safety, so I came to deliver a sea bodyguard. This is Mumu, and he possesses considerable strength." Zhapu chuckled. "That rascal, always worrying too much. Thank you for taking the trouble to come back." Zhang Yufan smiled. "No need for thanks. When you eat, just blow a horn to call him and feed him a little. Mumu. From now on, the safety of this place is in your hands. Don't mess it up. I will help enhance your combat abilities later, and you will grow even stronger. Please get along well." "I must take my leave." Mumu, trembling slightly, responded, "Understood. I will protect this place well. Farewell, Captain." Zhapu smiled. "Safe travels, and please take good care of Sanji." "Farewell." Taking a small boat from his storage space, Zhang Yufan swiftly rowed towards Coco West Village. Zhapu and the chefs who had emerged were left dumbfounded by the sight. Zhang's rowing speed was astonishingly fast. As dusk began to fall, Zhang Yufan returned to the port of Coco West Village, bringing Liki along to join in the feast. The villagers had prepared a plethora of food, and as soon as they saw Zhang Yufan return, the feast commenced. Sanji was grilling meat on one side. Zoro was drinking with several villagers. Usopp was singing his self-composed songs, while Kaya, Nami, and Nokigao delighted in the food and conversation. Liki was ravenously consuming everything in sight, while Xiaoba sat alone, somewhat forlorn, eating in solitude, not favored by the villagers' tea that moment. Houming approached, bringing some delicacies to share with him. After a while, as everyone neared the end of their meal, Zhang Yufan sat beside Nokigao and said, "Nokigao, tomorrow Nami will set sail with us on our adventure. Would you like to join? This way, you two sisters won't have to part." Nokigao asked, "Can I really go on an adventure with you all at sea? However, I currently feel utterly inadequate and fear that I may hinder your progress. If I depart, the vast orange grove will be left unattended." Upon hearing the captain's intention to invite Nokigo aboard, Sanji immediately rushed over and exclaimed, "Miss Nokigo, come with us. It's perfectly fine to be weak. Just speak to the captain. He can help you become strong in no time." Nami smiled and added, "Sister, please join us. I don't wish to be separated from you any longer." Kaya also smiled and said, "Nokigo, come with us. The captain is truly formidable. He helped me improve my frail health, allowing me to leave home for extended periods. Just look at how strong I am now." Aegean remarked, "Nokigo, if you truly wish to accompany us, then do so. The orange grove will be managed by the villagers and me, so there is nothing to worry about." Hearing everyone's encouragement, Nokigo resolutely declared, "All right, I shall embark on this adventure with you all. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Aegean earnestly stated, "Nami and Nokigo, I entrust you to each other. If anything happens to her at sea, I will not hesitate to wield my sword against you." Zhang Yufan assured, "Fear not. We will protect her." By the way, Nokigo, do you enjoy cooking? Everyone assured that they would not allow any harm to come to her. Nokigo replied with a smile, "I do enjoy it, and I also love planting orange trees." Zhang Yufan responded, "Then, you shall assist Sanji in the kitchen and help him rectify his numerous flaws. As for what those flaws are, let Sanji divulge them himself." Upon hearing the first part, Sanji was overjoyed to have another beautiful companion aboard, but the latter part doused his excitement, prompting him to lament, "Captain, that's not fair." The others erupted in laughter. Zhang Yufan pulled Sanji aside, saying, "Sanji, Nokigo will be your partner from now on. Focus all your attention on her and strive to control yourself." Sanji nodded, promising to do his utmost. Thus, the celebration continued until the following morning. In the morning, Nami and Nokigo asked the village doctor and Kaya to alter their previous tattoos from the evil dragon pirates, adding designs of oranges and windmills, after replenishing their water and food supplies. Nokigo and Nami returned home to gather some change of clothes and transplanted 3 orange trees onto the ship, preparing to set sail. All the comrades boarded the ship, and Nami and Nokigo waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell, everyone. Take care of yourselves. We are setting off." The villagers bid them a reluctant farewell. Zhang Yufan shouted, "Comrades, let us depart." The ship slowly sailed forward, and the newcomers introduced themselves and shared their circumstances. Once the direction was confirmed, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Zhang Yufan stood at the bow, concentrated, opened the storage space, pondered for a moment, and then called Nami and Nokigo over. They approached, puzzled, and asked, "Captain, did you call us for something?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "I have good news. I shall enhance your combat abilities. With a wave of his hand, he equipped Nami with basic staff skills, advanced strength, intermediate stamina, intermediate defense, intermediate speed, and basic accuracy, elevating her combat power from F to C. He equipped no Kigo with basic culinary skills, intermediate strength, intermediate stamina, intermediate defense, intermediate speed, basic swordsmanship, and basic accuracy. Raising her combat power from F to D. He bestowed advanced strength, advanced stamina, advanced speed, and basic marksmanship upon Houming. Boosting his combat power from B to S, he equipped Mumu with intermediate strength, intermediate stamina, and intermediate defense. Increasing Mumu's combat power from E to D, Ricky's combat power remained unchanged. He equipped Usopp with intermediate marksmanship. Raising his combat power from C to C. He equipped Koby with intermediate swordsmanship, and Koby's combat power remained unchanged. Kai's combat power also remained unchanged. He equipped Sanji with advanced strength, advanced stamina, advanced speed, basic swordsmanship, and basic recovery skills, elevating Sanji's combat power from B to S. He equipped Zoro with advanced defense, basic accuracy, and basic recovery skills, and Zoro's combat power remained unchanged. Zhang Yufan himself equipped basic armed color hockey, basic conqueror's hockey, advanced defense, and basic recovery skills, raising his combat power from A to A. Nami, feeling her newfound strength, joyfully exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Yufan and sister, I feel so powerful now. I could defeat a bull with a single punch." No Kigo echoed her excitement, saying, "Captain and Nami, my strength has also increased. I can help you all now." Zhang Yufan smiled. "This is just the beginning. You will become even stronger. Now, go about your tasks, following the map in the system." They explored a dark region for another day. By the next day, they could see Rogatown from the unique perspective of the system. Before disembarking, Zhang Yufan called everyone over and announced, "We are nearing Rogatown. It has time to distribute money for you to purchase whatever you desire, including a few new outfits. I have around 100 million berries left, including treasures. Each of you can take 5 million berries to spend. And whatever remains can be kept on you, but the rest will be stored with me. Only I will have access to it. We will need a substantial amount of money to either build or buy our own ship at the shipyard." Upon hearing that Zhang Yufan had over 100 million berries, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, so much money. Yufan, your abilities are truly remarkable. I wish I could have that power too." Usopp joyfully remarked, "Thank you, Captain. You are incredibly generous to give us 5 million berries at once. I don't even know how to spend it." No Kigo, astonished, said, "Thank you, Captain. I had no idea we had so much money. And now I have this much to spend." Zoro expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain. I can finally afford 2 good swords." Sanji chimed in with a grin. "Thank you, Captain. With this much money, I can buy a lot of ingredients." Xiaoba expressed surprise. "Captain, I didn't realize you were so wealthy." The poised Kaya, a lady of fortune, remained unfazed, smiling as she watched her comrades' gleeful reactions. It felt delightful. Zhang Yufan smiled. "We will become even wealthier in the future. This is just the beginning. Now, there is a formidable naval officer in town. Xiaoba, you might get captured if you go out, so stay with Ricky to guard the ship. Houming will accompany Sanji, while Zoro and I will go to town to buy swords. The rest of you are free to explore." After a pause, Zhang Yufan continued, "Once you've made your purchases, seek out a notorious underworld leader named Bartolomeo. He has a green rooster comb hairstyle, an eye tattoo beneath his right eye, a nose ring, and a countenance reminiscent of a demon." Kaya inquired, puzzled, "Captain, what do you need with this man?" Zoro remarked, "Captain, the individual you seek has a rather peculiar appearance and attire." Koby, uncertain, asked, "Yufan, are you planning to recruit him onto our ship?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, as Koby stated, "I indeed plan to bring him aboard. Though he may be a bit ferocious, he is incredibly loyal. Our crew is still too small, and we need to recruit more members to bolster our ranks." Everyone nodded in agreement, and at that moment, the ship arrived at the port. After securing the vessel, they all ventured out to explore the town. Initially, Sanji wished to invite Nami and No Kigo to join him for shopping. No Kigo readily accepted, but Nami directly linked arms with Zhang Yufan and walked off with him, leaving Sanji dejectedly squatting on the ground, drawing circles. Usopp approached and said, "Sanji, you have a beautiful companion right in front of you. What are you dissatisfied about?" Koby added with a chuckle, "Sanji, can't you see that Nami has feelings for Yufan? She is even willing to leave her most beloved treasure with him. You can forget about her." "It's hopeless." Sanji glanced at No Kigo beside him, instantly revitalized, and they headed off to shop together. Zhang Yufan, accompanied by Zoro and Nami, wandered the streets in search of a weapon shop, casually stating, "Zoro, if luck is on our side. You may encounter a woman here who is both familiar and unfamiliar. Zoro, puzzled, asked, Captain, what kind of woman do you mean? Nami also inquired. Yufan, does Zoro know someone in this town? Zhang Yufan smiled and said, let us keep a little suspense for now. You will understand when we meet. Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's reluctance to elaborate, the two ceased their inquiries and continued their search for a weapons shop. Meanwhile, Sanji, having just disembarked, soon spotted several beautiful women walking past him. His eyes turned into heart shapes, and he was about to rush over to impress them when Noki Gao, noticing the situation, quickly grabbed Sanji's hand. However, Sanji was too strong for her to restrain, and Monkey Ming, observing the scene, delivered a firm slap to Sanji's backside, nearly causing him to lose his balance. At that moment, Sanji regained his composure and turned to Monkey Ming, exclaiming, Monkey Ming, do not slap my backside again. I almost fell flat on my face and embarrassed myself before those lovely ladies. Monkey Ming shrugged his shoulders, grinning mischievously as he looked at Sanji. As if to say, what can I say? It's the captain's orders. I must do it. If you misbehave again, I'll give you another slap. Sanji, feeling helpless, turned to Noki Gao for assistance, saying, Miss Noki Gao, you should also speak to Monkey Ming. Noki Gao, stifling a giggle, patted Monkey Ming's head and remarked, who told you to lose control? I couldn't hold you back. It was Monkey Ming who swiftly brought you back to your senses. Let us continue with that approach next time. Hearing Noki Gao's words, Sanji sank into a dejected squat, drawing circles on the ground, until Noki Gao pulled him up to continue their shopping excursion. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his companions navigated through the winding streets and finally stumbled upon a weapons shop. They hurriedly approached, eager to see if the establishment offered any swords for sale. Upon arrival, they discovered the shop was devoid of customers, suggesting a lackluster business. A balding middle-aged man was dozing at the counter, but stirred awake upon hearing the entrance bell. Zoro inquired, Boss, what swords do you have for sale? I'd like to purchase two. The proprietor, rising with a smile, retrieved two swords from a nearby rack and presented them to Zoro, saying, Welcome, our shop has been open for many years, offering a variety of sorts. Feel free to browse and see if anything catches your fancy. Nami, puzzled, asked, But, boss, why is your shop so empty? It seems rather desolate. The owner sighed, It's due to the presence of the naval colonel Smoker stationed here, who has apprehended most of the pirates, resulting in fewer customers and less business. Alas, Nami responded sympathetically, that truly is unfortunate. Zhang Yufan pointed to a sword in a nearby wooden barrel and asked, That is indeed unfortunate. Boss, how much is that sword? The owner glanced over, thinking these three might be penniless, and replied, Those are dull swords, priced at only 50,000 berries each. Are you sure you want to buy? Zhang Yufan chuckled, No worries, we'll take a look first. Perhaps we'll find a suitable sword. Zoro, skeptical, asked, Captain, can there really be a good sword here? I find that hard to believe. Just as Zoro turned to browse for swords, the owner's gaze fell upon the sword at Zoro's waist, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Realizing he might strike it rich, he hurriedly called out, Young man, may I borrow that sword from your waist for a moment? Zoro, not minding, handed over the sword, saying, Boss, you seem a bit nervous. The owner unsheathed the sword and examined it closely, astonished as he thought, It's undeniably that sword. How did it end up in the hands of this novice? Stay calm. I must secure this sword for myself. It could mean a fortune. He then composed himself and suggested, Young man, you don't seem to have much money. This sword is quite nice. Why not sell it to me for 500? 000 berries. You could then purchase a better sword. Zoro, bewildered, replied, Boss, what are you talking about? We have money. The owner, sweating profusely, countered, How about 600,000 berries? Just as Zoro was about to respond, the owner hastily interjected, What if I raise it to 700? 000 berries. That's my final offer. Zoro sighed. Boss, this sword holds great significance for me, and no matter how much you offer, I want to sell it. Besides, we have enough money to buy swords at this moment. Zhang Yufan smiled and remarked, Boss, your eye for quality is commendable, as expected from someone who has sold weapons for so long. Zoro, that sword you're carrying is one of the 21 great swords. Named Watakamanji. If sold, it could fetch around 10 million berries or perhaps even more. Nami, astonished, gazed at Zoro's sword, her eyes gleaming with the prospect of wealth, exclaiming, Zoro, I had no idea your sword was so valuable. I am tempted to sell it myself. Zoro retorted angrily, Nami, don't even think about it. Otherwise, I'll chase you down and chop you up. Nami laughed, Don't worry, I'm just joking. I wouldn't dare. or Yufan wouldn't he let me off the hook? The owner, astonished, looked at Zhang Yufan and said, I never expected you to recognize that sword. My eyesight must be lacking. Zhang Yufan waved dismissively, while Zoro took the sword back and placed it at his waist before resuming the search for more swords. Zhang Yufan used the system to scan all the swords and finally found a fine one, presenting it to Zoro with a smile. Zoro, look at this. This sword is called Sandai Kitetsu, a fine blade. While it may not surpass your Wadakamanji, it is still quite impressive. Nami, puzzled, asked, Boss, is such a fine sword really only 50,000 berries? The owner, somewhat defensively, replied, Yes, indeed. Nami, excited, urged, Zoro, we must buy this sword. It's an absolute steal. Just then, the owner suddenly shouted, No, I cannot sell you that sword. Put it down. Nami, frowning, questioned, Boss, how can you go back on your word? Zoro unsheathed Sandai Kitetsu and remarked, This is a cursed sword. The owner replied. You know about this sword? Zoro clarified, I don't know, but I can sense it. The owner, now serious, explained, Indeed, this is a cursed sword. Those who have wielded Kitetsu in the past seem to be doomed. Meeting untimely ends. To this day, there has been a swordsman capable of mastering Kitetsu. While I wish to sell it quickly, I cannot bear to put you in harm's way. I cannot sell this sword to you. Nami, taken aback by the sword's ominous reputation, quickly urged Zoro, Zoro, that sword is too terrifying. Let us choose another. Zhang Yufan remained silent, quietly watching the unfolding drama, while Zoro, increasingly enamored with the cursed sword, declared with a grin, Boss, I'm set on this sword. The owner, agitated, exclaimed, No, absolutely not. If you lose your life because of it, it would be as if I harmed you. Nami chimed in, Yes, the boss is right. Zoro, please choose another. I don't want you to die because of this. At that moment, the owner's wife, hearing her husband's fervent objections, came out to see what the fuss was about, only to find someone wanting to purchase the cursed sword while her husband refused to sell. She immediately scolded him, You fool, someone wants to buy that cursed sword. Hurry up and sell it. What are you keeping it for? Hearing all this, Zoro came up with an idea and looked at Zhang Yufan. They exchanged a knowing smile, and Zoro, with renewed determination, proclaimed, In that case, let us put it to the test. Either my strength will overcome this sword's curse, or the curse will claim my life. With that, he tossed the sword into the air, closed his eyes at the point where it would land, and extended his left arm, listening to the sound of the sword spinning as it fell. Witnessing Zoro's audacious act, the owner couldn't help but admire his bravado, but he still shouted, Young man, don't, that sword is too sharp. You'll sever your hand. Nami, frantic, urged, Yufan, hurry, help Zoro, or his arm will get cut off. Zhang Yufan calmly patted Nami's head, reassuring her, Don't worry, Zoro will be fine. The four of them in the weapons shop fixated on Sandai Kitetsu, the only sound being the blade spinning as it descended. When Sandai Kitetsu landed on Zoro's arm, it was positioned with the back facing down, not grazing his skin at all. The blade plunged deep into the floor, illustrating just how sharp it was. Meanwhile, the owner and his wife sat slumped in their chairs, while Nami felt her legs weaken, being cradled in Zhang Yufan's arms, clearly shaken by the earlier scene. Zoro smiled and said, It seems I have one. I'll take this sword, Captain. Please help me find another. Zhang Yufan remarked with a smile, No problem. He then checked all the blades on the rack using the system. At that moment, the boss, having regained his composure, said, Please wait a moment. With that, he turned and walked into the back room. After a brief interval, he emerged holding a sword and addressed Zoro, Young man, it has been quite some time since I have encountered a swordsman of your caliber. This blade, known as Shuezo, is a prized possession of my establishment and belongs to the esteemed category of fine swords crafted by the 50 masters. You should take it with you. Zoro, equally fond of the exquisite sword, inquired, How much is this blade, boss? The boss replied, No need to pay. Both this and the Sandai Kitetsu are gifts to you. I wish you good fortune. The boss seemed to have undergone a transformation, having previously attempted to swindle Zoro, now displaying such generosity. After expressing their gratitude, Zhang Yufan and the others spent 4 million berries in the shop, purchasing 10 quality swords before departing the weapons store. Zoro was exceptionally pleased, having acquired 2 fine swords without cost. He turned to Zhang Yufan and asked, Captain, should we now seek out that underworld leader? Zhang Yufan shook his head, saying, Not yet. Let us first visit the clothing store to buy some outfits. And then we shall head to the Navy base to exchange the bounty for the evil dragon pirates. They continued their search for the clothing store and soon found one, purchasing several outfits each before making their way to the Navy base. After some time, They arrived at the entrance and submitted the bounty for verification. Upon receiving the bounty, a woman holding a sword happened to walk towards the Navy base, in an unfortunate mishap. She stumbled, nearly falling, and her glasses fell to the ground. Squinting due to her severe myopia, she crouched down to search for her glasses. Zhang Yufan chuckled. What a coincidence. Zoro, your surprise has arrived. Go help her pick up the glasses. Taking advantage of this moment, he checked the woman's information using the system name. Dasky potential strength growth level. B current strength level. D age, 20 height, 1.7 meters gender, female weapons, Cheyenne, sword. Hanajo sword, devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment cards, none description. Chief Petty Officer of the Navy Headquarters, nearsighted, honest and selfless, strong and courageous, of noble character, never engages in unscrupulous acts. Her appearance bears a striking resemblance to Zoro's childhood companion. Koto, a direct subordinate of Smoker. She serves in the Navy stationed at Logtown, vowing to reclaim all legendary swords taken by evil men. Zoro nodded and approached, picking up the glasses and handing them to the woman. Saying, "Hello, these are your glasses." She accepted them with a smile, responding, "Thank you. My name is Dasky, and I am stationed here with the Navy." Upon seeing Dasky's face, Zoro's eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape in disbelief as he stood frozen. Pondering, how could she look so much like Koto? This is not an illusion. It's as if she were carved from the same mold, and she too is a swordsman. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Since she is stationed here, it is likely that I shall not encounter her again. Dasky, noticing Zoro's stunned expression, donned her glasses and waved her hand in front of him, eliciting no response. She then glanced toward Zhang Yufan and the others, curiously pointing at Zoro and asking, "Hello, is he your friend? Why is he suddenly silent and motionless?" Zhang Yufan chuckled. "He is our companion. Your resemblance to a dearly departed friend from his childhood has rendered him speechless." Dasky, intrigued, remarked, "Is that so? I truly wish to meet the woman I resemble. What a pity." Zhang Yufan said nothing further, moving to Zoro's side and gently patting his shoulder. "Zoro, it's time to snap out of it." "We must set off," Nami chimed in. "Yufan, so the surprise you mentioned for Zoro is this. It certainly isn't a scare, is it?" After bidding farewell to Dasky, they proceeded to search for Bartolomeo. As they walked, Zoro remarked, "Captain, this surprise of yours is rather overwhelming. I nearly had a heart attack." Zhang Yufan laughed. "The world is vast. Who knows, perhaps in some corner, there are others who bear a striking resemblance to both me and Nami." The trio passed by the execution platform of the Pirate King, pausing briefly to observe before moving on. They inquired of several individuals along the way, and under their guidance, arrived at Bartolomeo's doorstep. Zhang Yufan knocked, and the door quickly swung open, revealing a fierce-looking man who glared at them, asking, "Who are you? And what do you want? If you have no business here, then scram." Zoro, perceiving the man's demeanor, was about to confront him when Zhang Yufan restrained him, saying, "We are here to see Bartolomeo." The fierce-looking man frowned and inquired, "What do you want with my boss?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "We have come to invite him to join our pirate crew for an adventure at sea." The man chuckled derisively. "Ha! You think my boss will just accept your invitation? Don't overestimate yourselves." Just then, a man with a green mohawk, an eye tattoo beneath his right eye, a nose ring, and a fearsome countenance emerged, asking, "Derek, what is going on?" Derek responded, "Boss, these folks want to invite you to join them as pirates for an adventure. I was about to send them packing." Zhang Yufan, having already guessed the identity of the man who stepped forward, seized the opportunity to check his information using the system name. Bartolomeo potential strength growth level. See current strength level. E age, 21 height, 2 meters gender, male weapons, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment cards, none description, hailing from Logtown, a leader of the underworld, boastful and arrogant, carefree, yet loyal to his comrades. Bartolomeo scrutinized Zhang Yufan and the others, chuckling, well, I never expected my reputation to precede me, drawing pirates to invite me aboard. What an honor." Zhang Yufan grinned widely, "Greetings, Bartolomeo. I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the pirate crew. This is Zoro, wielding a sword to my left, and Nami to my right. As for your reputation, it is hardly significant, and your strength is rather lacking. The renowned pirates would scarcely take notice of you, and even small-time pirates probably do not recognize you." Bartolomeo, incensed, retorted, "You scoundrel, how dare you belittle me? Why are you even here then? Do you think I want to throw you all into the sea to feed the fish?" Zoro, sporting a mischievous grin, replied, "I don't believe you can. Your strength is too weak for that. You might want to gather more men. Otherwise, there won't be enough for us three to share, Nami added with a laugh. Even if you brought 50 men, it would still be insufficient for Zoro to handle, let alone with the captain here. Zhang Yufan chuckled. Why not gather a few more of your subordinates? We can find an open space and have a friendly brawl. The loser becomes the winner's subordinate. Of course, if you're too afraid, we can forget it, Bartolomeo, fuming, declared. Afraid? Not a chance. It's settled then. Derek, go fetch 50 of my brothers that I'll wait over there in that less crowded spot for you to bring them. Zhang Yufan nodded in agreement, exchanging knowing glances with Zoro. They silently communicated, we hope you come. Once you do, there will be no escape. Derek acknowledged and departed, leading Bartolomeo and Zhang Yufan's group to the designated location. Before long, Derek returned with 50 men, their imposing presence standing behind Bartolomeo. Zhang Yufan remarked with a smile, Bartolomeo, now that everyone is here, let us not waste any more time. Let us begin. Bartolomeo shouted, brothers, charge with me and bring them down. Zoro grinned, Captain, leave them to me. This will be over quickly. You can just sit back and enjoy the show. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, no problem, but don't be too harsh. Leave a few for Nami to practice on. Nami, a mix of fear and excitement, expressed, Yufan, I'm going in. Upon concluding his statement, he produced 3 short sticks from his person and swiftly connected them to form a long staff, charging forward. Zhang Yufan, having consulted the system, noted that their combat capabilities were rather feeble, which prompted him to allow Nami to join the fray. Zoro wielded 3 swords, rapidly incapacitating a significant number of adversaries. Nami, now possessing considerable strength, dispatched her foes with remarkable ease, each strike sending an opponent to the ground. Before long, all 52 adversaries lay defeated. With the battle concluded, the system rewards arrived, but he decided to inspect them at a later time. Filled with joy, Nami approached Zhang Yufan and exclaimed, Yufan, how did I perform? Was I impressive? Zoro also approached, stating, Captain, they were far too weak. It was hardly fulfilling. Zhang Yufan affectionately ruffled Nami's hair, responding with a smile. You performed splendidly, exceedingly well. Keep up the good work. The enemies ahead will only grow stronger. Nami nodded, beaming with happiness at Zhang Yufan's praise. Zhang Yufan moved to Bartolomeo's side, extending a hand to help him up, and cheerfully inquired, so, have you conceded? Can you now join us? Bartolomeo replied, you are all incredibly strong. I accept my defeat and will accompany you. My brothers are unharmed, I trust. Zoro chimed in, welcome aboard. Rest assured, I didn't go too hard on you. You will be sore for a few days, but you'll recover swiftly. Zhang Yufan retrieved 6 large bags of treasure from his storage space, grinning as he said, Bartolomeo, take this treasure to aid your subordinates in secretly expanding their influence. Then gather your belongings and join us. Bartolomeo gazed at Zhang Yufan in astonishment, asking, Captain, how did this treasure suddenly appear before me? Zhang Yufan explained his unique abilities, leaving Bartolomeo wide-eyed in disbelief. After a moment, he took the treasure to organize his men, collected some personal items, and followed Zhang Yufan towards the port, purchasing 2 iron rods for Nami along the way. As they journeyed halfway, they encountered a man with short silver hair, clad in a long coat emblazoned with the word justice across the back, sporting goggles around his neck, riding a motorcycle, trailed by several Marines. Zhang Yufan accessed the system to examine the man's information. Name, Smoker Combat Potential Level, a current combat level, B age, 31 height, 2.09 meters gender, male weapon, Seastone Jit Devil Fruit, Smoke Fruit Bounty, none equipment cards, none profile. A naval colonel known as the White Hunter. A notorious cigar aficionado, stationed in Logtown, and a former pupil of the ex-Admiral Zephyr, his unpredictable nature and disregard for authority have earned him the reputation of a mad dog within the Navy. Bartolomeo halted, stating that as Colonel Smoker, stationed here, he is likely off to hunt pirates. By the way, Captain, are you not wanted yet? Zhang Yufan chuckled, not yet. For now, we are still classified as bounty hunters. Although there is a merman pirate aboard with a bounty of 8 million berries. We are approaching the Grand Line, and once you board, our pirate flag will soon be raised. Bartolomeo nodded, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at the ship, where the rest of the crew returned one by one. As per tradition, the crew introduced themselves to one another, preparing for departure. Once the course was set, Zhang Yufan allowed them to attend to their own affairs, standing at the bow of the ship. Gazing out at the sea, Zhang Yufan summoned the system spirit, Xiaoming, with a thought. Upon her arrival, she announced, Congratulations, Master, you have acquired items worth 21 million berries, including meat X7, fish X5, Grapes X6, Melons X2, Bananas X3, and various equipment cards for basic and advanced skills in strength and defense. Jean Yufan pondered for a moment, allocating the equipment meticulously while reviewing his and his crew's information. Name: Jean Yufan Combat Growth Potential Level. SSS Current Combat Level. S. Initially F. Age: 17 years. Height: 1. 8 meters. Gender: male. Weapons: Exquisite Blade, Standard Handgun, Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Cards. Strength: Top Tier. Stamina: Advanced. Speed: Advanced. Defense: Advanced. Observation Hockey: Intermediate. Armament Hockey: Intermediate. Conqueror's Hockey: Beginner. Navigation: Beginner. Swordsmanship: Intermediate. Accuracy: Intermediate. Gunmanship: Intermediate. Recovery: Intermediate. Introduction. Name: Monkey Ming Little Monkey. Combat Growth Potential Level. B. Current Combat Level. S. Initially D. Age: 16 years. Height: 0.7 meters. Gender: male. Weapons: 2 standard handguns. Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Cards. Strength: Advanced. Stamina: Advanced. Defense: Intermediate. Speed: Advanced. Gunmanship: Intermediate. Accuracy: Beginner. Fist Technique: Beginner. Recovery: Beginner. Navigation: Beginner. Observation Hockey: Beginner. Armament Hockey: Beginner. Introduction. Name: KB Combat Growth Potential Level. A Current Combat Level. A. Initially F. Age: 15 years. Height: 1. 42 meters. Gender: male. Weapons: Exquisite Blade, Standard Handgun, Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Cards. Strength: Advanced. Stamina: Advanced. Defense: Intermediate. Speed: Advanced. Swordsmanship: Intermediate. Accuracy: Beginner. Gunmanship: Beginner. Recovery: Beginner. Navigation: Beginner. Observation Hockey: Beginner. Armament Hockey: Beginner. Introduction. Name: Nami Combat Growth Potential Level. B. Current Combat Level. C. Initially F. Age: 17 years. Height: 1.69 meters. Gender: female. Weapons: Iron Rod, Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Cards. Strength: Advanced. Stamina: Intermediate. Defense: Intermediate. Speed: Intermediate. Accuracy: Beginner. Recovery: Beginner. Staff Technique: Beginner. Swordsmanship: Beginner. Introduction. Name: Roronoa Zoro Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Initially C. Age: 18 years. Height: 1.78 meters. Gender: male. Weapons: Wado Ikamanji, Sword. Sandai Kitetsu, Sword. Shusui, Sword. Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Cards. Strength: Advanced. Stamina: Advanced. Defense: Advanced. Speed: Advanced. Swordsmanship: Intermediate. Accuracy: Beginner. Recovery: Intermediate. Observation Hockey: Intermediate. Armament Hockey: Intermediate. Introduction. Name: Ricky, Lion. Combat Growth Potential Level. C. Current Combat Level. B. Initially E. Age: 26 years. Height: 5. 3 meters. Gender: male. Weapons: none. Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Cards. Strength: Advanced. Stamina: Intermediate. Speed: Intermediate. Defense: Intermediate. Introduction. Name: Usopp Combat Growth Potential Level. B. Current Combat Level. B. Initially F. Age: 16 years. Height: 1. 76 meters. Gender: male. Weapons: Exquisite Dagger. Exquisite Handgun, Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Cards. Strength: Advanced. Stamina: Advanced. Defense: Intermediate. Speed: Intermediate. Swordsmanship: Beginner. Recovery: Beginner. Accuracy: Intermediate. Gunmanship: Intermediate. Observation Hockey: Beginner. Introduction. Name: Koya Combat Growth Potential Level. F. Current Combat Level. C. Initially F. Age: 16 years. Height: 1. 69 meters. Gender: female. Weapons: Exquisite Blade, Standard Handgun, Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Cards. Strength: Intermediate. Stamina: Intermediate. Defense: Intermediate. Speed: Intermediate. Swordsmanship: Beginner. Medical Skills: Intermediate. Accuracy: Intermediate. Navigation: Beginner. Gunmanship: Beginner. Introduction. Name: Sanji Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. S. Initially C. Age: 18 years. Height: 1. 77 meters. Gender: male. Weapons: none. Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Cards. Strength: Advanced. Stamina: Advanced. Defense: Advanced. Speed: Advanced. Accuracy: Beginner. Swordsmanship: Beginner. Recovery: Intermediate. Kicking Technique: Beginner. Observation Hockey: Intermediate. Armament Hockey, Intermediate, Introduction. Name, Noko Combat Growth Potential Level. B. Current Combat Level. B. Initially F. Age, 19 years. Height, 1. 7 meters. Gender, female. Weapons, Exquisite Blade, Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Cards. Strength, Advanced, Stamina, Intermediate, Defense, Intermediate, Speed, Intermediate, Swordsmanship, Intermediate, Accuracy. Beginner, Navigation, Beginner, Recovery, Beginner, Culinary Skills, Beginner, Introduction. Name, Little 8 Combat Growth Potential Level. B. Current Combat Level. C. Age, 37 years. Height, 2. 2 meters. Gender, male. Weapons, 6 Standard Blades, Devil Fruit, None Bounty, 8 million Berries. Equipment Cards, None Introduction. Name, Mumu Combat Growth Potential Level. C. Current Combat Level. D. Initially E. Age, 30 years. Height, 16 meters. Gender, male. Weapons, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Cards. Strength, Intermediate. Stamina, Intermediate. Defense, Intermediate. Speed, Intermediate. Introduction. Name, Bartolomeo Combat Growth Potential Level. C. Current Combat Level. A. Initially E. Age, 21 years. Height, 2.2 meters. Gender, male. Weapons, Exquisite Blade, Standard Handgun, Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Cards. Strength, Advanced. Defense, Advanced. Stamina, Advanced. Speed, Advanced. Navigation, Beginner. Recovery, Beginner. Swordsmanship, Intermediate. Gunmanship, Beginner. Armament Hockey, Beginner. Introduction. Amidst the bustling activities aboard the ship, the crew suddenly felt their combat prowess surge, realizing that their captain was enhancing their abilities. Bartolomeo, newly joined, experienced a significant boost in strength. Brimming with excitement, he rushed to the bow and exclaimed, "Captain, your abilities are truly remarkable. I feel immensely stronger." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "This is merely the beginning. You will grow even stronger in the future. However, regardless of your newfound strength, daily physical training remains indispensable, unless in extraordinary circumstances. Now, please gather everyone." Bartolomeo nodded and hurried off to inform his companions. Before long, they had all gathered, yet none of them understood why Zhang Yufan had summoned them. Nami, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Yufan, what is the purpose of your summons?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "We are about to enter the Grand Line, and it is time we decide on our pirate flag and team name." Kaya then asked, "Captain, have you thought of a name and how to design the pirate flag?" The other companions were equally curious. Zhang Yufan responded, "Indeed, I have decided. Our team's name will be the Extreme Pirates, and the pirate flag will feature a white skull grinning, with 2 eyes glowing with blue ghostly flames, flanked by a crossed knife and gun behind it." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Zhang Yufan asked Usopp, who possessed artistic talent, to illustrate the design on the sails and flag. After departing from Rogue Town, the ship sailed for 3 days. In the conference room of the cabin, Nami placed the nautical chart on the table and pointed out, "According to this chart, the entrance to the Grand Line is located on a mountain." Bartolomeo inquired in confusion, "Nami, are you certain it is on a mountain? Our ship cannot fly. How can we ascend?" Usopp followed up with his own concern, "Are we supposed to abandon the ship and climb the mountain by hand?" Zoro remarked, "It is indeed hard to believe that it is on a mountain. Do we have to carry the ship up?" Sanji added, "If Miss Nami says so, then the entrance must be up there." Nami nodded, pointing at the chart, "I am certain it is on the mountain. You can see it on the chart. While I, too, find it hard to believe, we do not need to climb by hand or carry the ship. Look, there is a canal here." Noki questioned, "Nami, even if there is a canal, our ship cannot simply ascend the mountain on its own." Koby asked, "Nami, are there alternative routes we can take?" Nami explained, "There are, but they are separated by a windless zone, where there is no wind. Our ship is a sailboat and lacks its own propulsion. Furthermore, I have heard that many large sea kings inhabit that area, making it impassable for us." Zhang Yufan, observing the expressions of his companions, reassured them, "All right, my friends, the chart is accurate, and we do not need to climb the mountain or carry the ship. Upon reaching the entrance, there will be an upward current that will carry our vessel to the mountain summit. Once we arrive, you will see .as for the windless zone. It will indeed be challenging for our current ship to navigate." Zhang Yufan then proceeded to elucidate the situation regarding the mountain, known as Mount Levis, which featured 5 waterways arranged in an X-shaped point. 4 of these waterways flowed in from the 4 cardinal directions, converging at the summit before flowing out through the 5th waterway. Beyond that lay the Grand Line. Due to the swift currents and perennial storms, many pirate ships had met their demise against the mountain's cliffs before they could reach the summit. At that moment, a small figure burst into the room. exclaiming, "Captain, there is a vast expanse of dark clouds ahead. A storm is brewing." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Continue sailing forward. We are nearing the entrance. Everyone, don your raincoats and let us prepare for any unforeseen circumstances." The crew nodded in agreement and returned to put on their raincoats before gathering at the bow of the ship. After sailing for a while, Koby, peering through his binoculars, announced, "Nami, there are lights appearing ahead." Nami also raised her binoculars to look, saying, "Koby, those are navigation lights, designed to guide ships like ours to the entrance of the Grand Line. Usopp, steer towards that direction, and Sanji and Koby, prepare to lower the sails." Following Nami's guidance, the crew headed toward the Grand Line's entrance and soon spotted a canal leading up the mountain. Everyone wore expressions of astonishment. Zhang Yufan instructed his companions to maintain control of the ship's course to avoid crashing into the cliffs. Thus, they entered the entrance with a thrill, following the upward current toward the mountain. Koby, Usopp, and Sanji linked arms and began joyfully dancing, while the others cheered. Before long, the ship reached the summit, only to suddenly plunge downward at a rapid pace. After descending for a short distance, a massive creature appeared before them. Koby, looking through his binoculars, warned, "Everyone, there is a gigantic whale ahead. Steer the ship carefully, or we will collide." Sanji, at the helm, was taken aback. Kaya, having never seen such a colossal whale, exclaimed, "Usopp, look at that whale. It is enormous, as big as a mountain." Usopp agreed. "Indeed, if our ship collides with it, it would surely be shattered to pieces." Nami, puzzled, asked, "Everyone, why does this whale have so many scars on its head?" Noki speculated, "Could it be that other creatures or humans inflicted those wounds?" The rest of the crew began to chatter and discuss the matter. Zhang Yufan, upon observing the whale's numerous scars, recognized it as Laboon, the whale left behind by the Rumbar pirates at that moment. The whale opened its large eyes and gazed at Zhang Yufan and the crew. Just as the ship approached the exit, the whale suddenly opened its mouth and engulfed them whole. The taste of briny seafood filling the air, prompting several crew members to scream in fright. Nami clung to Zhang Yufan in fear, Kaya grasped Usopp tightly, and Noki clung to Sanji's arm, enveloped in darkness. The crew found themselves in pitch blackness, but soon, light returned, revealing an astonishing sight. The interior was akin to the outside world, featuring blue skies and white clouds, with a small island and a house atop it. Nami was the first to speak, asking, "What are your thoughts, everyone?" Koby, observing the scene, said, "Under normal circumstances, we have indeed been swallowed by the whale, but why is there an island and a house here?" Usopp questioned. "Why does this place mirror the outside world? Are we dreaming?" Bartolomeo suggested. "Could these be mere illusions?" Zhang Yufan chuckled and responded, "This is no illusion. Look closely, the blue sky and white clouds are painted. But the island and house are real. We have indeed been swallowed by the whale, but the inside has been modified by someone." Suddenly, a gigantic octopus emerged from the water, extending its tentacles toward Zhang Yufan and the ship. Just as Zoro drew his sword to strike the octopus, several harpoons flew out from the house behind the octopus, piercing its body. The octopus struggled momentarily before collapsing backward, splashing a torrent of water, and was then dragged back into the house. At that moment, an elderly man with a hairstyle resembling a saffron flower emerged from the house, staring intently at Zhang Yufan without uttering a word. He then ambled over to a sun lounger and sat down. Engrossed in reading a newspaper, Bartolomeo called out, "Hey, old man, say something." Hearing this, the elderly man lifted his head but remained silent. Usopp jokingly threatened, "Old man, if you don't start talking, we might just have to fire upon you." Kaya asked, "Old man, what will it take for you to speak?" Sanji remarked, "This old man has been silent. Could he be mute?" The old man, with wide eyes, stated, "I am not mute, and you should not fire. Otherwise, it will result in fatalities." Zoro queried, "Who will die, old man?" The old man replied, "Me." Sanji retorted, "So it's you? At least you have some self-awareness. Now, may I ask who you are and how you came to be here?" The old man responded, "Little brat, before asking others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Sanji conceded, "That is a fair point. I am." Before Sanji could finish, the old man interjected, "I am Coloca's, 72 years old, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape." Zoro chuckled, "Curly brows, you've been played by the old man." Sanji, incensed by Zoro's comment, shouted, "Green algae head, do you want to fight? Let me kick that old man first, and then I'll come back to deal with you." Just as he attempted to leap onto the small island, Zhang Yufan stopped him. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Sanji, calm down." Coloca's disregarded Sanji's fury, saying, "This is my constructed resort, and you have trespassed into my private territory, yet you wish to harm me. Quite the audacious claim. You arrived here after being swallowed by a whale." Usopp exclaimed, "We are truly inside the whale, but how do we get out?" Kia, with a hint of trepidation, remarked, "Will we be digested by the whale's gastric juices?" Xiaoba replied, "The ship won't dissolve in a short time." Coloccus pointed to a specific location and said, "Do you see that large iron gate? If you wish to exit, that is the way out." Nami interjected, "Ufon, since we are aware of the exit, let us hasten our departure." No sooner had she spoken than the whale's tail and stomach began to tremble violently. Xiaoba, perplexed, inquired, "Is there an earthquake occurring within the whale's stomach?" Coloccus rose and explained, "It is this whale. It is once again ramming its head against the red earth continent." At that moment, all the companions on the ship finally understood the source of the numerous scars on the whale's head. They were self-inflicted. Coloccus, with concern, stated, "We cannot allow it to continue harming itself. I must intervene." With that, the old man leapt into the sea and swam towards a door, where he entered to find a massive syringe. He operated it, injecting a sedative into the whale's body, which caused Labu to quiet down and cease its assaults on the red earth continent. Koby remarked, "Old man Coloccus just jumped in. Isn't he afraid of being corroded by the gastric juices?" Bartolomeo added, "Old man Coloccus is willing to risk his own body to save the whale. He is a man of deep emotion, and I am beginning to admire him." The others nodded in agreement. And soon the tremor subsided. Coloccus swam back to the small island, and, seeing Zhang Yufan and the others still there, asked, "Why have you not yet departed?" Noki, with worry etched on her face, asked, "Old man Coloccus, is your body all right? Is there any corrosion?" Coloccus waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Young lady, I am fine. You should quickly leave this place." Zoro urged, "Captain, let us make haste to depart." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Let us wait a moment, old man Coloccus. I am Zhang Yufan, the captain of this ship. Do you wish to see this whale cease its assaults on the red earth continent?" Hearing Zhang Yufan's words, Coloccus instantly perked up, for it was something he had longed to accomplish. He asked, puzzled, "Young man, do you truly have a way to stop Labu from this behavior?" Zhang Yufan nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Come aboard with us, and I shall prove it to you while you share with us the story of this whale." Coloccus nodded and climbed aboard, proceeding to recount the tale of Labu, the whale who hailed from the West Sea and was the largest island whale in the world. Born as a small whale in the West Sea, Labu was bullied by various ferocious beasts until one day it encountered the music-loving pirate crew, the Rumba Pirates. The little whale found companionship and felt safe and joyful while with the singing Rumba Pirates. However, one day, the Rumba Pirates decided to venture into the Grand Line. Due to the dangers of the Grand Line, they had to leave Labu at the Levi's Mountain, asking it to wait there until they circled the globe and returned. Thus, little Labu, with tears in its eyes, remained behind, unwillingly waiting for the return of the Rumba Pirates on the side of the Red Earth continent. After a prolonged wait, when the promised reunion did not occur, Labu could no longer bear it and sought the Rumba Pirates. It began to ram its head against the Red Earth continent, hoping to break through and embark on its journey to find its friends. Upon hearing Coloccus's words, the three women were moved to tears. Usopp asked, "How many years has Labu been waiting here?" Coloccus replied, "Labu has been waiting here for 50 years. The group gasped in astonishment. Zoro commented, "After such a long time, it is likely that they have perished." Coloccus sighed and said, 50 years without a word. Perhaps they truly have died. Now, let me take you out of here. Otherwise, your ship will begin to corrode." Under Coloccus's guidance, the ship swiftly reached the exit, docked, and disembarked. Zhang Yufan rushed to the shore and shouted, "Labu, I have something very sorrowful to tell you." Hearing someone call, Labu turned to Zhang Yufan and asked, "What is it you wish to tell me?" The others could not comprehend Labu's words, but only Zhang Yufan and the two animals could understand. Bartolomeo, overhearing Zhang Yufan's words, said, "Captain wouldn't be revealing to Labu that the Rumba Pirates are all dead, would he?" Nami replied, "It seems so. I trust him. Let us wait here for good news." Zhang Yufan shouted, "The Rumba Pirates have all perished in the Grand Line and cannot return." Labu let out a tremendous roar, tears streaming from its large eyes, saying, "I do not believe it. I do not believe it. You must be lying to me." Zhang Yufan called back, "I am not deceiving you. However, there is one who has returned from the dead. So you still have a chance to see him." Coloccus, listening to their conversation, looked quizzically at Koby and asked, "Youngster, can your captain truly understand what Labu is saying?" Koby smiled and replied, "Yes, old man Coloccus. That is our captain's special ability. Coloca's remarked, "That is indeed impressive." Labu joyfully bellowed, "Is what you say true? I can see him again." Zhang Yufan affirmed, "Yes. But you must wait until we have circumnavigated the Grand Line before we can bring him back to you. Until then, you must not harm yourself by continuing to ram the Red Earth continent. I will draw a mark for you. Lower your head." Labu happily lowered its head and said, "Okay, I promise to wait for your return." Zhang Yufan smiled and called, "Usopp, come help me. Draw our skull emblem on Labu's head." Usopp grinned and said, "Just a moment. I will fetch some materials from the ship." Given Labu's immense size, the other companions joined in to assist. And soon the emblem was complete. Zhang Yufan, upon seeing the skull emblem on Labu's head, nodded in satisfaction, while Labu's tears flowed uncontrollably. At that moment, everyone finally understood the reason behind Zhang Yufan's earlier words to Labu. It turned out that someone from the Rumba Pirates was still alive. As for how Zhang Yufan came to know such things, they no longer found it surprising, as such occurrences were not uncommon. Coloca's, observing Zhang Yufan's actions, shed tears of gratitude, saying, "Yufan, thank you for helping Labu, preventing it from injuring itself by ramming the Red Earth continent. Is it true that someone from the Rumba Pirates is still alive?" "How do you know?" Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, "Indeed, one person is still alive, trapped in a certain place. Once I find him, I will safely bring him back. As for how I know, that is a secret. It cannot be disclosed." Coloca's nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Labu was exceptionally joyful today, frolicking with Zhang Yufan and the others on the sea for a long while. When mealtime arrived, Sanji and Noki prepared a sumptuous feast, and everyone ate with great delight. Coloca's, smiling, said, "Since you are heading to the Grand Line, let me share some information about it." Nami, smiling, replied, "Please do." Old man Coloca's, "We are all ears." Coloca's produced an item from his belongings and handed it to Nami, saying, "This is a log post. You probably do not have one. It is an essential tool for navigating the Grand Line. The islands in the Grand Line are interconnected by magnetic forces, and you must use the log post to record the magnetic connections between the islands to chart your course to the next island." After a brief pause, Coloca's continued, "Everything there is chaotic. All common knowledge is rendered useless. There are 7 routes available in the Grand Line, but no matter which path you choose, the final destination will invariably be Raftel, which historically only the pirate King Roger has reached." Nami, gazing at the log pose, joyfully donned it on her wrist, saying, "This is a valuable item. It must be well protected." Upon hearing Coloca's words, everyone felt that it was an exceedingly dangerous place. However, even such risks could not deter their resolve to advance. They gathered their belongings and prepared to set sail once more. Standing on the ship, Zhang Yufan smiled and declared, "Labu, we are embarking now. Await our return for a surprise. Old man Coloca's, take care of yourself as well." Coloca's waved goodbye, a touch of melancholy in his voice. "Farewell, everyone, take care and travel safely." Labu, with reluctance, called out a few times, saying, "Goodbye, everyone, take care. I will be here waiting for your return." As the crowd waved their farewells, the ship sailed forth, gradually receding into the distance. Once the course was firmly established, Zhang Yufan gathered everyone together, a smile gracing his face as he proclaimed, "Since we have some time on our hands, allow me to introduce you to the legendary treasures of the sea, the devil fruits, and the concept of hockey." The group nodded in agreement, their faces alight with curiosity to learn more about the devil fruits and hockey. Zhang Yufan continued, "The devil fruits, often referred to as the incarnations of sea demons, bear a resemblance to common fruits such as bananas, apples, and melons. However, they possess a distinctive feature. Their skin and flesh are adorned with spiral patterns. On the market, a single fruit can command a price of at least 100 million berries." Upon hearing the staggering potential profit, Nami's eyes sparkled with the shape of currency as she exclaimed, "Yufan, if we could acquire a few more, wouldn't we strike it rich?" Zhang Yufan chuckled, "It's not so simple to procure them. Devil fruits are scattered across the globe. Their abilities fall into 3 categories: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Each devil fruit bestows a unique power that does not overlap, but the downside is that once consumed, the individual becomes a landlubber, forsaken by the sea. With such advantages come disadvantages," Koby remarked. "Thus, we cannot have all crew members consume devil fruits, or we would be at a disadvantage during maritime battles," Zoro stated. "Then I shall refrain from consuming a devil fruit. I wish to focus on my swordsmanship." Sanji, with a glimmer in his eye, mused, "I would love to have a transparent fruit. I just wonder if one has already been consumed." Zhang Yufan responded with a grin, "Sanji, I have some unfortunate news. your transparent fruit has indeed been eaten. As for the rest of you, hold off on making any decisions until we acquire a superior devil fruit. Sanji's eyes flared with indignation as he inquired, one of my dreams has been shattered. Captain, who was it? Who consumed it? Zhang Yufan replied with a chuckle, patience, Sanji. When we reach that place, I will reveal the answer to you. Those who wield the powers of devil fruits fear not only the sea but also sea stone, a rare mineral found only in specific maritime regions. Haki, on the other hand, can strike against the elemental forms of Logia-type devil fruit users. After a brief pause, Zhang Yufan elaborated, what does it mean to be elemental? For example, if you were to shoot a bullet at a user of the flame fruit, the bullet may pierce their fiery form, but they would merely transform into fire itself. Ordinary attacks would be ineffective, and their body would mend swiftly. However, Haki can reach them. The group nodded in understanding, attentively listening as Bartolomeo interjected, Captain, what exactly is this three-colored Haki? Zhang Yufan smiled and explained, Haki is divided into three types. Kinbunshiku Haki, Busashoka Haki, and Haushika Haki. Some of our companions have already mastered it, though they may not yet realize its significance. Allow me to demonstrate. Bartolomeo, please step forward and strike me with a punch. Bartolomeo laughed. Ha ha ha, Captain, I want to hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist lunged towards Zhang Yufan. With ease, Zhang Yufan sidestepped while saying, did you see that? This is Kinbunshiku Haki, which allows one to predict an opponent's movements and sense their location. The group watched in astonishment. Suddenly, Zhang Yufan's hands transformed into an inky blackness, blocking Bartolomeo's powerful punch. Bartolomeo winced, shaking his hand as he questioned, Captain, how are your hands harder than steel? My hand is sore. Zhang Yufan chuckled. This is Busashoka Haki, akin to wearing a suit of armor that enhances both defense and offense, effective against devil fruit users. The group nodded in comprehension as Zhang Yufan continued. The final type, Haushika Haki, cannot be acquired through training. It is innate. Only one in several 100,000 possesses this royal aura, a formidable presence that can deliver silent attacks over vast areas. I will demonstrate it on an enemy when the opportunity arises. Bartolomeo asked, Captain, can we also possess Haushika Haki? The group, filled with curiosity, pondered the rarity of such a skill, yet hoped that one among them might possess it. Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, none among you currently possesses it. But I can help anyone awaken their Haushika Haki. Once I grow stronger, I will assist all of you in awakening it. For now, those who have not yet learned Haki should seek out those who have for guidance. The crew dispersed to find Zoro and Sanji, while Monkey and Leaky could only rely on Zhang Yufan for instruction. Thus, another day aboard the ship passed. The following morning, Usopp spotted an island from the crow's nest, prompting the crew to adjust their course towards it. This island, known as Combat Island, is a place where the profession of fighter is held in the highest esteem. Here, if one possesses sufficient strength, courage, and luck, they can effortlessly attain the rights and status that others envy. Surrounding the island are numerous fighting arenas, yet the atmosphere is neither crowded nor chaotic. Rather, it is vibrant and bustling. At the island's center lies the largest arena, known as the Ultimate Fighting Arena. Each year, 10 of the strongest fighters emerge from its confines, and from these 10, the King of Fighters is born, becoming the most illustrious figure on the island. Every moment, throngs of individuals engage in combat within the various arenas, honing their fighting skills. However, during these contests, no weapons are permitted. Only bare hands may grace the stage. Any transgressions result in the full wrath of the island's inhabitants, drawing attention to every battle and igniting the passion of the spectators. Today marks the annual selection of the 10 strongest fighters, and the crowd surrounding the Ultimate Fighting Arena has swelled to approximately 1,000 eager spectators. Their faces alight with excitement, their breaths quickening in anticipation of the contest that will unveil the true champion. At this moment, the colossal stage of the Ultimate Fighting Arena is filled with 1,000 warriors, a diverse assembly of men and women, young and old, all possessing formidable physiques, their gazes fervently fixed on the coveted Golden Championship belt. At this juncture, the referee of the Ultimate Fighting Arena steps forward, holding a loudspeaker as he proclaims, "Welcome, esteemed audience, to the Ultimate Fighting Arena. My name is Black, and I shall be your referee for today's contest." After a brief pause, he continues, "Now, I will announce the rules. No weapons are allowed. Life and death on the arena are determined by fate. The 1,000 warriors will be divided into 10 groups of 100, from which one strongest warrior will emerge in each group, culminating in the selection of one ultimate champion. the king of fighters, who will be awarded the golden belt. As his words echo through the arena, a deafening cheer erupts from the crowd, who are ecstatic at the long-awaited spectacle. Observing the electrifying atmosphere, the referee clears his throat and declares, "The competition begins now. Please, the first group of warriors, step forward." The audience fell silent, their collective gaze fixated on the stage, while Zhang Yufan and his crew arrived at the port of Combat Island. Upon disembarking, they scanned their surroundings, only to discover that the streets were deserted. Bartolomeo queried, "Captain, this seems odd. How is it that not a single soul is present in broad daylight?" Koby added, "Captain, it appears that fighting is the prevalent culture here. I see several signs for fighting arenas over there." Usopp speculated, "Could it be that everyone has gone to compete in the arenas? What kind of island is this?" Zhang Yufan replied, "I am uncertain. Let us proceed forward and see what we can uncover." Leaving Leaky to guard the ship, the crew ventured onward, still encountering an empty street. After a short while, they stumbled upon a large fighting arena, from which the sounds of combat could be heard. Zoro remarked, "Captain, I sense a multitude of individuals within that arena." Sanji concurred, "Green Algae Head is right. I sense it too. This Kinbunchika haki is quite handy." Zhang Yufan nodded, smiling as he said, "Once you refine your Kinbunchika haki to a higher level, you may even glimpse fleeting visions of the future or hear the voices of all things. Now, let us head towards that fighting arena." Bartolomeo exclaimed, "That's incredible. I must train hard in haki." Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the fighting arena. After inquiring about the island's happenings, they learned that this was indeed the famed Combat Island, which explained the abundance of fighting venues. An excited guard announced, "You have arrived at the perfect moment. Today marks the annual selection of fighters and the king of fighters. Would you like to witness this event?" With a face brimming with excitement, Bartolomeo exclaimed, "Yes, let us witness the spectacle." He then followed the guards to the spectator seats, found an available spot to sit, and began to relish the matched that moment. A chaotic brawl unfolded on the stage, and soon all 10 teams had participated, leaving only 10 valiant warriors on the platform. The referee announced loudly, "Congratulations to the 10 warriors on stage. Today, they have become fighters. I hereby declare a brief intermission, for the battle for the title of King of Fighters is about to commence." As the referee's words echoed, the 10 fighters on the stage immediately began to rest and regain their strength. While the audience erupted in fervor, a wave of applause resonating as everyone cheered for the 10 warriors, seemingly eager to join the fray themselves. The faces of the 10 fighters illuminated with smiles, for they had finally succeeded. Zhang Yufan and his companions, influenced by the surrounding spectators, joined in the exuberant cheering. After the excitement subsided, Zhang Yufan spotted a familiar figure and checked the information on him and others through the system. Name: Jaiza's Beiji's combat potential growth level. S current combat level. C age, 26 height, 3.55 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Possesses immense strength. Capable of effortlessly lifting houses, has a bold and confident personality, brimming with self-assurance in his abilities. Highly combative, revels in the thrill of defeating formidable opponents, and is willing to endure pain for the sake of his team. Name: Regisai combat potential growth level. B current combat level. D age, 21 height, 3.1 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A resident of Fighting Island. Possesses greater strength than the average person from a young age. Bold and confident in his combat abilities with a meticulous side. Takes his physical training seriously and enjoys fighting. How fortuitous that Jaiza's Beijis, who would originally join the Blackbeard Pirates a year later, appeared here. It seems I have found my target, Blackbeard. I have marked my territory. And there's another worthy contender. The remaining few are lacking. Nami, noticing Zhang Yufan's mischievous grin, inquired, "Yufan, what have you seen that has you smiling so deviously?" The other companions turned to Zhang Yufan, indicating their curiosity about the situation. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "I've discovered 2 formidable fighters. Once the match concludes, I intend to recruit them aboard our ship." Usopp asked, "Captain, where are they?" "I didn't notice anyone." Zoro whispered, "Captain, I feel the fighters below are quite weak." Sanji quietly remarked, "Captain, I too believe those down there are indeed rather feeble." Zhang Yufan chuckled, "That is because your combat prowess has greatly enhanced, raising your standards. Not long ago, your strength was not much different from theirs." Look at the wrestler donned in a mask, with long purple hair and a broad smile. He, along with the one on his left, is precisely who I seek. The group's search for the individual Zhang Yufan mentioned. Quickly locating him, Koby commented, "Isn't that purple-haired fellow's physique rather disproportionate? His upper body is so robust while his lower body is so slender. How does he support such a frame?" Zhang Yufan laughed. "Perhaps his lower body is merely a tad slender, yet he remains undeniably powerful." After approximately half an hour of rest, the 10 fighters returned to the stage, at which point the referee announced loudly, "The battle for the title of King of Fighters officially commences. The rules dictate that the 10 fighters will draw lots to form 5 pairs for 1v1 contests. There will be an odd number of victorious fighters. The defeated must select one among themselves to advance to the next round, thereby creating an even number, and so forth." Upon hearing this rule, the fighters wore expressions of gravity, save for one, Beiji's, who maintained a beaming smile. Brimming with confidence and eagerness to engage, such a rule was inherently an elimination format. Although there was a chance for one last revival, those aspiring to be the strongest fighters could not afford to lose. Needing to challenge continuously until only one remained standing on the stage, the referee continued, "Now, please welcome the first pair of warriors, fighter number 1 and fighter number 9. Zhang Yufan observed fighter number 1, Smyri, clad in black attire, sporting short hair and appearing quite imposing. Upon hearing the referee's words, he immediately rose and strode towards the stage. At that moment, another fighter also stood up and approached the platform, dressed in a black tank top and white trousers, adorned with a wrestler's mask, long purple hair cascading down, and a broad smile. This fighter was none other than number 9, Beiji's, whose physique was even more robust than Smyri's. With eyes gleaming with determination, the two men on stage exchanged glances. And as the referee signaled the start, they engaged in a fierce battle. However, it quickly became evident that Smyri could not withstand Beiji's overwhelming strength and was sent flying off the stage, crashing against the wall of the fighting arena before collapsing. Upon witnessing Smyri's fall, an unmistakable cackle erupted from Beiji's. "Wahaha!" He raised his fists in triumph, showcasing his powerful arms to the audience. A wave of fervent applause and cheers erupted from the spectators. Beiji's approached Smyri, crouched beside him, and said with a grin, "Wahaha, Smyri, your strength still needs improvement. Keep training hard. I look forward to our next duel." With that, Beiji's turned to depart, while Smyri, undeterred, retorted, "Beiji's, just you wait. Next time, I will defeat you." The audience marveled. Beiji's truly possesses immense strength. In the subsequent matches, Beiji's secured victory with ease, and the other groups swiftly concluded their bouts, leaving only Beiji's and the final fighter. Beiji's stood before the last combatant, whose face was obscured by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of inky black eyes and a mane of raven hair. His physique robust and muscular. Beiji's chuckled, "Wahaha, you must be my final opponent." The fighter replied, "Indeed, I am the one who will defeat you and claim the title of this year's King of Fighters. Remember my name, Regisai." Beiji's responded, "Wahaha, you possess a great deal of confidence in your abilities. Your combat prowess is indeed commendable, and I relish the opportunity to best a foe such as yourself." The referee approached the stage, announcing loudly, "We now enter the final showdown. The victor shall be crowned this year's King of Fighters. Let the match begin." Both combatants unleashed formidable punches simultaneously, their fists clashing, causing Regisai to stagger back 2 steps, though he remained unscathed. This indicated that Beiji's held a slight advantage. Regisai scoffed, "Humph, you are indeed strong. But I am not weak either." He then lunged at Beiji's once more, fists and feet colliding, the arena resonating with the thunderous sounds of impact and the ripping winds of their strikes. Escalating in intensity, the audience outside the ring was captivated, caught in a whirlwind of excitement, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the King of Fighters, while secretly hoping that one day, that title would belong to themselves. On the stage, Beiji's did not exhibit any signs of exhilaration. Rather, he appeared somewhat disheartened, finding it unsatisfactory to battle an opponent weaker than himself. He yearned to contend with someone of greater strength. Meanwhile, Regisai was at a disadvantage. His arms felt numb, his power significantly diminished, and after a forceful elbow strike from Beiji's, he was sent crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The referee, noticing this, approached to check on Regisai. Discovering he could not stand, and promptly declared, "The match is over. This year's King of Fighters has been crowned. Beiji's standing beside me. The audience erupted in applause and cheers for Beiji's, who nodded in gratitude with a smile before descending from the stage. Receiving the coveted golden belt of the King of Fighters, while Regisai was taken off the stage for treatment, the referee announced loudly, "The competition for this year's King of Fighters has officially concluded. We look forward to an even more thrilling performance from next year's warriors. Please exit the fighting arena in an orderly fashion. I am Blog, and I shall see you all next year." Zhang Yufan, upon witnessing the conclusion of the match, ushered the crowd to the entrance of the fighting arena, where soon the spectators and fighters emerged. At that moment, Beiji's appeared, his demeanor not particularly joyful. As he passed by Zhang Yufan and his companions, he was halted by Zhang Yufan, who boldly proclaimed, "Gizes Beiji's, first and foremost, congratulations on acquiring the title of King of Fighters. However, the combatants here do not possess the strength to satisfy your desire for challenging formidable opponents. Would you like to witness the prowess of a true warrior?" An expression of excitement crossed Beiji's face as he chuckled, "Wahahaha. Indeed, they do not suffice. You've perceived my strength well. I sense you are formidable. So let us proceed to the arena over there for a demonstration." Zhang Yufan responded with a smile. "Do not be hasty. Let us await one more individual. You shall soon discover who it is." Lai Jizi, perplexed, nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Lai Jizi emerged, only to be intercepted by Zhang Yufan, who confidently stated, "Lai Jizi, your strength is still insufficient. Do you aspire to become as powerful as Beiji's, or even surpass him? If so, join us as we head to the arena to experience extraordinary strength." After contemplating, Lai Jizi followed Zhang Yufan and the others toward the fighting arena. Upon arrival, he looked at Beiji's with curiosity and asked, "Beiji's, why are you accompanying us to the arena?" Beiji's pointed at Zhang Yufan and replied, "They invited me to experience extraordinary strength, and I can hardly wait to challenge him." Zhang Yufan chuckled. "As of now, you both lack the strength to challenge me. First, defeat this little monkey beside me." Beiji's was unfazed and laughed heartily. "Wahahaha. This is becoming increasingly interesting. It seems this little monkey is no ordinary creature. Otherwise, you wouldn't allow it to fight me. Who are you all?" Truly, Lai Jizi shared the same sentiment. Realizing the opposing party was not foolish enough to send a weakling into battle, Zhang Yufan introduced himself. "I am Zhang Yufan, the captain of the extreme pirate crew. This little monkey is named Houming, and the others behind me are my companions. How about we place a wager on this match?" Beiji's, intrigued, inquired. Zhang Yufan, "What kind of wager do you propose?" Lai Jizi, equally interested, asked. "Indeed, Zhang Yufan. What shall we wager?" Zhang Yufan's companions were eager to know the terms of the bet, but remained silent, awaiting the revelation. Zhang Yufan smiled and declared, "If my Houming loses, my life shall be at your disposal. However, should you lose, you will join our crew and address me as captain." Beiji's exclaimed with enthusiasm, "How intriguing. Very well, I accept. Come forth, little monkey." Lai Jizi echoed Beiji's excitement. "Yes, I too accept." Zhang Yufan instructed. "Houming, use only your ordinary strength. Control your power and do not cause any harm." Houming, brimming with confidence, replied, "Big brother, leave it to me. I will ensure the task is accomplished." At a peculiar sight unfolded as a person and a monkey stood on the arena stage. Zhang Yufan called for the match to commence, and both sides charged at one another. Beiji's, with his robust right arm, unleashed a powerful elbow strike aimed at Houming, who simply grinned and evaded effortlessly. Despite Houming's seemingly slender limbs, his strength was immense. He delivered a forceful punch to Beiji's, who was instantly embedded into the arena wall with a resounding crash. The surrounding residents, alerted by the noise, rushed over to witness the spectacle. What they beheld was utterly astonishing. Beiji's, who had just been crowned King of Fighters, was now embedded in the wall of the arena at that moment. Only the little monkey stood on the stage, demonstrating that its power exceeded even that of their esteemed King of Fighters Beiji's. The onlookers were left in wide-eyed astonishment, questioning when a mere monkey had attained such prowess. Lai Jizi, equally astounded, approached the stage to unleash his strongest strike against Houming. However, the outcome was the same, as he too found himself embedded in the arena wall. Enduring the searing pain in his abdomen, Beiji's extricated himself from the wall and laughed. "Wahahaha. Truly, an incredibly powerful monkey. Zhang Yufan, I concede. I agree to join you. I look forward to your guidance, Captain." Lai Jizi, also struggling to free himself, chuckled. "This monkey's strength is astounding. I too concede, Captain. I look forward to your mentorship. Zhang Yufan greeted them warmly. Welcome aboard. We have several companions on our ship whose strength surpasses even that of Houming. Once aboard, you may freely train with them. Rest assured, your potential for growth is significant. And with my assistance, your strength will rapidly increase. At that moment, the system chimed in, awarding them 2 oranges along with advanced equipment cards for strength and basic martial arts, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the 2 newcomers. Bages, thrilled to learn of even stronger companions, exclaimed, there are even mightier individuals. I eagerly anticipate our contests, but before that, Captain, may I witness your true strength? Lai Jizi nodded in agreement, also eager to see. Zhang Yufan smiled. Certainly, but I shall remain stationary at the center of the arena. If you can force me out, you win. Otherwise, should I engage, you will be reduced to mere fragments. Bartolomeo chimed in, newcomers, do not hesitate. Charge in without reservation. Sanji added with a grin, if you truly manage to send the captain flying today, there shall be a feast in your honor. Other companions echoed their sentiments, reveling in the excitement, and upon hearing this, Bages felt emboldened, laughing. Wahahaha. Captain, you truly know how to entertain. Let us proceed, Lai Jizi declared. Captain, I shall hold nothing back. Zhang Yufan positioned himself at the center of the arena, activating his armed haki, enveloping his entire body in an impenetrable aura, resembling an iron figure. The residents watched in awe as Lai Jizi and Bages beheld their captain transform into a shadowy figure. Astonished, they inquired, Captain, what is happening? Zhang Yufan explained with a smile. This is armed haki, enhancing both my defense and offense. I shall provide further details later. Now, unleash your full strength upon me. Bages struck with all his might, landing a punch upon Zhang Yufan's abdomen. While Lai Jizi targeted his back, yet Zhang Yufan remained unfazed, a smile plastered across his face, his stance unwavering. Their fists met his form as if striking against steel, causing them immense discomfort. Surprise washed over them. The defensive capability was indeed formidable. However, they quickly regained their composure, fueled by excitement, and with a fierce shout, they launched another powerful blow toward Zhang Yufan's chest, but to no avail. They continued to bombard Zhang Yufan with a flurry of powerful strikes, their relentless assault persisting until their hands grew numb. Yet Zhang Yufan stood immobile, wearing an amused expression. The residents collectively exclaimed, incredible, truly remarkable. All were unable to fathom the sight before them. They had witnessed Bages' formidable strength and his recent acquisition of the title of King of Fighters, while Lai Jizi was no slouch either. Though they could not ascertain how Zhang Yufan achieved such resilience, they were certain that his strength was substantial and far beyond what was currently displayed. They were astonished to discover that his defensive prowess was terrifyingly potent. Bages realized that continuing the assault was futile. Laughing, he said, Wahahaha, Captain, your defensive capabilities are absurdly strong. My utmost effort cannot breach it. I concede, Lai Jizi, resigned, remarked, Captain, this is utterly ineffective. I too concede. Usopp shrugged his shoulders, stating, as expected. Nami chuckled, that was inevitable. Koby suggested, everyone, let us proceed to welcome our new comrades. The group nodded in agreement, and Zhang Yufan, having deactivated his armed haki, smiled. Bages and Lai Jizi, your strength is indeed significantly greater than the average person. However, in comparison to some true warriors, you are still relatively weak. Therefore, you must train diligently moving forward. Bages affirmed. Understood, Captain. I will grow stronger. Regis remarked, understood, Captain. I shall exert myself further. Zoro approached and inquired, Bages, it's nearly noon. Are there any fine eateries around here? It would be ideal if they also serve wine. Bages replied, indeed, I shall escort you there. It is not far. Upon departing from the arena, they soon arrived at a restaurant, where the group found a spacious spot to sit and ordered their meals. They dined and conversed. They elaborated on the ship's rules, the devil fruits, and the 3 colors of haki, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The world outside was truly wondrous, and they eagerly anticipated the journey ahead. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yufan cheerfully asked, Bages and Regis, have either of you discovered any of the devil fruits mentioned earlier on this island? Both Bages and Regis, reflecting for a moment, shook their heads, with Regis stating, to the south of the island lies a dense forest, where many fruits grow. We could investigate. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, then let Regis lead us there. Bages, please inquire with the locals if they have seen anything. Sanji, Noki Gao, Usopp, and Koya shall remain here to ask around. The rest of you accompany me to the forest. Regardless of our findings, we shall reconvene here before dinner." Nodding in agreement, they set off. Under Regis's guidance, Zhang Yufan and the others quickly reached the forest, where they split up, utilizing their observation haki to search for fruits. The forest was not extensive, and they soon scoured it thoroughly. While they found some fruits, no trace of the devil fruits was to be seen. Regis's group also returned empty-handed. Upon arriving back at the restaurant, Nami glanced at the log pose on her wrist and remarked, "Yufan, the log pose indicates we need to remain on this island for half a month to fully charge." Zhang Yufan chuckled. "That is quite lengthy. With my mobile map, we can expedite our search." He instructed Regis and Regis to gather some everyday supplies, and after bidding farewell to the residents, the locals gathered by the shore to see off their champions. Regis and Regis, as they embarked on their adventure. Once they set sail, the ship's course was established, and the sea remained relatively calm. Zhang Yufan summoned Regis and Regis, who looked puzzled as Regis asked, "Captain, what do you require of us?" Zhang Yufan responded with a smile, "I will enhance your combat abilities using my special powers." Regis inquired, "Is there anything we need to do?" Zhang Yufan assured them, "No need for any action. The enhancement will occur swiftly." With a wave of his hand, he bestowed upon Regis enhanced attributes: strength, advanced, martial arts, beginner, defense, intermediate, stamina, intermediate, and speed, intermediate, elevating Regis's combat power from C rank to A rank. For Regis, he provided strength, intermediate, defense, intermediate, stamina, intermediate, and speed, beginner, increasing Regis's combat power from D rank to B rank. Both Regis and Regis suddenly felt a surge of strength coursing through their bodies. Despite having heard of Zhang Yufan's abilities from their companions, experiencing it firsthand left them utterly astonished. Regis exclaimed, "Captain, my strength has increased immensely. Your power is truly formidable." Regis echoed his surprise. "Captain, your abilities are nothing short of miraculous." Zhang Yufan replied, "Remain composed. Such enhancements will occur frequently. Even with your newfound strength, you are still no match for Monkey Ming." Regis, brimming with excitement, declared, "Monkey Ming is indeed powerful. I must confront him and finally comprehend how weak I truly was back then." Regis wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, we were utterly weak." Regis and Regis sought out Monkey Ming once more, but the outcome was unchanged. They were once again bested by him. The two lay on the deck, gazing at the sky in a daze. Zhang Yufan officially appointed them as the ship's helmsman, allowing for rotation in their duties. After a day of sailing across the vast ocean, the crew felt a bullet was past their heads, followed by two seagulls plummeting from the sky, landing squarely on Zhang Yufan's ship. Everyone grew vigilant, prepared for battle at a moment's notice. Nami and the other women were startled, glancing around in confusion as Nami asked, "Yufan, did someone just fire at us? And who brought down these two seagulls? There is no one around our ship." Zhang Yufan affirmed, "Indeed, someone fired a shot, but they aimed at these seagulls, not us." Zoro pointed in a direction, stating, "The bullet came from over there, but we have yet to determine who fired it." Sanji, irate, exclaimed, "Which scoundrel shot without warning? You've frightened the lovely Noki Gao and the others." Regis turned the ship towards the direction indicated by Zoro. "No problem," Regis replied, steering the helm. Usopp climbed to the crow's nest, peering through his binoculars toward the direction Zoro had pointed, shouting, "Crewmates, I spy an island in the distance. Could the shooter be located there?" Koby expressed his astonishment. If the shot truly originated from that direction, then the shooter must possess exceptional sniping skills. Bartolomeo suggested, "Let us seek him out and recruit him to our crew. Adding another sniper would significantly bolster our overall strength." Zhang Yufan smiled. "I share the same sentiment. Such talent must be brought aboard." Just then, the winds grew fiercer and rain began to fall. Nami remarked, "The weather on the Grand Line is indeed unpredictable. Without advanced navigational skills, we might soon find ourselves capsized." Koya added, "Indeed, it was sunny just a moment ago, and now it's raining. Could it possibly snow later?" Noki Gao responded, "That is indeed a possibility." Zhang Yufan chuckled. "On the Grand Line, nothing is surprising. Anything can happen. Everyone, maintain control of the ship and ensure we do not deviate from our course." The ship swayed gently as it gradually approached the island to the southeast. A glance revealed a vibrant expanse of crimson on the island, unmistakably a small island known as Red Rock Island. The island was adorned with numerous colossal red rocks, each formed from countless smaller stones. Resembling a collection of rubies meticulously arranged together, creating an exquisite sight. Here, an abundance of scarlet flora thrived, with many residents utilizing these plants as sustenance, their homes predominantly painted in hues of red. Reminiscent of a blazing inferno, the inhabitants moved about infrequently, yet a fair number of traders frequented the area, conducting business that appeared to prosper overall. There were also a few innocent and adorable children playing without a care in the world. Concurrently, a small brook meandered down from the mountains, flanked by a lush grove of red trees, teeming with vibrant little fish. A truly enchanting scene. At the heart of the island lay a quaint town named Red Rock Town, the sole settlement on the island. Unlike other bustling towns on different islands, Red Rock Town exuded a sense of spaciousness. Nearby, an unnamed hill housed a peculiar and vast cave, its interior densely composed of hard red rocks. To the northeast of the town stood an ancient edifice, its architecture strikingly unique, embellished with numerous red patterns. Atop the structure were 3 massive red pillars, with a sword protruding from their center. The sword bore a resemblance to a bloodied skull, though more grotesque, crafted entirely in red, its material indiscernible, emanating an aura of chilling eeriness. This was the island's largest tavern, the Red Rock Tavern. Inside, shelves brimming with various barrels of liquor and an assortment of drinking vessels lined the walls. The patrons donned identical attire, resembling a military unit. Among them was a woman, tall and statuesque. She wore a striking red ensemble that accentuated her fair skin and elongated legs, adorned with a silver bracelet on her wrist and a golden necklace around her neck. Her commanding presence drew the attention of many men around her. She was Alfred, the proprietress of the Red Rock Tavern, currently instructing her subordinates. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his cruise ship navigated through the ocean's waves. Reaching the island, after securing the vessel, they disembarked, leaving Li Ji and Xiao Ba to watch over the ship. Xiao Ba had performed admirably during this period, earning the trust of his companions, and his loyalty to Zhang Yufan was now sufficient to warrant the bestowal of an equipment card. To be arranged at a later time. At that moment, Sanji surveyed the surroundings, hoping to locate the individual who had fired a gun, and indeed, he spotted a tall man seated atop a massive red rock not far from the shore. Sporting an unusual hat and a monocle over his right eye, his elongated face was shrouded in a black cloak, and he was meticulously polishing a long rifle. The crew soon acknowledged his presence, and Sanji swiftly approached, inquiring, "Hey, who are you? Were you the one who shot down those 2 seagulls?" The tall man replied calmly, "I am Van Oka. Those 2 seagulls were indeed shot by me, and they fortuitously landed on your ship." "Such is fate," Sanji retorted. "Do you have any idea how your sudden gunshots startled the beautiful women on our ship?" Van Oka remained unperturbed, stating, "I sincerely apologize for that." Zhang Yufan, silent behind Sanji, scrutinized Van Oka's attire and features, which led him to recall a certain individual that he utilized the system to check Van Oka's information. Name: Van Oka. Combat growth potential level: S. Current combat level: C. Age: 24. Height: 3.4 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: Qianlu, gun, devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Hailing from the East Sea, he is a sniper known for his calm demeanor, highly combative nature, and exceptional precision and speed in marksmanship. His catchphrase is, "Such is fate." Indeed, he was destined to become the sniper of the Blackbeard Pirates. Presenting himself willingly, there was no reason to decline, as Zhang Yufan intended to continue undermining Blackbeard's crew. Zhang Yufan stepped forward with a smile, introducing himself. "I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew. The individuals behind me are my companions. Van Oka, do you believe in fate?" Van Oka nodded placidly. "I firmly believe," Zhang Yufan continued, "since you believe in fate, our encounter must be predestined. You appear to be a skilled sniper. Would you care to join me? Together, we can turn this world upside down." Van Oka was taken aback by Zhang Yufan's imposing aura, staring blankly at him. Seeing his silence, Beatrice approached with a hearty laugh. "Wahahaha, Van Oka, join us. Our captain possesses immense strength." Bartolomeo chimed in with a grin. Van Oka, our upcoming journey promises to be thrilling and perilous. Come adventure with us." Van Oka regained his composure, stating, "Captain, your presence is indeed formidable. I shall heed the call of fate and join your pirate crew." The crew welcomed their new member enthusiastically, and Zhang Yufan declared, "Oka, you shall henceforth be our second sniper and lookout." Curiously, Oka inquired, "Captain, who holds the title of the first? Is he skilled in marksmanship?" I would like to challenge him. Usopp stepped forward with a smile. Oka, first of all, welcome aboard. I am Usopp, the sniper.as for my shooting skills. You'll see for yourself. Oka nodded and stepped aside, intrigued as Usopp directed the others to each pick up a small stone from the ground. Zhang Yufan counted to 3, and they all tossed the stones into the air simultaneously. Usopp then blindfolded himself with a black cloth, brandished 2 pistols, and prepared for his demonstration. Since equipping Usopp with intermediate marksmanship, he had traded his slingshot for 2 pistols and a long rifle, becoming quite adept at handling them. Once ready, Usopp activated his observation haki, signaling Zhang Yufan to commence. Upon reaching 3, 10 small stones soared into the sky. And Usopp, sensing their positions, swiftly fired, shattering all 10 stones in an instant. Oka watched in amazement, marveling at the speed and precision displayed, as well as the formidable power of the bullets. An ordinary person would have no chance to evade. Usopp holstered his pistols and turned to Oka, asking, "So, what do you think? Impressive, right? As for the long rifle, its range isn't quite as far as yours." Oka nodded, giving a thumbs up. "Indeed, impressive. But Usopp, how do you manage to hit without directly looking at the stones?" Usopp chuckled. "Of course, that's because the captain helped me awaken my observation haki, allowing me to sense the stone's positions. Although it's still weak, I'll explain haki in detail later." Pausing for a moment, Usopp continued, "As for my accuracy, the captain has permanently enhanced it with his special ability. It will only improve, and it will never decline." Oka gazed at Zhang Yufan in astonishment, saying, "Captain, I had no idea you possess such abilities." Koby added with a smile, "Oka, the captain has many special abilities. Don't be too surprised when you learn more about them later." Oka asked, "Usopp, what about your bullets? How do they pack such a punch?" Usopp grinned. "I derived the special cannonball recipe from the clown Buggy when I defeated him. I made some improvements, and that's what I'm using now. I'll share the recipe with you later." Oka nodded excitedly, the impact of the day's events weighing heavily upon him. However, he quickly managed to compose himself. Zhang Yufan inquired about the reason for Oka's arrival on this island. Oka recalled that he had been forcibly brought here by Baldero, the captain of the ball pirate crew, who was in search of a sharpshooter and happened upon him. Reluctant to join this pirate crew, Oka was rendered unconscious by some narcotics administered by the crew members. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Just a few days prior, Baldero had confiscated his beloved firearm, Qianlu, leaving him no choice but to feign compliance, promising to retrieve his weapon before seeking an opportunity to escape the pirate crew. He contemplated slipping away on someone else's vessel, but every large ship was under the watchful eyes of the ball pirate crew, leaving only a couple of small boats available. Most avenues for escape had been effectively severed. Previously, he had attempted to leave in a small boat, but after a brief period of calm, the weather turned tumultuous, with fierce winds and torrential rains transforming the sea into a tempest. His small boat was capsized, forcing him to swim back, fortunately not too far from Red Rock Island, and he managed to return, thanks to his decent swimming skills. The members of the ball pirate crew were utterly unconcerned about small boats setting sail. Navigating such vessels in the waters of the Grand Line was tantamount to seeking one's own demise. This island was relatively remote, seldom visited by ships. There had been an incident where a pirate ship inadvertently arrived here, only to be swiftly dealt with by the ball pirate crew. Oka recounted, "I was observing the coastline for any passing ships, and today I spotted yours that a seagull happened to be flying above your vessel. And I took a shot, causing it to fall and draw your attention." After a pause, he continued, "I was hoping to provoke you into attacking the ball pirate crew, leading to mutual destruction, which would allow me to slip away amidst the chaos. By fate's guidance, I encountered you." Upon hearing Oka's plight, the others expressed their sympathy for his misfortune. Kirby remarked, "Oka, you truly have had a run of bad luck, but with your marksmanship, you should be more than capable of taking down members of the ball pirate crew. Shouldn't you?" Oka replied with a hint of resignation, "That's only because they are all clad in armor. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate it. Besides, they only gave me 1 bullet to work with." Zhang Yufan chuckled, saying, "Oka, since you've agreed to join my pirate crew, let us resolve the issue with Baldero and embark on adventures together." Oka nodded, leading the way towards the stronghold of the ball pirate crew. Behind him, Bagus, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of a skirmish, exclaimed, "Oka, just wait until the members of the ball pirate crew taste the might of my stone-like fists. I shall avenge you." Bartolomeo added, "Fear not. Oka, We shall make sure to avenge you for daring to bully my brother. We will strike the ball pirate crew so hard that their parents won't recognize them. Regis interjected. Captain, Bagis and I have just joined and have yet to contribute to our pirate crew. Let us three handle the task of avenging Oka. The other companions shared their thoughts as well. And Jean Yufan smiled, saying, Very well. I entrust this task to the three of you. We shall observe your splendid performance from the sidelines. The group had no objections and continued walking with Oka, introducing themselves along the way. Meanwhile, in a vast cavern within an unnamed hill, a group of armored men emerged. The leader, holding a treasure map, was tall and imposing, followed by over 20 subordinates wielding various digging tools. Each member of this armored group bore a fierce demeanor. They were not inhabitants of the island, but rather members of the ball pirate crew that Zhang Yufan and his companions sought. Baldero exclaimed with excitement, Lads, according to this treasure map, our hard work over the past few days is about to pay off. Just a bit more digging, and we shall uncover the treasure chest. A chubby subordinate eagerly responded, Boss, let us hurry and dig, so we can enjoy some fine food afterward. Baldero chuckled, You only think about food. Are you aspiring to be a gourmet? Look at how plump you've become. The rotund subordinate paid no heed to the jibe, envisioning the delectable feast ahead, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth, causing the others to chuckle at his expense, just as they prepared to re-enter the cavern. A commotion erupted. A patrolling pirate, panting heavily, rushed in, declaring, Boss, a large group is coming down the mountain, armed to the teeth. The crew immediately turned their attention to the mountain, where a tall woman clad in red, leading over 50 fully armed individuals, was striding towards them. Baldero furrowed his brow and asked, Who are those people coming down the mountain? The crew shook their heads, indicating they had never seen them before. A combatant from the ball pirate crew, Rod, stated, Captain, it seems the newcomers bear ill intentions. They are likely hired to deal with us. We should eliminate them before returning to our treasure haunt. Baldero nodded in agreement. That is indeed a possibility, or perhaps they are residents who have yet to return from their dealings. If they seek death, then let us oblige them. Men, arm yourselves and follow me to vanquish them. The 20 or so members of the ball pirate crew readied themselves and marched down the mountain, soon encountering the opposing group. The members of the ball pirate crew halted, their eyes fixed on the 50 or so individuals before them. Baldero spoke first. Halt. Who are you? Do you not realize this territory has been claimed by my ball pirate crew? A pirate shouted back. You lot best take a good look. Standing before you is the Captain Baldero, with a bounty of 30 million berries on his head. Upon hearing this, the newcomers paused, casting wary glances at the pirates. At that moment, a tall woman stepped forward, declaring, We are the Red Rock Defense Team. Just returned from the outer islands. I am their leader, Alfred. You wretched pirates, we are here to take your heads. Prepare to be fed to the fish. Baldero laughed heartily. Ah, such bravado from a beautiful lady. Why not come closer and be my woman, enjoying a life of luxury and indulgence at my side? Alfred scoffed at his proposition, gesturing for her team to raise their weapons, pointing them at the ball pirate crew. With a cold smile, she declared, So, you are the ball pirate crew? Hardly impressive. Brothers, open fire. As her command fell, a hail of bullets rained down upon the members of the ball pirate crew. Sparks flew as the bullets struck their armor. However, the thick plating rendered them unharmed. When the Red Rock Defense Team ran out of ammunition, they were shocked to find that not a single pirate had fallen. All stood unscathed before them, leaving the defenders in disbelief. Baldero laughed boisterously. Is that all you've got? Now it's our turn. Men, charge. This woman is mine, but the rest shall be slaughtered. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sounds of intense combat erupted. Members of the Red Rock Defense Team scrambled to defend themselves against the pirates' onslaught. However, the pirates, seasoned in battle, advanced under the guidance of a few skilled fighters, swiftly cutting down the defenders, who fell one by one. Observing the unfolding chaos, Alfred felt a wave of desperation. The enemy's strength was overwhelming, and her team stood no chance. Fearing for their lives, she shouted, Everyone, retreat. We cannot defeat them. We will perish here, as she turned to flee. Baldero intercepted her with his sword, stating, My dear, you should worry less about others and more about yourself. You can't even save yourself, and you think you can escape my grasp. The other members of the Red Rock Defense Team were also contemplating escape. But alas, it was too late. They found themselves encircled by over 20 members of a pirate crew. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his companions followed Oka to Red Rock Town, the temporary base of the ball pirate crew. only to discover it was deserted. Nami, puzzled, inquired, "Oka, where has everyone gone? There's not a soul in sight." Oka pondered for a moment and replied, "I previously observed them frequently wielding excavation tools, heading towards a nearby hill. They are likely digging for treasure there." Upon hearing the mention of treasure, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "Oka, where is that hill? I must go seize their treasure. No one shall deter me." Oka then led the group towards the hill, and on the way, he turned to Zhang Yufan and asked, "Captain, why does Nami become so animated at the mere mention of treasure?" Zhang Yufan responded, "It relates to her past experiences. Allow me to share her tragic history." As they walked, he recounted Nami's sorrowful past. Upon hearing this, Oka remarked, "In comparison to her ordeal, my own experiences seem trivial. They pale in significance." After meeting the captain, her life underwent a monumental transformation. Such is the nature of fate. At that moment, the group passed by a fruit shop where two individuals were seated, engaged in conversation. A burly man asked, "Boss, has anything significant occurred on this island recently?" The shopkeeper contemplated before responding, "Indeed, a band of pirates arrived a few days ago, taking control of this place. Just this morning, I saw them ascend the mountain, armed with excavation tools. I wonder what they are searching for." After taking a sip of water, the shopkeeper continued, "Alfred has returned today. He is the leader of the Red Rock defense team and has gone with over 50 members to confront those pirates." The burly man questioned, "Do you think they stand a chance against those pirates?" The shopkeeper sighed, "It seems unlikely. If they cannot prevail, our little town may be doomed." The burly man declared, "Then I must hasten my departure." With that, he dashed out of the shop, prompting Zhang Yufan and his companions to quicken their pace towards the mountain. With their swift speed, they soon arrived at the hill, where they witnessed two factions engaged in battle. With the bodies of over 20 individuals strewn across the ground, Sanji spotted a beautiful woman struggling against a muscular man, on the verge of collapse. Monkey Ming, standing beside Sanji, prepared to make his move. Sanji's eyes did not transform into hearts. He forcefully suppressed his impulse and refrained from rushing in immediately. Monkey Ming smiled approvingly, realizing that their prior training had finally borne fruit. Just then, Bartolomeo approached the lovely lady and swiftly knocked the burly man away with a powerful punch. Turning to her, he grinned and asked, "Hey, beautiful lady, are you all right?" Alfred stared in disbelief at Bartolomeo, who had just sent Baldro flying, and stammered, I'm fine. You're astonishing. You knocked Baldro away with a single punch. Thank you for saving me." "Who are you?" Bartolomeo replied with pride, "No need to mention it. I could take on dozens of scoundrels like him alone. I am a member of the Extreme Pirates. And my name is Bartolomeo." Upon hearing he was a pirate, the beautiful woman felt a surge of disdain but introduced herself nonetheless, saying, "I am Alfred, the leader of the Red Rock defense team. And the one you just dispatched is Captain Baldro of the pirate crew." Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan had retrieved a table and chairs from his storage space, adorning them with pre-cut fruit, as the group sat back, munching on snacks while watching their companions' performance with ease and leisure. Oka observed Zhang Yufan's remarkable antics with intrigue, contemplating the possibilities of such play. After completing this, he utilized the system to check the information on the beautiful woman and the muscular man. Name: Baldro. Combat Power Growth Potential Level: B. Current Combat Power Level: C. Age: 25. Height: 3.5 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Sturdy Broadsword. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: 30 million berries. Equipment card: None. Description: Captain of the Ball Pirate Crew. Fond of wealth and beauty, immensely strong. With a brutal disposition, he plunders and wreaks havoc upon civilians and villages, showing no mercy. He possesses remarkable luck, consistently evading the Navy's pursuit. The name: Alfred. Combat Power Growth Potential Level: C. Current Combat Power Level: D. Age: 22. Height: 2.6 meters. Gender: Female. Weapon: Elegant Longsword: Exquisite Pistol. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: None. Equipment card: None. Description: Leader of the Red Rock defense team and proprietor of the Red Rock Tavern. Her parents were slain by pirates, instilling in her a deep hatred for them. She honors her parents' legacy by dedicating her life to protecting the townsfolk, driven by an unwavering sense of justice. Other members of the Ball Pirate crew, witnessing their captain being struck down, abandoned the remaining 20 Red Rock defense team members and charged towards Bartolomeo. However, they were intercepted by Bagus and Regis, who blocked their path. Bagus chuckled, "Why, come forth, pirates, and experience the taste of my stone-like fists." Regis added with a laugh, "Ha! This path is closed. You might as well all lie down, before the opposing crew could respond. The two charged at them, effortlessly taking out the pirates with a punch each, finding no challenge in such weak foes. Observing the remaining 10 pirates, Bagus jeered. Why ha! You are all too feeble. You've drained my desire to fight. Regis, hurry and finish them off so we can join the captain for some fruit. Regis nodded and charged at the remaining pirates, while Usopp, seated and enjoying his fruit, remarked, Yes, yes, yes. Bagus and Regis, just keep going. Left punch. Right punch. Hey, don't cower over there. You still have 10 of you. Charge in, charge in. And you at the back, where's your sense of martial ethics? Thus, Usopp became the impromptu commentator, eliciting hearty laughter from his companions, who nearly doubled over in mirth, while the Red Rock defense team members stood agape at the scene. Despite their 50-strong crew facing off against 20 pirates, they had managed to defeat none. Not even a single hair. Yet these two had effortlessly dispatched the entire pirate crew, doing so with such ease. The others remained leisurely seated, snacking, making it seem as if they were mocking the Red Rock defense team. They could only contemplate this indignity internally, too afraid to voice their thoughts, lest they attract the attention of the two formidable beings. Baldro, witnessing his crew fall one by one, felt a surge of rage. He roared and, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his abdomen, picked up his broadsword and charged at Bartolomeo, swinging it with all his might. Bartolomeo, having anticipated the move, dodged swiftly to the side with a grin. Effortlessly avoiding the attack, he then leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at Baldro's head, who was unable to evade and was sent flying once more. Bartolomeo did not wait for Baldro to land. He pursued him relentlessly, employing brutal strikes that left Baldro in a state where even his parents would not recognize him. Baldro's armor was shattered, reduced to a mere remnant of its former self. At that moment, the system rewards arrived, which Zhang Yufan would check later. Nami, seeing her companions had finished their battle, called out, Bagus, Regis, Bartolomeo, search the pirates for any treasure maps or valuable items. Upon hearing Nami's command, the trio began to rummage through the pirates' belongings. Bagus and Regis uncovered several 100,000 berries, while Bartolomeo found a treasure map, bringing it back to Nami and presenting it to her. Zhang Yufan handed each of them a large watermelon. Nami, clutching the treasure map, greeted Zhang Yufan before setting off with Usopp, Bagus, Regis, and Monkey Ming to excavate the treasure. Zhang Yufan approached the astonished Alfred, who remained in a state of shock, and smiled, Greetings. I am the captain of the Extreme Pirates. Zhang Yufan, still reeling from the recent events, Alfred momentarily failed to respond. It was only upon hearing Zhang Yufan's words that she snapped back to reality, gazing at him as she took a deep breath and asked, What brings you to this island? Zhang Yufan smiled and remarked, We merely passed by this place. We have no intention of harming the residents here like those pirates do. Alfred, gazing at Zhang Yufan with suspicion, inquired, Is that truly the case? Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, Of course it is. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here unharmed, but rather lying over there like those pirates. Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's words, Alfred felt reassured and said, Indeed, given your combat prowess, there was no need for such elaborate explanations. You could have simply attacked. Although I despise pirates, you have indeed saved the residents of Hongyan Town. Thank you. Zhang Yufan produced a sketch of a devil fruit and cheerfully asked, Alfred, does your island possess any fruit that resembles this pattern? Alfred examined the drawing of the devil fruit, reminiscing for a long time, but ultimately could not recall having seen it before. Shaking his head in response, Zhang Yufan then showed it to the members of the Hongyan defense team, who similarly shook their heads, indicating they had not encountered it either. Zhang Yufan chuckled and said, In that case, you should deal with these pirates. Feel free to take the undamaged armor and weapons for your use. We shall attend to our own matters and take a stroll in the forest before departing this island. After tidying up the tables and fruit, he ventured into the cave to find Nami, saying, Nami, how much longer until we uncover the treasure? Nami replied with a smile, according to Monkey Ming and Usopp sensing. We need to dig a bit deeper. Zhang Yufan responded with a grin, Then let us first acquire the ship of the ball pirates and search the forest at the base of the mountain for any devil fruits. If you find any, we can explore further inside. The group nodded in agreement, and Zhang Yufan led his companions alongside Oka to the location where the ball pirates' ship was docked, where a few guards were swiftly dealt with by Koby. After thoroughly searching the ship, they discovered 23 million berries along with some treasures. Once they had dealt with the pirates, they stored the ball pirate ship in their inventory and headed towards the forest. Upon arriving in the forest, the group split up to search, and after a short while, they had scoured the area without finding anything apart from the fiery red trees on another front, Nami and her group. Due to the hardness of the red rocks in the cave, had Monkey Ming utilized his armed haki on their tools to enhance their digging speed, which significantly accelerated their progress. Soon enough, they struck gold. Baez emerged with a treasure chest, placing it before Nami, who opened it to reveal a trove of treasures worth at least 30 million berries. She then embraced the chest and ventured deeper into the cave, which turned out to be quite spacious. After walking for a while, she observed the surroundings, which were all red rock, and encountered 2 paths ahead. Nami announced, "Friends, there are 2 paths ahead. We must split up." Usopp stated, "Both Monkey Ming and I possess observation haki, so we must part ways. I will take Baez down the left path. Nami, you and the others should take the right path and meet back at the cave entrance." The group nodded and continued deeper into the cave. Usopp and Baez, after a long search, found nothing of value. The area was barren, filled only with stones and water, and they soon reached a dead end. Baez remarked, "Usopp, it seems luck is not on our side. We've hit a dead end. I suppose our only find today is that treasure chest. I wonder how Nami's group is faring." Usopp replied, "Indeed, let us head out." Thus, their exploration concluded with nothing to show for it. Meanwhile, Nami's group also walked for a while without discovering anything of worth. The 3 continued forward, and suddenly, Monkey Ming, using his observation haki, sensed a small space behind the wall ahead, where a tiny tree bore a fruit, cleverly concealed within. Delighted, Monkey Ming bounced in front of Nami, knowing she wouldn't understand his words, and expressed his excitement through gestures, waving his hand towards her while pointing ahead. Nami, noticing Monkey Ming's demeanor, asked with a smile, "Monkey Ming, did you sense something ahead?" He nodded and continued forward, with Nami and Regis closely following. Before long, they reached their destination, where Regis surveyed the area and asked, "Monkey Ming, apart from stones, there seems to be nothing else here." Monkey Ming approached a stone wall, pointing at it. Nami understood and said, "Monkey Ming, are you suggesting that something lies behind this wall?" Regis added, "But this wall has no door. It seems we must have Monkey Ming break it down." Monkey Ming nodded, covering his hand with armed haki and delivering a powerful punch to the wall, creating a substantial hole. With several more strikes, he enlarged the opening just enough to squeeze through, retrieving the fruit before emerging again and handing it to Nami. Nami and Regis examined the fruit, which resembled an apple but was covered in segments of red stone with spiral patterns. Regis widened his eyes and asked, "Nami, could this fruit be the devil fruit the captain has been searching for?" Nami, scrutinizing the fruit closely, exclaimed with excitement, "The characteristics match perfectly. This must be the devil fruit that Yufan has been seeking. We've struck it rich. This could fetch at least 100 million. Regis grinned. "Indeed, our luck has been remarkable. Let us check on Usopp and Baez to see what they found before surprising the captain." Nami cheerfully asked, "Monkey Ming, are there any other hidden treasures here?" He shook his head, and they all proceeded towards the cave entrance, where Usopp and Baez awaited. Shortly thereafter, they saw Nami emerging, her left hand concealing the oddly shaped fruit, while her right clutched the treasure chest with an expression of sheer excitement. Usopp remarked, "Nami, judging by your appearance, it seems you've had a successful haul, while we found nothing but stones." Baez, glancing at the peculiar fruit in Nami's hand, asked, "Nami, could that fruit be the devil fruit the captain mentioned earlier?" Nami replied with a smile, "It seems to be a devil fruit. This is our greatest find today, but let us confirm it with Yufan first." Usopp suggested, "Let us head towards the forest." The group moved towards the forest, while Zhang Yufan and his companions were making their way to the cave in the mountain, and the 2 groups soon crossed paths. Upon seeing Nami's excited expression, along with her equally elated companions, Zhang Yufan knew they had made significant discoveries. Nami concealed the devil fruit behind her, shielded by her comrades, and extended her right hand to present the treasure chest to Zhang Yufan, saying with a smile, "Yufan, this treasure chest contains at least 30 million berries. We've struck a small fortune that I'll keep it safe for now, and we can utilize it when needed." Zhang Yufan accepted the chest, affectionately ruffled Nami's hair, and replied with a grin, "All right, we'll store it for now." Noki chimed in with a laugh, "Nami, did you only find that treasure chest? Did you come across anything else?" Kaya added, "Nami, I noticed your left hand has been behind your back for quite some time. Do you have something in your hand? Sanji, chuckling, said, Miss Nami, if you have something valuable, do reveal it. Nami then extended her left hand, revealing the strange fruit. Oka, puzzled, asked, Nami, what kind of fruit is that? It looks quite unusual. Nami excitedly replied, this is the fruit that Monkey Ming found deep within the cave. It should be a devil fruit. Let us show it to Yufan for confirmation. Zhang Yufan examined the peculiar fruit, utilizing the system to check its information, and smiled at everyone, proclaiming, this indeed is a devil fruit known as the red rock fruit. Belonging to the Paramecia type, its ability allows the user to transform ordinary stone into a more durable red rock, acquiring all properties of the red rock while being able to alter its shape at will. However, the user cannot generate red rock independently. They must first come into contact with ordinary stone to transform it, and it will not revert to ordinary stone when separated from the user. Koby remarked, Yufan, the capabilities of this devil fruit are quite impressive. We should store it for now and allocate it to the most suitable user later. The other companions nodded in agreement with Koby's perspective. Zhang Yufan smiled and remarked, let us first set aside these provisions for future comrades. It is time for us to embark. The group swiftly made their way to the docking area, where they boarded the ship and engaged in mutual introductions. Once they confirmed the vessel's course, Zhang Yufan summoned the system spirit, Houming, with a mere thought. Upon her arrival, Houming announced, congratulations, Master, you have acquired items worth 12 million berries, along with 4 pieces of meat, 6 small bottles of fresh water, 2 watermelons, 3 bananas, 3 apples, 2 cantaloupes, and equipment cards for shipbuilding, beginner, martial arts, beginner, and navigation, advanced. After organizing the newly acquired items, Zhang Yufan called over Xiaoba and Oka, smiling as he said, Xiaoba, you have now earned the recognition of Nami and the others. From this day forth, you shall officially be our companion. Next, let us enhance your and Oka's combat abilities. With a flick of his thought, he equipped Xiaoba with stamina, intermediate, speed, intermediate, defense, intermediate, strength, intermediate, and swordsmanship, intermediate, elevating his combat power from C rank to a rank. He then equipped Oka with stamina, intermediate, speed, advanced, defense, intermediate, strength, intermediate, accuracy, intermediate, marksmanship, intermediate, and observation hockey, beginner, similarly boosting his combat power to a rank. Regis was equipped with stamina, advanced, martial arts, beginner, speed, intermediate, defense, advanced, strength, advanced, and armament hockey, beginner, raising his combat power from B rank to a rank. Beijis received stamina, advanced, defense, advanced, and armament hockey, beginner, increasing his combat power from a rank to S rank. Usopp was equipped with speed, advanced, and armament hockey, beginner, enhancing his combat power from B rank to a rank. Monkey Ming's combat power remained at S rank with the addition of defense, advanced, while Koby's remained at a rank with the same enhancement. Bartolomeo's combat power remained at a rank after receiving observation hockey, beginner, and Nami's combat power stayed at C rank with the addition of navigation, advanced. Zhang Yufan himself equipped stamina, top tier, maintaining his combat power at S rank at AS. For the other companions, their equipment levels were too low to warrant change, as what they currently possessed was already the best available. Xiaoba and Oka quickly felt a significant boost in their combat prowess, with Oka exclaiming, I feel so much stronger all of a sudden. Captain, your special ability is truly enigmatic. Xiaoba, still in disbelief, remarked, Captain, you possess such miraculous powers that I was entirely unaware of. Zhang Yufan chuckled and replied, that was because you had not yet officially joined us. Thus, I could not share this secret with you. Now, however, I can reveal these mysteries. He then proceeded to provide a detailed introduction to Xiaoba and Oka, addressing their inquiries before sending them off to train. The ship sailed across the sea for half a day, encountering gusts of wind and heavy rain intermittently. Thanks to the advanced navigation skills Zhang Yufan had equipped Nami with, they managed these challenges with ease. Suddenly, from a previously clear sky, snow began to fall, rapidly blanketing the entire ship. Several companions took to the deck to build snowmen, unfazed by the lack of winter clothing, as their enhanced physiques had bolstered their cold resistance. It was evident that Usopp possessed the most artistic flair among the crew, creating a snowman that resembled a delicate artwork. Koby remarked with a grin, Usopp, you are truly remarkable. This snowman looks almost identical to Kaya. Beiji's, observing his own slightly lopsided creation in comparison to Usopp's masterpiece, chuckled, "Waha. Usopp, you are indeed impressive. I could never craft such a beautiful snowman." The other companions nodded in agreement, acknowledging that even they couldn't produce such exquisite snowmen. To which Usopp proudly stated, "Of course, this one is made especially for Kaya." Kaya, seeing the snowman that bore her likeness, simply smiled sweetly at Usopp without uttering a word. Usopp took her hand, guiding her on how to create a lovely snowman. While Sanji, preoccupied with thoughts of Nokigao, had shifted his focus from his previous flirtations with women, though his reluctance to engage in combat with them remained an issue to address, after some playful antics. As the snowfall intensified, several companions began to clear the thick layer of snow accumulating on the ship. After sailing for a while longer, Oka spotted an island to the left ahead from the lookout tower and called down to the others. "Comrades, an island with towering cacti has been spotted to our left." Nami instructed, "Beiji's, adjust the helm. Let us head toward that island." Beiji's nodded, steering the ship in the direction of the island, and upon a closer look at the cacti. Kaya remarked, "Those cacti are enormous." The others agreed, astonished by their size. This island, aptly named Cactus Island, was home to the Whiskey Peak, a town known for its hospitality towards pirates, though in reality, it was a hub for bounty hunters drawn by the bounties of pirates venturing into the Grand Line. Many inexperienced young pirates had fallen prey to them, and it also served as a subordinate branch of the criminal organization Baroque Works. As Zhang Yufan's ship approached Whiskey Peak, just as they prepared to dock and disembark, several companions with observation haki sensed numerous individuals approaching from the island. Zoro cautioned, "Friends, there are many people on the island swiftly advancing towards us. We cannot discern if they are friend or foe. So be prepared for battle at any moment." Soon, a large group arrived at the shore, warmly welcoming Zhang Yufan and his crew. A man with peculiar curly hair stepped forward, proclaiming, "Brave warriors of the sea. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. Greetings, I am Ikelam, the mayor of this town." Another man beside him added, "Welcome to our little town." Zhang Yufan responded with a smile, "Greetings, mayor." Meanwhile, he discreetly checked the mayor's information through the system. Name, Ikelam. Combat power growth potential level, D. Current combat power level, E. Age, 47. Height, 2.18 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, curly hair cannon, saxophone shotgun. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard. An agent of Baroque Works, codename Mr. 8. An undercover operative. After confirming that the mayor was indeed an undercover agent sent from Alabasta, Sanji, perplexed, asked, "What is going on? When did we become so popular?" Nokigao remarked, "There must be something amiss. Our reputation isn't yet that significant. Everyone, stay vigilant." Nami furrowed her brow and stated, "We are pirates now. What island's residents would welcome pirates so warmly unless they were out of their minds?" Zhang Yufan, fully aware of the true nature of these individuals, refrained from disclosing this information, wishing to preserve the thrill of exploration. That he smiled and said, "Tonight, aside from Nami and the other women, let us not truly sleep. As we shall observe what kind of performance they are putting on." The crew nodded in agreement, securing the ship and leaving Ricky behind to watch over it. This moment, Ikelam cheerfully announced, "Our town is renowned for its fine wines and music, and we are known for our hospitality. We have prepared a grand feast for you all. Shall we indulge together?" Koby, smiling, replied, "You have gone to such lengths to prepare a feast for us. We must participate and not squander your kindness." Beiji's added with a laugh, "Waha, I adore banquets. Mayor, lead us there at once." Zoro chimed in, "With so much fine wine, we must drink to our heart's content tonight." Zhang Yufan observed as his companions appeared to be possessed by theatrical spirits, and he chuckled, saying, "I must sincerely thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let us proceed together, lest we keep others waiting in impatience." The group followed Ikelam and the townsfolk. Swiftly arriving at the venue of the banquet, upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Ikelam raised his goblet and proclaimed, "Let us all lift our glasses in a warm welcome to our valiant warriors from the high seas. Cheers." Zhang Yufan and his companions joined the townspeople in raising their glasses, echoing, "Cheers." After indulging in food and drink for a while, they sent some delicacies and wine over to Leaky. Usopp, holding a cup of wine, began to boast to a nearby crowd, who responded with enthusiastic cheers. Zoro and Nami were engaged in a drinking contest with several residents. Zoro had already knocked out over a dozen opponents. One resident remarked, "This young man has bested 16 individuals. Truly remarkable." As Zoro feigned drunkenness and collapsed onto the table after defeating the 19th opponent, Nami had already outranked over 20 challengers. Another resident exclaimed, "The young lady over here is even more impressive. She has bested 23 opponents and continues to challenge." After Nami had defeated all her challengers, she too pretended to be intoxicated and collapsed onto the table. Meanwhile, Sanji, captivated by the numerous beautiful women, could hardly contain his excitement. Just as he was about to rush towards the group of women, he was intercepted by Monkey and Nojiko, left with no choice. Sanji sat there, sipping his drink and gazing longingly at the lovely ladies, unable to act on his impulses. The other companions indulged in food and drink as well, soon pretending to be drunk. Sprawled across the tables, Ikelim, noticing Zhang Yufan and the others slumped over, chuckled, "Come now, brave warriors of the sea, rise and continue to drink." When Ikelim saw that Zhang Yufan and his companions remained unresponsive, he patted their shoulders but still received no reaction. His once cheerful demeanor darkened as he stepped outside, instructing several residents to keep an eye on them. The residents nodded and stationed themselves outside Zhang Yufan's room as Ikelim exited. Outside the door, many residents waited with palpable hostility and inquired, "What are those pirates inside?" Ikelim replied, "They are all drunk," collapsed on the tables. A resident clad in a nun's attire approached and remarked, "Do you not realize that our food supplies are dwindling? Why waste so much on a banquet for them? Why not capture them before they disembark?" Ikelim responded, "It is precisely to better lull them into our trap. If any of them turn out to be particularly formidable, we could find ourselves in dire straits." The resident in the nun's attire asked, "Are they not wanted by the Navy?" Ikelim replied, "During the banquet, I had someone look into it. I just received word that they are not under any bounties by the Navy, but we should not underestimate these pirates. A man adorned with a crown, resembling a prince, sporting 2 tufts of facial hair shaped like the number 9, interjected, "Miss Monday, we should expedite the process of binding them and handing them over to the Navy, lest they awaken and cause trouble." A beautiful woman with long blue hair chimed in, "Mr. 9 has a point. Even if they bear no bounty, their ship must harbor some treasures in Baratie. We shall not incur a loss," unbeknownst to Ikelim and his companions. As they closed the door, Zhang Yufan and his friends quietly opened their eyes, attentively listening to the conversation outside. Once they had gleaned sufficient information, Zhang Yufan, along with Zoro, Usopp, and Oka, stealthily slipped out through the window and climbed onto the roof, while the other companions remained inside, awaiting a signal to emerge. After quietly scaling the rooftop, Zhang Yufan utilized the system to inspect the information of these individuals. Name: Miss Monday, potential growth level, C current combat level, D age, 26 height, 193 meters gender, female weapon, tiger claw, staff devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the Baroque works. Her true name remains unknown. She is muscular, with dark skin and considerable strength. Exhibiting a hint of arrogance, she is known to assist her companions and considers herself a good person, claiming to have never encountered a man stronger than herself. Name: Mr. 9, potential growth level, D current combat level, E age, 26 height, 173 meters gender, male weapon, metal rod devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, an agent of Baroque works. His true name is also unknown. That he possesses a weak personality and inadequate abilities, giving an unreliable impression. In a certain sense, he can be considered a good person, as he continuously refers to himself as a prince. Name: Nefertari Vivi, potential growth level, D current combat level, E age, 15 height, 169 meters gender, female weapon, peacock chain devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, the princess of the Alabasta kingdom and an agent of Baroque works, codenamed Miss Wednesday. She is an undercover operative with a mount named Kuro, a fast-running duck. Her gentle and understanding nature has earned her the love of the people. She despises seeing others harmed and has a strong sense of curiosity from a young age. A lover of peace, she abhors unnecessary conflict, displaying a resilient character and great sense of responsibility. Though she occasionally engages in foolish behavior as for the others, they were all bounty hunters, with combat levels all below D, rendering them exceedingly weak compared to Zhang Yufan's pirate crew. Just as Ikelim and his associates prepared to enter and deal with Zhang Yufan and his crew, Usopp's voice suddenly emerged from above, stating, So this is why your town has been so hospitable to us pirates. Oka, with a calm demeanor, remarked, Mr. Mayor, our fate is far from concluded. A long road lies ahead, and you shall not impede us. Zhang Yufan and Zoro remained silent, calmly gazing at Ikelim. Ikelim, wide-eyed and incredulous, questioned, weren't you all supposed to be drunk and asleep? How could you awaken so swiftly? The other residents looked up at Zhang Yufan and his companions with equal disbelief. Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, Mr. Mayor, do you truly believe your bizarre behavior would not raise our suspicions? Tell me, which island's residents would welcome the arrival of pirates? Usopp added, Indeed. It is a wonder you have not attempted to slay us outright. Instead, you host us with a banquet. Are you certain your wits are intact? Ikelim regarded them and said, You were never drunk. It was all an act. Zhang Yufan replied, Of course it was an act. We merely wished to observe what tricks you were playing. The companions within have all come forth to present themselves. Our mayor wishes to meet you one by one. The other companions emerged, at which point Zoro on the rooftop spoke up. You are in a gathering place for bounty hunters, numbering around 100, who specialize in this method of preying upon pirates newly arrived in the Grand Line. This is not your first time. And among you are members of Baroque works. The man resembling a prince, taken aback, asked, How do you know the name of our organization? Zoro replied with a grin, Because I was once a bounty hunter myself and was invited by a member of Baroque works to join their ranks. Which I declined. The members of your organization are unaware of each other's identities, only referring to one another by code names while executing the tasks assigned by this criminal syndicate. Ikelim's expression darkened as he said, Since you have uncovered our secrets, there is no choice but to eliminate you all, to ensure this matter does not leak. The other bounty hunters, realizing their plan had failed, drew their weapons and charged at Zhang Yufan and his companions. Calmly perched on the rooftop, Zhang Yufan said, My friends, who among you wishes to engage them? They are far too weak, so take care not to kill them. Knock them out instead. Also, leave the blue-haired woman and the mayor for now. The rest may act freely. Bartolomeo chuckled and said, Hey, haha, Captain, I'll go have some fun with them. Regius added, Captain, I'll join Bartolomeo. We'll finish this battle swiftly. Zhang Yufan nodded, and the companions under the roof each brought a chair from the house to sit at the doorway. Watching the two perform, the duel unleashed their armed hockey and charged directly at the group of bounty hunters, and as one might expect, it turned into a one-sided display of dominance, as their combat prowess was vastly superior. They barreled through like a war chariot, and Sanji, upon seeing the beautiful female bounty hunters, rose after his two partners had been knocked down, shouting, You two rascals, do not treat those lovely ladies so roughly. Be careful or I'll come back and teach you a lesson. Bartolomeo and the others were well aware of Sanji's character and had grown accustomed to it, with the captain present. They felt no fear of retribution and continued their advance. Before long, the bounty hunters were drastically diminished, leaving only 4 executives from Baroque works, who were sweating profusely at the side. What kind of monsters are they? In just a short span, they have taken down all the bounty hunters, and there are still several yet to join the fray. The 4 of them braced themselves, fully alert to confront these 2 behemoths. Bartolomeo approached the 4, grinning as he said, Hey, those fellows were too weak. Now it's your turn. Who wants to go first? The man in princely attire remained silent, swinging a metal rod with all his might toward Bartolomeo, who effortlessly evaded it without even needing to employ his observation hockey. With a single punch, he struck the princely figure in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Unable to rise, Regius stepped forward, smiling. That muscular woman over there, let us have a go. The muscular woman, clenching her fist, threw a powerful punch at Regius, who stood still as the blow landed squarely on his abdomen. Not even his defenses could withstand it. And Regius retaliated, only to be knocked down as well, struggling to get back up. Bartolomeo laughed. Only you 2 are left. Our captain wishes to meet you. Will you come with us willingly, or shall we have to beat you up first before taking you along? Ikarlum, observing the situation, was sweating profusely as he tightly shielded Princess Vivi behind him. After a moment, Vivi spoke up. Ikarlum, do not make any unnecessary sacrifices. We cannot defeat them. Let us go with them to meet their captain. At this point, the battle had concluded, and Zhang Yufan received his system rewards, which he decided to check later when time permitted. Meanwhile, Ikarlum and the others were oblivious to the fact that an eagle and an otter were watching them from a distance. Sitting atop the roof, Zhang Yufan and his companions had already sensed their presence, and Oka inquired, Captain, Those two animals in the southeast have been approaching us steadily since the banquet began. I wonder what they intend to do? Usopp suggested, Oka, let us go catch the bird and ask them directly. Zhang Yufan chuckled, bring Monkey Ming along. It will facilitate communication. Usopp and Oka set off to capture the two creatures, while the eagle and otter, perched high above, noticed two men and a monkey rushing towards them. Just as the eagle prepared to take flight with the otter, two gunshots rang out, bringing it down. It managed to control its descent safely. While the otter brandished a shell blade, the eagle aimed to fire at them with a machine gun, but it was already too late. Monkey Ming had rushed in front of them, delivering a flurry of punches and swiftly wrapping things up. As if this were not his first time, he turned back to his two companions with a grin, as if to say, I've handled it, the rest is up to you. Usopp and Oka exchanged glances, resignedly carrying one creature each towards Zhang Yufan, who had already received his system rewards. On the other side, Regius and Bartolomeo, having brought the two individuals, stood before Zhang Yufan. Bartolomeo laughed, hey, haha, Captain, we've brought them here. And those guys below were truly weak. Regius nodded in agreement, and Zhang Yufan smiled. That's because your combat strength has increased significantly. In the past, you would likely have taken a beating. The companions seated on chairs, along with Zoro on the roof, noticed two individuals eavesdropping from a nearby house. They looked at Zhang Yufan, signaling that someone was present. Zhang Yufan shook his head, indicating for them to remain still. At that moment, a Karlam, still shielding Princess Vivi, cautiously looked up at Zhang Yufan and asked, what do you intend to do? Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, I am Zhang Yufan, the captain of the extreme pirate crew. There is no need for you to be so tense. If we wanted to kill you, it would be as simple as squashing a small insect. We merely have a few questions for you. Princess Vivi interjected, we will not divulge anything. Zhang Yufan chuckled, Ikarlam, your name is indeed true, but your identity is not merely that of an agent of Baroque works. You also serve as the captain of the Royal Guard of Alabasta. Acting as an undercover agent here, correct? Ikarlam felt a twinge of panic, exclaiming, what are you talking about? I know nothing of such identity. Zhang Yufan pointed at the blue-haired woman, smiling as he said, you don't know. No worries, she is not Miss Wednesday. She should be referred to as Nefertari Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, and also an undercover agent, right? Upon realizing that their identities had been exposed, Princess Vivi no longer concealed the truth and stated, indeed, I am the princess of Alabasta. He is the captain of the Royal Guard. Nami, astonished, remarked, Vivi, you truly have guts, daring to infiltrate a criminal organization. You remind me of my own audacity back in the day. At that moment, strange laughter emanated from the adjacent house. Everyone turned to see a tall woman with a yellow-blue striped umbrella, short golden hair, a yellow hat, and lemon-shaped earrings, smiling at them. Beside her stood a man with sunglasses, an explosive black hairstyle, wearing a long coat, with his hands in his pockets, resembling a rock singer. Koby, spotting the newcomers, grinned. You two finally decided to show yourselves. It seems you overheard the answers you were looking for. Zhang Yufan checked their information through the system. Name, Machida potential combat growth level. B current combat level. C age, 21 height, 1.77 meters gender. Female weapon, none devil fruit. Weight fruit bounty, 7. 5 million berries equipment card, none profile. Chief Commander of Baroque Works. Codename, Ms. Valentine's Day. Overly confident in her abilities, she looks down on her opponents and dislikes being underestimated, relishing in mocking and tormenting them. Particularly valuing her companions, her dream is to open a chocolate shop. Name, Gem potential combat growth level. B current combat level. C age, 23 height, 1.97 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. Explosion fruit bounty, 10 million berries equipment card, none profile. Senior agent of Baroque Works. Codename Mr. 5. A cunning individual who often uses booger explosions to attack others. He has the appearance of a rock singer. A Karlam, in terror, asked, Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine's Day, how could you be on this island? Machida laughed. Aha, we are here to execute a mission nearby. Initially, we intended to rest here for a night before heading to the mission site, but we unexpectedly discovered that you two are undercover agents sent by the kingdom. Gem added, you should know that all information pertaining to our organization must remain confidential. You understand the consequences of leaks. Furthermore, as representatives of the kingdom, you cannot be allowed to remain. Seeing them about to take action against Princess Vivi. A Karlam pulled on the knot of his shirt, revealing several small cannon tubes hidden within his voluminous hair. aiming them at Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine's Day. He declared, "We didn't expect our secret to be uncovered so quickly. There is no other choice but to eliminate you to silence you. Prepare to die." Amidst the cacophony of a few explosive detonations, the air erupted around Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine, sending clouds of dust swirling into the atmosphere. Ikelam turned to Princess Vivi and remarked, "Princess Vivi, the shells are of no consequence to them. I shall do my utmost to hold them off. You must swiftly call for Kawaii Duck and ride away from this place." Unscathed, Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine emerged from the chaos of the explosions. Mr. 5 scoffed, "Surely you two do not believe such trivial attempts could annihilate me? You may as well perish." With that, he nonchalantly inserted his pinky into his nose, extracting a booger, and executed a long-forgotten technique with a snap of his fingers, sending the projectile hurtling towards Ikelam and Princess Vivi. Engaged in conversation with Princess Vivi, Ikelam was caught off guard by the rapid approach of the airborne booger. With no time to evade, he closed his eyes and braced his body to shield the princess from the impending explosion. At that moment, Zhang Yufan activated his armament haki, enveloping himself entirely, and leaped in front of Ikelam and Princess Vivi to intercept it directly. Seeing the unfolding scene, Princess Vivi cried out in tears, "No! Quickly, get away! You will perish. That booger is a bomb and will explode on contact." Alas, it was too late as the projectile made contact with Zhang Yufan. It detonated with a thunderous roar, engulfing him in flames. Usopp and his companions, accompanied by two animals, were leisurely conversing as they made their way towards Zhang Yufan when suddenly, they were startled by a series of explosions. Oka looked up towards the direction of the blasts and said, "The explosions are emanating from where the captain is located. It seems the mayor has fired upon the enemy using a cannon cleverly concealed within his voluminous hair. I wonder whom he is targeting." Usopp replied, "It appears that significant events have transpired in our absence. We must hasten. It seems there will be more entertainment soon." As they continued to observe the unfolding situation while on the move, another explosion reverberated through the air. Usopp inquired, "Oka, what is happening this time?" Monkey Ming also gazed at him, and Oka responded, "An unfamiliar man with an explosive hairstyle launched a bomb-like booger at the captain, resulting in his detonation." Usopp marveled. Someone is indeed using boogers as weapons, and they explode. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. It must be the work of a devil fruit user. Let us proceed. Hearing Princess Vivi's cries, Ikelam opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face as he beheld Zhang Yufan engulfed in flames. He asked, "Mr. Zhang Yufan, why did you choose to shield me from that bomb?" The other comrades, aware of Zhang Yufan's formidable strength, refrained from intervening, standing back with amused expressions. Princess Vivi, noticing the laughter around her and the lack of assistance, tearfully questioned, "Hey, you must be Mr. Zhang Yufan's companions, right? Why aren't you rushing to save him?" Nami stepped forward with a smile, gently patting Vivi's shoulder, and reassured her, "I am Nami, fear not, for such a minor explosive force cannot harm our captain," Kaya remarked. "How utterly disgusting that he employs boogers as weaponry," Koby added. "This fellow's boogers possess explosive properties, an ability that ordinary individuals cannot achieve. He must have consumed a certain devil fruit to gain such powers." Zhang Yufan emerged unscathed from the flames, grinning as he addressed Jim and Machida. "Have you two forgotten my presence? Dare you touch my spoils?" Jim, puzzled, asked, "Kid, how do you know my real name?" Zhang Yufan chuckled. "I am privy to many secrets, including the identity of your employer," Jim retorted. "Regardless of what you know about our boss, you shall meet your demise here today." Zhang Yufan replied with a grin. "Not so fast, Bagus. This booger-wielding man named Jim is yours to handle. He is a devil fruit user, so engage him directly with your armament haki until he submits. Just ensure you do not kill him." Bagus laughed heartily. "We ha ha ha. Very well, Captain. Hey, booger man, let us battle in that spacious area over there." Jim, thinking to himself, "You all underestimate me and wish to subdue me. I shall swiftly obliterate this burly man before returning to intimidate the rest." Followed Bagus to the designated area. Zhang Yufan continued, "Sanji, the remaining woman is named Machida. You shall face her as a practice opponent. She too has consumed a devil fruit that allows her to manipulate her body's weight." Sanji grimaced. "Captain, I cannot bring myself to strike such a beautiful lady," Zhang Yufan asserted. "She is now our enemy, not an ordinary person. Remember this. If you do not confront her, she may one day return with others to harm your loved ones. Think carefully. And you, Zoro, Koby, Bartolomeo, and Regicide, ensure that Sanji and the woman do not escape the battlefield." Zoro grumbled, "Curly brows, you truly are a nuisance." Sanji refrained from arguing back, instead wrestling with his conscience as he approached Machida, staring at her without making a move. Observing Sanji's inaction, Machida utilized her devil fruit ability to lighten her body, ascending into the sky. Upon reaching a sufficient height, she increased her weight, plummeting towards Sanji while exclaiming, 10,000 kilograms of weight. I am a user of the weight fruit, capable of controlling my body's mass at will. Prepare to perish. Sanji effortlessly dodged, only to hear a resounding crash as a massive crater formed in the ground where Machida landed. Rising from the dust, she boasted, "See, you were foolish to remain idle. I have flattened you." Koby chuckled. "I fear you shall be disappointed. You didn't even graze Sanji's attire. Look over there." Bartolomeo yelled, "Sanji, stop dodging. Kick her." Machida continued to lighten her body, soaring once more towards Sanji with another 10,000 kilograms of weight, yet still failing to make contact. This pattern repeated several times, and Machida, growing frustrated, shouted, "Hey, are you playing with me? Will you fight or not?" Sanji helplessly replied, "Beautiful Machida, I never lay a hand on women. It is my captain and the others who compel me to confront you." Machida fumed, "If you refuse to fight, then stand still and allow me to crush you." Sanji countered, "That is not an option. I cannot permit you to kill me." Machida then turned her ire towards the others, yet still could not land a hit, her anger boiling over. "If you wish to strike me, then do so swiftly. Allowing me to attack while denying me a hit is unfair. This is akin to playing whack-a-mole, and I am the mallet that can never strike the mole." Attempting to flee was futile, as Zoro swiftly obstructed her path with his sword, and halting her movement would result in being cut down by Zoro or pursued by others. As time wore on, Machida's mental state began to unravel, despite Sanji and the others not intending to provoke her in such a manner. Meanwhile, Usopp and his group returned, observing Machida's futile attempts to escape and strike. Although unintentional, Usopp remarked, "Captain, I sense that woman is rather pitiable. She is on the verge of tears, and her mental state seems to be collapsing." Nokiga suggested, "Captain, we should swiftly knock her out." Zhang Yufan laughed, "Usopp, go over and inform them to bring Machida here." Sanji is still unwilling to engage a female adversary. Usopp nodded and made his way towards Sanji's group, while Oka pointed at the two animals before him and inquired, "Captain, what purpose do these two animals serve?" Zhang Yufan briefly examined the information of the two creatures through the system. Name: Mr. 13, High Shu, potential combat growth level. See current combat level. Age, 27 height, 0.8 meters gender. Male weapon, shell blade devil fruit. None bounty, none equipment card, none description, an intelligence officer of the Baroque works. He is a diligent and comical sea otter, skilled in painting, responsible for the collection and reporting of intelligence, as well as monitoring the work of other Baroque works members. Name: Miss Friday, 2 potential combat growth level. See current combat level. Age, 27 height, 1.7 meters gender. Female weapon, machine gun devil fruit. None bounty, none equipment card, none description, an intelligence officer of the Baroque works. She is a vulture who often serves as Mr. 13's mode of transportation, specializing in gathering intelligence and dealing with negligent members of the Baroque works. Zhang Yufan then smiled at Oka and said, "Your two animals are intelligence officers of the Baroque works. The vulture is named Miss Friday, and the sea otter is named Mr. 13." Oka asked, "Should we kill them, or should we recruit them as allies?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Of course. We should recruit them. In the future, let's create a pirate ship filled with animals, and Monkey Ming, these two fellows will be entrusted to you. Once back on the ship, make sure to train them well." Monkey Ming grinned and said, "Brother, don't worry, I'll take care of them. They will soon become very obedient." The group then turned their attention to Bias, who had activated his haki, enveloping his entire body, waiting for Jem to launch an attack. Jem, meanwhile, picked his nose and flicked 2 boogers towards Bias, declaring, "Booger Fantasia Cannon, I am a user of the explosive fruit, and you will regret underestimating me. Watch how I blow you to smithereens." Suddenly, there were 2 loud explosions, and a cloud of smoke filled the air. From the flames, Bias's voice emerged, laughing, "Wahahaha, Booger Man, your bomb-ass power is lacking, if it can't even break through my defenses. How can it possibly kill me?" Jem, astonished, exclaimed, "You're completely unharmed. Then I'll just increase the explosive power." With that, Jem unleashed a series of moves against Bias, first flicking out boogers, then rushing in to deliver a flurry of punches and kicks. exhaling forcefully, and finally embracing Baez to self-destruct, shouting, Booger Fantasia Cannon Combo, Explosive Fist, Foot Blast, Air Burst, Full Body Explosion. I refuse to believe that this time you won to be blown to bits. Baez responded, well, you might be in for a disappointment. This bomb is indeed powerful, but it's still not enough. Do you have anything stronger? Jim was dumbfounded, muttering, how is this possible? Why can't I kill you? After a flurry of attacks, resulting in a mere 0.5 damage, Jim began to doubt himself. Could it be that my explosive power is insufficient to even kill a single person? Baez then declared, enough games. It is time to end this. He dashed towards Jim and unleashed a brutal beating upon him, leaving Jim utterly defenseless like a child against an adult. Initially, he had shown defiance, but as time passed, his body could no longer withstand the onslaught, and he succumbed to Baez's overwhelming strength. At the same time, as Makita and Jim were defeated, Zhang Yufan received system rewards, while Sanji and the others brought the nearly broken Makita before him. Baez also arrived, dragging Jim along. Princess Vivi and Ikelim, standing beside Zhang Yufan, were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. These pirates were remarkably strong in such a short time. They had defeated several members of the Baroque works and captured them. Zhang Yufan allowed Jim and Makita to calm down before speaking with them. Nami, seeing that the battle had concluded, approached Vivi and asked curiously, Vivi, how did you end up infiltrating the Baroque works? Upon hearing Nami's question, Vivi hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the truth. She didn't want to endanger others that moment. Ikelim, summoning his courage, approached Zhang Yufan and bowed, requesting, Mr. Zhang Yufan, your strength is formidable. So could you assist us with a favor? Zhang Yufan inquired. What favor? Ikelim replied earnestly. Escort us back to Alabasta and destroy the Baroque works. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Nami, it's time for you to step in. We have a business proposition. Nami responded with a grin. To escort you back will cost 1 billion berries, and to obliterate the Baroque works will also cost 1 billion berries, totaling 2 billion berries. Ikelim exclaimed, Impossible. 2 billion berries is far too much. Vivi added, That's right. Nami, our country is still at war. We simply cannot come up with 2 billion berries. The other companions were astonished by Nami's demand of 2 billion berries, but remained silent. Listening intently, Nami stated, This is not excessive. Escorting the princess back will undoubtedly involve many dangers, and without our protection, it will be quite difficult for you to reach your destination. Moreover, destroying the Baroque works is even more perilous. Both Princess Vivi and Ikelim appeared troubled, and Zhang Yufan suggested, Alternatively, you could offer a modest sum, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Vivi asked, What condition? Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, That needs to be discussed with your father. The king. You currently lack the authority to decide. Vivi nodded. All right, I will take you to meet my father. Kaya, noticing the conversation nearing its conclusion, curiously asked, Vivi, what exactly is the Baroque works? Vivi explained. The Baroque works was established by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile, with the intention of seizing my country and establishing what he deems an ideal nation. He utilized dance powder in the capital, Alabasta, to create artificial rain while causing drought in all other areas, leading to 3 years of severe drought, making the citizens believe it was my father's secret use of dance powder that caused the calamity, thus igniting a devastating civil war, from which he emerged as a hero. Norki inquired, What are the 7 warlords of the sea? Ikelim explained, The 7 warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government as notorious pirates, possessing catastrophic destructive power and immense combat strength equal to that of nations. Only those pirates with significant notoriety or overwhelming strength capable of instilling fear in others are qualified to be selected as 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile had a bounty of 81 million berries before becoming one of the 7 warlords. Upon hearing of these 7 powerful figures, Baez excitedly remarked, I wonder when I will have the chance to face them. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Nami, however, looked worriedly at Zhang Yufan and asked, Yufan, can we defeat them? Zhang Yufan, affectionately ruffling Nami's hair, reassured her, Fear not. With the current combat strength of our crew, defeating Old Sand will pose no issue for the other 6 by the time we encounter them. I anticipate our strength will surpass theirs. Vivi continued. As for Ikelim and me infiltrating the Baroque works, it was to investigate who framed my father. Although the evidence is still limited, it is sufficient, and I must return quickly to inform my people of the truth. Zhang Yufan smiled at Vivi, stating, The cooperation is established. Although you are currently in a state of free ride, it's all right. We're not worried about you fleeing that I will first deal with the individuals here. Vivi nodded. Okay, I want to run away, and I can't escape. Zhang Yufan approached Makita and Jem, smiling as he addressed them. Your devil fruit abilities are impressive. It would be a shame to kill you, so I have decided that from today onwards, you will remain on my ship as deckhands, undergoing both labor and ideological reformation, and I will not accept any objections. Koby remarked, Indeed, if you learn haki or other techniques, your destructive power will only increase. Makita angrily retorted, Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by all the members of the Baroque works? Jem added, We have even stronger members above us, and are you certain you want to oppose our captain? Zhang Yufan, exuding confidence, declared, Why should we be afraid? Did you not just hear our conversation? We are about to seek out your boss and, in passing, obliterate the Baroque works, and do not even think about fleeing. Should we discover your attempts, you will experience what true despair feels like. What you've just faced pales in comparison. A chill ran down the spines of Jem and Machida, far more terrifying than their previous encounter. They dared not dwell on the thought, gazing at Zhang Yufan's face, though it bore a smile. To them it resembled the grin of a demon. Zhang Yufan instructed Zoro and the others to keep a watchful eye on these two, then approached the still-lying Mr. Nine and Miss Monday, saying, Stop pretending to be dead, rise quickly. Rest assured, I shall not kill you just yet. You must have overheard our conversation. Tomorrow we shall depart for Alabasta. We will annihilate Baroque works. So you and those bounty hunters had better prepare for a change of profession. Your combat prowess is woefully inadequate. Should you encounter a stronger and more ruthless group next time, you likely won't even have the strength to fight back. You will be slaughtered. Whether you heed my words is of no concern to me. Miss Monday and Mr. Nine nodded, replying, We understand, but we will see if you truly defeat our boss first. After settling all matters, Zhang Yufan had Icolum arrange accommodations, and everyone retired for the night, with his eyes closed. Zhang Yufan summoned the system sprite, Xiaoming. Upon appearing, Xiaoming said, Congratulations, Master, you have acquired 31 million berries. With a mere thought, he equipped himself with Observation Haki, Beginner, Armament Haki, Beginner, Recovery, Intermediate, Strength Advanced, Stamina, Advanced, Defense, Advanced, Speed, Advanced, and Accuracy, Intermediate. Elevating his combat power from A to S. He outfitted Okama with Observation Haki, Intermediate, Armament Haki, Beginner, Recovery, Beginner, Strength Advanced, Stamina, Advanced, and Accuracy, Advanced. Advancing his combat level from A to S. For Regias, he allocated Observation Haki, Beginner, Armament Haki, Intermediate, Recovery, Intermediate, Martial Arts, Intermediate, Fist Techniques, Intermediate, Kicking Techniques, Intermediate, Speed, Advanced, Navigation, Beginner, and Accuracy, Beginner. Raising his power from S to SS, Beijis received Observation Haki, Beginner, Armament Haki, Intermediate, Recovery, Intermediate, Martial Arts, Intermediate, Fist Techniques, Intermediate, Kicking Techniques, Intermediate, Strength Top Tier, Stamina, Top Tier, Speed, Advanced, Navigation, Beginner, and Accuracy, Beginner, which upgraded him from S to SS. Usopp was equipped with Observation Haki, Intermediate, Armament Haki, Beginner, Defense, Advanced, and Accuracy, Advanced, raising his combat level from A to A. For Monkey Ming, he granted Conqueror's Haki, Beginner, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Armament Haki, Intermediate, Recovery, Intermediate, Fist Techniques, Intermediate, Kicking Techniques, Beginner, Accuracy, Intermediate. Zoro, Beginner, Jeppo, Beginner, and Gale Foot, Beginner, boosting his power from S to SS. Finally, Zhang Yufan equipped himself with Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate, Defense, Top Tier, Speed, Top Tier, Zoro, Intermediate, Jeppo, Intermediate, and Gale Foot, Intermediate, elevating his strength from S to SS. After distributing these equipment cards among his companions, Zhang Yufan gradually drifted into slumber, while the Baroque Works members, realizing escape was futile, resigned themselves to a restless sleep. Soon, the night passed, and as the morning sun streamed into the room, everyone awoke. Zhang Yufan gathered the spoils, preparing to escort Vivi and the others to the harbor. Vivi did not follow but instead whistled, prompting a yellow duck wearing a blue hat to leap from the roof and rush toward her. Zhang Yufan checked the duck's information through the system. Name, Fast Runner, Duck. Combat Potential Level, E Current Combat Level. F Age, 15 years. Height, 1.5 meters. Gender, Male. Weapon, none. Devil Fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment cards, none. Description, Leader of the fastest military team in the Alabasta Kingdom. a remarkably swift duck with claws, capable of understanding human speech, in the steed of Princess Vivi. The duck quickly approached Vivi, who said, "Zhang Yufan, this duck is named Fast Runner. He is my mount and the leader of our kingdom's fastest military team." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. "It seems this duck is rather impressive." Hearing Zhang Yufan's praise, the duck quacked proudly. Though others could not comprehend, Zhang Yufan understood it was saying, "Of course, I am the fastest duck in Alabasta. I also heard Princess Vivi mention that you would be escorting her home. You don't seem very strong. Can you manage?" Zhang Yufan extended his right hand, bending each finger down, the joints cracking as he chuckled. "Little yellow duck, do you dare question my strength? Do you believe I wouldn't pluck your feathers and roast you?" Fast Runner sensed a threat to its life, quacking frantically as it scurried behind Vivi, exclaiming, "Princess Vivi, help! This fiend intends to roast you, dear duck." At that moment, Sanji approached, having tidied up. Seeing Zhang Yufan conversing with a small yellow duck, he inquired curiously, "Captain, what is the situation with this duck? Have you found a spare ingredient? A roast duck would be delightful, and fried would be splendid as well. Good morning, beautiful Princess Vivi." Upon hearing yet another person express intent to eat it, Fast Runner trembled, covering its head with its wings behind Vivi, lamenting, "Who will rescue me? The poor little yellow duck. This place is terrifying. They all want to eat me. I want to go home." Sob sob. Vivi smiled, saying, "Sanji, good morning. This little yellow duck is not an ingredient. He is my mount, Fast Runner. Look, you've frightened him terribly." Zhang Yufan, can you understand what Fast Runner is saying? Zhang Yufan nodded with a smile, and Nami approached, saying, "Vivi, good morning." Yufan possesses the unique ability to understand all animals. Vivi expressed her astonishment. "How impressive! Zhang Yufan has such a special ability." Nami replied proudly, "Indeed, Yufan is quite remarkable." At this point, the other companions began to board the ship. Zhang Yufan led Vivi and the others aboard, where Liki, seeing Zhang Yufan return, eagerly asked, "Captain, did you bring back any treasures?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "Not much in terms of coins, but I captured 4 members of a criminal organization, planning to reform them for our use. Among them are 2 devil fruit users and 2 animals. Please ensure you and Monkey Ming treat these 2 well." Liki, understanding the implications, flashed a mischievous grin. Upon boarding, Vivi noticed a large lion and, feeling a bit apprehensive, asked, "Zhang Yufan, this lion is enormous. Is it your mount?" Zhang Yufan laughed. "He is our companion, named Liki. You could say he is a mount in a sense. So do not be afraid. He is quite obedient. Come, greet him." Still somewhat frightened, Vivi hesitantly said, "Hello, Liki." Liki smiled and waved at her. Zhang Yufan instructed Jim and Machida to contact Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week to rendezvous at the small garden to capture the 2 high-bounty fugitives. At that moment, Ikolum approached with a permanent pointer in hand, stating, "Zhang Yufan, this is the permanent pointer to Alabasta. You probably don't possess one yet, so I shall give it to you." Zhang Yufan replied, "Indeed, I do not have it. Please pass it to Nami for now." Everyone, prepare to set sail. The sea was relatively calm that day. After determining the ship's course, the crew completed their daily training tasks and sailed for a considerable time. A few companions began playing cards, chess, and fishing, enjoying each other's company, while Jim and Machida tidied up the ship. Sanji emerged from the kitchen carrying drinks, proclaiming, "Brothers, would you care to sample my special fruit juice?" Everyone chorused, "Yes." Observing this camaraderie, Vivi curiously asked Nami, "They truly seem harmonious, unlike other pirate crews. Is this truly all right? Aren't they afraid of those assassins from Baroque works?" Nami handed Vivi a glass of juice, smiling as she said, "These fellows are all as strong as monsters. If you stay on the ship for a few more days, you'll develop an inexplicable sense of security and relaxation. Besides, Yufan has mentioned that there's no need to fear. We all believe in him." Vivi replied with a smile, "Being around them indeed provides a sense of security. Moreover, I feel that Zhang Yufan knows a great deal. He truly is a mysterious person." Nami nodded in agreement. Just then, Usopp shouted from the lookout, "Crewmates, an island has been spotted to the northwest." Zhang Yufan chuckled, "Rajizi, steer the ship towards that island." Rajizi nodded, and the vessel gradually approached the island, where the crew discovered a vast, dense forest, accompanied by the roars of animals emanating from within, while numerous creatures soared through the sky. This is Little Garden. It may not seem small to us, but to giants, it is indeed a diminutive paradise. Nami, having gained confidence and strength under Zhang Yufan's guidance, no longer felt fear upon hearing those animal roars. Vivi, puzzled, asked, "Nami, Aren't you afraid? Nami clenched her fist and responded. In the past, I would have been, but now it's different. My combat abilities have greatly improved, and I no longer fear such situations. Zhang Yufan announced with enthusiasm. Crew, prepare to disembark. I will secure the ship. Let us embark on this adventure together. Ikelam inquired with curiosity. Nami, what does Zhang Yufan mean by securing the ship? Nami smiled and said, you'll find out shortly. Don't be too surprised. After the crew docked the ship, Zhang Yufan waved his hand, and the massive vessel vanished, leaving Vivi, Ikelam, Jim, and Mitsai in awe. The group followed Zhang Yufan as they wandered through the forest, encountering numerous ancient creatures. After some time, suddenly, two enormous beasts charged towards them from either side. Upon seeing this, Vivi exclaimed in terror, there are dinosaurs here. Zhang Yufan swiftly unsheathed his sword, slicing the creatures into pieces to collect his food, ensuring nothing went to waste. He then pointed to the side, saying, look over there. There are many different kinds of dinosaurs. Vivi remarked in astonishment, it seems this place is still in the age of dinosaurs. Kaya added, these dinosaurs are enormous. This is the first time I've seen them up close. The crew was filled with wonder. Indeed, the Grand Line held all manner of surprises. As they continued their journey, several more dinosaurs charged at them, all of which were dispatched and turned into provisions. Oka stated, Captain, there's an animal approaching rapidly from the southeast. Should we take it down now? Vivi asked, is it another dinosaur or something else? Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, Oka, hold on a moment. Let me assess its strength and determine if it's worth taming. The crew then spotted a scarred saber-toothed tiger, exuding an aura of menace, glaring at them as if sizing up its prey, its eyes gleaming with greed. Seizing the opportunity before the tiger launched its attack, Zhang Yufan checked its information through the system. Name, saber-toothed tiger, potential combat growth level, B current combat level, C age, 20 years, height, 2.2 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, description, the king of saber-toothed tigers residing in Little Garden. Possessing rich combat experience, immense strength, incredible speed, and formidable bite force. After reviewing the information, Zhang Yufan remarked, this fellow is indeed the king amongst saber-toothed tigers. Its combat prowess is commendable. Leaky, this one is yours. Subdue it directly. Leaky grinned and responded, Captain, I'll ensure it's done. Little creature, quickly kneel before my feet, or I shall make you regret it. The saber-toothed tiger roared, you big brute, you're quite arrogant. I've lived here for so long and have yet to see your kind. I've slain many creatures larger than you. Let me show you how I make you beg for mercy. With that, it lunged at Leaky with powerful strides. Leaky activated his armament haki, enveloping his body in a protective layer. Eager to test the hardness of his haki-imbued form while enjoying the challenge, the saber-toothed tiger, seeing Leaky's body turn dark and immobile, struck with a powerful paw, proclaiming, taste my mighty paw, feel my arrogance. Zhang Yufan shook his head with a smile. Amused by Leaky's playful nature, he thought it would be interesting to observe the fighting style of this saber-toothed tiger. Vivi, worried as she saw Leaky remain passive and endure the tiger's onslaught, asked, Zhang Yufan, why isn't Leaky fighting back? Won't he get hurt? Zhang Yufan reassured her, no, this fellow just hasn't played in a while. He is merely having fun with the tiger. Otherwise, given his current strength, he would have made the tiger cry for mercy long ago. Vivi gasped, so Leaky is that powerful? What about Houming? Seeing Zhang Yufan nod, Vivi realized that none on this ship were ordinary. She doubted she could even best a small monkey, let alone the others. Exhausted, she thought, let it be. Destruction is inevitable. Mitsai and Jim watched in silence, both equally astonished, having initially believed they were mere pets. Not realizing their strength, they had resigned themselves to their fate, no longer contemplating escape. Not because they didn't want to run, but because they knew it was futile if caught. It would be a torment worse than being beaten. Leaky stood unfazed, taunting, little one, how do you manage to kill other creatures with those soft paws of yours? Did you skip your meals today? Would you like me to share some food with you? Put some effort into it. The saber-toothed tiger roared in fury, you insolent fool, dare to mock me? I will bite you to death. With that, it lunged at Leaky's leg, only to recoil in pain, wondering what manner of body this giant possessed. As it stood there, dumbfounded, Leaky seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful slap, sending the tiger flying and crashing into several trees. He dashed over and unleashed a flurry of strikes, and after several rounds of punishment, the saber-toothed tiger ultimately chose submission, being brought before Zhang Yufan. Leaky approached Zhang Yufan and Houming, smiling as he said, Captain, it's done. Little tiger, come meet the captain. The battered saber-toothed tiger greeted, Greetings, Captain, Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Welcome aboard. You'll find no disadvantage in joining us. Let us give you a name. You shall be called Badian. Leaky, take him to report to Houming in the trees. Just then, Houming descended from the trees. And Leaky pointed at him, saying, This is our future big brother. Remember, I am your second brother. The saber-toothed tiger, eyeing the seemingly harmless little monkey, questioned, Big guy, are you sure you're not joking? This tiny monkey is our big brother? You can't even defeat him. Leaky chuckled, I'm not joking. I wager several of me wouldn't stand a chance against him. You'll soon learn of our big brother as terrifying abilities. Ive experienced it firsthand. The saber-toothed tiger gulped, respectfully greeting Houming, who smiled and said, Big tiger, sticking with our captain will lead you to a brighter future. You'll become stronger than Leaky in no time. But if you dare betray us, I'll break your legs. Remember that. After resolving the saber-toothed tiger situation, the group continued their journey, encountering numerous small creatures along the way. Soon, they found themselves surrounded by 2 large snakes. Usopp was the first to speak up, Captain, we're in trouble. We're surrounded by 2 massive snakes. I'm pondering whether to steam them or grill them. Zhang Yufan laughed. Only a child makes choices like that. We LL have both. But first, let me assess their combat strength. Zhang Yufan briefly examined their information through the system. Name. Python battle growth potential level. See current battle level. D age, 18 years height, 0. 14 meters gender. Female weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A white python residing in a small garden, measuring 16 meters in length. She shares a close bond with a green python. With formidable constriction strength and remarkable speed, she possesses lethal venom with devastating potency and a powerful bite. Name. Python battle growth potential level. See current battle level. D age, 17 years height, 0. 12 meters gender. Female weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A green python living in the same small garden, measuring 15 meters in length. She is a good companion to the white python. With extraordinary speed and significant constriction strength, she harbors lethal venom with devastating potency and a powerful bite. After reading, Zhang Yufan chuckled. It seems we are fortunate today. We can add 2 more companions. Surprisingly, Nami and the other women exhibited no fear of snakes. This time, Zhang Yufan directed Houming to swiftly subdue them. He named the entirely white python Xiaobai and the entirely green python Xiaoqing. Simultaneously receiving the system rewards, Bashianshan observed Houming's swift actions in astonishment, pondering whether the speed was excessively rapid. As they were subdued in the blink of an eye, it would be wise to remain cautious henceforth. One might find themselves pinned down by brother Houming, unable to escape. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down his spine. After wandering through the forest for a while, they encountered several formidable dinosaurs. However, their sheer size rendered them unsuitable for transport on the ship. That moment, Mr. 3 called, detailing the rendezvous location. Advancing towards the destination with Machida and Jim, the team was steadily growing larger. Before long, they arrived at a house constructed of candles. Zhang Yufan instructed his companions to encircle the house, while he followed Machida and Jim inside. Inside the house, Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week were leisurely sipping tea. Upon noticing Machida and Jim's entrance, along with an unfamiliar man trailing behind, Jim spoke first. Mr. 3, your ability is indeed convenient. You've constructed a house so swiftly. Zhang Yufan calmly seated himself opposite Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week, pouring himself a cup of tea while checking their information through the system. Name. Galdino battle growth potential level. B current battle level. C age, 34 years height, 1. 79 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. Wax fruit bounty. 24 million berries equipment card. None description. Chief commander of the Baroque works. Codename Mr. 3. Considers himself a cunning strategist and self-proclaimed artistic creator, yet displays considerable cowardice when his life is threatened. Name. Mariana battle growth potential level. B current battle level. D age, 15 years height, 1.45 meters gender. Female weapon. Palette devil fruit. None bounty. 29 million berries equipment card. None description. Chief commander of the Baroque works. Codename Ms. Golden Week. Possesses the unique ability to manipulate others' emotions through the pigments of her palette. She despises work, is taciturn, lives by her own rules, is unaffected by external influences, cherishes her companions, and possesses a bold dream of becoming a painter. Galdino furrowed his brow and inquired, Mr. 5, who is this individual? Have you forgotten that our secret must not be revealed to others? Jeem shrugged helplessly. There was no choice. I couldn't overpower his companions and ended up captured. Being able to move around like this is already quite fortunate. Machida added, originally, Mr. 5 and I discovered that Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday were the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard and the princess. And we intended to eliminate them, only to be thwarted by him, leading to this predicament. Galdino remarked, that's because you were too weak. Now that we have united our strength, can we not eliminate him? Jeem responded, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday have also been captured, and everyone from Whiskey Peak has been defeated. He has only dispatched 4 companions while the others are merely spectators. Machida sighed, it is futile. We are already surrounded by his formidable companions. As the captain, he surely cannot be weaker than them. Galdino turned to Zhang Yufan and queried, so, you orchestrated this trap to lure us here. Who exactly are you? And why do you oppose us? Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, indeed. My name is Zhang Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew. I intend to dismantle the Baroque works while recruiting you to my side. Marianu remained composed, sipping her tea without uttering a word, while Galdino laughed. Kid, your bravado is quite impressive, but dismantling our organization will not be so simple. With that, he launched an attack on Zhang Yufan. Employing the wax lock technique, using wax from his body to bind Zhang Yufan's hands and feet. Subsequently, he utilized wax skin, enveloping Zhang Yufan entirely in wax, rendering him immobile. Zhang Yufan remained still, allowing Galdino's wax to adhere to him. Curious about the wax's hardness, observing how easily he had been ensnared, Galdino chuckled, Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine's Day. See how effortlessly he has been captured. It's simply because you are too weak. Jeem interjected, is that truly the case? Have you not noticed that he has not moved since earlier? Galdino retorted with a grin. That's because his speed is too slow. He couldn't evade my wax. Machida cautioned, Mr. 3, you underestimate him. Be wary of receiving a beating soon. Marianu continued to sit quietly, sipping her tea and observing them. But that moment, Zhang Yufan, trapped in wax, exerted considerable force to break free, discovering the wax's impressive hardness. Then, with tremendous strength, he effortlessly freed himself from the bindings before their eyes. Zhang Yufan stated, Mr. 3, or rather Galdino, your wax indeed possesses notable hardness, but against my strength, it proves utterly ineffective. Are you prepared to face my wrath? Galdino, astonished, exclaimed, how could you possibly break free from the wax I created? And how do you know my name? Meanwhile, Marianu, now holding her palette, prepared to strike Zhang Yufan, but suddenly halted, feeling dizzy and drenched in cold sweat. This was due to Zhang Yufan unleashing a hint of Conqueror's haki just as she was about to act. Commanding, Marianu, you would do well to remain still, otherwise you may encounter something truly terrifying. Mariana nodded vigorously, ceasing all actions and sitting quietly, exhaling a sigh of relief. The earlier encounter had been profoundly frightening. Zhang Yufan continued. Galdino, while your wax solidifies impressively, my strength surpasses its hardness, allowing me to break free with ease. I possess knowledge of many individuals' true names within your organization. Before Galdino could activate his devil fruit ability, Zhang Yufan unleashed a flurry of punches, ultimately delivering a final blow that sent him crashing against the waxen wall, sliding down to the ground. Machida remarked, Mr. 3, I already warned you of his strength. It is not so easy to capture him, yet you refuse to listen. Now you are receiving a beating. Galdino lay on the ground, unable to recover for a long while. Zhang Yufan approached him, smiling. So, what will it be? Will you submit to me now, or would you prefer I deliver a few more blows before you yield? Alternatively, if you seek death, I can grant you that release right now. Galdino, feeling the intense pain coursing through him, replied, I do not wish to die. I yield. Zhang Yufan chuckled and remarked, it would have been better if we had done this earlier. Must we truly endure a beating before we are content? Friends, you may enter now. One by one. The crowd outside made their way in, though those of towering height and considerable bulk remained outside, unable to enter. After Nami stepped in, she smiled and commented, this wax house is rather impressive. Quite sturdy as well. It offers shelter at any time and place, and the abilities of this fruit are indeed convenient. Zhang Yufan nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, allow me to introduce you. The one lying down is called Galdino, a user of the wax fruit, and over there sitting in the chair is called Marianne, who possesses no fruit but wields a special ability. She excels in using colored pigments to manipulate emotions, subtly suggesting one's inner feelings as a means of attack. Koby interjected, "The fruit's abilities are commendable, but sadly, the user's combat prowess seems somewhat lacking, preventing them from exerting significant power. That ability to manipulate emotions could indeed be terrifying if its wielder were to grow stronger." Zhang Yufan replied with a grin, "Precisely. All of this requires careful enhancement." Vivi remarked, "Zhang Yufan, you truly are remarkable, effortlessly capturing 2 members of the Baroque works." The group tidied up and, with 6 captured members of Baroque works in tow, continued their exploration of the forest. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from afar, signaling a volcanic eruption, prompting Usopp and Oka, the 2 snipers, to swiftly scale a towering tree for a better view. Upon reaching the top, Usopp surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Captain, to our northwest, there lies a volcano erupting. The sound we heard must have originated from there." Oka, scanning the area, exclaimed in astonishment, "Captain, to our northeast, there are 2 male giants engaged in battle." Nami, intrigued, inquired, "Oka, how tall are they?" Oka estimated. Nami, "They appear to be approximately 20 meters tall." Kaya gasped, "So tall, I would love to see them up close." Vivi, feeling apprehensive, cautioned, "Zhang Yufan, we should keep our distance from those giants. If they were to approach, 1 step from them could turn us into mere pancakes." Beijis laughed heartily. "Wah! Giants. I wonder how strong they are. I am eager for a chance to spar with them." The other companions shared their thoughts, and Zhang Yufan smiled, saying, "Friends, do you know why this place is named Little Garden?" Noki enthusiastically replied, "Because it is teeming with exotic flowers and trees." Koby speculated, "Captain, you don't mean to say it's named so because giants reside here, do you?" Zhang Yufan chuckled, "Koby is correct. For the giants, this is indeed their little garden. Since we are here, we must meet the giants who live in this place. Let us proceed." Ikelim sighed, "Your courage is quite extraordinary. Those who venture with you must either be fearless or have developed ironclad nerves." Bartolomeo chuckled. "Hee, Ikelim, you ought to learn to be a bit more composed. Excessive timidity could indeed frighten one to death." Adventuring with our captain is often filled with thrilling escapades. After hastily arriving on the island, they encountered fearsome dinosaurs, alongside menacing creatures that eyed them with greedy intent, sending shivers down their spines. This place was truly terrifying, far more so than the people aboard the ship. "Help! Duck Duck is so frightened. I long to return home," it whimpered, hiding behind Vivi. The group followed Oka's lead toward the location of the giant battle, while the captured members of Baroque works quietly and obediently trailed behind. Before long, they arrived at the site where the 2 giants were engaged in combat. To their left stood a warrior clad in armor, wearing a helmet, wielding a massive sword in his right hand and a round shield in his left, with a long beard and an imposing physique. To their right was another warrior, similarly clad, holding a gigantic axe in his right hand and a round shield in his left, adorned with a fan-shaped beard, also of considerable stature. Zhang Yufan accessed their information via the system. Name, Dory combat potential growth level, SS current combat level, B age, 157 years height, 22. 6 meters gender, male weapons, long sword, round shield devil fruit, none bounty. 100 million berries equipment card, none description, a giant warrior from Elbaf, known as the Green Demon, one of the former captains of the giant pirate crew. 99 years ago, he and Buggy each captured a Sea King, and due to a little girl's query about who caught the larger prey, they began a duel that has lasted nearly a century. Agreeing to battle whenever the volcano at the center of Little Garden erupts. Yet, in all these years, they have never determined a victor. Name, Buggy combat potential growth level, SS current combat level, B age, 157 years height, 21. 3 meters gender, male weapons, axe, round shield devil fruit, none bounty. 100 million berries equipment card, none description, a giant warrior from Elbaf, also one of the former captains of the giant pirate crew. 99 years ago, he and Dory each captured a Sea King and began a similar duel due to the same little girl-ass question, engaging in a conflict that has spanned nearly a century. Agreeing to battle whenever the volcano at the center of Little Garden erupts, yet they have never reached a conclusion. They were fiercely battling, exchanging blows with sword and axe, the intensity of their clash palpable. Ultimately, both giants delivered a simultaneous shield bash to each other's faces, causing them to fall to the ground. Buggy chuckled, "That makes it 70,010 battles." Dory responded with a grin, 70, 0, 10 ties. The 2 giants, lying on the ground, erupted into laughter. Usopp, puzzled, asked, "Captain, it seems these two giants are not enemies. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting so joyfully." Bages, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Wah! Watching these giants battle ignites my blood." Zhang Yufan, still smiling, proposed, "Let us approach and greet them. We can directly inquire about any other questions we have." Soon, Zhang Yufan and his companions reached the side of the giants, who were seated on the ground, deliberating what to have for lunch. Zhang Yufan called out, "Greetings, esteemed warriors of the giant clan." Upon hearing someone speak, the two giants glanced down at Zhang Yufan and his group, greeting them amicably. Dory boomed, "Gahaha. Welcome, travelers from afar. I am Dory, the strongest warrior of Elbaf." Broggy added with a grin, "Gahaha. Greetings, long-lost guests. I am Broggy, also the strongest warrior of Elbaf." Zhang Yufan replied, "I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirates. These are my companions." He then introduced each of his companions in turn. Dory examined the members of Zhang Yufan's crew, chuckling, "Zhang Yufan, your crew is quite intriguing, and you have so many animals with you that we were pirates once ourselves." Zhang Yufan smiled. "A few of them were just recently tamed here. Their combat abilities are quite commendable, so do not underestimate them, especially this little monkey beside me. Its strength may surpass yours. Monkey Ming, show them what you can do." Under the watchful gaze of Dory and Broggy, Monkey Ming approached Dory, effortlessly lifting him and running in circles around Broggy before gently setting him back down. Dory and Broggy watched in astonishment, with Broggy exclaiming, "Your strength is astonishing. Are you certain such power can reside within a mere monkey?" Dory added with a smile, "Zhang Yufan, your crew members are indeed exceptional." After extending their invitation for a visit to their abode, Dongli and Baroque led the way to their home. Along the journey, they even hunted a few dinosaurs, which they later roasted for a feast. Upon arrival, Vivi and Ikelim, noticing the cheerful expressions on Dongli and Baroque's faces and their warm hospitality, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Realizing they were in no danger, once inside, Dongli and Baroque set about igniting a fire to roast the dinosaur meat. With Sanji assisting to elevate the culinary delights. As everyone sat together, engaged in lively conversation, Baroque inquired with a smile, "Zhang Yufan, do you have any wine aboard your ship? It has been quite a while since we last indulged." Zhang Yufan replied with a grin, "Indeed, we recently docked at an island renowned for its exquisite wine, and I took the liberty of reserving some." With a mere thought, he summoned the fine wine from his storage space, leaving Dongli and Baroque astonished at the sudden appearance of so many bottles. Dongli, visibly intrigued, asked, "Zhang Yufan, from where did this exquisite wine originate? Are you, perchance, a user of devil fruit powers?" Zhang Yufan shook his head, clarifying, "Nay, this is merely a manifestation of my unique abilities." Galdino, quietly observing their discourse, pondered the identities of these two giants, recalling his prior investigation. Their combined bounty amounted to a staggering 200 million berries, and he had initially planned to seize them with relative ease. However, having failed to secure their bounty and finding himself entangled in the situation, he regretted not exercising greater caution. Usopp, ever inquisitive, posed the question again. "Dongli and Baroque, we noticed your camaraderie earlier, yet why did you engage in such fierce combat previously?" Baroque chuckled as he responded, "Long ago, Dongli and I had a disagreement, the specifics of which have faded from memory over time. All I recall is that the eruption of the central volcano signaled the commencement of our duel." Dongli added, "According to the customs of our village, Elbaf, when two individuals are at odds and refuse to yield, we must submit to the judgment of the Elbaf deity and select a location for our battle. The one deemed correct would be safeguarded by the deity to survive." Nami, puzzled, inquired, "But how long did you actually fight?" Baroque laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. We have been battling here for 99 years, yet still remain unable to determine a victor." Kaya expressed her astonishment. "You fought for 99 years. That is quite an eternity." Dongli responded with a smile, "There is no need for such surprise. Our lifespans are threefold that of yours." Vivi, perplexed, asked, "If you no longer recall the reasons for your quarrel, why persist in fighting?" Baroque replied, "The cause of our disagreement has become inconsequential. We fight for the honor of a warrior, which is of greater importance than our very lives." Koby turned to Zhang Yufan and asked, "Bro, do you know the reason for their dispute?" All eyes fell upon their captain, who nodded and replied, "I do. 99 years ago, Dongli and Baroque each captured a sea king, and they quarreled over which of their catches was grander." Sparked by a question from a little girl, the colossal skeletons beside us are remnants of their respective hunts. Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's account and gazing at the two skeletons, Dongli and Brokey fell into contemplation. Dongli then remarked, "It seems that indeed was the case. Zhang Yufan, how do you possess such knowledge?" Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, "That is a secret. I am privy to many things, including who ultimately triumphed." Brokey inquired with a grin, "So who emerged victorious in the end?" Usopp, eager for the answer, urged, "Captain, please tell us who won." Zhang Yufan chuckled, "If the battle were to continue, while your bodies could withstand it, your weapons would not endure. After years of wear and tear, they ultimately shattered simultaneously, resulting in a draw." Both Dongli and Brokey expressed their disappointment. "So it was a draw after all," Zhang Yufan added. "What else could it be, given your equal strength? Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, you shall forever be at an impasse." Galdino reflected on Zhang Yufan's vast knowledge, even regarding events from 99 years ago, a time when he had yet to exist in this world. It seemed their company was indeed in peril, a sentiment shared by the other members of the Baroque works. Meanwhile, Sanji had successfully roasted the delectable dinosaur meat, and as everyone partook of the feast, laughter and merriment filled the air. After a while, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Zhang Yufan posed a question, "Dongli and Brokey, do you remember Casey and Oimo?" Dongli replied, "Certainly. They were our former crewmates. Do you know their whereabouts?" Brokey added, "It has been nearly a century since we last saw them. I wonder how they fare now." Zhang Yufan nodded, saying, "Their situation is not too favorable. They were deceived into becoming gatekeepers in search of you." Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's words, Dongli and Brokey's tempers flared, their anger palpable. Brokey was the first to demand, "What did you say? Who dares treat the warriors of Elbaf village in such a manner? I shall make them pay." Dongli echoed his fury, "Who is responsible for robbing them of their freedom as pirates? They better not cross my path, or I shall slay them." Zhang Yufan explained, "In light of your impending duel." They returned to their homeland with the other crew members. However, after 50 years without news of you, they grew concerned for your safety and set sail to find you, only to be deceived by the world government, who claimed you had been captured by the Navy. They were told that if they served as gatekeepers for Justice Island for 100 years, you would be released. Dongli seethed. "The world government, is it? You have crossed a line. Just wait. I will soon retrieve our warriors." The others wore expressions of indignation, Koby shaking his head. "Once again, it is the world government's doing, further tarnishing my view of them." Brokey nodded in agreement, and Zhang Yufan continued, "Dongli and Brokey, you were both notorious pirates with bounties of 100 million berries even 99 years ago. Now that you are aware of this situation, I am certain you wish to welcome them back. Will you join us on a new adventure?" Regith, taken aback, exclaimed, "I had no idea your bounty was so high 99 years ago. Impressive. Come with us. One of our captain's goals is to dismantle the current world government." Dongli and Brokey were momentarily stunned, as were the other members of Baroque Works. What had they just heard? Were these individuals truly daring enough to oppose the world government? Dongli remarked, "Zhang Yufan, your ambitions are indeed grand. You wish for us to join your pirate crew, retrieve those two warriors, and accompany you on an adventure while opposing the world government." Zhang Yufan nodded. Recognizing the strength of these giants, their village of Elbaf was situated within the Kingdom of Giants, known as the world's strongest nation. With their aid, the odds of victory against the world government would be significantly enhanced. Dongli and Brokey fell into deep contemplation, struggling to respond. Observing their silence, Zhang Yufan earnestly proposed, "How about this? Given our differing opinions, let us adhere to the customs of your village, and as warriors, engage in a battle. The victor shall dictate the terms. What do you say?" Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's suggestion, Dongli and Brokey's expressions brightened, sensing the merit in the idea. They nodded in agreement, and Dongli stated first, "Zhang Yufan, since you have offered such a proposition, we accept your challenge that if we should lose, we shall join your pirate crew." Brokey inquired, "How shall we fight?" Zhang Yufan replied, "I will join forces with one of my companions to face the two of you. What do you think?" Dongli and Brokey nodded in consent, and Zhang Yufan called upon Bagus to join him, while the others stepped aside to observe. Bagus, upon hearing his name, approached Zhang Yufan with excitement, exclaiming, "We ha ha ha, Captain. Thank you for granting me the chance to battle these two giants." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Bagus, there is no need for such formality. We are comrades and brothers. I will certainly assist you. Prepare yourself for battle." Brokey asked, "Are you ready?" Bagus replied eagerly, "Ready. Let us do this." Usopp, watching from the sidelines, inquired, "Who do you think will win between the two sides?" Without hesitation, Nami replied, of course, it will be Yufan and his crew. Reggie said, I too hope that the captain's side prevails, and I look forward to witnessing just how formidable the captain's current strength truly is. Everyone nodded in agreement, even Koby and his companions. The earliest followers of Zhang Yufan were uncertain about the extent of his power now and were eagerly anticipating the forthcoming battle. Then, Dongli swung his sword fiercely at Zhang Yufan, while Brogy aimed his axe towards Bages. The might of these two giants was undeniable, with their speed, strength, and angles of attack being nothing short of impressive, given their extensive combat experience. Bages activated his haki, launching a powerful punch towards the axe, which was deflected. Using his feet, Bages propelled himself into the air, delivering a forceful punch to Brogy's abdomen, which was blocked by Brogy's shield, though it caused him to stumble backward. With a grin, Brogy remarked, Bages, your strength is likely greater than mine, and your speed is impressive as well. I shall get serious now. Be prepared. With that, he swung his axe with increased speed, and Bages countered every strike, growing more exhilarated as sparks flew from the friction between their fists and the axe. Ultimately, after deflecting the axe, Bages leapt high into the air, unleashing a flurry of heavy punches to Brogy's belly before he could react, sending him flying, though he quickly regained his footing. This time, Bages unleashed his maximum strength, delivering a relentless barrage of blows to Brogy, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Dongli was also fervently attacking with his sword. And unlike Bages, Zhang Yufan did not hold back. Activating his haki, he met every one of Dongli's strikes with a counter, forcing him to retreat step by step. After a flurry of blows, Dongli fell to the ground. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. At this moment, the system rewards arrived, and Zhang Yufan checked them, ready to equip the newly joined comrades. Bages, noticing that Zhang Yufan had already finished and was waiting for him, approached with a grin, saying, Wahahaha, Captain, you finished so quickly over there. That fight was truly exhilarating. Zhang Yufan chuckled, I'm not like you. I don't wish to prolong the fight. I went all out right from the start, which is why it ended so swiftly. Lying on the ground, Brogy and Dongli exchanged smiles, with Brogy saying, How long has it been since we were last defeated? Dongli replied, Over 100 years. Are the youngsters of today truly this formidable? The members of the Baroque works, watching from the sidelines, were left in awe, particularly Jeem, who reflected on his past encounter with Bages, realizing that Bages had previously held back. Otherwise, he could have easily been defeated in a single blow. The three newly acquired animals, having witnessed the entire battle, were left agape, their mouths hanging open in astonishment. Ricky, observing their expressions, chuckled, Now you understand just how powerful our captain is, right? If he didn't possess some combat prowess, how could Monkey Ming ever heed his commands? From now on, when you board the ship, stay sharp. Each of our crew members is as strong as a monster, and soon you will experience it for yourselves. The three animals sat there nodding in a daze, while the onlookers erupted into cheers upon witnessing Zhang Yufan's victory. Nami smiled, saying, See, we won. Bartolomeo laughed, the captain's strength is indeed formidable. With the addition of such powerful allies from the giant race, our chances of success in future confrontations have significantly increased. Oka remarked, Such is fate. Zhang Yufan instructed Koya to heal Brogy and Dongli, allowing them to rest for a moment before they stood up and respectfully addressed Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan, we concede defeat. According to our prior agreement, we shall join your pirate crew from this day forth. Zhang Yufan smiled. Friends, let's warmly welcome our giant compatriots to the crew. Everyone welcomed their new members enthusiastically, with Koby and Usopp climbing onto the shoulders of the two giants to quietly explain the ship's rules, Zhang Yufan's special abilities, and other matters, leaving them in astonishment. Zhang Yufan grinned. Friends, our crew has now increased in number. It's time to establish divisions for better management. Nami inquired with a smile. So, Yufan, how do you plan to allocate them? Koby expressed his thoughts. It's indeed time to start the allocations. Brother Yufan, you mentioned before that you would form an entire crew of animals for Monkey Ming. They can constitute one division, while the recently joined giants can form a second division. The others nodded in agreement with Koby's proposal, and Zhang Yufan replied, We shall proceed as Koby suggested. Monkey Ming will be the captain of the first division, while Brogy and Dongli will lead the second division. You may freely assign positions among your crew members. I will offer suggestions for more suitable candidates in the future. For now, no further arrangements will be made. Everyone nodded, and Brogy asked, Captain, when shall we set sail? Zhang Yufan replied, Brogy and Dongli, you will first return to Elbaf village to gather the old crew members and recruit new ones, re-establishing a giant regiment. While there, teach them to cultivate haki. Wait for my call. Take this. He handed Dongli a communication snail he had obtained from a member of Baroque Works, having already established communication with it. Dongli asked in confusion. Captain, how can we teach others haki when we ourselves do not yet know it? Zhang Yufan pointed to a nearby area, smiling. Follow me there. I will help you learn. Badian, Xiaoqing, and Xiaobai, come along with me. Zhang Yufan led them to an open space, focusing his thoughts to equip Dongli with observation haki, beginner, armament haki, beginner, recovery, beginner, swordsmanship, beginner, speed, advanced, strength, advanced, stamina, advanced, and defense. Intermediate, boosting his combat power from a rank to S rank. He equipped Brogy with observation haki, beginner, armament haki, beginner, recovery, beginner, swordsmanship, beginner, speed, intermediate, strength, advanced, stamina, intermediate, and defense, intermediate. Elevating his combat power from a rank to S rank, he equipped Bubation with strength, beginner, defense, intermediate, stamina, beginner, and speed, beginner, raising his combat power from C rank to B rank. He equipped Xiaoqing with strength, beginner, defense, beginner, stamina, beginner, and speed, beginner, enhancing his combat power from D rank to C rank. Finally, he equipped Xiaobai with strength, beginner, defense, beginner, stamina, beginner, and speed, beginner, increasing his combat power from D rank to C rank. After equipping them, Brogy and Dongli felt their combat power significantly strengthened. Dongli, astonished, exclaimed, Captain, your abilities are truly terrifying. In an instant, you've made us stronger, and the minor injuries from our previous battle are beginning to heal. It seems the seas ahead will not be calm. Ha 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 ha. Brogy also expressed his amazement. Ha 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 ha. Captain, you are incredibly powerful. I heard Koby mention it earlier, but experiencing it firsthand is truly astonishing. The three animals nearby also felt their combat power rise, their faces brimming with excitement. Zhang Yufan smiled. This is not even your peak combat power. You can become even stronger. Now, you may test your newfound strength in battle. Meanwhile, I will take the other comrades for a stroll in the forest, and we will prepare to set sail shortly. Brogy and Dongli nodded in unison, ready to begin their bout, while Zhang Yufan led the rest on an exploration of the forest. Vivi, puzzled, asked Zhang Yufan, why have the giants started fighting again? Zhang Yufan chuckled. They just acquired new powers and wish to test their combat abilities. It's merely a spar. There's no cause for concern. After quite some time, having thoroughly searched the forest without finding any devil fruits, Zhang Yufan returned to where Brogy and Dongli were still engaged in an intense battle with their haki activated, fighting even more fiercely than before. Zhang Yufan approached and called for them to stop, saying, Brogy and Dongli, we must temporarily part ways here. Please make the most of your time to recruit crew members and train. The group made their way to the port, where Zhang Yufan retrieved the ship from his storage space. After everyone boarded, they waved goodbye to Brogy and Dongli, preparing to set sail. Brogy smiled. Captain, rest assured, after you depart, we will make the necessary preparations and head back to Elbaf village to begin our mission. Dongli chuckled and said, Captain, you steer the ship straight ahead. The rest is in our capable hands. Zhang Yufan nodded, and the vessel gradually advanced. However, not long into their journey, a gigantic golden fish suddenly emerged from beneath the surface, its enormous mouth gaping wide as if to swallow both the ship and its occupants whole. Wei Wei, frightened, clung tightly to Nami, while Ikelim's eyes nearly popped out in terror. Zhang Yufan suspected that this behemoth would appear whenever a ship traversed this area, intent on devouring them. Zoro calmly remarked, Captain, shall we strike? Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. No need. Did you not hear Dongli say that we should simply proceed forward and leave the rest to them? The others began to relax, and on the shore, Broky laughed. Indeed, the island-eating monster has reemerged. Let us begin, Dongli. Dongli grinned. This island-eating monster has devoured all the nearby isles. It is time to eliminate it with our most powerful technique. Bidding farewell to the captain and his crew. With that, the two infused their weapons with haki and began to gather energy, unleashing a formidable shockwave towards the monster while simultaneously shouting, Baku. The attack pierced through the creature, leaving Broky and Dongli's weapons intact. The deceased monster was subsequently stored in Zhang Yufan's dimensional space as a reserve food supply. Usopp chuckled. The power of this technique is truly fearsome. Zhang Yufan replied, All right, let us continue our journey. At that moment, Kaya had begun examining the health of all the crewmates on board to ensure their well-being. After sailing for another day, Oka, stationed at the lookout, suddenly spotted movement beneath the surface ahead, exclaiming, "Captain, it seems something is about to surface." Zhang Yufan nodded and peered ahead, and just as the ship drew near, a pirate ship with a hippopotamus-shaped bow emerged from the depths. Its hatch opening to reveal 3 leading figures, followed by numerous subordinates. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to scrutinize the information on the 3 leaders. Name: Walpole potential combat growth level. See current combat level. DH. 26 height. 2.07 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. Baku Nomi bounty. None equipment card. None overview. King of Drum Kingdom. A selfish tyrant, ruthless and capricious, driven by a fear of death. Bullying the weak while fearing the strong, that he exhibits no sense of responsibility befitting a king, even sacrificing the health of his citizens to bolster his own power. He prioritizes his own interests, enacting laws that benefit himself while disregarding the welfare of the people, having instituted the inhumane decree to eliminate doctors, which led to the gradual decline of the once renowned medical superpower, Drum Kingdom. Name: Jess potential combat growth level. See current combat level. DH. 29 height. 1.94 meters gender. Male weapon. Bow and arrow devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None overview. Strategist of Drum Kingdom. A sharpshooter capable of striking 3 targets simultaneously. He advocates for Walpole's tyranny as a means of protecting the people, remaining steadfastly loyal to Walpole until the end. Through Walpole's powers, he can merge with Chromalaman. Name: Chromalaman potential combat growth level. See current combat level. DH. 27 height. 1.86 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None overview. Administrative officer of Drum Kingdom. Possesses the special ability of static shock ball, primarily utilizing electrically charged balls to attack, derived from his own explosive hairstyle. He has a penchant for coaxing others into drinking and believes that controlling the populace is more important than genuinely governing the kingdom. He can merge with Jess through Walpole's abilities. Upon reviewing their information, Zhang Yufan realized that these 3 were responsible for the gradual decline of the once thriving medical kingdom of Drum, which was also Chopper's homeland. They absolutely could not be allowed to escape. A group of individuals disembarked from the hippopotamus-headed ship onto Zhang Yufan's vessel, brandishing guns aimed at them. At that moment, only Oka, Bagus, Regius, Bartolomeo, and Zhang Yufan, along with a few animals, were outside the ship's cabin. A corpulent man with deep purple hair and a large mouth, possessing a cylindrical chin forged from iron, stepped onto the ship. This man was Walpole, the king of Drum Kingdom, and also the pirate captain. He was followed by a long-armed man with wavy thick lips, who carried a bow on his back. This was Jess, along with Chromalaman, who sported an explosive hairstyle and wore boxing gloves. Walpole proclaimed, "Your ship appears quite fine. It shall now belong to me. Hand over all your treasures, and you may leave." Bartolomeo chuckled. "Captain, is this guy's head not quite right? Does he really think these few weaklings can do anything to us?" Regius laughed. "Hey, are you not being a bit too arrogant? Coming aboard and demanding this and that? What gall? Have you even considered our opinion?" Oka, from the lookout, added, "Encountering us does not bode well for your ultimate fate." Walpole appeared unconcerned when one of his subordinates approached him, saying, "Captain, there are only 5 people and a few animals on their deck, and there may be more inside the cabin." Walpole surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "So many animals. Are you preparing to open a circus? Let the lion perform a fire hoop act, and the little monkey do a handstand for a banana." Betian roared in fury. "Do they seek death? How dare they speak to my brothers like that and point guns at the captain?" Shouting angrily declared, "Brothers, allow me to go with my sister and poison them." Leaky calmly responded, "Do not rush. These fellows are truly pitiful. Why steal from anyone else when they target a ship full of monsters? Soon, they will be pinned down, licking the deck." Walpole, feeling a bit peckish, produced 2 daggers, taking a bite from one and then the other, leaving each with only half remaining, before crunching them down with apparent delight. Apart from Zhang Yufan, the rest of the crew stared in astonishment at Walpole eating daggers. Bartolomeo remarked, "What on earth? This guy eats daggers. It looks painful, and yet he seems to be enjoying it. Is he a devil fruit user?" Regius said, "Eating like that must be uncomfortable. He either possesses some special ability or has consumed a devil fruit to gain such powers." At that moment, Nami, hearing the commotion outside, stepped out, saying, "Guys, I am still working on the navigation chart. Keep it down. I cannot concentrate." "Yufan, what is going on?" Just as she spoke, a gun was pointed at her. and Zhang Yufan smiled. As you can see, we are being robbed. Sanji, who had been cooking in the kitchen, heard the ruckus and emerged with a frying pan, angrily exclaiming, "You scoundrels! How dare you point a gun at Miss Nami and disturb me while I cook? The food is not ready yet, so you may as well lick this frying pan." One by one, the other crewmates emerged, and just as Walpole was about to seize the ship, Zhang Yufan grinned and said, "Monkey Ming, go give that dagger-eating fellow a good thrashing and bring him here. The rest of you, take care of the remaining crew." Everyone nodded, and Monkey Ming flashed a smile before charging at Walpole, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Seeing their captain being pummeled by a monkey, the subordinates attempted to rush in to help, but were swiftly stopped by Zhang Yufan's other companions. Before long, all of Walpole's men were dispatched. Nami took a few crewmates to search the opposing ship for treasure, while Monkey Ming lifted Walpole before Zhang Yufan, with his jaw now concave from the beating. Walpole roared in fury, "You bastards! You've killed all my subordinates and dare to treat me this way. Do you know who I am?" Usopp chuckled, "We are precisely the ones bold enough to strike you. What do you think you can do about it? And who exactly are you?" Valpo roared in anger, "Listen well, I am the king of the Drum Kingdom. Believe it or not, I can send my army to annihilate you all. Release me at once." Regith, with a mocking smile, slapped Valpo across the face and remarked, "Captain, the more I look at this guy, the more I think he is a fool. How on earth did he become king?" Koby, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Captain, this guy is incredibly loud. What use is there in keeping him around?" Zhang Yufan chuckled and replied, "Indeed, this fellow is a complete waste. The Drum Kingdom is on the brink of collapse under his rule. We intend to keep him for an experiment." Koya asked, "Captain, what kind of experiment?" Zhang Yufan grinned and explained, "We will strip the devil fruit powers from this ability user, surround Valpo with various types of fruit, then eliminate him and see if the devil fruit remanifests in any of these fruits." Usopp questioned, "Is it really possible to obtain a devil fruit this way?" Zhang Yufan shook his head, saying, "I don't know, but it's worth a try. Even if we fail, we have nothing to lose. However, if we succeed, it could be a tremendous gain." The group nodded in agreement, and they gathered around to watch. To ensure safety, Zhang Yufan instructed Galdino to use the wax fruit to create a square, sealed space with a single door. Once Zhang Yufan entered with Valpo and the fruits, he sealed it off completely. Inside the sealed space, Zhang Yufan arranged the fruits and then brought Valpo over. Terrified, Valpo pleaded, "Please spare me. If I return to the Drum Kingdom, I can offer you vast wealth, beautiful women, and significant power." Ignoring Valpo's incessant chatter about enticing conditions, Zhang Yufan swiftly snapped his neck, thereby completing the reward for eliminating these individuals. Valpo, eyes wide in disbelief, slowly lowered his hands as life faded from him. His lifeless gaze fixed on Zhang Yufan. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. One of the fruits beside Valpo began to change, its skin developing numerous spiral patterns. Checking with the system, Zhang Yufan confirmed that it had indeed transformed into a devil fruit. He stored the other fruits and Valpo's corpse in his storage space. Meanwhile, outside, the crew was curiously staring at the waxen square, and Nami returned with a few companions. Noticing her crewmates gathered, she approached and asked, "What are you all looking at? And where's Yufan?" Koya explained Zhang Yufan's experiment to strip Valpo of his devil fruit. Nami's eyes lit up with excitement. If successful, they could sell it for a handsome sum. Inside the sealed space, Zhang Yufan finished tidying up and punched a hole through the wax wall with great force, continuing until the opening was large enough for him to emerge, beaming with satisfaction. Nami eagerly rushed to Zhang Yufan and asked, "Yufan, was the experiment successful?" Zhang Yufan smiled as he revealed a devil fruit, saying, "Indeed, this is the gulp fruit that Valpo consumed." The members of the Baroque works were aboard, performing menial tasks and engaging in daily physical training, while others were in a free-range state. They had witnessed Zhang Yufan's astonishing feat of acquiring the devil fruit, a method likely unknown even to their boss, making him increasingly enigmatic. Nami's eyes sparkled with greed as she exclaimed, "Haha, doesn't this mean we'll have plenty of devil fruits to sell for a fortune?" Zhang Yufan replied, "Nami, we shouldn't sell the devil fruits. That would be a waste. Even the most mundane powers can rapidly enhance an ordinary person." Their essay saying, "There are no useless devil fruit abilities, only useless users." Nami nodded obediently, realizing that since Zhang Yufan wished to keep them, she would too. She could earn money elsewhere. Noki Gao asked, "Captain, what abilities does this devil fruit possess?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Its ability allows the user to swallow anything, absorbing it into their body as part of themselves, or to synthesize it, They can even consume their own body to alter their skeletal structure. Koby remarked, if used wisely, this fruit could become a devastating weapon of war. Imagine swallowing an entire arsenal. Turning oneself into a mobile personal weapons depot, enhanced with armament hockey. The thought of such a scene is terrifying. Usopp added, and with that synthesizing ability, the durability of our weapons would increase significantly. Even those missing limbs need not worry. We could simply consume them along with steel and create something new. Zhang Yufan replied, it could also synthesize a special shape memory alloy, which possesses the ability to automatically restore itself after damage, surpassing the hardness and reliability of ordinary materials. Bartolomeo, puzzled, inquired, that sounds impressive, but who would be the best user for this fruit? The group fell into contemplation, and Zhang Yufan suggested, I have a candidate in mind, our future shipwright. However, we will wait until we find him before making any decisions, so let us store this for now. The group nodded in agreement, and Zhang Yufan cheerfully asked, Nami, how did we fare this time? Nami beamed, we gathered a total of 11 million berries and found 20 doctors, who are currently observing the ship from the vessel opposite Bages. Zhang Yufan proceeded to Valpo's ship, collecting all the provisions from the kitchen, some weapons, and all the corpses into his storage space, before returning to his own ship with the 20 doctors, also bringing Valpo's ship along. The 20 doctors were astonished by Zhang Yufan's remarkable abilities. Relieved that these pirates had not harmed them and had eliminated Valpo instead, they expressed their gratitude to Zhang Yufan and his crew. Koya, perplexed, asked, how can you be so happy after we've just killed your captain? One doctor explained, we were all forced onto that ship due to Valpo's overwhelming strength. With him gone, we couldn't be happier. This is our liberation. Another doctor added, we are the last remaining doctors of the Drum Kingdom. Vivi inquired, but where did the other doctors go? Another doctor replied, Valpo implemented the Doctor 20 plan in the Drum Kingdom, selecting the 20 most skilled and compliant doctors, while eliminating or exiling any others who claimed to be doctors, ensuring that the Doctor 20 team was the only pathway for medical assistance. Koby remarked, what a reckless fool, but why would he do such a thing? A doctor elaborated, his intention was to see the desperate pleas of the people, purely for his amusement. Nami exclaimed indignantly, such a person deserves to die, for such a trivial reason to expel doctors. What if many residents fall ill? There would be no time for treatment. Another doctor lamented. What could we do? He was the king, and his strength, along with his subordinates, far surpassed ours. We had no means to fight back. So it came to this. Can you take us back home? Zhang Yufan smiled and said, of course, I need to visit the Drum Kingdom as well. That place needs a thorough overhaul. After sailing for a while, they finally spotted the location of the Drum Kingdom on the map. At that moment, Usopp, perched in the crow's nest, shouted, Captain, an island ahead. It's filled with many drums and a blanket of white. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, that must be Drum Island. Bages, steer the ship closer. As they approached the island, Zoro remarked, Captain, I sense a large gathering of people at the port. I wonder what they are planning. Zhang Yufan nodded, instructing his crew to remain vigilant as they neared the harbor, where numerous people were already aiming guns at them. Just then, a man clad in a green cotton robe, wielding a shovel, approached and declared, Pirates, you are not welcome here. Leave at once, or we will open fire. An angry man beside him added, if you don't depart immediately, we will blow your ship to smithereens. Sanji remarked, upon our first encounter with these rascals, we were met with disdain. It seems this place is indeed a haven for those who detest pirates. Bartolomeo interjected, the locals are quite united, yet regrettably, their combat prowess is woefully inadequate, posing no threat whatsoever. Zhang Yufan said, do not be so agitated. Take a closer look at the individuals behind us. Do you recognize them? With that, he motioned for the 20 physicians who had been obstructed behind him to step forward. A resident, puzzled, inquired, aren't you the doctor's 20? Did you not leave with Walpo? Another physician responded, indeed, we were aboard Walpo's ship. But he and his subordinates were slain by these pirates. We were rescued by them. A different resident, astonished, asked, you claim Walpo was killed by them? What proof do you have? Zhang Yufan directly retrieved the bodies of Walpo and his men from his storage space and tossed them to the residents for examination. Once they confirmed the deceased was indeed Walpo himself, a wave of jubilation erupted. They could finally live in peace. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yufan used the system to check the information on the man clad in a green robe. Name, Dalton. Potential combat growth level. See current combat level. D age, 32. Height, 2.18 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, Iron Shovel Devil Fruit. NYU Fruit. Bison Form Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Profile. 20 years prior. He served as the captain of the former king of Drum Island's guard. Both he and the king were deeply concerned about Prince Walpo's conduct. After the king's demise, Dalton became Walpo's guard but opposed his tyrannical rule. Upon witnessing Dr. Hirulik's tragic end at Walpo's hands, he wept profusely. When Chopper sought vengeance for Hirulik, Dalton resolutely prevented him and urged him to flee to tea that moment. Dalton observed the jubilant residents and smiled. Zhang Yufan and his crew docked their ship, leaving all animals except for Monkey Ming aboard, while the rest disembarked. Dalton approached and said, "Greetings, I am Dalton, the captain of the guard here. Please, come to my home and rest." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. "Hello, I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirates, and these are my companions," proceeding to introduce each of them. Upon arriving at Dalton's home, he asked, "Zhang Yufan, aside from returning Doctor's 20, what other purpose do you have on this island?" Zhang Yufan responded with a grin, "We seek to recruit a doctor to join us and aim to become the ruling authority behind this nation." Dalton, indignant, exclaimed, "You dare to aspire to rule this nation? You are utterly insane. I will not allow it." Just as he was about to attack Zhang Yufan, he was firmly restrained by Zoro and Sanji. Rendering him immobile, Dalton was taken aback. Realizing that the combat strength of these pirates was formidable, he doubted his ability to contend with even one of them, fearing the residents would suffer once more. Zhang Yufan chuckled, "Dalton, do not be so incensed. With your current combat level, you could not best even one of the animals aboard my ship, let alone us." Dalton, fuming, retorted, "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Yufan replied, "We aim to expand the influence of our pirate crew. We are pirates and do not intend to linger here for long. Thus, on the surface, I will allow you to assume the role of king here to help me govern this nation. Rest assured, we will not harm any ordinary residents." Dalton countered, "By doing so, you are positioning yourselves against the world government. Our Drum Kingdom is a member state. Are you not afraid?" Bias, chuckling, declared, "Ha ha ha. One of our captain's initial objectives was to overthrow the world government. How could we possibly fear them?" Vivi and Ikelim, hearing Zhang Yufan's ambitions of toppling the world government, were left incredulous, grappling with the sheer audacity of such a goal, which had never been mentioned before. Leaving them in a tempest of emotions, Dalton, incredulous, stammered, "What did you say? You wish to overthrow the world government? How could that be accomplished?" Koby asserted, "What is impossible? While the world government is powerful, it is not beyond challenge." Nami added, "Has the formidable world government cared for your existence up until now?" Dalton, somewhat sheepish, admitted, "Perhaps they remain unaware of the events unfolding here." Sanji questioned, "Do you believe that? Even if they knew, would they come to your aid?" Dalton recognized the lack of credibility in his own words. Given the world government's intelligence network, it was implausible they would be oblivious to the happenings here. Even if they were aware, it seemed they simply did not care. Zhang Yufan remarked, "The decline of your nation can be attributed in part to the world government's indifference, but primarily to the erratic rule of that imbecile Walpo, coupled with the residents' insufficient combat abilities to resist." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Lastly, your blind loyalty, a result of the former king's favor, has led you to witness Walpo's tyranny for years without taking any real action, clinging to the hope that he would change." Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's words, Dalton's anger dissipated, replaced by regret. He indeed bore the sins of this nation, having only recently awakened to the need to oppose Walpo's despotism. However, it was too late, and many residents had already perished as a result. Vivi stated, "Dalton, now that Walpo is dead, this nation can still be saved." Zhang Yufan offered, "You have a chance for redemption before you now. It is up to you to seize it." Dalton inquired, "What opportunity?" Zhang Yufan explained, "Your standing in the eyes of the residents should be quite high. Become the king of this nation, govern it with sincerity, protect these residents, summon back the exiled doctors, and significantly enhance the military strength." Empowering the populace, Dalton questioned, "Can I truly accomplish this? Am I worthy of being the king here?" Zhang Yufan replied, "Whether you are worthy can be determined by the residents outside, that I cannot judge your governance skills. But you may seek assistance from those adept in such matters. However, if it comes to combat, you are indeed lacking. Come now, pledge your loyalty to me, and I shall grant you the formidable strength needed to protect these residents." Regius added, "Dalton, join us as a companion. This is not a bad proposition for you. With your current strength, you cannot contend with even a moderately powerful pirate crew. So how will you protect the other residents?" After reflecting on Zhang Yufan's words, Dalton fell into contemplation. Should he choose not to join them, encountering a crew as strong as theirs, or even more brutal, would leave him utterly defenseless. If he were to fall, what would happen to the other residents? They would likely be slaughtered by pirates. Aligning with them was, therefore, the most prudent choice, and he resolved to commit. Very well. I pledge my loyalty to you, but I will not partake in the senseless slaughter of the innocent, Dalton declared. Zhang Yufan smiled. Rest assured, we are not bloodthirsty and will not compel you to commit such acts. Welcome aboard. In the future, simply call me by my name to avoid drawing attention to our relationship. With Dalton's inclusion, the crew welcomed him warmly, while members of the Baroque works stood silently in the corner. During this time, they had been subjected to rigorous training, exhausting themselves each day. While observing the others on the ship who trained several times more than they did yet remained invigorated, what peculiar beings they were. At that moment, Zhang Yufan inquired with a smile, Dalton, do you know where the witch doctor is currently residing? Dalton, astonished, responded, Oh, how did you know we have a witch doctor? She resides atop the highest mountain, where Walpo's palace was also constructed, and it is now occupied by her. Kaya playfully asked, Captain, you do not intend to recruit this witch doctor, do you? Zhang Yufan chuckled, Not her, but her apprentice. You shall understand once you reach the mountain. Nami asked, Yufan, are we to prepare for an ascent of that snow-covered mountain on foot? Dalton remarked, There is currently no road up the mountain. We can only climb. Zhang Yufan chuckled and replied, Though we cannot walk up. There is a cable car available. It is located at the former residence of the witch doctor. Let Dalton take you there while Monkey Ming, Sanji, Koby, and I make our way across the sky. Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's words, Dalton appeared bewildered. Having lived here for so long, I had no idea there was a cable car leading up to the castle in Valpo. And what do you mean by walking across the sky? Can one truly walk in the sky? I may not be well educated, but please do not deceive me. After Zhang Yufan finished speaking, he stepped outside the house, and, right before Dalton's eyes, executed a moonwalk. Stepping onto the air and swiftly ascending towards the highest peak, as snow began to fall from the heavens. While the others were already accustomed to such wonders, Dalton was experiencing it for the first time. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth gaped in disbelief. Nearby residents were equally startled by the spectacle. After a moment's pause, Dalton led the group to the former residence of the witch doctor, where the locals greeted him warmly, though they remained wary of the pirates following behind him. Upon arriving at their destination, they indeed found a cable car, albeit a rather small one that required multiple trips. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his companions traversed the sky for a while until they reached the mountaintop, where they discovered a castle blanketed in snow. Entering through the grand doors, Zhang Yufan utilized his observation haki to sense that there was only one person inside the castle, along with another lurking in the nearby woods. Noticing the arrival of strangers, the latter followed them inside. As they ascended the staircase to the second floor, they encountered a stylish elderly woman, seated with her legs crossed. Sipping on a drink, Zhang Yufan quickly checked her information through the system. Name, Dr. Koreha. Combat potential level, see current combat level. D age, 138. Height, 1.88 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, the teacher who imparted Chopper's lifelong medical skills. She has a fondness for plum wine and pickled plums, possesses exceptional throwing accuracy, and is a highly skilled physician, though her fees are rather exorbitant. She asserts that patients only disappear from her sight under two circumstances. 1. They are cured. 2. They have passed away. She affectionately refers to Chopper as her foolish son and considers Dr. Hirolik a dear friend. Upon seeing them enter, Koreha inquired with curiosity, Who are you? What brings you here? Zhang Yufan responded with a smile, Greetings, Dr. Koreha. I am Zhang Yufan, the captain of the extreme pirates. I have come in search of a suitable doctor to join us on our adventures at sea. Koreha replied, Oh, how do you know my name? As you can see, I am no longer fit for seafaring adventures. You should seek someone else. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, That is a secret. I know many things. At that moment, a reindeer with a hat atop its head, clad in shorts and sporting a blue nose, timidly peeked around the wall, half its head concealed, and nervously asked, Are you really pirates? Zhang Yufan and the others turned to see the shy creature. And Zhang Yufan checked its information through the system. Name, Tony Chopper. Combat potential level, as current combat level. D age, 14. Height, 0.9 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, human fruit. Human form. Bounty, none equipment card, none description. The beloved reindeer and medical assistant of Dr. Kureha from Drum Island. He is easily frightened by strangers and becomes exceedingly happy when praised. His benefactor is the quack Dr. Hiraluk, who also named him. Chopper aspires to become a universal cure for all ailments. Originally a reindeer, his naturally blue nose led to his rejection by his parents and discrimination from other reindeer, causing him to often trail behind the herd even as a newborn fawn. Koby exclaimed in astonishment, "We are indeed pirates, and you can speak human language." Chopper continued nervously, "Do you have a skull flag on your ship?" Sanji replied, "Yes, it's hanging on the ship. You seem quite interested in pirates. Do you wish to become one?" Chopper panicked, exclaiming, "Fool, I do not. Absolutely not." Monkey Ming was equally astonished, having never encountered a talking animal before. He asked, "Big brother, is this fellow a raccoon?" Chopper retorted angrily, "You imbecile, I am not a raccoon. I am a reindeer." Koby remarked in disbelief, "A reindeer? You can understand the speech of other animals. Incredible, aside from the captain. None of us can comprehend what the little monkey says." Kureha took a sip of her drink and said in wonder, "Zhang Yufan, you can understand animal language. How intriguing." Chopper, hearing Koby's praise, twisted and turned with delight, saying, "You fool, even if you compliment me, I want to be happy." Sanji observed Chopper's demeanor and commented, "Reindeer, you truly cannot hide your emotions. They are quite evident." Koby laughed, "Reindeer, you are quite amusing." Sanji jested, "Reindeer, you would make an excellent backup ingredient on our ship." Braised reindeer meat sounds delightful. Chopper's face paled at Sanji's words, and he instinctively backed away, preparing to flee. He thought to himself, "These pirates are terrifying. They want to eat me." Zhang Yufan chuckled, "All right, Sanji, look at how frightened you've made Chopper." Chopper, perplexed, asked, "How do you know my name? I don't recall telling you." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "How I know is not important. What matters is whether Chopper wants to join us on our adventures at sea." Monkey Ming chimed in, "Chopper, come with my big brother. The adventures at sea are thrilling and exhilarating." Chopper, agitated, protested, "Stop saying such nonsense. I am a reindeer that walks upright, has a blue nose, and can speak. Do you not fear me in this form? How could I possibly stay with you humans?" Koby and the others were left in confusion. They found this adorable reindeer far from intimidating. Perhaps they would die from cuteness overload instead. Initially, they were surprised. But it was indeed rare to encounter a talking reindeer. Zhang Yufan smiled. "Fear? Why should you fear? I find you quite fascinating and adorable. Come join us as pirates." Kureha laughed, "You wish to take my reindeer away in front of me? Is that truly acceptable?" Just as Zhang Yufan and the others were about to respond, they heard the sound of several footsteps approaching from outside. Chopper, still excitedly twisting and turning, noticed many people approaching and fled in fright. The approaching group spotted an animal darting away, and Vivi asked curiously, "Was that a raccoon that just ran past?" Nami replied, "So cute, but it doesn't seem to be one. It looks like a reindeer." "Raccoons don't have antlers," Koya added. "If it is a reindeer, how can it walk upright?" "How marvelous." Usopp pointed toward a nearby room. "The captain and the others are inside. Let us go ask them what that creature truly is." Dalton, upon seeing Chopper, felt a fleeting sense of deja vu but could not place it, so he set it aside and continued forward. The group entered the room, where the lively Kureha greeted them. Nami remarked, "Hello, madam. You are quite vibrant and stylishly dressed." Kureha replied with a chuckle, "He. I am Kureha, now over 130 years old. Young lady, would you like to know the secret to my everlasting youth?" Nami and the other women nodded, eager to uncover the secret, while the rest of the crew gradually entered. Noticing Dalton's arrival, Kureha asked, "Hello, Dalton, what brings you here as well? Are you not concerned that Walbo and his crew might suddenly return to harm the residents?" Dalton chuckled and replied, "Hello, Dr. Kureha, I need not worry any longer, for Walbo and his crew have already been vanquished by Zhang Yufan and his companions." Dr. Kureha smiled and remarked, "Well, you lot of pirates have indeed performed a great service." Usopp then inquired, "Captain, just now an animal dashed out. Vivi believes it to be a raccoon, while Nami thinks it resembles a reindeer. So, what exactly is that creature?" The other companions were equally curious about the strange-looking animal they had never encountered before and turned to Zhang Yufan for an answer. Zhang Yufan smiled and explained that animal is, in fact, a reindeer that has consumed the human fruit, taking on a rather unique appearance. Its name is Chopper. Dr. Kureha, may we take him with us? Dr. Kureha smiled and replied, "You may, but it will not be so simple. He bears a heavy emotional scar, one that even I, as a doctor, cannot heal. The group expressed their puzzled looks, recalling that upon seeing them at the door, Chopper had fled in fright, indicating that this emotional trauma was likely related to people. Nami asked, "What kind of severe emotional trauma has Chopper endured? Could you enlighten us?" Zhang Yufan responded, "Dr. Kureha, allow me to elaborate on Chopper's tragic past." Dr. Kureha, astonished, asked, "Zhang Yufan, how do you know all this? Please, share it with us." Zhang Yufan then recounted Chopper's early experiences. Many years ago, on the day of his birth into this world, Chopper was born with a blue nose, setting him apart from his peers, which incited great disdain from his parents. Leading to his abandonment, he faced discrimination from the reindeer herd, often trailing far behind despite being a mere fawn. One fateful day, he accidentally consumed a devil fruit, granting him the ability to walk upright. Yet this transformation branded him a monster in the eyes of the herd, who subsequently beat him and cast him out. Later, he transformed into a human form, albeit imperfectly, with that blue nose remaining. The residents, upon witnessing his appearance, deemed him a monster, hurling stones or firing guns at him. He fled into the woods, tears streaming down his face, utterly bewildered by the treatment he received from both his kin and humans. All he desired was to find someone to play with, yet he was doomed to a life of solitude in those woods. One day, after sustaining serious injuries amidst a snowstorm, he encountered the quack Dr. Hiroluk, who was being pursued by the guards. By then, Chopper had lost all trust in others, and, seeing Hiroluk brandishing a pistol, attacked him in a frenzied in an effort to prove he meant no harm. Hiroluk stripped off his clothes, discarded the pistol, and took Chopper home to nurse him back to health. This encounter with Hiroluk marked Chopper's first experience of human warmth. It turned out that Hiroluk was once a notorious thief from a distant western country who had fallen gravely ill with heart disease. One day, moved by the sight of blooming cherry blossoms, he found his illness miraculously cured. He abandoned his life of crime and resolved to heal the ailing Drum Island, suffering under the tyrannical rule of King Walbo, and he encouraged Chopper to venture out into the vast world. A year later, while Chopper had fully recovered, Hiroluk discovered he himself was terminally ill and, in a bid to spare Chopper worry, he painfully sent him away. When Hiroluk sought treatment from the witch Dr. Kureha on Drum Island, Chopper eavesdropped on their conversation and learned that Hiroluk had only 10 days left to live. He then embarked on a journey to find the miraculous Emu mushroom, only to be ambushed by the reindeer herd along the way, but ultimately succeeded in obtaining the mushroom. Unbeknownst to Chopper, he had picked the wrong mushroom, which was highly toxic. Even so, Hiroluk, aware of the poison in the soup Chopper prepared, drank it, reducing his remaining life to mere hours. Chopper was later scolded by Dr. Kureha, who informed him of the mushroom's toxicity. Upon arriving at the castle, Hiroluk discovered that the news of the doctor's illness was a trap set by King Walbo, ultimately leading him to drink poisoned wine and take his own life. Enraged, Chopper sought vengeance against Walbo, only to be stopped by Dalton. Subsequently, Chopper inherited Hiroluk's dream of becoming a doctor capable of curing all ailments and began learning medicine from Dr. Kureha. Upon hearing Chopper's tale, the companions were filled with sorrow. Nami and the other women were in tears, while the most empathetic was Monkey Ming, who had also faced similar ostracization, realizing that Chopper's plight was even more tragic. At this moment, he too was weeping, clinging to Zhang Yufan's leg. Dr. Kureha remarked, "Zhang Yufan, I never imagined you would know all this so well. Truly impressive." Bejas observed Monkey Ming's state and asked, "Captain, why is Monkey Ming crying so sorrowfully?" Zhang Yufan gently patted Monkey Ming's head and explained that it's because Monkey Ming was born with red fur, which set him apart from the other monkeys, leading to his ostracization. His life has been solitary, much like Chopper's, and thus he understands that pain more profoundly than any of us. Regius sighed, "I had no idea Monkey Ming had such a tragic past. Was Zhang Yufan the first to open his heart?" Zhang Yufan nodded, and at that moment, Akka remarked, "This is indeed a fateful encounter." After learning of Chopper's past, Dalton suddenly recalled that when Hiroluk was killed in the explosion, a furious figure known as the Yeti had emerged. And that figure was none other than Chopper. The sky outside had gradually darkened, and Zhang Yufan took Monkey Ming to seek out Chopper for a heart-to-heart conversation, leaving some ingredients for Sanji and Noki to start preparing. While the other companions were free to roam, Zhang Yufan sensed Chopper's current location, discovering he was right above him. Climbing the stairs, he soon arrived at the castle rooftop, where he found Chopper staring blankly at a pirate flag. Zhang Yufan and Monkey Ming quickly joined him, startling Chopper, who initially attempted to flee but was stopped by Zhang Yufan and Monkey Ming. Zhang Yufan said, "Chopper, we already know of your past. Come join us on our adventures at sea. From this day forth, we shall be your companions, just as Hiraluk once wished for you to explore the vast ocean." Chopper shook his head and replied, "No, I am different from you all. Look at my antlers and my hooves instead of fingers. And my blue-nosed, I am neither human nor an ordinary reindeer. I am a monster, and your other companions will surely fear me." Zhang Yufan chuckled. "They will not be afraid. At most, they will be intrigued. For the strength of our crew rivals that of monsters, and we have a fondness for monsters." Chopper continued to shake his head. "I appreciate your invitation to be a pirate, but I shall remain here." "You are welcome to visit me again," Monkey Ming chimed in. "Chopper, I can feel your pain, for my experiences mirror yours." Chopper turned to look at Monkey Ming, who then began recounting his own story of being ostracized from his group, leading to his encounter with Zhang Yufan and the other comrades, culminating in a joyful adventure at sea. The two animals embraced, weeping together. After a while, Monkey Ming, tears streaming down his face, urged, "Chopper, please come with us. My team of animals needs a doctor like you, and you will surely find joy in the adventures ahead." With that, Zhang Yufan and Monkey Ming extended a hand towards Chopper, who, through tears, nodded in agreement and took hold of their hands. Monkey Ming smiled. "Chopper, from now on, we shall be your family. You can call our captain Big Brother." Chopper nodded with a smile, as Zhang Yufan wiped away their tears and said, "Chopper, would you like to take a stroll in the sky and behold the scenery below?" Chopper smiled and asked, "Big Brother, can you really grow wings like a bird and fly up to the sky?" Zhang Yufan replied with a grin, "You need not grow wings. You can soar through the skies with a little exertion." "Monkey Ming, take our family for a brief flight to adjust." Then Chopper nestled upon the back of Monkey Ming, who leapt directly from the rooftop. Unable to contain himself, Chopper shut his eyes and let out a scream. Yet he felt no impact with the ground for an extended while. Gradually opening his eyes, he discovered that Monkey Ming was ascending higher into the sky. Realizing he would not fall, Chopper adjusted to the sensation. And with Monkey Ming carrying him, they soared through the air, reveling in the sheer joy of the moment. Meanwhile, Kureha approached Dalton and inquired, "Dalton, do you know where the key to the castle's armory is?" Dalton replied, "That key has always been kept by Walpole. It may still be with him." "What do you need it for?" Kureha responded, "That poses a bit of a problem. There is something inside meant to be a surprise for Chopper." Nami, with a smile, chimed in, "That's not a problem at all. I have a plan. Where is the armory? Let's go open it together." The group followed Dr. Kureha to the armory, where Nami instructed Galdino to use the wax fruit ability to create a key, which promptly unlocked the door. Kureha laughed, saying, "Young man, your devil fruit power is quite handy. Now, the rest of you, help me move those cannons outside. After dinner, we'll give Chopper a grand surprise." Upon hearing about the surprise for Chopper, everyone sprang into action, each one a veritable powerhouse, each lifting a cannon and rushing outside, leaving Kureha and Dalton in astonished silence. Once the cannons were positioned as instructed, Zhang Yufan descended with Chopper. Chopper hurried to Kureha and said, "Dr. Doriel, I have something to tell you." Kureha asked, "Chopper, where did you run off to just now? What do you wish to say?" With earnestness, Chopper declared, "I want to go on adventures at sea with them. I aspire to be a pirate and fulfill my dreams." Kureha smiled and replied, "Then go ahead. Haven't you always wanted to venture onto the sea? These folks are formidable and quite decent. Pursue your dreams." Chopper, choked with emotion, said, "Dr. Doriel, thank you to AT." That moment, Sanji called everyone to dinner, and the dining hall was already filled with an array of delicious dishes. The group feasted heartily, ensuring to send food to the animals still on the ship. After the meal, Kureha instructed Zhang Yufan to take Chopper to the rooftop to await a surprise. Chopper, filled with curiosity, ascended to the roof, uncertain of Kureha's intentions. Kureha joyfully asked, "Are you all ready, boys?" The group responded in unison. "Ready." Kureha then exclaimed, "Fire the cannons and light the lamps." At that moment, all the cannonballs shot into the sky, and as the lamps were lit, the heavens were adorned with cherry blossoms, a sight both breathtaking and magnificent. Chopper, witnessing this spectacle, burst into tears, finally seeing the culmination of Dr. Hilialik's 30 years of research. Meanwhile, the residents below were startled by the cannon fire, but when they looked up and beheld the sky filled with cherry blossoms, they were left in awe. Such beauty was a rare sight. Vivi asked, "Dr. Kureha, who devised this? It's simply stunning and grand." Kureha chuckled, "He. It was the work of a fool who spent 30 years on it." Kaya remarked. 30 years, indeed. After a long while, the magnificent display in the sky faded, and once Zhang Yufan had calmed Chopper, he instructed his companions to tidy up the cannons before they all took a rest in the castle. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhang Yufan summoned Dalton and Chopper to explain the situation, then focused his thoughts. He equipped Dalton with enhanced attributes: strength, advanced; stamina, intermediate; speed, intermediate; defense, intermediate; accuracy, beginner; martial arts, intermediate; and swordsmanship, beginner. Elevating Dalton's combat power from D to A. Next, he equipped Chopper with strength, intermediate; stamina, intermediate; speed, intermediate; defense, intermediate; martial arts, intermediate; kicking techniques, beginner; and punching techniques, beginner, boosting Chopper's combat power from D to A. Both Dalton and Chopper felt an immediate surge in their combat capabilities, astonished at Zhang Yufan's remarkable abilities. He then provided Dalton with 50 million berries to aid in developing the country, albeit a modest sum. Meanwhile, the other companions readied themselves to return to the ship below to set sail. Zhang Yufan smiled at Dalton, saying, "Your current combat power is sufficient to protect the residents below. You will soon be elected as king. It is now your responsibility to diligently develop this nation." Dalton grinned. "I will. Where are you headed next?" Zhang Yufan pointed to Vivi and replied, "To Alabasta to assist her with some issues." "Dalton, do you remember her?" Dalton nodded. "I felt a sense of familiarity when I first met her. Later, I recalled having seen her at a world government meeting. She is a princess." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Indeed, we are returning her home. But I want to go into further detail. Dr. Kureha, I will need your continued assistance in the medical field to support Dalton and Chopper. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety." Both nodded in agreement. And Chopper, with a heavy heart, said, "Dr. Doriel, I am off to seek adventure at sea. Please take care of yourself, and thank you for all your kindness over the years." Kureha, with tears in her eyes, replied, "You foolish child, take care of yourself during your adventures. Be safe. I will await your return. At that moment, a dozen residents ascended to the mountaintop via cable car, concerned for Dalton's safety as he had not returned home the previous night, especially with a group of pirates trailing behind. Upon seeing the residents disembark from the cable car, Dalton inquired, "What brings you all here?" One resident replied, "Mr. Dalton, you didn't come home last night, and we were worried for your safety. So we came to check on you." Another added, "Furthermore, with Walpole now deceased, we hope you will become our king." A third resident stated, "In our time of peril, it was you, Mr. Dalton, who stepped forward to protect us and consider our welfare. Moreover, your strength surpasses all others among us, making you the most suitable candidate for king." Dalton responded, "If you all feel this way, then I accept. I will rely on your support to help develop our nation together." The residents were overjoyed by Dalton's agreement, yet they eyed Kureha with trepidation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan's other companions had already descended the mountain via cable car, leaving only the trio skilled in moonwalk and Chopper, who, with a blue medical backpack, was nestled on Monkey Ming's back. Zhang Yufan led them as they jumped directly down the mountain. The onlookers, aside from Dalton, were taken aback by Zhang Yufan and his companions' audacious leap, rushing to the edge of the mountain to see them swiftly maneuvering through the air, eliciting further astonishment. Kureha chuckled. They nearly gave me a heart attack. These little rascals should not be underestimated." Dalton laughed. "Indeed, they are quite strong. I never imagined that the reindeer would inherit all the noble virtues and medical skills of the doctor, and this nation will surely be reborn." Kureha, still chuckling, remarked, "My silly son is displaying a rare seriousness before me, taking on a manly demeanor." Zhang Yufan and his group quickly returned to the ship, where Chopper spotted several animals on board, including a gigantic lion, causing him to cower behind Monkey Ming. Ricky, noticing Monkey Ming carrying an animal, curiously asked, "Monkey Ming, are you carrying a raccoon?" Monkey Ming laughed. "Ricky, don't scare it. Everyone, come here. Allow me to introduce our ship's new doctor, who has also consumed a devil fruit and possesses great strength. Come and greet him." The creatures aboard are well aware of the significance of the ship's doctor and enthusiastically greet Chopper, praising his remarkable abilities. This praise causes Chopper to joyfully twist and turn in delight. When they discover that he can speak the human language and even transform, their astonishment deepens, leading to even more fervent compliments, leaving Chopper a bit bashful and noticeably less anxious than before. He soon becomes quite familiar with them. Other companions gradually board the ship, each taking a moment to introduce themselves to Chopper. Nami and her female companions are particularly fond of the adorable reindeer and can be seen hugging him and stroking his fur. albeit without being overly intrusive. As the ship begins its voyage, Chopper swiftly escapes from the clutches of Nami and her friends, settling alone on the ship's railing at the stern, gazing at the increasingly distant Drum Island. Zhang Yufan approaches Chopper with a smile and asks, "Chopper, why are you sitting here all by yourself?" Chopper replies with a grin, "Everyone is so warm and welcoming that I feel a bit overwhelmed. I came here to take a breather. Brother, are all these people and animals our crew?" Zhang Yufan chuckles. "The ones currently cleaning are not part of the crew yet, nor are Vivi and Akaram. Our primary objective is to escort them home. There are also 2 giant companions over 20 meters tall. I've sent them to recruit crew members, and you'll meet them soon." Chopper exclaims in surprise. "We have such tall companions on our ship? I've never seen anything like it. Brother, you're truly impressive." After sailing for quite some time, Chopper, having little knowledge of the world beyond Drum Island, excitedly runs around the ship, taking in the scenery, and then joins Usopp and the swift-footed one in fishing. A day passes, and Chopper has acclimated to life aboard the ship, engaging in card games and playful antics with Usopp and others. Meanwhile, Oka, stationed in the crow's nest, spots a large island. Prompting Zhang Yufan to steer the ship closer, he approaches Vivi and asks, "Vivi, we're nearing Alabasta. What are your plans?" Vivi responds, "First, we'll head to the port city of Konoha in Alabasta to purchase some sun protection gear and clothing. We don't need to buy water or food as we have plenty. Then, we'll go to Yuba to discuss matters with the rebel leader. Nami and her female companions volunteer to help select outfits, with Sanji accompanying them, while the other crew members wait on the ship. Zhang Yufan and the crew pass the time playing cards, while also instructing Galdino to utilize his wax fruit powers to create numerous digging tools, leaving everyone puzzled. After a considerable time, Nami and her companions return with Sanji, whose arms are laden with clothing. Everyone changes outfits, and considering the strong scent of perfume might be too overwhelming for Chopper, the women use it sparingly. Once ready, Vivi calls over the swift-footed one and Akaram, stating earnestly, "Swift-footed and Akaram, you must deliver this letter to my father in Alabasta that I've detailed everything in it. You'll need to cross the desert, so conserve your water from these 2 small barrels." To Swift-footed and Akaram nod in agreement, and Vivi adds, "Now go find my father quickly. Be careful on your journey." The group boards the ship to continue their voyage. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Baroque works, Crocodile has received news that a captain named Zhang Yufan, leading an extreme pirate crew, is planning to come and destroy his organization. Several of his senior executives have gone missing, prompting him to increase his vigilance. Thus, he gathers the remaining high-ranking officials to devise a plan to capture Zhang Yufan and his crew, preventing any disruption to his long-laid plans. Despite his confidence in defeating this newly emerged pirate crew on his home turf, he recognizes the necessity of eliminating potential threats. Zhang Yufan's crew has already docked, disembarking and stowing the ship away. Shaba inquires, "Vivi, is this Yuba? It looks so desolate." Vivi shakes her head, pointing to the map in her hand. "Not yet. We still have about half a day's journey. This is the Ruma Oasis." Koya looks around, puzzled. "Where is the oasis? I see nothing." Vivi explains, "There isn't one now. It has been buried under sand." At that moment, Usopp spots a charming creature with a shell resembling that of a turtle and asks curiously, "Vivi, do you know what kind of animal that is?" Vivi replies, "That's a kung fu manatee. It's quite strong. If you defeat it, it will take you as its master. That's their custom." Zhang Yufan hears the manatee's challenge, "Human, let us have a contest to see who is stronger." Without hesitation, Zhang Yufan approaches and knocks it down with a single punch. Suddenly, over 20 kung fu manatees emerge from the water, all swiftly falling to the ground under his might. The system rewards him, and he checks the information of the first defeated manatee. Name: Kung Fu Manatee. Combat Power Growth Potential Level: S. Current Combat Power Level. D. Age: 16 years. Height: 0. 82 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: None. Equipment Card: None. Description: the leader of the Kung Fu Manatees, residing in the Alabasta Desert alongside a group of endearing animals. Proficient in martial arts and an avid Kung Fu enthusiast, always eager to challenge humans, and upon losing, must take the victor as their master. He examines the details of the other 20 Kung Fu Manatees. Noting their similar combat power, these creatures possess considerable strength, and he intends to take them all with him. Monkey Ming approaches Zhang Yufan and asks, "Brother, do you plan to subdue them all?" Zhang Yufan smiles. "Indeed, their combined strength is commendable, perfect for enhancing your brigade's combat capabilities." After a brief interval, The Kung Fu manatees rise once more, lowering their heads in respect. Greetings, Master. Zhang Yufan smiles. Do you wish to join me on adventures at sea? Once we're back on the ship or have some time on the road, I'll teach you stronger martial arts. The Kung Fu manatees respond in unison. Master, we are willing. He names the leader Niu Jie and numbers the others from Niu to Niu San. They are all elated. Niu Jie asks, Master, can you understand our language? Zhang Yufan nods. Yes, but the others cannot comprehend you. That reindeer over there, wearing a hat, can also speak human language. If you have any messages to convey to the people behind me, just tell him. Niu Jie exclaims in surprise, Master, you're incredible. I've never met a human who can understand us. Zhang Yufan chuckles. From now on, follow this little monkey named Monkey Ming. His combat power far exceeds yours. And when I'm occupied, he'll teach you martial arts to bolster Monkey Ming's credibility. Zhang Yufan has him demonstrate his formidable strength, which captivates the Kung Fu manatees, earning their respect. Zhang Yufan introduces the Kung Fu manatees and envisions a future where their combat power surpasses even that of Monkey Ming. Should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be a spectacular sight. After everyone gets acquainted, they continue their journey toward Yuba. Surrounding them are dilapidated houses, with some bones visible beneath the sand. Vivi remarks, this was once an oasis. But due to Crocodile's reckless use of dance powder, many areas of this country haven't seen rain for 3 years, gradually transforming it into a desert. Usopp, filled with indignation, exclaims, Crocodile, that scoundrel, must be taught a lesson. The crowd was filled with indignation. Zhang Yufan pondered that Crocodile's scheme was indeed clever. The scene of the thief shouting to catch the thief was executed remarkably well, deftly shifting the blame for the excessive use of the forbidden substance known as dancing powder onto the king, and inciting the people below to rebel, while he himself reaped the benefits like a cunning fisherman. The group continued their trek through the desert, with the ground temperature rising increasingly. Chopper and Licky were nearly driven mad by the warmth, their fur proving excessively insulating. Along the way, they encountered numerous creatures, large lizards, sizable frogs, and various peculiar birds, all of which were intimidated by Zhang Yufan's conqueror's haki, daring not to approach. After several hours of travel, the sky began to darken, and the temperature plummeted sharply. At this point, Zhang Yufan and his companions had arrived at Yuba, a city that had once thrived as a bustling trade center, but now lay ravaged by repeated sandstorms. Much like the Aluma oasis, entirely engulfed in sand, rendering it desolate. Bartolomeo, perplexed, inquired, Vivi, are you certain this is the oasis? I haven't seen a single drop of water. To which Vivi replied, Indeed, this is the place that it seems it too has not escaped unscathed. Completely buried in sand. As they pressed on, the group spotted a frail old man laboriously digging into the ground. Koby approached him, asking, Hello, sir. My name is Koby. Is this Yuba? And what are you doing? The elderly man paused his work, looked at Koby, and replied, I am a resident here, named Dodo. Are you travelers? This is indeed Yuba, but the once prosperous city has long been abandoned and cannot accommodate you. I am digging for underground water. Regis then asked, Uncle Dodo, do you know where the rebel army is? Dodo replied angrily, What do you seek them for? Do you wish to join them? They have already left this place. At that moment, Vivi recognized Dodo as the father of the rebel leader and exclaimed with excitement, You are Uncle Dodo. I am Vivi. Dodo was taken aback for a moment. Then tears streamed down his face as he said, You are little Vivi. You are alive. How wonderful. A portion of our people have always believed the king could never commit such treachery against his own people. Vivi, also in tears, responded, Yes, this is all the work of a criminal organization. Dodo, still weeping, urged, Those rebels are utterly foolish. Please, you must stop them. Only you can do it. Not let their casualties increase any further. Vivi nodded and said, We came here to stop them. Uncle Dodo. You know where their current headquarters is? Dodo confirmed, Their stronghold is near the port city of Canola, in Catalia. Vivi smiled and reassured him, Do not worry, Uncle Dodo. I have brought many powerful allies with me, and we will certainly stop them. We shall set out to find them tomorrow. Subsequently, Zhang Yufan retrieved the ingredients he had prepared from his storage space and entrusted them to Sanji and Noki for cooking. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was ready. However, since their arrival in Yuba, one individual had been observing them from the shadows, remaining unnoticed until now. Those among them endowed with observation haki sensed the presence but paid it little mind. Zhang Yufan, sitting nearby with skewered meat in hand, remarked, Are you hungry, lurking over there? Care to join us for a meal? The woman hidden in the shadows, collecting information on them, was taken aback by Zhang Yufan's words. Surprised that her presence had been detected. Was her stealth technique faltering? That should not be the case. It was a skill honed over years of evasion, rarely recognized by others. Perhaps the opposing party possessed exceptional reconnaissance abilities. It appeared that her decision to personally gather intelligence was indeed prudent. These individuals were clearly not ordinary. The previously missing members of the Baroque works were also accompanying them. They dined freely, without shackles, seemingly enjoying their liberty. Had they betrayed the organization? Zhang Yufan continued, still not planning to reveal yourself. Should I come over there and drag you out? Chopper, perplexed, asked, Brother, who are you talking to? There's no one else around us. At that moment, the woman concealed in shadows emerged, stating, Mr. Zhang Yufan, you were truly impressive. I had hidden myself so well, yet you discovered me. The group of Kongs, witnessing her reveal, gazed at their master with admiration, eager for him to teach them how to achieve such feats. Dodo expressed his astonishment. There truly is someone. Young man, you are remarkable. Upon seeing the figure step forward, Zhang Yufan utilized his system to inspect her profile. Name: Nico Robin. Combat potential level: S. Current combat level: C. Age: 27. Height: 1.88 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: none. Devil fruit: flower fruit bounty: 79 million. Equipment cards: none. Description: Vice President and Supreme Commander of Baroque Works. Codename Miss All Sunday. Skilled in archaeology and assassination, possessing vast knowledge, a calm demeanor, and an unwavering goal to uncover the true history. Vowing not to forgive those who trample on historical artifacts, she has a profound affection for animals. Exceptional athleticism, and excels at strategic games. Any animal she touches becomes remarkably docile. Makita exclaimed in surprise, Miss All Sunday, I didn't expect you to be here. Galadino lamented, Miss All Sunday, your timing is unfortunate. It is too late to leave now. Robin's heart was tumultuous, yet she maintained a smile as she inquired, What do you mean? Do you intend to kill me, Mr. Zhang Yufan? You all seem to be doing quite well. The members of Baroque Works recalled how, since being captured by Zhang Yufan and his crew, they had enjoyed decent living conditions, free from restraints, merely engaged in chores and physical training aboard the ship. Zhang Yufan, smiling, replied, Killing you is out of the question. But since you have come to me, you need not think of leaving. You must be exhausted from evading for so long. Nico Robin, the child labeled as a demon by the world government. The sole survivor of O'Hara. Hearing Zhang Yufan reveal her true name and identity shocked Robin deeply, causing cold sweat to bead on her brow as she realized her current appearance differed significantly from the bounty poster. How had he recognized her? Had he been monitoring her looks and information all this time? And how did he know she was the last survivor of O'Hara? Robin forced a smile and replied, I have no idea what you are talking about. Zhang Yufan chuckled. Stop pretending. I possess absolute confidence in my claims. I even know what Crocodile's final plan was. The members of Baroque Works, having witnessed Zhang Yufan's previous accuracy, began to believe his words, realizing that this woman had considerable significance. Robin understood that she could no longer conceal her identity and activated the powers of her flower fruit, summoning 30 arms to emerge from Zhang Yufan's body. Attempting to seize his neck, arms, and legs, bending him backward in an effort to break his spine. However, no matter how many arms Robin produced, she could not budge Zhang Yufan, whose body was enveloped in a layer of Pusashoka haki, remaining as immovable as a statue. Seeing Zhang Yufan unharmed and standing still, Robin was left in a daze, her mind racing with confusion. Was her ability ineffective against him? A sense of panic began to swell within her. Zhang Yufan remarked, Your fruit ability is commendable, but alas, its power is insufficient. With that, he suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing behind Robin, grasping her hands firmly, rendering her unable to escape. Robin thought to herself that after years of evasion, it seemed her journey would end in failure today, unable to escape the fate of being delivered to the world government for execution. With a pale face, Robin asked, Mr. Zhang Yufan, do you mean to hand me over to the world government for a bounty? Sanji observed Zhang Yufan gripping Robin's hand with excessive force and remarked, Captain, your behavior is rather harsh. How can you hold Miss Robin's hand in such a rough manner? You ought to be gentler. Unperturbed, Zhang Yufan maintained his hold on Robin's hand, chuckling as he replied, No. You are far more precious than any bounty. Our ultimate goal is to wage war against the world government. There is no way we would hand you over to them. Robin, taken aback, retorted, With just a few of you, do you truly believe you can confront the world government? That is utterly fanciful. It is simply impossible. Moreover, how do you intend to deal with me? Zhang Yufan responded with a smile. Of course, we are not merely a handful. More allies will join our cause.as for you. We want you to join us. From this day forth, you need not hide anymore. Your safety will be our responsibility. Robin, skeptical, replied, Do you genuinely possess the strength to protect me? Perhaps you should first defeat Crocodile before making such claims. Given your awareness of my past, you must also realize that I have betrayed many comrades. Even with such a history, do you still dare to invite me into your ranks? Zhang Yufan chuckled. Why would I hesitate? Allow me to share a piece of wisdom. In the face of absolute might, all schemes and tricks are rendered futile. Although I may not yet be overwhelmingly powerful, handling you is well within my capabilities. Would you like to know the whereabouts of other historical texts aside from the one in Alabasta? Robin expressed her surprise. It seems you are quite confident in your current strength. You even know about the historical texts. If you can truly defeat Crocodile and reveal to me the locations of other historical texts, I shall join your pirate crew. Zhang Yufan released Robin, smiling as he said, No problem, Robin. First, let us call Crocodile and challenge him to a decisive battle at Yuba tomorrow morning. Robin nodded, since Zhang Yufan was intent on courting death. She would oblige him that as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile was not to be trifled with. She took out a din mushy and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly. And she said, Boss, I have been discovered and captured by Zhang Yufan, the captain of the Limitless Pirates. Crocodile chuckled. Then how are you able to call me? They haven't harmed you, have they? You are a vital ally to me. Zhang Yufan interjected with a sneer. Oh, Crocodile, must you be so disingenuous? Allies, more like tools for deciphering historical texts. Crocodile inquired. You must be that Zhang Yufan, correct? Quite bold of you to speak to me in such a manner. Indeed, it is I, Zhang Yufan replied. You are but a failure, a tortoise who lost a hand to Whitebeard. I do not find you impressive at all. Crocodile shouted in anger. You little brat, are you seeking death? He was perplexed as to how this fledgling pirate, who had only recently set sail and bore no bounty, was privy to such information. This was a deep wound in his pride, one he would not allow anyone to mention. Feigning fear, Zhang Yufan responded. You are quite intimidating. I am trembling in fear. Do you believe I wouldn't share your ultimate goal of obtaining Pluton with the residents here? That would certainly be thrilling. Crocodile, exasperated, asked, How do you know of this ambition? What do you want from me? Zhang Yufan replied with a grin. How I know is inconsequential. What matters is that tomorrow morning, you bring your high-ranking officers and Mr. Banana Crocodile to Yuba for a decisive battle. Of course, if you are too frightened, you may continue to hide like the coward you are. Crocodile's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he stated. Since you wish for death so fervently, I shall grant it to you and let you experience the terror that accompanies it. Zhang Yufan chuckled. Make sure to wash your neck tonight. Tomorrow you shall meet your end. With that, he hung up the phone. On the other end, Crocodile still had words to say, but he found the line already disconnected, his anger boiling as he smashed his fist through the nearby table. Zhang Yufan smiled at Robin. All right, Robin, go have something to eat. Tomorrow, we will fulfill your first condition. The other companions were still enjoying their food, marveling at Zhang Yufan's performance. Uncle Dodo had also indulged himself and continued digging for underground water with renewed vigor. Kaya asked, Uncle Dodo, how long have you been digging for underground water here? Dodo replied with a smile. It has been over a year now that I believe we will soon unearth water, and this oasis will revive once more. Nami remarked, Uncle Dodo, you are truly impressive for having dug for so long. Let us assist you. We can expedite the process. Previously perplexed by Zhang Yufan's insistence on creating excavation tools, they soon understood. He was waiting for them. They formed teams of several individuals and animals, each selecting a spot to begin digging deeper. Their strength was remarkable, and the pace of excavation was astonishingly swift. The members of the Baroque works, under Bartolomeo's supervision, were laboriously digging as well, taking advantage of the free labor without hesitation. After a while, Beiji's group struck moist earth, and soon the other groups followed suit, digging deeper until water began to spout forth. Seeing the quick results, Uncle Dodo was overjoyed and expressed profound gratitude for Zhang Yufan's assistance. Everyone was elated, and they took precautions to prevent the water source from being covered by sand before tidying up and retiring for the night. Noticing Nami blushing as she followed Zhang Yufan into a room, everyone exchanged knowing smiles. Understanding the unspoken implication, Zhang Yufan embraced Nami and closed his eyes, drifting into a serene slumber. The following morning, After breakfast, the group soon sensed a large gathering approaching. Zhang Yufan stood up and declared, "Partners, our esteemed guests have arrived. Let us go greet them. Crocodile is my responsibility, and the rest of you can handle the others. Just ensure no one is killed." The multitude departed from Yuba in a grand procession, conversing as they walked while introducing the remaining high-ranking officials. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, they found themselves surrounded by an endless expanse of desert. As they continued forward, they soon encountered Crocodile, accompanied by a cadre of subordinates and a colossal banana crocodile. Zhang Yufan swiftly utilized the system to examine their profiles. Name: Sir Crocodile. Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. A Age: 43. Height: 2. 53 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Scorpion Venom Needle Devil Fruit. Sansan Fruit Bounty: 81 million berries. Equipment card: None. Description: Leader of Baroque Works, codename Mr. Zero, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He possesses immense confidence, is adept at strategizing, harbors distrust towards everyone, and exhibits a notably self-centered demeanor. However, he fiercely protects that which he values. His ambition is to seize Alabasta under the guise of a national hero, with the ulterior motive of obtaining information regarding the ancient weapon Pluton, aspiring ultimately to become the Pirate King. Name: Dasbona's Combat Potential Growth Level. A Current Combat Level. B Age: 28. Height: 2. 12 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. Chop Fruit Bounty: 75 million berries. Equipment card: None. Description: A renowned assassin from the West Blue, recruited by Sir Crocodile due to his immense popularity. He serves as the chief commander of Baroque Works elite agents, under the codename Mr. One. That he is taciturn, rarely smiles, prefers solitude, and remains composed in critical situations. Due to his chop fruit abilities, he looks down upon swordsmen. Name: Sarah. Combat Potential Growth Level. B Current Combat Level. C Age: 25. Height: 1.87 meters. Gender: Female. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. Thorn Fruit Bounty: 35 million berries. Equipment card: None. Description: A member of Baroque Works. Codename Miss Double Finger. Although she walks with a delicate demeanor, her personality is cold, and she possesses an acute sense of direction, capable of determining a person's location through subtle sounds. Name: Bubu. Combat Potential Growth Level. C Current Combat Level. D Age: 27. Height: 2. 18 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: 4-ton baseball bat. Devil Fruit. None. Bounty: 3.2 million berries. Equipment card: None. Description: A somewhat overweight individual with great strength but extremely sluggish reflexes. A member of Baroque Works, codename Mr. 4, his pet is a sausage dog that has consumed the dog fruit, which fires time bombs from its mouth, seamlessly coordinating with Babu. Name: Dorify. Combat Potential Growth Level. C Current Combat Level. D Age: 50. Height: 1. 56 meters. Gender: Female. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. Mole Fruit Bounty: 14 million berries. Equipment card: None. Description: A member of Baroque Works, codename Miss Merry Christmas. She is a short, hot-tempered old woman who often berates others as pigs. Name: Banana Crocodile. Combat Potential Growth Level. B Current Combat Level. D Age: 21. Height: 30 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. None. Bounty: None. Equipment card: None. Description: The Leader. Measuring 30 meters in length and possessing immense strength, capable of preying on sea kings. It has a banana-shaped protrusion atop its head and a powerful jaw capable of easily crushing stone. Crocodile approached Zhang Yufan with a sneer, remarking, "Kid, I never expected you to be so confident in your own strength. You truly dare to come here. And you, Mr. 3, how dare you betray me? Prepare to die." Mr. Point 3 lamented, "It's not that we wish to betray you. They are all monsters, and we have no hope of defeating them. Yet, I never imagined that one of the 7 warlords would be our boss. It is an honor to finally meet you." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "What is there to fear? Old Sand, let us engage in battle. If you lose, you shall serve as my subordinate." Crocodile, enraged, shouted, "Brat, do not call me Old Sand. We are not familiar. You certainly have a big mouth. Everyone, attack together and eliminate them." Bagus and his fellow warriors, unable to contain their eagerness, charged forward. Aside from Monkey Ming and Chopper, all other animals remained behind to protect Vivi and Uncle Dodo. Crocodile unleashed his desert sword, transforming his arm into a massive sand blade that cleaved through the desert. Zhang Yufan deftly evaded to the side, vanishing from sight with a sudden burst of speed. Enveloping his fists in haki, and unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes upon Crocodile. Though Crocodile attempted to elementalize, He was relentlessly hammered by Zhang Yufan, unable to mount any defense, blood streaming from his mouth as he collapsed onto the sand. Zhang Yufan shook his head, saying, "Old sand, you truly are pitifully weak, and to think you have yet to master hockey." Crocodile struggled to rise, angrily coughing, "Cough, brat, die." Desert King Kong's sword. He transformed his hands into 4 great sand blades and swung them at Zhang Yufan, only to have them shattered into grains of sand by a few of Zhang Yufan's punches. He was then pinned to the ground, where he continued to be pummeled mercilessly from a distance. Zoro remained remarkably composed, tying a green scarf around his head and drawing his sword. "Wadakamanji," he addressed as Bones. "Look over there. Your boss is being beaten into the ground by our captain. It seems his strength is indeed lacking. Now it is your turn." Bones, expressionless, replied, "Our boss will surely rise again. You should worry about your own safety. I have consumed the chop fruit, which makes me your worst nightmare. Your sword is ineffective against me." Zoro chuckled. "Is that so? You are truly a frog in a well. Allow me to demonstrate the power that can sever steel." With that, he executed a technique, one sword style, Lion Song, striking Bones with a single blow, followed by a series of rapid slashes that left Bones battered and bruised, ultimately bringing him to the ground, yet sparing his life as Zhang Yufan had requested. Chopper, following closely behind Monkey Ming, exclaimed in astonishment, "Ming, that crocodile is enormous. I have never seen one so large. Can you defeat it?" Monkey Ming replied with a smile, "No problem, Chopper. You will see even more amazing creatures in the future. Just watch as I tame this one." Chopper watched in awe as the previously ferocious crocodile transformed into a docile creature akin to a well-behaved puppy after receiving a few blows from Monkey Ming. Bagus, without uttering a word, approached the plump babu and delivered a powerful punch. The other companions soon followed suit, quickly incapacitating all of Crocodile's men, including Crocodile himself, who had endured several beatings before finally settling down. Robin, observing from a short distance, was utterly astonished by the spectacle. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Zhang Yufan's group, with several members not even participating, had effortlessly taken down all of Crocodile's forces. It appeared they had not even unleashed their full strength. No wonder Jeem and his companions had been captured and failed to escape. It was not without reason. Zhang Yufan, carrying the unconscious Crocodile, approached Robin with a smile, saying, "Robin, your first condition has been fulfilled. As for the second condition, I will take you to see the area of Alabasta. I will share the rest when we reach a place with historical significance. Now, may I invite you aboard my ship?" Robin found herself increasingly unable to decipher Zhang Yufan. He seemed to possess an inkling of everything, and witnessing his formidable strength left her with no grounds to refuse, even if she wished to decline. Escape would be impossible. Thus, she smiled and replied, "No problem, Captain." Vivi and Uncle Duoduo stood at a distance, utterly astounded. One of the 7 warlords. Crocodile had been so easily defeated by Zhang Yufan and his companions, and in such a crushing manner. That moment, a large bird dressed in clothing descended from the sky, transforming into a human near Vivi. With concern etched on his face, he inquired, "Princess Vivi, how did you end up here? Are you unhurt? And what is the situation with these animals?" As he attempted to approach Vivi, he was halted by the animals. Vivi calmed them down and stepped forward, cheerfully saying, "Peru, I am perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me. These creatures are all allies of Zhang Yufan, protecting me." "What brings you here?" Peru replied. "Upon receiving a letter from the king, preparations were made to dispatch troops to confront Crocodile and his crew. I came ahead to scout the situation. The troops are already halfway here." Vivi urged, "Peru, you must return and inform my father that Crocodile has just been defeated by Zhang Yufan. Tell him to wait for us to handle the rebel forces, and then we will come to see him. Rest assured, I am safe." Peru nodded and transformed back into a large bird, soaring away. Zhang Yufan and his companions had finished clearing the battlefield and approached Vivi. Nami, smiling, asked, "Vivi, who was that large bird that just flew off?" Vivi replied with a grin, "That was Peru, the vice-captain of our Alabasta Kingdom's guard. He mentioned that my father has sent troops, and I asked him to notify my father about Crocodile's defeat." Zhang Yufan joined them, saying, "The matter here has been resolved. We are now riding the banana crocodiles to the rebel army's headquarters." Everyone mounted the backs of the banana crocodiles, with Houming at the front steering. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination. Zhang Yufan left the other companions temporarily near the rebel headquarters and proceeded with Vivi and Uncle Duoduo. Upon reaching the entrance, they were stopped by guards. Vivi stepped forward, asserting, "Take me to your leader. I have important matters to discuss with him." Recognizing Princess Vivi and her father, the guards led them inside without permitting Zhang Yufan to enter. Before long, Vivi and Uncle Duo were followed by a man with short, dark green hair, a scar over his left eye, and a long sword slung across his back. Exuding an air of leadership, Zhang Yufan accessed his information through the system. Name, Kusha Potential Growth Level, E Current Combat Level, F Age, 19 Height, 1.77 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Ordinary Longsword Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, Leader of the Alabasta Kingdom's Rebel Army. Possessing strong leadership qualities, organizational skills, and a commanding presence. Well respected among the populace, he has known Princess Vivi since childhood and is proficient in various firearms. Vivi approached Zhang Yufan, smiling as she said, "Zhang Yufan, this is Kusha, the leader of the rebel army." Kusha bowed his head, stating, "Mr. Zhang Yufan, thank you for defeating the villain Crocodile, who plunged our country into crisis. Otherwise, many more lives would have been lost, and for safely returning Vivi." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Now that you are aware of the truth, let us go meet the king so you may atone for your past transgressions." Kusha nodded and arranged for the rebel forces. Following Zhang Yufan to Albana, upon hearing Peru's report, the king was exceedingly excited. Crocodile had indeed been vanquished by Zhang Yufan. They rode the banana crocodiles through the streets, soon arriving at the palace gates, where they left the animals outside and entered with Chopper, Houming, Nyojie, and the others. With Vivi present, they faced no barriers from the guards at the entrance. After a short walk, they reached the grand hall, where a man with long black hair sat on the throne. Zhang Yufan checked his information through the system. Name, Nefertari Cobra Potential Growth Level, E Current Combat Level, F Age, 47 Height, 1.82 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, the 12th King of the Alabasta Kingdom, an advocate for the notion that the state is the people. He is empathetic and always considers the interests of his subjects while governing, earning him deep affection from the populace. The Nefertari family was one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 800 years ago, but chose to rule the Alabasta Kingdom and protect the ancient weapon Pluton instead of residing in the Holy Land. Seeing Vivi enter with a group, he joyfully descended from the throne, asking, "Vivi, have you been hurt after being outside for so long? And who are these individuals?" Vivi pointed to Zhang Yufan, smiling as she said, "Father, I am unharmed. This is Zhang Yufan, the one who defeated Crocodile, and these are his companions." Cobra expressed his gratitude, saying, "I sincerely thank you all for escorting my daughter back and for saving my kingdom." Crocodile, from a distance, retorted defiantly, "If it weren't for his haki, how could he have possibly defeated me?" Zhang Yufan replied with a grin, "Greetings, King Cobra, and you too, Crocodile. Do not be so discontent. Even without haki, water could still strike you, and you'd still be on the receiving end of a beating." Cobra, fuming, declared, "You are one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile. Your schemes were indeed cunning, nearly bringing ruin to this nation." Crocodile sneered, "The people here are truly foolish. Had it not been for these unexpected intruders, I would have soon claimed this kingdom for myself." Cobra retorted angrily, "Unfortunately for you, you encountered them. That it can only be said that your luck is exceedingly poor. From now on, you shall remain in prison." Zhang Yufan remarked with a smile, "King Cobra, the state of your kingdom is partly attributable to the world government. It is wise not to place too much trust in them. As for Crocodile, I intend to keep him for future use and will not hand him over to the decaying world government." King Cobra pondered Zhang Yufan's words, realizing their validity. After all, the title of 7 warlords was bestowed by the world government. Facilitating Crocodile's plans, he nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further, as Crocodile's formidable power was evident. Should tensions escalate, the ones to suffer would be himself and the people of this kingdom. At that moment, Kusha knelt before Cobra, acknowledging his mistakes. King Cobra instructed him to lead the rebel forces in rebuilding a peaceful Alabasta kingdom as an act of atonement. Simultaneously, King Cobra announced to the people of Alabasta the conclusion of the war and identified the culprit behind the chaos as Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, along with all his crimes. The citizens of Alabasta erupted in cheers, tears streaming down their faces. They were finally free from the clutches of war. The rebel forces, upon hearing the gravity of Crocodile's crimes, recognized their monumental error and prepared to atone alongside their leader, Zhang Yufan. seeing that matters had been sufficiently resolved, smiled, and said, "King Cobra, would you take us to the royal tomb? I have an archaeologist aboard my ship who is quite interested in a certain historical text." Cobra, astonished, replied, "How did you come to know about the historical text? That is not common knowledge. You are quite remarkable. Since you have saved this kingdom, I shall grant you this request. Follow me." The group followed King Cobra swiftly to the western part of the palace. Descending a hidden staircase to the hall of the royal tomb, they found the space vast and imposing. Noki raised a question, puzzled. "Captain, what exactly is the historical text?" Zhang Yufan smiled and explained. "It is an indestructible stone tablet forged by our ancestors. Totaling 30 in number. It contains crucial information, such as the locations of 3 immensely destructive ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Moreover, we need to gather 4 red historical text pieces to piece together the sea chart leading to the island where one piece is buried. Lastly, it also holds a historical truth that the world government has desperately sought to conceal." As Robin listened intently to Zhang Yufan's words, her eyes widened in astonishment at the depth of his knowledge. Crocodile regarded Zhang Yufan with a peculiar expression, stating, "You little brat, you certainly possess an extraordinary amount of information. Who exactly are you?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "I am someone who aims to upend this world. Do you dare to accompany me to the new world and create chaos? However, if you are too frightened by Whitebeard to join me, I shall break your limbs and cast you into the depths of the sea prison for your enjoyment." The members of the Baroque works, overhearing Zhang Yufan, broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of his threat, mentioning Crocodile's vulnerabilities without hesitation, promising to incapacitate him and send him to prison for torment. This man was indeed a devil. In a fit of rage, Crocodile retorted, "You insolent brat, are you a demon? One day, I will have my revenge on you. And who do you think you are underestimating? I will personally seek vengeance against Whitebeard. Joining you sounds far more amusing than staying here." Beges chimed in with a boisterous laugh. "Waha. If you wish to fight, feel free to come find me. At this point, you are no match for the captain. Any confrontation would merely be self-inflicted torment." Crocodile, previously attempting to escape from the back of the banana crocodile upon waking, had been caught and beaten by Beges. He had heard from Galdino and others that Beges was a battle fanatic, constantly preoccupied with thoughts of fighting strong opponents. He did not want to be ensnared by such a man, and thus reluctantly remarked, "Stay away. We are not familiar enough for such familiarity. I have no desire to battle with you daily." Zhang Yufan grinned. "Welcome aboard. You may challenge me whenever you wish, as long as you are unafraid of being repeatedly ground into the ground beneath my heel." Crocodile wore a displeased expression, yet he understood that with his current combat strength, defeating Zhang Yufan was an impossibility, let alone killing him. The individuals behind Zhang Yufan were likely formidable as well. It seemed he needed to rapidly enhance his own strength. As for Bonus and the others, they unconditionally agreed to join, recognizing the overwhelming power of Zhang Yufan and imagining the torment they might endure if they chose not to align with him. As the group continued forward, they soon beheld a black historical text, prompting Robin to excitedly rush over to decipher its contents. Shortly thereafter, she returned, and Crocodile eagerly inquired, "Robin, does it mention the location of the ancient weapon?" "Pluton." Robin glanced at Zhang Yufan, who nodded in affirmation, and then replied, "This text chronicles the history of Alabasta, revealing that Pluton is hidden somewhere in Wano." Crocodile exclaimed with delight, "It is actually in Wano." "Little brat, let us hasten to Wano and unearth it." Regius interjected with a sly grin, "Since you've joined us, you must show some respect to the captain. No more calling him little brat, apologize and address him as captain, or your future days will be quite challenging." Turning to find a dozen fierce gazes fixed upon him, Crocodile felt a chill run down his spine. Beges, in particular, seemed eager for him to utter a disrespectful word towards Zhang Yufan, providing him an excuse to unleash his fists upon him. Unable to contend with this group of monsters, and recalling their merciless treatment of him in the past, he could only concede, "I apologize, Captain." Upon hearing Crocodile's apology, the others nodded approvingly, their expressions reflecting a sense of teachability. The members of Baroque Works looked on in disbelief. The once formidable Crocodile had been reduced to a meek lamb before them. Zhang Yufan chuckled, "Stop fixating on ancient weapons. Instead, you should focus on enhancing your physical prowess and learning to wield haki. You currently rely too heavily on the fruit's abilities and external forces. Understand this. True strength lies within oneself." Bartolomeo added with a smile, "It seems that upon returning to the ship, we need to arrange a rigorous training regimen for you and your subordinates." Crocodile and Bonus shared a foreboding sense of dread. Having already perused the historical text, the group returned to the palace. Zhang Yufan then took Vivi and Crocodile to the rain-based casino, where they subdued the remaining banana crocodiles, instructing them to protect Alabasta's safety while following Vivi's commands. After packing their treasures, they returned to the palace, where King Cobra and the others had prepared a lavish feast awaiting their return. Following the banquet, everyone enjoyed a restful slumber within the palace. As Zhang Yufan lay in bed, he summoned the system spirit, Xiaoming, to assess the spoils of their recent endeavors. Upon her arrival, Xiaoming reported, "Master, congratulations! You have acquired 21 million berries. 3 watermelons, for bananas, 3 peaches, 2 grapes, 1 pineapple, for fish, 3 pieces of meat, and 4 small bottles of fresh water, along with equipment cards for fist techniques, beginner, kick techniques, intermediate, and navigation, intermediate." The next morning, Zhang Yufan allowed his companions to enjoy a day of leisure in Alabasta. On the third morning, the group packed their belongings and replenished their fresh water and food supplies, preparing for departure days for the members of Baroque works. Aside from the senior officers aboard Zhang Yufan's ship, some of the millionaires and billionaires were dispatched to Drum Island to assist Dalton's development, while others remained in Alabasta to aid Vivi, simultaneously commencing the establishment of their intelligence network. After bidding farewell to Vivi in the palace, they arrived at the port and retrieved the ship from their storage space. The newly joined members were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the vessel. Koby explained the situation, and everyone boarded the ship, ready to set sail. Not long after Zhang Yufan's ship departed Alabasta, a naval ship arrived on the scene. News of Crocodile's defeat and subsequent joining of the extreme pirates spread to the Marine headquarters in Marineford, where several high-ranking officials convened to discuss the matter. Fleet Admiral Sengoku thundered in anger, "That bastard Crocodile! How dare he exploit his position as a warlord of the sea to usurp Alabasta for his own gain? And where did this extreme pirates emerge from, capable of besting Crocodile and enticing him to join their crew?" Vice Admiral Thu interjected. "The latest intel indicates that the captain of the extreme pirates is named Zhang Yufan. Hailing from the East Blue, he was previously a bounty hunter, having defeated the 5 million berry bounty Alrita, Marine Colonel Monka, the 15 million berry bounty Buggy, the 20 million berry bounty Dragon, and finally, the 81 million berry bounty Crocodile." Vice Admiral Garp, munching on snacks, chuckled, "Ha! To think someone from my hometown could emerge and defeat so many pirates. Truly impressive. He looks to be just a teenager in the photos. Are the youngsters of today so formidable?" Sengoku snatched the snacks from Garp's hands, exclaiming, "Garp, stop stealing my snacks, and pay attention. The East Blue, dubbed the weakest sea, has produced such a powerful individual." Zoro remarked, "Indeed. Furthermore, he has managed to enlist Crocodile and the others. His ambitions must be considerable." Sengoku pondered aloud. What should be the appropriate bounty for Zhang Yufan? The room filled with suggestions for the bounty amount. Zoro then proposed, "I believe 200 million berries would be fitting, while Crocodile's bounty should be adjusted to 150 million berries." Ultimately, Sengoku synthesized everyone's opinions and finalized Zhang Yufan's crew's bounty. The completed bounty notices were dispatched by the newsbirds across the world. In the East Blue's Cocoa West village, a group of villagers surrounded the patrol officer, a Jin. With a smile, a Jin remarked, "It seems those two sisters are living quite happily now. I can rest easy. Their captain is no ordinary man. To receive a bounty on his first outing of 200 million berries is remarkable." The villagers nodded in agreement, displaying the bounty notices for Zhang Yufan's crew before a Jin, their faces lighting up with joy at the sight of Nami and Nojiko's smiling faces. Relieved that they were no longer enduring hardships. At the Baratie Floating Restaurant, a chef approached the head chef, Zeph, with a stack of bounty notices, exclaiming, "Chef, you must see these bounty notices." After reviewing them, Zeph remarked, "Isn't this that Yufan kid? He has only been at sea for a short while yet has garnered such a high bounty. Even recruiting a warlord of the sea as a crew member. Truly impressive." Other chefs gathered around, and just then, they spotted the hand-drawn bounty notice for Sanji, with a bounty of 70 million berries. Laughter erupted among them, as one chef exclaimed, "I can hardly contain my laughter. Why is Sanji's portrait hand-drawn? The resemblance to a real person is utterly lacking." Zep remarked with a smile. "Who knows? All right, guests have arrived. Let's prepare the dishes." Another chef chimed in with a grin. "Welcome, everyone, to the old establishment of the great pirate Sanji, Baratie in Rogue Town." The underlings of Bartolomeo were all aflutter upon seeing their leader's bounty of 30 million berries. They were utterly astonished by Zhang Yufan's staggering bounty. At the summit of Magnetic Drum Island, Dalton rushed over to Dr. Kureha, a stack of bounties in hand, exclaiming, "Dr. Kureha, I can't believe Zhang Yufan and the others have already been wanted shortly after leaving here. Even Chopper has a bounty of 100 berries. However, does this bounty seem a bit off?" Upon seeing Chopper's excited expression, Kureha chuckled. The bounty doesn't matter, as long as I can see Chopper happy. I am delighted my foolish son seems to have joined a remarkable captain. In the new world of the Grand Line, Dressrosa, Doflamingo looked at the bounty notice in his hand, chuckling. Crocodile, you truly are a disgrace. To be defeated and subjugated by an unknown little pirate, Zhang Yufan, is it? I shall remember you, and I hope you bring me more amusement. On a small island in the New World, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, held the bounty notice and remarked seriously, "He hails from the East Blue. Quite impressive. Even the 7 warlords bow to him. It seems the seas are about to become chaotic once more." Across from him sat Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, who, with an expressionless face, stated, "I never expected that Crocodile would stoop so low. It seems this newcomer, Zhang Yufan, possesses formidable strength. Intriguing indeed. On the high seas of the New World, Whitebeard, another of the 4 emperors, was hosting a banquet aboard the Moby Dick. Vista approached him with a stack of bounty notices, saying, "Pops, Crocodile has been defeated and captured by a newcomer from the East Blue. That captain, Zhang Yufan, now has a bounty of 200 million berries." Whitebeard, sipping his drink, laughed heartily. "Gurara, are the newcomers really this powerful nowadays? It seems the upcoming seas will be even more thrilling. For now, let us not concern ourselves with him. Let us continue drinking." The crowd echoed. Cheers to Pops. As for the other 2 emperors, they paid little heed to Zhang Yufan. After all, he had yet to enter the New World. The situation would be reassessed once he arrived. Whether to eliminate him or let him be would be decided then. Back in the waters of paradise on the Grand Line, aboard Zhang Yufan's ship, Crocodile and several newly recruited companions were undergoing rigorous training, now utterly exhausted on the deck. Before Zhang Yufan stood the earliest captured members, Jim and his trio, along with the leader of the Kung Fu Dugong, Machida, who curiously inquired, "Captain, did you summon us for something?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. "Good news. You 4 have been aboard the ship for some time now. Do you wish to grow stronger?" Galdino had long coveted Zhang Yufan's unique abilities, and upon hearing his words, he nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, Captain, you intend to help us grow stronger." Zhang Yufan nodded, concentrating his thoughts to equip Galdino with combat skills. Beginner. Kicking skills, beginner. Stamina, intermediate. Strength, intermediate. Speed, intermediate. Defense, intermediate. Recovery, beginner. Observation hockey, beginner. Armament hockey, beginner. Suru, beginner. Fist techniques, beginner. And sword techniques, beginner. Elevating his combat power from C rank to A rank. Next, he equipped Machida with fist techniques, beginner. Combat skills, beginner. Kicking skills, beginner. Stamina, intermediate. Strength, intermediate. Speed, intermediate. Defense, intermediate. Armament hockey, beginner. Recovery, beginner. Observation hockey, beginner. And moonwalk, beginner. Enhancing his power from C rank to A rank. For Gem, he equipped him with recovery, beginner. Combat skills, beginner. Fist techniques, beginner. Kicking skills, beginner. Stamina, intermediate. Strength, intermediate. Speed, intermediate. Defense, intermediate. Observation hockey, beginner. Armament hockey, beginner. And moonwalk, beginner. Raising his combat power from C rank to A ranked, he equipped Marianne with stamina, intermediate. Strength, intermediate. Speed, intermediate. Defense, intermediate. Observation hockey, beginner. Armament hockey, beginner. And recovery, beginner. Increasing her combat power from D rank to B rank. For Nyojia, he provided fist techniques, beginner. Navigation, beginner. Stamina, intermediate. Strength, intermediate. Speed, intermediate. Defense, intermediate. Observation hockey, beginner. Armament hockey, beginner. And recovery, beginner. Boosting his power from D rank to B rank. The remaining equipment cards were distributed to other suitable companions, except for Marianne, who remained relatively calm. The other 3 and the sea cow displayed immense excitement. After expressing their gratitude to Zhang Yufan, they rushed off to Train Point 3 days later. As the ship sailed across the ocean, Nami spotted a news bird flying overhead. She called it down and purchased a newspaper. Just as she was about to unfold it, a multitude of bounty notices tumbled out. Picking up one, Nami shouted, "Everyone, We have been issued bounties by the Navy. She laid all the notices on the deck. And upon hearing the news, the crew rushed over, eager to discover their respective bounties. The amounts displayed on the notices read, Zhang Yufan 200 million, Crocodile 150 million, Zoro 85 million, Sanji 70 million, Burgess 50 million, Koby 35 million, Bartolomeo 30 million, Raja 26 million, Chopper 18 million, Usopp 21 million, Oka 20 million, Nami 16 million, Noki Gao 17 million, Kaya 5 million. After reviewing the bounty notices, reactions varied from joy to dismay. The crew erupted in laughter upon seeing Sanji's hand-drawn portrait. With Bartolomeo nearly doubling over in laughter, even if Sanji stood before them, they would scarcely recognize him, let alone anyone else. Sanji stared at his bounty notice, bewildered, and asked, "Is this me? Surely, you jest, with a likeness like this. I shall be the laughingstock of women worldwide. And why is the bounty for the moss-haired one higher than mine?" Zoro, chuckling beside him, remarked, "Curly brows, that's definitely you. They captured your essence quite well. The reason is simple. I am stronger than you. Those Navy folks have a keen eye." Sanji, feeling despondent, knelt on the ground, questioning life itself. Hearing Zoro's words, he approached him to engage in banter, while Noki Gao consoled Sanji from the side. Zhang Yufan laughed and said, "Let me share something quite interesting. The individual depicted in this portrait truly exists in this world." Nami exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that so? This world is indeed full of wonders." Kaya added, "That person in the portrait is in for a rough time, being wanted for no reason whatsoever. At that moment, Chopper, having heard he too was wanted, excitedly dashed out of the infirmary, asking, "Where's my bounty notice? Where? Show me." Robin handed the notice to Chopper, who, upon seeing his bounty of merely 100 berries, stood there in disbelief, mouth agape, muttering, "Why is mine so low?" Monkey Ming chimed in, "My bounty is the same as yours. Don't fret, it will increase in time, especially since you haven't formally faced any enemies yet." Burgess laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. As expected of the captain, such a high bounty, and Crocodile's bounty is also quite impressive." Crocodile, feeling smug, remarked, "Naturally, I was once a warlord of the sea. Now that I have been stripped of that title, my bounty will undoubtedly be higher." Nami, having obtained a record pointer filled with magnetic energy from Alabasta, noticed it pointing skyward. Curious, she asked, "Robin, do you know why the pointer is directing towards the sky?" Robin nodded, saying, "Yes, it's because our next destination is the Sky Island." The crew exchanged puzzled glances, questioning how there could be an island in the sky without falling. They turned to Zhang Yufan for clarification. Zhang Yufan smiled and explained, "Indeed, there exists an island in the sky. This Sky Island was originally part of an island in our sea, which was lifted into the sky by a colossal natural current 400 years ago, gradually forming the floating Sky Island we see today." The crew marveled at this natural phenomenon, speculating on the tremendous force required to elevate a portion of land into the heavens. It was truly astonishing. Now, the question arises, how shall we ascend? Koby was the first to inquire. "Yufan, how are we to sail the ship upwards? Our vessel cannot sprout wings and fly." Zhang Yufan chuckled and replied, "We can ascend similarly to the way we reached the island above, allowing the ship to ride the soaring sea currents. However, I am uncertain when such currents will occur. We must inquire about the situation on the next island." The others nodded in agreement, while Robin observed Zhang Yufan effortlessly addressing various questions from the crew, igniting her curiosity to uncover the mystery surrounding him. After a prolonged journey at sea, Oka spotted an island to the northwest. Nami instructed the ship to approach, revealing that this island was Gaia Island, the very location of Magu Town. Gaia Island and the Sky Island, which looms at an altitude of 10,000 meters, were once the same landmass. Resembling a skull point 4 centuries ago, due to the nearby surging sea currents, half of Gaia Island was thrust into the sky, along with its indigenous inhabitants, animals, and ancient relics. The elevated portion represented the skull's head and face, while the remaining land comprised the skull's teeth. Magu Town on this island was a quaint settlement frequented by extravagant pirates. The ship soon docked, and most chose to remain aboard. While Robin took a few individuals to gather information regarding the Sky Island and the descendants of the great talker Rolando, Sanji led another group to procure provisions and fresh water, while Zhang Yufan, accompanied by Nami, Burgess, and Bartolomeo, ventured into the town for exploration. After wandering for a while, Zhang Yufan sought refuge in a tavern, where all the tables were occupied, leaving only space at the bar. Once seated, he produced some berries and ordered 3 drinks. Nami inquired, "Excuse me, sir, Are you familiar with the Sky Island? Do you know where the descendants of the great talker Rolandu reside? The tavern owner, astonished, replied, It is quite rare to find someone who still believes in the legends of the Sky Island. Since you wish to know, allow me to share the tale with you. Thus, the tavern owner began recounting the myths of the Sky Island. At that moment, a large group burst into the tavern, and upon seeing it was full, a tall man with blue hair commenced clearing the room, instructing his subordinates to physically eject everyone inside. Only Zhang Yufan and his 3 companions remained, calmly sipping their drinks as they were encircled. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine the information of the imposing man leading the charge. Name, Bellamy potential growth level, a current combat level, C age, 24 height, 2.4 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, spring fruit bounty, 55 million berries equipment card, none description, hailing from the North Sea. He proclaims himself a pirate of the new era and is the captain of the Bellamy Pirates. He idolizes Don Quixote da Flamingo and is arrogant, disdainful of unrealistic romanticism and dreams, pursuing immediate pleasure instead. Name, Sachi's potential growth level, C current combat level, D age, 26 height, 2.28 meters gender, male weapon, cookery devil fruit, none bounty, 38 million berries equipment card, none description, the vice captain of the Bellamy Pirates. He engages in reckless behavior, considering himself a pirate of the new era, and also scorns unrealistic romanticism and dreams, chasing immediate pleasures. Bellamy scoffed. Hey, little girl, you still believe the Sky Island exists? Dreaming in broad daylight will only lead to laughter. Ha ha ha. Sachi's added with a grin. Bellamy is right, little girl, you are quite cute. Why not enjoy the good life with me instead of chasing after unrealistic dreams? His subordinates joined in, laughing boisterously. Attempting to coax Nami into their revelry, Zhang Yufan interjected sternly. What is so amusing about this? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Your lack of experience does not negate the existence of the Sky Island. It is indeed real. And you, blue-haired fool, dare cast your eyes upon my woman? Do you wish to court death? Sachi's retorted with a laugh. Oh, you are quite bold. Huh? You want me dead? I haven't encountered someone like you in ages. I'll show you the prowess of my cookery. Bellamy, infuriated, exclaimed, You little brat, how dare you speak to us like that? Your delusions are quite severe. Perhaps we should assist in curing your insanity. With that, he commanded his men to attack. Zhang Yufan instructed Nami and Bartolomeo to entertain the thugs while Bages, perceiving their lack of strength, lost interest in the fight and continued to leisurely sip his drink alongside Zhang Yufan. Soon, the floor around Zhang Yufan was littered with the defeated. At that moment, a pirate clutching a stack of bounty posters entered the tavern. Upon spotting Zhang Yufan at the bar, he compared the wanted poster in his hand and his eyes widened in shock. The pirate shouted, Bellamy, stop them at once, or you will all perish. Do you even know who that gentleman is? Bellamy, seething with rage, snapped, You fool, do you want to die? Huh? Why are you trembling? Who is that pretty boy? The pirate, brandishing Zhang Yufan's wanted poster, proclaimed loudly, He is the captain of the Limitless Pirates, Zhang Yufan, who recently defeated and subdued the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, and is now being offered a bounty of 200 million berries by the Navy. Upon hearing this, the tavern fell silent save for the sound of Zhang Yufan and Bages drinking. Bellamy gulped nervously, lowering his head in terror. Lord Zhang Yufan, I assure you, this is a misunderstanding. We were blind to your greatness. I apologize for our previous actions. His subordinates hastily echoed their apologies. Bellamy, filled with a desire to vent his frustration, thought, if only the messenger had arrived sooner, he would not have offended such a formidable warlord of the sea. Zhang Yufan smiled and remarked, A misunderstanding. It hardly seems so. You already harbored murderous intent towards us. Bages, take this fellow away. He possesses valuable items. Eliminate the rest. They are not worth sparing. Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's decree, Bellamy hastily activated the powers of his spring fruit. Preparing to flee, he compressed his legs like springs and propelled himself towards the tavern's entrance. Just as he believed he could escape, Bages had already flashed to the door, denying him any chance to flee. With a grin, he declared, "We ha ha ha. Shorty, who would have thought you were a devil fruit user? But I regret to inform you. This path is blocked." I in the face of Bellamy's terrified gaze. Bages delivered a powerful punch that rendered him unconscious. The remaining thugs were swiftly dealt with, and the tavern owner cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Zhang Yufan finished his drink and dragged Sachi's over. cheerfully saying, "My apologies, good sir. We have caused some damage to your establishment. This fellow's head is worth 38 million berries. Consider it compensation for the repairs." With that, Zhang Yufan and his crew hoisted Bellamy and exited the tavern. Outside, Nami clung to Zhang Yufan's arm, while the rewards from the system were also received. As they emerged from the tavern, Zhang Yufan spotted two familiar figures, a sickly man riding an equally ailing horse. Suddenly, the man fell from the horse, and the horse, standing still, lamented, "Master, how did you fall again? Are our fates truly this tragic, both of us so weak? I long to gallop freely like the other horses." "I hope you can gain better health." Nami, with her warm heart, eagerly pulled Zhang Yufan over, hoisting the ailing man back onto the horse. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to inspect the information about him and the steed. Name, Q. Combat growth potential level. S. Current combat level. C. Age, 25. Height, 3.42 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, scythe. Devil fruit. None. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, known as the Grim Reaper, he is a doctor who perpetually appears gravely ill, often riding a sickly horse named Zhuang. Mirroring his own frail condition, he is ruthless, yet seems to conceal formidable strength, believing that all is predestined to name. Zhuang. Combat growth potential level. A. Current combat level. D. Age, 17. Height, 3.15 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit. Horse fruit. Mythical Zoan. Pegasus form. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, incredibly loyal to his rider Q. He is a severely ailing horse, yet possesses sufficient stamina and extraordinary speed to carry Q for extended periods. Occasionally succumbing to exhaustion. Q, sprawled across the horse's back, extended a basket of apples toward Zhang Yufan and his companions, smiling as he spoke. "Esteemed Zhang Yufan, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. My name is Q. As a doctor, I wonder if I might have the honor of becoming a member of your crew. In gratitude, may I offer you an apple?" Nami, astonished, did not take the apple but exclaimed, "Mister, you know Yufan, and you're a doctor? I never would have guessed." Q replied with a hint of resignation, "My dear lady, I am only 25 years old. It is only natural that I would know the esteemed Zhang Yufan." Given his notable reputation, Nami's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Q, as if to say, "You truly are only 25. I may not be well educated, but please do not deceive me." Zhang Yufan examined the apples, taking a bite out of one and remarking with a smile, "These apples look quite delectable, and they taste just as good." Q wore a peculiar smile as he responded, I did not expect that the esteemed Zhang Yufan would have such fortunate luck. The only good apple in my basket has been consumed by you." Bartolomeo approached, reaching for an apple and grinning, "Mister, these apples look splendid. May I try one to see how it tastes?" Zhang Yufan stopped him with a mischievous grin. "Bartolomeo, if you take a bite of that apple, you might soon find yourself in the presence of the Almighty." Bartolomeo, holding the apple, asked in surprise, "Captain, what kind of apple is this? It seems quite extraordinary." Usopp and Nami also looked on with curiosity, and Zhang Yufan chuckled. "Inside the apple, there might either be a bomb or poison. Quite thrilling. Wouldn't you like to see what you might end up with?" Bartolomeo shook his head. He had no inclination for self-harm. He turned to Q, puzzled. "Why would you include apples containing bombs and poison in your basket?" Q replied, "I seek to know the fates and values of others. Your destiny is rather unfortunate. You drew a bomb. Yet, I must commend your courage for still holding it, unafraid of an explosion." Bartolomeo laughed heartily. "Ha. A typical bomb poses little threat to me, so I have no need for fear. Your method is indeed unique." Zhang Yufan, still smiling, said, "Though the welcome gift from Q is exhilarating. Let us warmly welcome him and Zhuang into our ranks." With new comrades joining, everyone was eager to get acquainted. Q, puzzled, inquired, Captain, how did you know that my horse is named Zhuang? And how did you know there were bombs and poison in my basket?" Nami promptly answered for Zhang Yufan that S.A. secret. Even we original crew members are unaware, but Yufan indeed knows many things. Q nodded, refraining from further questions. Zhang Yufan added cheerfully, "Let us proceed back to the ship to discuss other matters." The crew gradually returned, with Zhang Yufan and his companions being the last aboard. Everyone wore expressions of curiosity as they wondered who Beiji's was carrying and who the two sickly individuals were behind him. Koby was the first to inquire, "Yufan, what is the situation with these people you brought back?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Beiji's is carrying a devil fruit user. I intend to take the spring fruit from him. This one will be perfect for Sanji, as the spring will enhance his speed and strength. Just imagine what Sanji would become after consuming it. Usopp pondered. Sanji's speed is already impressive, and his kicking power is immense. If those two aspects are augmented, could his speed approach or even exceed the speed of light? Just imagine the terrifying destructive power of a kick delivered at such velocity. Naka's eyes lit up as he remarked. Many foes wouldn't even have the time to react before being dispatched by Sanji. That would indeed be remarkable. As everyone considered Usopp's words, they realized that should such a powerful kick land, even with their current defenses, it might not hold up. Sanji, looking conflicted, said, "But I want to eat the clear fruit." Zhang Yufan chuckled. These two abilities are not mutually exclusive. Consume the spring fruit first, and later you will receive a piece of equipment that will render you invisible. Then you will understand. Sanji smiled. Since the captain has said so, then I shall accept the spring fruit. Zhang Yufan continued. And this individual behind me, known as Du Q, is a doctor, while his horse, Zhuang Zhuang, has consumed a rare horse fruit. A mythical Zoan type. They are our new allies. Let us extend a warm welcome to them. Apart from the relatively aloof figures like Crocodile, the rest of the crew enthusiastically welcomed their new comrades. Surrounding Du Q with questions about his background, Zhang Yufan moved to a more spacious area, producing a sealed space crafted by Galdino, and entered with Bellamy. Galdino, with a keen sense of awareness, used the wax fruit to seal the entrance and exit. Zhang Yufan then retrieved an assortment of fruits he had prepared beforehand, and after dispatching Bellamy, one of the fruits began to change. Once everything was organized, he held the spring fruit and exited the sealed space. Crocodile, witnessing Zhang Yufan emerge with a devil fruit, was astonished, left wondering what else this enigmatic man could possibly know. Du Q, too, was taken aback by the sight of the devil fruit in Zhang Yufan's hand. Marveling at how easily it had been obtained, surrounded by a host of animals and powerful companions. It seemed that this captain he had joined was indeed remarkable, possessing extraordinary value. Zhang Yufan handed the spring fruit to Sanji, who took a bite, instantly overwhelmed by an unbearable taste flooding his mouth. Struggling against the indescribable flavor, he swallowed it down. Zhang Yufan offered Sanji a glass of water, which he quickly gulped down, exclaiming, "Ugh, that was horrid. I will never eat that again." Koby chuckled. "You won't get a second chance. Otherwise, your body might explode." Usopp exclaimed with delight. "Sanji, you've truly become a spring man. Show us what your fruit can do." Sanji took a moment to acclimate to the changes in his body, his legs transforming into springs, allowing him to leap vertically into the air. He practiced using the moonwalk technique, soon integrating it with his spring abilities, bouncing around in the air with increasing speed. While everyone was captivated by Sanji's performance, Zhang Yufan summoned the system spirit, Xiaoming, to assess the recent gains. Upon her arrival, Xiaoming announced, "Master, congratulations on acquiring items worth 35 million berries, including 4 mangoes, 1 banana, 2 apples, 3 pineapples, 5 fish, 2 pieces of meat, 2 equipment cards for observation hockey, beginner, and 3 equipment cards for armament hockey, beginner." Zhang Yufan then called Du Q aside, smiling as he said, "Du Q and Zhuang Zhuang, since you have sincerely joined my pirate crew, I would like to present each of you with a gift that will benefit your health. Please try not to be too overly excited." Zhang Yufan, with a mere thought, equipped Du Q with intermediate strength, advanced stamina, advanced defense, intermediate speed, beginner recovery, beginner observation hockey, beginner armament hockey, intermediate swordsmanship, and intermediate accuracy, elevating his combat power from C rank to A rank. He then bestowed upon Zhuang Zhuang intermediate strength, advanced stamina, advanced defense, intermediate speed, beginner observation hockey, and beginner armament hockey, transforming his combat power from D rank to B rank. Just as Du Q was about to speak, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his body, dispelling the pallor of illness that had previously plagued him. Zhuang Zhuang, too, sensed an extraordinary vigor within himself, joyfully carrying Du Q on his back as he dashed around the ship. Brimming with delight, the others who had already received enhancements were accustomed to such transformations. However, Crocodile and his companions, who had yet to experience Zhang Yufan's blessings, stood by in bewilderment. What was happening? Just moments ago, Du Q appeared on the verge of death, yet after spending a brief time with Zhang Yufan, he had transformed into a picture of vitality. What on earth had transpired? Their faces were a canvas of confusion. And when they inquired of Jim and the others, they received no answers, as Zhang Yufan had instructed them to remain silent. After a while, Zhuang Zhuang approached Zhang Yufan and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. saying, "Captain, I cannot thank you enough for granting me such strength, allowing me to run freely." Duke, equally astonished, chimed in, "Captain, your methods are truly boundless. My heart can scarcely keep pace with these changes. My combat power has also increased. I shall no longer be a burden to everyone." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. "Duke, you must adapt swiftly. This is merely the beginning. You will grow even stronger in the future." Meanwhile, Robin had learned from the townsfolk about the descendants of Rolando, and the ship was now sailing towards that destination. Before long, they arrived. Chopper, spotting a castle before him, exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother, look over there. Is that a castle? The descendants of Rolando couldn't possibly reside there. Could they? They must be quite wealthy." Nami's eyes sparkled at the sight of the castle, but as the ship sailed past it, she remarked in disappointment, "What a letdown. It's just a large wooden facade. I thought they were rich." Chopper, wide-eyed with wonder, mused about the intriguing nature of the outside world. Robin, smiling, said, "I have heard that this island, Gaia, is home to a vast treasure of gold." Nami's eyes lit up once more as she asked, "Robin, do you know where the gold is buried?" Robin shook her head, replying, "I do not know the exact location, but we could ask the captain." Zhang Yufan merely stated that a great deal of gold was in the sky and suggested searching for it when they reached Sky Island. Approaching the door of a small house, he knocked lightly and called out, "Hello, is anyone home?" A man emerged, his diamond-shaped face adorned with a tattoo on his left arm, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. And clad only in trousers, Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check his information. Name: Mont-Blanc Kulikate Combat Power Growth Potential Level. See current combat power level. D age, 42 height, 2. 42 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. A descendant of the legendary liar Rolando, with a diamond-shaped face, he spends day and night diving in search of clues to the Golden City, striving to clear his ancestor's name, embodying a man who never bows to fate and is unwavering in his persistence. Kulikate, with an impassive expression, inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Usopp replied, "Hello, sir. We are pirates, here to find the descendants of Rolando and to inquire about reaching Sky Island." Kulikate burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I can't believe you actually believe in the existence of Sky Island. And I am precisely the person you seek." Mont-Blanc Kulikate, Zhang Yufan, and the others introduced themselves in turn, and Nami, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Uncle Kulikate, why do you react like those pirates in the tavern at Magic Valley? Why is there such disbelief in the existence of Sky Island?" Kulikate replied, "I am not certain whether Sky Island truly exists, but long ago, my ancestor, the great liar Rolando, claimed it did, and we descendants have suffered greatly because of it." Nokigao asked, "Uncle Kulikate, could you share the story of the great liar Rolando with us?" Kulikate nodded and recounted that 400 years ago, Rolando and his crew sought refuge from a storm on Gaia Island, where they rescued the Sandia tribe suffering from the tree fever and ended the tradition of human sacrifice. He formed a deep friendship with the great warrior, Karl Gura. However, to prevent the illness from afflicting the Sandia people again, they cut down their sacred tree, which led to their expulsion from Sandia. Upon realizing the truth that the sacred tree was the source of the tribe's suffering, Karl Gura pursued Rolando's departing ship but was too late. He vowed to wait for Rolando's return until his death. Unfortunately, part of their island was swept into the sky by the sea, coincidentally taking with it the homeland of their tribe. Thus, the two never reunited in life. After Rolando saved the tribe, Karl Gura had taken him into the forbidden area of their tribe, the Land of Gold. Upon returning home to report to the king, Rolando was ordered to return for more information. When he arrived, he discovered that the place had vanished, concluding that the island had sunk to the ocean's depths, taking the Land of Gold with it. Unbeknownst to him, a part of Gaia Island, along with the Land of Gold, had been swept into the sky, leading to his execution for treason against the king. Hence the origin of the moniker the Great Liar Rolando. Zhang Yufan, smiling, said, "Uncle Kulikate, you've been standing outside for quite some time. Won't you invite us in for a chat about Sky Island? Perhaps my ship's doctor can tend to your health as well." Kulikate chuckled, "My apologies. I nearly forgot. Come in, my health is fine." Due to the large number of companions, some chose to remain outside. Zhang Yufan did not give Kulikate a chance to refuse and immediately summoned 3 doctors to attend to him. They soon discovered that Kulikate's poor health was a result of excessive diving. After the treatment, Kaya advised, "Uncle Kulikate, please take better care of yourself in the future and refrain from excessive diving in search of gold." Koby added, "Uncle Kulikate, Your relentless pursuit of gold is to prove that what your ancestors said was not a lie, correct? Kulikate nodded, saying, Indeed, yet despite many years of searching, I have found no trace of the land of gold beneath the sea. Zhang Yufan, smiling, proposed, Uncle Kulikate, what if the land of gold is not beneath the sea, but rather in the sky? Robin chimed in with a laugh. Captain, you don't mean to suggest that the land of gold was swept into the sky by the knock-up stream. Do you? Kulikate nodded, contemplating their words. If the land of gold truly existed, it could very well have been carried into the sky by the knock-up stream, explaining why he had found no trace of it after so long. At that moment, sounds of a scuffle erupted outside the house, prompting Kulikate to rush out, exclaiming, Stop fighting, you ape and gorilla. The ape, filled with concern, asked, Dad, are you all right? Who are these people? Kulikate waved his hand, reassuring, I am fine. These are individuals seeking to reach Sky Island. The gorilla laughed and remarked, There are still so many people who believe in the existence of Sky Island. A few individuals entered the house, and Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine their information. Name, Xingxing combat growth potential level, see current combat level, D age, 24 years height, 3.51 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty. 36 million berries equipment card, none profile, the chief of the Xingxing pirate crew. Brother to Renyuan, possesses immense confidence in his personal abilities. He idolizes Rolando from the fairy tales and follows Montblanc Kuli Kute. His appearance mirrors his name, yet he is distinctly human. Name, Renyuan combat growth potential level, see current combat level, D age, 24 years height, 3.46 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty. 23 million berries equipment card, none profile. The chief of the Renyuan pirate crew, resembling a monkey, yet undeniably human, he is the brother of Xingxing. Endowed with remarkable lung capacity and incredible strength, capable of defeating sea kings with a single punch, known as Renyuan Iron Fist. He, too, idolizes Rolando from the fairy tales and follows Montblanc Kuli Kute. The group then introduced themselves. Usopp observed Renyuan's appearance and inquired, Renyuan, how come you look so much like a monkey? Renyuan, brimming with pride, responded, Do I really look that much like one? The crowd nodded in unison. What was going on with Renyuan? He seemed unfazed by the comparison and even appeared quite pleased. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Uncle Kuli Kute, if we wish to reach the Sky Island, we must board this soaring sea current. The question arises, do you know the time and location of its formation? Kuli Kute chuckled and replied, Indeed, I do. However, it will not appear for another 4 days. I will take you then, which gives you ample time to prepare. Koby smiled and said, We truly appreciate your willingness to help. Nami, with a smile, asked, Uncle Kuli Kute, have you discovered any gold during these years? Kuli Kute instructed Renyuan to reveal the hidden golden bell and golden bird, causing Nami's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Is there more gold like this on the Sky Island? If we could find it, we would truly strike it rich. Nokigao, upon seeing the 2 golden items, exclaimed, This unknown golden bird is so beautiful, and this bell is quite nice too. Kuli Kute laughed and said, These 2 are the only pieces of gold I have found while diving over the years. Almost forgot. You will need to catch a bird that resembles this golden one, called the guiding bird. Found in the southern forest, Nami, puzzled, asked, What kind of bird is that? Kuli Kute replied, It is a bird of the Sky Island that always points south, no matter how you twist its head. Nokigao marveled, Such a strange bird exists in this world. Zhang Yufan suggested that the group go catch one, while Sanji and Nokigao stayed behind to prepare a meal. Before long, Usopp returned with a guiding bird in hand. He tested it by turning its head, but it quickly returned to point in the same direction. The group played with the bird for a while, and soon Sanji had the food ready, leading to a joyous meal together. Thus, 4 days swiftly passed, and all preparations were complete. On this day, Zhang Yufan and the others, following Kuli Kute's instructions, sailed to the location of the soaring sea current and began their wait. Zhang Yufan cheerfully declared, Uncle Kuli Kute, once we reach the Sky Island, we will surely find that massive golden bell and ring it. Await our good news. Kuli Kute smiled and replied, I will, travel safely, and goodbye. Before long, a colossal soaring sea current erupted from beneath the ship, propelling it skyward, gradually gaining speed. Moments later, the ship burst through the clouds, revealing a vast expanse of white, with the air becoming quite thin. Most of the crew, having enhanced physiques, felt little discomfort and quickly adapted, while others took a moment to adjust. Chopper, gazing curiously at the surroundings, asked, "Big brother, have we truly arrived in the sky?" Kaya, puzzled, remarked, "It's all clouds around us. Yet our ship has fallen. It's miraculous." Zhang Yufan, sensing the area with observation hockey, pointed in a direction and said, "We have indeed reached the sky. Steer the ship that way." The ship sailed for quite a while when suddenly a man clad in armor, resembling a knight and riding a peculiar flying horse, descended onto their vessel. Zhang Yufan checked the system for his information. Name: Ganfu Air Combat Growth Potential Level. B. Current Combat Level. Ch. 65 years. Height: 1. 8 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Knight's Lance. Devil Fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None profile. A god who cherishes his people, once leading a blissful and healthy life, until one day his happiness was shattered when the god Enel, along with his priests and soldiers, seized his divine position and ruled the Sky Island. The citizens dared not resist due to their limited strength. Yet he did not abandon the Sky Island, continuing to silently save and govern his people. Name: High Air Combat Growth Potential Level. See Current Combat Level. D. Age: 24 years. Height: 1. 78 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. Horse Fruit Bounty. None equipment card. None profile. Ganfu Air's loyal companion, a unique bird species of the Sky Island known as the Tian Dian bird. Fu Air surveyed the ship's occupants and said, "You must be from the Blue Sea, right?" Chopper, gathering courage, asked, "What does that mean? And who are you?" Fu Air replied, "I am Ganfu Air, the knight of this sky. Blue Sea people is our unified term for those who dwell beneath the clouds." The crew introduced themselves, and Nami added, "We just recently ascended from the Blue Sea." Fu Air, intrigued, asked, "Oh, you can move so agilely. It seems your bodies have adapted well. How did you manage to come up here?" Bansam danced in circles, exclaiming, "They are a group of ridiculously strong monsters. It's normal for them to have no reaction." Usopp added, "We came up riding that gigantic soaring sea current. May I ask what sea this is?" Fu Air replied, "You certainly possess great courage. Did you lose any companions during your ascent? That current is perilous. This sea is the White Sea, located 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea, with the White Sea another 10,000 meters above it." Nokigao remarked, "No, we are all safe and sound. I didn't realize we were so far from below." Fu Air said, "Back to the matter at hand. Let us discuss a business proposition." Nami asked, "What business can we discuss when we just met?" Fu Air explained, "I am a professional mercenary. This sea is quite dangerous, and those unfamiliar with its combat style can easily become prey for the sea's flying fish. So, I shall give you this whistle. If you encounter danger, blow it, and I will come to your aid." Charging 5 million ikes each time, Zhang Yufan vanished from sight, reappearing behind Fu Air, smiling, "Former god of the Sky Island. My crew could easily outmatch you. Why would we need your help? Danger adds excitement. Otherwise, it would be too dull, don't you agree?" The others nodded in agreement. If every day were mundane, what joy would there be? Why continue as pirates? They might as well return home and sleep. Living like salted fish. Fu Air frowned and asked, "You are remarkably swift. How did you discern my identity? What brings you to the Sky Island?" To the astonishment of the multitude, the deity from the Sky Island made an unexpected appearance before them. Although a former deity, Zhang Yufan remarked with a smile, "I have come to retrieve something, and while I am at it, I intend to dethrone the current god who has taken a lofty position on the island. I possess knowledge of many things." With a skeptical expression, Fu replied, "The thunderbolts summoned by the current deity possess tremendous power. Are you certain you can withstand them? It would be unwise to court death needlessly. Since you all seem quite formidable, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, simply sound the whistle." With that, Fu mounted a peculiar steed and prepared to depart. Zhang Yufan reassured him, "Fear not, we are indeed strong. It remains uncertain who will perish. Once we have vanquished the god, we shall summon you." Upon hearing of the formidable beings, Bagus exclaimed excitedly, "Does this mean the deity above the Sky Island is powerful?" "Captain, if we encounter this god, do not compete with me. I wish to engage him in a proper battle." The crew aboard the ship exchanged glances, each displaying expressions of agreement. Zhang Yufan chuckled, "No problem. Just refrain from killing him. The deity's name is Enel. He is a user of the rare natural type rumble fruit. This fellow is rather arrogant. We shall first bring him aboard and give him a thorough makeover before employing him." Several companions exchanged mischievous glances upon hearing Zhang Yufan's words. Crocodile, recalling their earlier experiences aboard the ship, felt a chill run down his spine. realizing that this Enel fellow was destined for misfortune. Having crossed paths with such a crew of monsters, the ship continued its voyage, capturing an array of peculiar fish along the way. Before long, they beheld a colossal waterfall crafted from clouds, beneath which lay an entrance marked with the words Gateway to Heaven. At that moment, an elderly woman emerged from a nearby room, the watchman Amazon, who was snapping photographs of Zhang Yufan and his crew. The crew exchanged puzzled looks, wondering about her intentions. Chopper, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, "Big brother, look, I see angels, and over there is the gateway to heaven. Have we all perished?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "We remain very much alive. Those are the inhabitants of the Sky Island, each adorned with wings upon their backs." The crew gazed in wonder, astonished that, after centuries of evolution, ordinary humans had developed into beings resembling angels. A truly miraculous transformation. Amazon, her expression devoid of emotion, inquired, "Are you here for sightseeing or for battle?" Regardless of your intentions, should you wish to ascend to the upper tier, you must pay an entry fee of 1 billion IK per person, as mandated by law. Upon hearing the exorbitant fee, Nami protested, "Old lady, this is robbery. We cannot possibly afford such an amount." Robin interjected, "Nami, do not be so agitated. The elderly lady mentioned 1 billion IK, not 1 billion berry. Yet, I am uncertain about the exchange rate." Amazon clarified, 1 berry can be exchanged for 10,000 IK. Of course, you may choose not to pay. The crew remained skeptical that such a generous offer could exist without ulterior motives, and Koby asked, "So, we can enter without paying? What might happen if we proceed in this manner?" Amazon responded, "Should you enter without payment, you will be wanted for illegal trespassing." The crew, realizing there was indeed a catch, felt little concern, for they had already faced bounties in the Blue Sea. Given their current combat strength, they were unafraid of another bounty, and thus could embark on their escapades with glee. Hee hee, Bartolomeo chuckled. "Old lady, we are quite poor and lack funds. Let us ascend as we are." Zhang Yufan, unperturbed, decided to indulge their antics, while Nami gave Bartolomeo a thumbs up, appreciating his knack for frugality. Surely, he had a bright future ahead. Amazon displayed a peculiar smile as she said, "All individuals and creatures must ascend. That is acceptable." Kaya inquired, "Old lady, how do we ascend?" Suddenly, 2 enormous pincers emerged from beneath the ship, clasping its sides and swiftly lifting them upwards, startling the crew. The old woman explained, "This is the White Sea's specialty, the express shrimp. It will transport you upwards." Thus, the vessel sped along the cloud-crafted sea route until they reached an exit, where they found a suitable place to dock. The crew disembarked, and Zhang Yufan stored the ship in his dimensional space. Releasing the guidance bird as they stepped onto the clouds, they felt as though they were walking on soft cotton candy and began to explore. As an archaeologist, Robin was particularly intrigued by the exceptionally lush trees nearby. Bartolomeo discovered a fruit resembling a pumpkin on the outside, but as hard as iron, which he managed to slice open with a hockey-covered knife. Revealing delectable juice, he called over his companions to share the delightful beverage, a tea that moment. Chopper approached Zhang Yufan, cradling a fox in his arms. "Big brother, look at this fox. It tells me its name is Cece." A cloud fox from the Sky Island. Nami and the other women gathered around the adorable creature, petting Cece's fur when suddenly, a melodious sound of a harp floated through the air. Sanji turned to investigate, exclaiming, "Friends, I see a beautiful angel." Chopper chimed in with excitement, "It truly is an angel." The crew made their way toward the source of the sound, where they encountered a young girl with golden hair styled in braids, clad in a high-neck, ultra-short dress, and sporting wings characteristic of the Sky Island's inhabitants. Upon noticing Zhang Yufan and his crew, the girl smiled and called out, "Cece, come here, belly button. My name is Cornus, and welcome to Angel Beach." "Did you arrive from the Blue Sea?" Zhang Yufan replied warmly, "Greetings, I am Zhang Yufan, and these are my companions. We have just come from the Blue Sea." Nami, puzzled, asked, "Hello, I am Nami. Cornus, what do you mean by belly button?" Cornus laughed, "That is the greeting we use here." The crew nodded in understanding and introduced themselves in turn. Soon after, a middle-aged man piloting a Sky Island transport vehicle named Weba approached them, saying, "Cornus, belly button, are these your friends?" Cornus replied cheerfully, "Yes, father. They are visitors from the Blue Sea." The man smiled and introduced himself, "I am Pagaya, belly button. Since you have traveled from afar, I invite you to my home as guests." The crew nodded in agreement and followed Pagaya to his residence, where Sanji and Noki helped prepare a meal in the kitchen. Cornus remained to entertain the guests, providing a detailed introduction to the Sky Island's customs and way of life. While also explaining the various uses of shells, the crew marveled at the fascinating shells, which had been widely integrated into the lives and battles of the Sky Island's inhabitants. Chopper gazed in wonder at the myriad of strange shells. Thoroughly enjoying himself, after a while, Pagaya and his companions emerged from the kitchen, presenting an array of unique dishes. The meal was a joyous occasion for all. Following the feast, Cornus led the crew outside for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, during which Nami and the other women regaled her with tales of their adventures in the Blue Sea. Suddenly, a peculiar group of individuals approached, crawling on all fours toward Zhang Yufan and his companions, who regarded them with bemusement. The leader of the group instructed everyone to line up and addressed Cornus, saying, "Belly button." Cornus responded, "Belly button." The leader declared loudly, "You are the intruders from the Blue Sea. Are you not? Stand still. You are under arrest. Come along quietly." Bartolomeo, hands in his pockets, calmly replied, "Indeed, that is us, but capturing us will not be so simple." The leader, hearing their defiance, ordered his subordinates to apprehend them. His intentions were noble, yet reality dealt him a swift blow. Soon, apart from the leader himself, all his subordinates lay incapacitated and bound. He stood there, dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Was that too quick? Were we truly that weak?" Pagaya, from a distance, marveled at Cornus, saying, "Those guests just defeated the White Beret Brigade without breaking a sweat. This should not be possible. Aren't the Blue Sea folks supposed to be less responsive here? What is going on?" Coney speculated, perhaps their combat prowess is simply too formidable, rendering any impact here negligible. Regis chuckled and remarked, "Hey, Bean Sprout, you're the last one left. Did you knock yourself out, or shall we assist you?" The captain of the Bibalii troop stated, "Isn't it better to behave obediently? Why must you escalate matters? You truly are a reckless bunch. The priests of God's Island will undoubtedly bring you to justice." Bagus laughed heartily. "Waha! I eagerly await the moment your deity appears before me. I can hardly contain my excitement to engage him in a proper battle." With that, he said no more and swiftly knocked him down, binding him and discarding him aside, leaving Gaia and her daughter utterly astonished. Zhang Yufan approached Conies and inquired, "Conies, take us to God's Island. We must commence our important tasks." Conies, in a state of panic, replied, "You have already committed a grave offense by attacking the Bibalii troop. It is far too perilous to venture there now. You must leave this island and return to the Blue Sea at once." Nami smiled reassuringly, "Conies, there's no need to fret. Zhang and his companions are quite powerful. They will swiftly deal with the priests. It is unsafe for you to remain here. Join us and guide us along the way." Gaia and her daughter realized that further discussion was futile and reluctantly led Zhang Yufan and the others towards God's Island. After a considerable time, they beheld a vast expanse of towering forest. As the ship sailed slowly into the depths, numerous cannonballs suddenly emerged from both sides, intercepted by Lao Sha and Jim. They were ambushed, but it proved to be of little consequence. Soon, 5 individuals donned with horned demon masks appeared, wielding bulletproof shields and gliding swiftly around the ship. Zhang Yufan instructed his companions to capture these 5. Given their current combat strength, the crew swiftly dispatched them without any mishaps. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine their information. Name, Wappa combat growth potential level, S current combat level, B age, 21 height, 1. 83 meters gender, male weapons, burning cannon, repulsion shell, wind shell, sea floor stone devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a warrior of Sandia, known as the War Demon, descendant of Karlgra. Fierce and battle-hardened, he possesses formidable strength and a combative nature, with unwavering resolve, embodying a man who will rise again and again in pursuit of his dreams, regardless of the injuries sustained. Name, Kamachili combat growth potential level, S current combat level, B age, 21 height, 2. 14 meters gender, male weapons, spear, burning sword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, one of Sandia's mightiest warriors, second only to Wappa. Kind-hearted and willing to risk his life in battle. He is a valiant fighter. Name, Bulaham combat growth potential level, a current combat level, B age, 21 height, 1.97 meters gender, male weapons, flash gun, cloud shell devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, deeply trusted by Wappa. His strength is sufficient to confront the priest. He is a taciturn powerhouse, calm and composed, an expert in aerial combat, with formidable martial arts skills that should not be underestimated, capable of pressuring enemies with nearly flawless rapid attacks. Name, Jiabao combat growth potential level. B current combat level. C age, 20 height, 1.93 meters gender, male weapons, steel cannon devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a Sandia warrior. Courageous by nature, with the primary goal of reclaiming God's Island and the Golden Bell. Name, Locky combat growth potential level. B current combat level. C age, 19 height, 1.97 meters gender, female weapons. Long spear devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, the only female warrior of the Sandia tribe. Brave yet gentle, possessing a strong yearning for the land, Usopp removed the masks from the 5 individuals, and Wappa, the leader, angrily exclaimed, "You wretched pirates, how can your strength be so overwhelming? Get out of our nation at once." "You are not welcome here," Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. "Warriors of the Sandia tribe, there's no need to be so agitated. Our purpose here is twofold, to seek gold and to defeat the current god of the Sky Island. Enel, our ultimate goals align. We are not your enemies." Kamachili paused for a moment and asked, "You wish to defeat Enel? Why? While your strength is indeed formidable, it may not be enough to overcome him." Koby laughed and responded, "Because the devil fruit he has consumed is exceedingly rare, and his strength is likely considerable, making him a suitable candidate for our crew. However, we must first teach this fellow a lesson." Bulaham remarked, "It seems you hold great confidence in your abilities. Not only do you wish to defeat him, but you also intend to recruit Enel, and you arrive on Sky Island with such strength." Norky chuckled, "We bear no enmity. Not all pirates are villains. If we were, we would have simply dispatched you without a word. Up to this point, we have never harmed a single civilian." Kuya smiled. "What can we do when these fellows are as strong as monsters? Even in the thin air of the heavens, they adapt quickly." Nami smiled and said, "I understand that you may not fully trust our words just yet, but fear not. My next destination is Enel's residence. If you are interested, you may join us and observe." Upon hearing Nami and the others speak, Wappa and the others reflected and realized the truth in her words, collectively exhaling in relief. Had they been the kind of ruthless pirates with such overwhelming strength, even the warriors of their tribe would likely stand no chance against them. For everyone on Sky Island, that would have been a devastating blow. It was fortunate that they were not such individuals. Wappa said, "I sincerely apologize. The pirates who previously came to Sky Island were indeed those of the most vicious ilk. After arriving, their strength diminished, leading us to eliminate them upon sight without hesitation." "Do you truly wish to confront Enel?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. "No worries. After all, there are few pirates like us. Your actions are entirely understandable, as it reflects your love for your homeland. And yes, we truly intend to confront Enel." Wappa then instructed Locky to return to her tribe and summon everyone, preparing for a decisive battle against Enel, while the other 4 remained to accompany Zhang Yufan and his group. Zhang Yufan nodded in agreement. In truth, their presence mattered little, and they would merely serve as additional support while the rest could be resolved perfectly on their own. After concluding matters with the Sandia warriors, Zhang Yufan and his companions continued their voyage, soon arriving at a location filled with large white spheres. Ahead, a man resembling a giant ball stood atop one of the large white spheres. Observing them, Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name, Shoddeli combat growth potential level, a current combat level. B age, 24 height, 1.79 meters gender, male weapons, Wonder Ball, impact shell, cloud shell devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a subordinate of Enel. He is one of the 4 priests of Sky Island, overseeing the trial of the ball with a survival rate of 10. At that moment, Shoddeli proclaimed, "Naval, you are the intruders, and your audacity is remarkable. I am Shoddeli, one of the 4 priests of Sky Island. Prepare to face judgment." Upon uttering those words, several floating spheres were swiftly directed towards Zhang Yufan and his companions, only to be cleaved in twain by Zoro's unsheathed sword. The contents concealed within the spheres were unveiled, revealing an assortment of flora, weaponry, and more. Among them, a few large white spheres containing explosives detonated with a resounding blast. Usopp chuckled, remarking, "Is this sphere some sort of treasure chest? It seems to contain an endless variety of items." Chopper joyfully exclaimed, "This sphere is indeed quite entertaining." The warriors of Skypia contemplated charging it shadly, but Zhang Yufan intervened, grinning as he said, "Leave this to us. Your pace is far too slow. Jim, let this fellow experience the sensation of being blasted away. Be mindful of the power. We still need him alive." Jim flashed a sly smile, finally granted the opportunity to shine, exclaiming, Captain, leave it to me. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the Skypian warriors, he leapt from the ship, casually striding through the air. Shadley continued to manipulate the large white spheres, hurling them towards Jim. With effortless grace, Jim dodged every incoming sphere, swiftly closing the distance to Shadley. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, sending Shadley hurtling away. The crowd was met with a cacophony of explosions, and Shadley lay incapacitated, muttering, "How could you be so strong? You managed to strike me with such speed and easily evade my attacks. Though you also possess the ability of observation hockey," Jim replied with a grin. "I still consider myself too weak. Far stronger monsters remain aboard the ship. AS for observation hockey. Indeed, we refer to it as Kinbunchika hockey in the Blue Sea." Without further ado, he rendered Shadley unconscious and brought him back to the ship. The Skypian warriors stood in stunned silence, astonished by the rapidity of events. Had it truly only been 10 minutes? Wapol gasped. "This is astonishingly swift. It seems I underestimated you before. I believe we can indeed defeat Enel this time." Bartolomeo laughed heartily. "Hee, we are incredibly strong. Wapol, just sit back and watch." After securely binding Shadley, the group set off once more. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in purple attire rode in on a large bird, brandishing a knight's lance. Zhang Yufan consulted his system for the man's information. Name: Shura, potential combat growth level. A, current combat level. B, age, 30, height, 1.91 meters, gender, male, weapons, flame shell, rope cloud, knight's lance, devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description: a subordinate of Enel, possesses observation hockey, one of the 4 gods of Skypia, overseeing the trial of the rope with a survival rate of 3, known as the Celestial Knight. Accompanied by a giant bird with a mouth full of flame shells from the Sky Island. Upon spotting the bound Shadley, Shura declared, "Naval, you are the intruders who defeated Shadley. Your combat power seems impressive. I am Shura, one of the 4 gods of Skypia. Prepare to face judgment." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Monkey Ming, go ahead and finish this quickly." Monkey Ming nodded, leaping forcefully into the air, stepping lightly as he approached Shura. Shura swung his knight's lance, while the bird exhaled flames towards Monkey Ming. Displaying remarkable agility, Monkey Ming evaded all their attacks, delivering a barrage of strikes to Shura, ultimately rendering him unconscious and hoisting him back to the ship. Monkey Ming's astounding performance once again left the Skypian warriors in awe, thinking to themselves, "This little monkey is astonishingly powerful." Glancing at the surrounding animals, they swallowed nervously. Surely, not all of them can be this formidable? If they are, it would be utterly terrifying. After securing Shura, the ship resumed its voyage. Before long, they encountered another man dressed entirely in purple, standing still and awaiting their arrival. Zhang Yufan checked his information through the system. Name: Gadaz, potential combat growth level. A, current combat level. B, age, 28, height, 2.2 meters, gender, male, weapons, wind shell, swamp cloud shell, devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description: a subordinate of Enel, possesses observation hockey, one of the 4 gods of Skypia. Overseeing the trial of the swamp with a survival rate of 50, somewhat dim-witted, with poor coordination, often unable to see enemies due to rolling his eyes. Gadaz rolled his eyes and said, "Huh, didn't I just see those intruders? Why is there no one around now?" Usopp remarked, "What's up with this guy? Surely he isn't blind. If he's rolling his eyes like that, it's a miracle he can see us at all." Zhang Yufan chuckled. "Sanji, why not try using the powers of the spring fruit to strike him, but keep your feet off the ground?" Sanji nodded with a smile, leaping into the air and swiftly moving towards Gadaz. His feet transforming into springs. In midair, he bounced back and forth with incredible speed, and before Gadaz could react, he had already endured a barrage of kicks from Sanji, ultimately collapsing in a battered heap. This was a priest who hadn't even been given a chance to introduce himself, brutally beaten by Sanji, leaving him with a significant psychological trauma. After binding Gadaz, they continued their journey, soon encountering the final priest, who approached wielding a cloud blade and accompanied by a large dog. Zhang Yufan checked his information once more. Name: potential combat growth level. A, current combat level. B, age, 26, height, 1.98 meters, gender, male. Weapons: iron cloud, cloud blade, devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description: a subordinate of Enel, possesses observation hockey, one of the 4 gods of Skypia, overseeing the trial of iron with a survival rate of 0. Possesses a cloud shell that can emit iron clouds, skilled in swordsmanship, and has a highly obedient and strong dog named Sacred. Houming exclaimed in astonishment, I never expected you intruders to possess such strength. Having defeated both Shadley and Shura. I am Houming, one of the 4 gods of Skypia, and this dog is named Sacred. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, he charged forward alongside Sacred towards Zhang Yufan and his crew. Zhang Yufan instructed Zoro to deal with Houming, while Chopper took on Sacred. Chopper transformed into his human form and swiftly moved, landing punches on Sacred with precision. Sacred yelped in pain, ultimately raising a white flag in surrender. Meanwhile, Zoro drew his sword, the Wadakamanji, and engaged Houming in a fierce duel. Zoro's strikes became increasingly rapid, forcing Houming to retreat until Zoro disarmed him, placing his sword at Houming's throat. After binding them, the Skypian warriors were no longer as astounded, gradually acclimatizing to the events. The duo of Pygia and his daughter, however, remained speechless, utterly shocked that the once lofty priests had fallen so easily to Zhang Yufan and his companions. Could it be that they truly had the capacity to defeat the current god? Meanwhile, within the palace where the god resided in Appiato, a man adorned with a white turban, long earlobes adorned with earrings. Bare-chested, with a thunder drum strapped to his back, golden rings on his hands, wielding a golden staff, dressed in lantern pants, and barefoot, he was none other than Enel, the current god of Skypia. Below him stood 50 members of the god soldier squad. One of whom, resembling a goat, respectfully inquired, God, is there a reason you summoned the entire god soldier squad? Enel, casually picking at his ear, replied, the 4 priests have now been defeated and captured by those invaders from the Blue Sea. The members of the god soldier squad were taken aback by this revelation. They were well aware of the priests' formidable combat prowess. Were the Blue Sea invaders truly that strong? One deputy commander, resembling a ball, exclaimed in disbelief, but those Blue Sea invaders, don't they usually become weaker upon arrival? How could they possibly defeat the 4 priests? Another deputy commander, also resembling a ball, questioned. When did such powerful individuals from the Blue Sea emerge? Enel, unfazed, responded, perhaps they were not under divine protection. Regardless of the reason, they have been vanquished. The invaders are nearly at our doorstep. You must eliminate them all. The crowd nodded in agreement, preparing for a grand endeavor. An oblivious group dared to challenge the authority of the divine, inevitably leading themselves to a path of demise. The notion of vanquishing a deity was, of course, a futile aspiration. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his companions had already arrived at the entrance of the palace where the divine resided. Not long after, the warriors of the Shandya tribe gathered to converge with them. Zhang Yufan turned and called out, Uncle Four, you've accompanied us thus far. It's time for you to witness our spectacle of god-slaying. For then rode Pierre to join Zhang Yufan and his party, expressing his astonishment. I never imagined you would uncover this. Your perceptive abilities are truly impressive. Wappa, with a hint of irritation, inquired, Gone for? What brings you here? For replied earnestly, Wappa, I have come to bring an end to this protracted conflict. Let us first unite to eliminate Enel, and then sit down to discuss our matters. Wappa nodded in agreement, recognizing the inopportune timing for further disputes. They could address those issues after defeating Enel. At that moment, the captain of the divine warriors emerged, exuding an air of menace, akin to a hunter spotting its prey upon seeing Zhang Yufan and his group. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine the information of the 3 foremost individuals. Name, dash and potential combat growth level, B current combat level, C age, 42 height, 3.66 meters gender, male weapon. Slashing shell devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, leader of the divine warriors. Directly under Enel and the 4 priests, he leverages his physical stature in combat, exhibiting agility and powerful leg strength, holding a belief that historical legacies are of no value. Name, Zhongwu potential combat growth level, B current combat level, C age, 24 height, 1.75 meters gender, male weapon, slashing shell, flame shell, taste shell, impact shell devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, deputy leader of the divine warriors. Possessing rather rudimentary attack techniques. He is one of the 4 priests, and is the younger brother of Shadeli, under Enel and the 4 priests. Name, Xiaowu potential combat growth level, B current combat level, C age, 24 height, 1.74 meters gender, male weapon, slashing shell, impact shell, flame shell, taste shell devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, deputy leader of the Divine Warriors, one of the four priests, and the younger brother of Shadeli, with similarly basic combat techniques. Under Enel and the four priests, Dashin, noticing the four captured priests behind Zhang Yufan, remarked, "You possess quite the audacity. Do you even comprehend where you are? Release those four priests at once, or we shall not hold back." Xiao Wu and Zhong Wu, incensed at the sight of their brother bound, exclaimed, "You scoundrels, free our brother immediately, or we will ensure you suffer a most devastating defeat." Beside Zhang Yufan, Cornus, trembling with fear, whispered, "These individuals belong to the Divine Warriors directly under the deity." Usopp observed, "That man at the forefront is exceedingly tall. He appears to be nearly as tall as Bagus. And why are there two identical spherical men beside him?" Koby interjected, "The Shadeli we've captured bears a striking resemblance to them. He must be their brother." The warriors of the Shanjia tribe stood poised for battle, ready at a moment's notice. Zhang Yufan grinned, declaring, "My comrades, today you shall witness the might of conquerors' haki." The Shanjia warriors, unfamiliar with the concept of haki, appeared puzzled, while the pair, Gaia and her father, wore expressions of bewilderment. Koby, observing their confusion, provided an explanation, leaving them astonished at the existence of such power. Everyone's attention remained fixated on the unfolding scene. Disregarding Dashin and his companions, who, though formidable, paled in comparison to the circumstances at hand, Dashin and his companions, infuriated by Zhang Yufan's blatant disregard, prepared to charge at him. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon them, inducing a wave of dizziness, leaving only Dashin, the captain, to struggle against the force. The remaining Divine Warriors succumbed, rolling their eyes and fainting, while Zhang Yufan intensified the potency of his conqueror's haki, ultimately causing Dashin to collapse as well. Within the Divine Palace, Enel sensed the powerful aura approaching him. Upon witnessing Dashin and his companions faint, he was taken aback, perplexed by this unexpected display. Usopp, astonished, remarked, "They just fainted like that, Captain. Your conqueror's haki is truly remarkable." Chopper, his eyes sparkling with wonder, exclaimed, "Big brother, you didn't even move, and they just passed out. That's incredible." As the companions excitedly discussed the astonishing turn of events, a colossal pillar of lightning suddenly descended from above, prompting them to swiftly evade the impending strike. Once the lightning dissipated, a man wielding a golden staff floated above them, surveying Zhang Yufan and his group. Zhang Yufan quickly accessed the system to glean information about this individual. Name, Enel potential combat growth level. SS current combat level. Age, 36 height. 2.66 meters gender. Male weapon, golden staff devil fruit. Rumble fruit bounty. None equipment card. None description, ruler of Skypia. Self-proclaimed deity, commanding four priests. He appears lethargic, often yawning or cleaning his ears, yet possesses a cruel disposition, dismissing even female adversaries. Enel looked down upon the gathering, laughing, "Yahahaha, quite impressive. You've managed to defeat so many, yet evaded my retribution. Now, commoners, kneel before your thunder god." Bartolomeo grinned wickedly, "Hey, you boastful deity of Skypia, let's see if your prowess matches your bravado. Otherwise, this will be quite dull, wouldn't you agree?" Bagus, exhilarated, chimed in. "We ha ha ha. You're absolutely right. I hope you can withstand this encounter, or it will lose its thrill." Enel retorted, "Oh, your audacity is commendable. It has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me so. You lot likely won't even graze my skin. Allow me to serve you a grand feast of lightning." After a brief pause, he continued, "Long time no see, former deity gone for. Let me share some news. Those subordinates of yours whom I captured years ago are still laboring for me. Each one a remarkable asset. Especially useful, yahahaha." For, enraged, demanded, "Enel, what have you done to them? We do not require your kind of deity in Skypia. Once I dethrone you, I will rescue them." Wappa interjected, "Enel, you stand alone now. It is time we settled the score." Enel, finding these interruptions bothersome, pondered whether he should annihilate their entire lineage or rob them of their wealth. It seemed he had indeed pilfered their gold. These blue sea fools had come here in search of the fabled land of gold, hoping to claim the treasures. The Shandia's relentless desire to return to their homeland was likely fueled by the same greed for gold. Whether Four was aware of the gold's existence remained uncertain, though his motive to expel Enel likely aligned with this pursuit. It would be best to eliminate them all, ensuring a moment of peace for his ears. Furthermore, these blue sea intruders dared to look down upon him. The thunder god, they must taste the might of his lightning. He longed to return to his rightful place, a realm referred to as the Infinite Land, and soon he would reclaim it, undeterred by their interference. Zhang Yufan declared. Enough? You are not a match for Enel. Merely observe. Bages, it is your turn now to bring this lofty god down. Bages revealed a mischievous smile as he nodded and stepped forward into the sky where Enelu was situated. The warriors of Sandia who followed were left astonished. How could this fellow ascend to the heavens without any additional equipment? Such marvel. Enelu transformed his wrist into a linear bolt of lightning, launching an attack at Bages, exclaiming with a grin, "Yeah, quite intriguing. I never imagined you could traverse the sky. Allow me to demonstrate my continuous thunder strike." Bolts of lightning relentlessly surged towards Bages, yet he deftly evaded them. Approaching Enelu and enveloping his fist with armament hockey, he delivered a powerful punch, declaring, "Now it's your turn to taste my fist." Although Enelu had elementalized his body, Bages' punch landed solidly on his abdomen, sending him flying backward and crashing through the palace wall, creating a gaping hole. The onlookers, apart from Zhang Yufan and his companions, were left dumbfounded, witnessing Enelu being struck down. Why hadn't Bages' fist penetrated Enelu's body? What kind of technique was this? Confusion was etched on their faces. Bages laughed heartily. Waha. Enelu, you can't be so easily dispatched, can you? If that were the case, you'd be dubbed a god of death, useless and dead. Unable to withstand even a single punch, Enelu emerged from the palace, blood trickling from his mouth as he coughed, retorting, "What a jest. I am a god. How could I perish so easily? What kind of technique is this that could strike me?" Bages chuckled. "That is the armament hockey taught to me by the captain. Quite a delightful experience. Wouldn't you agree?" He then dashed towards Enelu once more. Enelu, not to be outdone, swiftly maneuvered using lightning, positioning himself behind Bages. Simultaneously, he struck the taiko on his right shoulder, unleashing the lightning he had generated in the form of a phoenix-shaped thunderbird, racing towards Bages in an attempt to electrify him. While also summoning a colossal pillar of lightning from above, Enel shouted, "Receive my 30 million volts, Thunderbird, and divine retribution." Bages, at his utmost speed and with observation hockey, effortlessly dodged Enelu's formidable assault, leaving a massive crater in the ground where the lightning struck. Without hesitation, Enelu unleashed his 30 million volts, Thunder Beast, striking the taiko on his left shoulder, forming a wolf-shaped thunder wolf that charged at Bages, followed by his 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon, striking both shoulders taiko to conjure a gigantic thunder dragon that also charged forward. Yet again, Bages swiftly evaded, while his own attacks failed to connect, leading to a stalemate as neither could gain the upper hand. With a hint of exasperation, Bages called out, "Enelu, don't run away. Let us engage in a proper fistfight." Enelu replied with a smirk, "I'm not foolish enough to engage in close combat when I know your strength surpasses mine, but I have underestimated you until now." Observing the situation below, Zhang Yufan chuckled. "Sanji, your speed should exceed that of Enelu's. Go and test your mettle against him, and perhaps take over for Bages. This stalemate won't yield results anytime soon." Sanji nodded, leaping into action, his legs transforming into springs. Swiftly replacing the somewhat unsatisfied Bages, he began to bounce around Enelu, executing rapid spring jumps, his speed astonishingly quick. Enelu, caught off guard, fell victim to Sanji's barrage of relentless kicks, without granting Enelu a moment for retaliation. Sanji pummeled him for a solid 2 minutes, the scene verging on tragic as he nearly knocked the life out of Enelu. As the crowd witnessed Sanji's merciless assault on Enelu, their initial thrill gave way to sympathy, fearing he might be beaten beyond recognition. With Enelu bloodied and unconscious, Sanji nodded in satisfaction, carrying him back to Zhang Yufan's side. The onlookers erupted in cheers, having finally defeated Enelu, while the four priests stood in shock, realizing their god had truly been vanquished by these denizens of the Blue Sea. Zhang Yufan gestured for Sanji to observe, then smiled at Robin, saying, "Come with me. I shall show you the historical text here." Robin, brimming with excitement, replied, "Captain, there's a historical text here." "Where? Lead me to it." Zhang Yufan guided Robin to the peak of the colossal P, while the others attended to remaining matters and informed the island's residents of Enelu's defeat at the hands of Zhang Yufan and his crew. Soon arriving at their destination, Robin examined the historical text, while Zhang Yufan rang the golden bell, producing a melodious sound that resonated throughout the entire Sky Island. Suddenly, a gigantic python appeared before Zhang Yufan, seemingly reveling in the bell's chime. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to review its information. Name: Lord of the Sky, Python, Combat Power Growth Potential Level. B current combat power level. C age: 164 years. Height: 5.4 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a colossal python with a lengthy body. The venom from its fangs can swiftly wither trees. That it is the grandson of the snake god, Kashi, from 400 years ago, a guardian of the Sky Island, fond of the golden bell's sound. Once the bell's resonance ceased, the Lord of the Sky was forcefully subdued by Zhang Yufan. This python possessed considerable combat power and could be nurtured into the true guardian beast of the Sky Island. Safeguarding the vicinity while Zhang Yufan awaited Robin's interpretation of the historical text. Meanwhile, on Gaia Island, 1,000 meters below in the Grand Line, Kulikate, along with the monkey and gorilla, rested on chairs outside their abode. Astonished by the delightful sound of the bell echoing from above, Kulikate laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. There's only one bell capable of resonating over such distances. Zhang Yufan and the others have truly found the golden bell and rung it. The monkey remarked in astonishment. The sound is emanating from the heavens. The gorilla added, it's indeed astonishing. Kulikate gazed skyward with a smile. Golden country truly exists above, just as Zhang Yufan and the others claimed. And there are indeed people living there. My ancestors, Roland, spoke no falsehood. It is all real. The monkey chuckled. Father, today is a splendid day. We must celebrate accordingly. The gorilla agreed. Father, the monkey is right. I shall prepare for the festivities. In the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island, those who had doubted the existence of the Sky Island and Golden Country were rendered speechless upon hearing the enchanting chime from above. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The legends were, indeed, true. Returning to the Sky Island, Robin had completed her interpretation of the historical text, though with some disappointment, for it was not the information she sought. Zhang Yufan approached Robin with a smile, asking, Robin, have you finished your interpretation? If so, let us depart. Robin nodded. Captain, why is there a large python following you? I've completed my interpretation. Aren't you curious about its content? Or do you already know? Zhang Yufan replied with a grin. This is the Lord of the Sky, a guardian-like presence of the Sky Island whom I just subdued. That I do indeed know the content. It merely reveals that the ancient weapon, Poseidon, is located at Fishman Island, along with the words left by Pirate King Roger. Let us go down. Robin exclaimed in surprise. You truly know. What a mysterious man you are. Let us go. Meanwhile, Wapol, preparing to confront four after Zhang Yufan and Robin's departure, was just about to strike when he heard the long-awaited bell chime. The warriors of Sandia shed tears. They had finally accomplished their mission. Wapol, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, Great warrior Calgera, did you see? The light of the Shandora has been rekindled once more. I shall not allow it to extinguish again. For lowered his head, tears falling as he remarked. Wapol, I have come to a profound understanding of my mistakes. You may dispose of me as you wish. Let us conclude this century-long conflict. Wapol, seething with anger, retorted, You think it ends simply because you say so? Do those warriors who lost their lives in this struggle agree? With that, Wapol prepared to fire a cannon at four, only to be intercepted by Zhang Yufan descending from above. That he stated, Enough. Wapol, continuing this fight serves no purpose. Moreover, death would be a release for four. Only living can serve as punishment, allowing him to atone for his sins. Wapol gradually calmed, respectfully addressing Zhang Yufan. Mr. Zhang Yufan, why does the Lord of the Sky accompany you so obediently? To directly kill him would indeed be too merciful. Living is the true torment. I am profoundly grateful to you for reigniting the beacon of hope in our Pandora, Zhang Yufan remarked with a smile. This is my latest acquisition. From this day forth, the Sky Island shall be my dominion, governed by my rule. All previous unjust laws shall be abolished, and Wappa, you may return to your homeland. Clockter, overhearing Zhang Yufan's words, was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this young lad's cunning surpassed his own by a considerable margin. It had been but a short time since his arrival, and he had nearly secured an island with virtually no losses, likely compelling others to willingly submit to him. The warriors of Sandia were similarly stunned, not expecting even the Lord of the Skies to be subdued. However, this was hardly surprising, given Zhang Yufan's formidable prowess. Wappa was the first to speak. Mr. Zhang Yufan, until now, you have not slain a single soul on the Sky Island, not even your enemies, which indicates that you are not a bloodthirsty individual. Furthermore, your displayed strength and other attributes are impressive. Thus, I lend you my support. Kamakili added, Mr. Zhang Yufan, I am exceedingly grateful to you for enabling our Sandia tribe to fulfill our mission. Along with Wappa's sentiments, I too offer my backing. The other Sandia warriors nodded in agreement, reflecting on how, without Zhang Yufan's intervention, they would still be under the oppressive thumb of Enel, and their grievances with Ford would have persisted, potentially resulting in countless casualties. Ford, with a wry smile, remarked, "Mr. Zhang Yufan, I have only now come to realize the errors of my past actions. I no longer possess the right to continue as a god, especially since you have liberated everyone on the Sky Island. I believe you two are a champion of the people, so I have no objections." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Very well, let us first seek out Ford's former subordinates. Wappa, please invite your tribe's chieftain to join us in this matter. And later tonight, we shall hold a feast to celebrate." They all dispersed to attend to their respective tasks, while the others observed the Lord of the Skies. Zhang Yufan called Nami over and cheerfully inquired, "Nami, would you like some gold?" Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked, "Yufan, where is the gold?" Zhang Yufan took Nami's hand and led her into the gaping maw of the Lord of the Skies. After a brief exploration, they discovered some gold nestled among the rubble, and Nami's face lit up with exhilaration. They also collected the scattered stones, and before long, everything was cleared away as they exited the Lord of the Skies. Zhang Yufan laid the gold upon the ground, and Usopp, upon seeing the vast amount, inquired, "Nami, how much do you think this gold is worth?" Nami responded with a grin, "This could fetch around 300 million berries." Zhang Yufan then explored the nearby skies and located the Arc Maxim, crafted by Enel, on the map within the system, subsequently storing it in his inventory to present to his companions. Everyone marveled at the ship, acknowledging Enel's ingenuity in constructing a vessel from gold, a testament to the mindset of someone with wealth but lacking in other pursuits. Nami, enthralled by the golden ship, eagerly hopped aboard, exploring every inch with a sense of wonder. At that moment, Enel regained consciousness, yet was bound by the weapons made of sea prism stone that Zhang Yufan had procured from Wappa, leaving him weak and slumped on the ground, seeing his ship snatched away. Enel seethed, "You scoundrels, depart from my vessel at once. Otherwise, once I recover, I shall electrocute you." Bartolomeo approached Enel and slapped him across the face, declaring, "You have been reduced to this pitiful state, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly? You are now our prisoner, no longer a god." Beja smirked and remarked, "Brothers, this fellow remains so audacious. Let us teach him a lesson." A few companions encircled Enel, mercilessly kicking him as Leaky chimed in. "Enel, you truly are asking for it. Do you not realize your current predicament?" Batten interjected. "Indeed, those 4 priests were far more sensible." Enel thought to himself, "You lot better watch out. If I find an opportunity to escape, I will return stronger than ever to take my revenge." Zhang Yufan, grinning, said, "Enel, you do not belong in this small realm of the Sky Island. Rather, come with us to the Blue Sea, where we shall create chaos." Enel retorted petulantly, "I refuse. I intend to sail to my rightful destination." Zhang Yufan smirked, "That cannot be. Your ship is now my trophy. If you wish to reclaim it, your performance will determine that, and as a prisoner, you have no right to refuse." With that, he turned his attention away from the irate Enel and approached the 4 priests and the soldiers. Zhang Yufan said with a smile, "I shall escort your god to the Blue Sea. As for you, remain on the Sky Island to assist the proxy god I select in protecting the people here. I grant you this one opportunity. Your choice between life and death rests solely with you." The 4 priests and the soldiers fell into contemplation. With their god captured and unable to flee, they realized they could not save him. Unless they wished for death, they had no choice but to comply. Ultimately, they chose to live and assist the proxy god, prompting Zhang Yufan to instruct his companions to release them. Having concluded these matters, everyone busied themselves preparing for the evening's banquet. Time passed swiftly, and night fell, bringing joy as all recognized that the war had finally ended. They gathered at the feast to eat, drink, and revel together. Yet one remained discontent, and that was Enel, seething with fury at having his ship stolen and himself captured, with all his subordinates surrendering, leaving him with nothing. Usopp animatedly recounted his various fantastical exploits in the Blue Sea to the inhabitants of the Sky Island, captivating them with his tales. Ford conversed with the chieftain of the Sandia tribe for an extended period. Ultimately reaching a reconciliation, Ford turned to Zhang Yufan and asked, "God, what are your plans now? Will you remain here?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "We have pressing matters to attend to in the Blue Sea, necessitating our departure for an extended period. Thus, I require a proxy god to oversee the Sky Island, and the most suitable candidate is Ford, who possesses prior experience in governance." Ford shook his head. "My past errors are too grave. I am no longer worthy of such a role." The chieftain is far more appropriate, as this is their land. The chieftain chuckled. Ford, given the current circumstances, you are indeed the most fitting choice. We of the Sandia tribe are warriors. We can fight without issue, but managing this island is beyond our capabilities, so do not refuse. Kamakili added with a smile. Ford, since both the god and the chieftain have spoken, you should accept. Managing this place is also a form of atonement. Thereafter, regardless of which faction they belonged to, the people were eager for Ford to assume the role of proxy god, urging him to return to governance. And ultimately, he acquiesced. Zhang Yufan declared with a smile. Wappa and Kamakili, you two shall accompany me to the Blue Seed. We shall require more powerful individuals to assist us in our endeavors, for the safety of the Sky Island. Fret not. In the coming days, I shall cultivate several warriors even stronger than you. Wappa replied, God, to cultivate warriors stronger than us in just a few days is virtually impossible. The others from the Sky Island shared a similar sentiment. Pondering whether Zhang Yufan possessed some extraordinary ability yet to be revealed, as it seemed unlikely he could be so confident otherwise, Nami, with a smile, reassured them, do not doubt him. Yufan is truly remarkable. You will witness his prowess soon enough, so do not be overly astonished. Zhang Yufan added with a grin. For now, let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, Brahm, Jebao, and Laki will come to see you. I shall demonstrate my special abilities. The inhabitants of the Sky Island were astonished, realizing their new god possessed such extraordinary capabilities, which truly was impressive. Zhang Yufan engaged in further discussions with the chief and four regarding several management issues, new laws, personnel arrangements, and ultimately, military matters. Given the limited time in the evening, their discourse was brief, and it was decided to postpone the remaining discussions until the following day, after the banquet concluded, for arranged sleeping accommodations for everyone. With smiles adorning their faces, all drifted into a deep slumber, summoning the system's sprite Xiaoming with a mere thought. Zhang Yufan reviewed the day's gains. Upon her emergence, Xiaoming proclaimed, Master, congratulations on acquiring 26.5 million berries. 2 pineapples, 3 mangoes, for peaches, 5 grapes, 2 fish, meat, and advanced equipment cards for swordsmanship, X2, alongside 2 basic iron blocks. After perusing the list, Zhang Yufan reflected on the bountiful rewards, realizing he could enhance his companion's combat prowess, allowing him to enjoy a restful sleep. The next morning, as everyone gathered, Zhang Yufan beamed at the 3 individuals before him and said, Are you prepared? Let us commence. The trio inhaled deeply, awaiting the signal. With another thought, Zhang Yufan equipped Balahamu with advanced stamina, strength, defense, speed, and initial recovery abilities, alongside intermediate accuracy and basic observation and armament hockey, elevating his combat rank from B to S. He then bestowed upon Jiebao intermediate stamina, strength, defense, speed, and accuracy, along with intermediate gun skills and basic hockey, raising his rank from C to A. Lastly, he equipped Laki with similar enhancements, also transforming his rank from C to A. As they observed Zhang Yufan standing still, curiosity flickered in their eyes. Suddenly, a surge of formidable power coursed through them, evoking a sense of exhilaration. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Vappa and Kamachili, why not test the newfound strength of these 3? You shall be astonished. Vappa, bewildered, replied, God, they have become so strong. This is truly miraculous. I shall give it a try. Kamachili echoed his astonishment. God, are you certain we should battle them together? The fight will surely end swiftly. Bulahamu and his companions radiated excitement, anticipating the prospect of defeating the 2 mightiest warriors of the Sandia tribe, which would undoubtedly astonish everyone present. The other warriors of the Sandia tribe, equally exhilarated, urged them to engage swiftly. Without further ado, both sides approached each other unarmed, ready to clash with their bare fists. Vappa and Kamachili charged at the trio, exchanging powerful punches that sent them reeling backward with each encounter. In a sudden turn, Vappa found himself felled by Bulahamu's kick, his expression one of disbelief at the exaggerated increase in power that had so effortlessly overcome him. Kamachili met a similar fate at the hands of Jiebao and Laki, equally astonished at their enhanced speed and strength, realizing he was no match for them now. The transformation bestowed by Zhang Yufan's unique abilities rendered their newfound strength utterly incredible. As Vappa rose from the ground, he exclaimed in astonishment, The power you 3 possess is somewhat terrifying. Even our combined efforts cannot overcome you. Kamachili nodded in agreement. Indeed, with such formidable strength, We can confidently accompany God on adventures in the blue sea. Bulahamu and his companions shared a silly grin, having truly bested the Sandia tribe's mightiest warriors, leaving the onlooking inhabitants of the Sky Island in awe. Zhang Yufan addressed Bulahamu, "From this moment forth, you shall serve as the captain of the Sky Island Guard. Jibao and Laki will act as your vice-captains, and you may select the remaining members as you see fit." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, impart the dual hockey techniques to them, including those in the Divine Arms Brigade and the 4 priests. I hope you can unite in camaraderie. This way, even when faced with formidable foes, you will stand a fighting chance." Everyone nodded in agreement. While their past grievances would not fade swiftly, time would eventually smooth the edges. Zhang Yufan resumed discussions with the chief and 4 regarding the previous night's topics, subsequently selecting several talented individuals to assist 4 in managing the Sky Island. They spent a few days on the island, during which Zhang Yufan elevated Kamachili and Vappa's combat ranks from B to S. Alongside slight improvements in several other companions, he also acquired a significant amount of shellfish and several transportation vehicles from the Sky Island, all intended for use in the Blue Sea. Throughout these days, Enel had been rather restless, enduring his fair share of beatings. One morning, after organizing all matters, Zhang Yufan led his crew aboard the ship. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing to return to the Blue Sea. The affairs of the Sky Island are entrusted to you. Should any significant matters arise, do not hesitate to contact me via the transponder snail. Farewell." Bulahamu replied with a smile. "God, the safety of the Sky Island's inhabitants rests in my hands. Rest assured, farewell." For added, "God, I shall also ensure the proper management of the Sky Island, preventing further strife. Farewell." With a throng of well-wishers on the shore, Zhang Yufan's ship set sail towards the farthest reaches of the White Sea. With the assistance of the ultra-fast shrimp of the White Sea, they swiftly arrived, bringing forth the 2 balloon-transforming octopuses they had previously captured to equip the ship. As the vessel departed the Sky Island, it began its descent towards the Blue Sea, 7,000 meters below. The crew reveled in the surrounding scenery, savoring the sensation of flying through the sky. The most exhilarated were the animals, who had never gazed down from such heights, eagerly observing their surroundings. Had it not been for the 2 octopuses, the ship would have certainly met a disastrous fate upon plummeting from such altitudes. However, the crew was largely unfazed, as many could traverse the air with ease. After a considerable duration, the ship landed smoothly upon the waters of the Grand Line, whereupon they returned the octopuses to the sea. Vappa inquired, "Captain, is this truly the Blue Sea?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. "Indeed, prepare to embrace your new adventures." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal wave surged behind the ship, prompting the crew to spring into action to maintain control. The winds intensified, and soon rain began to pour, followed shortly by snow. Kamachili exclaimed in astonishment, "Captain, the weather here in the Blue Sea is extraordinarily fickle." Zhang Yufan chuckled. "The climate here is notoriously chaotic. Such variability is to be expected." After sailing for quite some time, they finally spotted an island, and the ship soon docked. The crew disembarked, and Zhang Yufan stored the ship within his spatial storage. Enel had become considerably more subdued, no longer requiring restraints, for he had learned that the ship Zhang Yufan had seemingly made disappear was actually contained within a special space only Zhang Yufan could access. Even if he attempted to flee now, he could not escape the infinite lands, especially with Sanji, whose speed and power surpassed his own, poised to recapture him swiftly. Should he be caught, a thorough beating from the crew would be inevitable. The path to realizing his dreams was proving to be exceedingly arduous. They had arrived at Long Chain Island, comprised of 10 smaller islands forming a circular shape, aptly named for its resemblance to a long chain. The island teemed with peculiar creatures. Chopper glanced around, astonished, and queried, "Big brother, is that just a deer? Why is its body so elongated?" Kaya chimed in from another side. "Everyone, look, there's an extraordinarily long dog over there. It's probably 6 meters long." Usopp approached the dog, commanding it to shake hands, sit, and perform various tasks, all executed flawlessly. When Usopp instructed the dog to stand on its hind legs, its eyes gleamed with excitement as it complied. Leaving the other companions in awe, Nami remarked, "Surrounded by such long-bodied animals, what is the situation on this island?" Usopp speculated, "Do you think the inhabitants might share similar elongated physiques?" Koby replied with a smile, "Perhaps there is some truth to that. Let us proceed further and see if we can encounter any people." Upon witnessing these extraordinary creatures, the crowd was equally astonished. After advancing a short distance, Koya spotted a remarkably tall horse and exclaimed with delight, "Everyone, come quickly. This horse is simply magnificent. It is also very gentle, and it even has a saddle. Its owner must be nearby." Chopper chuckled and added, "It says its name is Exuli.it has been waiting here for 9 years without seeing its owner return." Zhang Yufan sensed a presence nearby and discovered a man atop the horse. Promptly making his way toward him, he found an elderly man with a white beard who was pleading for help, and Zhang Yufan assisted him down. The elderly man smiled and said, "Young man, I am immensely grateful for your help. My name is Dongjite, and I belong to the nomadic people of Changlian Island. Welcome to our land." Chopper, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle Dongjite, what is a nomadic people?" Dongjite replied with a smile. "This Changlian Island is typically divided into 10 smaller islands by the sea, and we are a free-spirited people who migrate every 3 years to inhabit one of these islands." Noki, still perplexed, asked, "Then, Uncle Dongjite, how do you travel to the other islands? Do you take a boat?" Dongjite explained, "We do not possess the skills of navigation. Having a boat would be of no use to us. However, there is one day each year when the tide recedes for a few hours, revealing the entire island, and we seize that opportunity to migrate on horseback to the next island." The crowd was intrigued by this lifestyle, finding it quite fascinating, a way to live freely and joyfully. Koby, still curious, asked, "Uncle Dongjite, how did you end up atop these 2 bamboo poles?" Dongjite responded, "Since childhood, I have had a penchant for stilt walking. 9 years ago, I sought to challenge the world record for stilt walking that I managed to climb up, but my fear of heights, combined with the incredible height of the stilts, left me too frightened to descend." Enel laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha, uncle, how could you be so foolish? You've made me laugh to tears." Sanji, overhearing Enel's mockery of Dongjite, retorted, "You, the failure, dare to mock others?" He then dragged Enel aside, and a few companions began to give him a good kicking. Dongjite, resigned, continued, "Thus, I remained atop the bamboo for 9 years, subsisting on the fruits from above, while these poles grew taller year after year. Standing there at the time was truly terrifying." Usopp, astonished, remarked, "Uncle Dongjite, you stayed on stilts for 9 years. What incredible perseverance." The group was left speechless. This man was indeed quite remarkable. Just then, Shueli, from a distance, saw Dongjite and joyfully rushed toward him. Dongjite beamed and said, "You are Shueli. I can hardly believe you have been waiting for me all this time. A decade has passed, and you must have felt so lonely. From now on, I shall never leave your side." Shueli cheerfully responded, "I am so happy to see you again, my master. Now, the wait has been worthwhile. I trust that you would always return for me." No one had anticipated that the owner Shueli had been waiting for all this time was standing right above her for 10 years. The distance between them was perhaps the most profound in the world. This horse named Shueli was indeed a loyal steed, demonstrating her deep affection for Dongjite. Otherwise, she would have left long ago. Shueli joyously carried Dongjite as they galloped across the plains, and Dongjite, perched on her back, was filled with elation. After a while, they returned to Zhang Yufan and the others. Dongjite invited Zhang Yufan and his companions to his home, saying, "Now that I have Shueli, I can go find everyone." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Uncle Dongjite, do you wish to find your kin right away?" Dongjite sighed, "I would love to, but time does not permit. The tide has not yet receded." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "I have a solution. My companions and I will first explore to determine which island your people inhabit. Once we find it, we will bring you there from above." Dongjite was taken aback and asked, "From above? Can you really fly?" Zhang Yufan merely smiled and did not elaborate, instead demonstrating the truth by leading 9 companions who possessed the ability to walk on air and had observation hockey outside. Following the directions indicated on the system's map, Zhang Yufan assigned each of the 9 companions a specific direction to head toward. Thus, to the astonishment of Dongjite, they began to ascend into the sky. With the aid of their observation hockey, the group quickly located Dongjite's kin and returned to share the good news with him. Dongjite then began to gather his belongings in preparation for their reunion. Zhang Yufan instructed Beijis and Regicide to carry one of the others each, guiding them swiftly to the dwelling of Dongjite's people. Upon their arrival, Dongjite's kin rejoiced at reuniting with him after 9 years. Expressing their gratitude to Zhang Yufan and his companions, after bidding farewell to Dongjite and his family, Zhang Yufan and the others strolled around the island for a while before returning to their ship to continue their voyage across the sea. While dining on the deck, a sudden barrage of cannonballs flew toward them, intercepted without a scratch by Jim. Usopp and Oka looked in the direction from which the cannonballs had come and spotted a naval warship in the distance. They retaliated with a few improved buggy cannonballs. A man, wearing a helmet and sporting curly black hair, with a gaunt face and a missing upper tooth, clad in armor and draped in a cloak emblazoned with the word justice, sliced through the cannonballs with his sword. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name: T. Ping combat growth potential level, S. Current combat level, B. Age, 50, height, 2 meters, gender, male, weapon, bamboo sword. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Profile, known as the ship-slicing hero T. Ping, a colonel in the Navy headquarters, capable of slicing pirate ships like steaks, though he appears intimidating. He possesses a strong sense of justice and cares deeply for his subordinates. He is a man of great integrity, with a motto of do good deeds every day. Bartolomeo cheerfully remarked, "At last, we have encountered a naval warship at sea for the first time." Zoro grinned and said, "That naval officer seems skilled with a sword. I'll go have some fun with him." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Sure, Koby should join you. These Navy officers aren't bad, just knock them out, but don't kill them." The two nodded and made their way to the warship. At that moment, T. Ping declared, "Pirates, surrender at once and accompany me back to Judicial Island to face justice." Zoro replied defiantly, "Not a chance. We still have unfinished business. Since you're a swordsman as well, let us have a duel." While Zoro and T. Ping exchanged words, Koby had already dealt with the Navy soldiers and chimed in. "Zoro, hurry up and take him down. We need to get back to our meal. I'm going to scavenge some supplies from this ship." Furious, T. Ping retorted, "You despicable pirate. How dare you harm my subordinates? Taste my blade." He swung his sword at Koby, only for Zoro to intercept the attack with a powerful strike, sending T. Ping flying. Regaining his footing, T. Ping unleashed his technique, right-angle flying bird, Ping big bird, creating a sword wave shaped like a bird's head that shot towards Zoro. Zoro countered with one sword style, 360 troublesome phoenix, forcefully pushing back against T. Ping's attack until he ultimately knocked him unconscious. Afterward, Zoro and Koby proceeded to loot the warship's supplies and soon returned to the ship to resume their meal. Usopp and Chopper sat by the side of the vessel, enjoying the fish Sanji had cooked. When Oka, stationed at the lookout, shouted, "Captain, not far ahead, there's a giant frog that can swim freely." The crew was aware that typical frogs only swam in a frogstroke manner, making this free-swimming giant frog quite a spectacle. Most of the crew went over to observe. Chopper exclaimed in surprise, "Usopp, look, there really is a giant frog swimming swiftly. Where is it headed?" Usopp, equally astonished, replied, "Chopper, look, not far ahead of the frog. There's a train traveling on the water. It seems to be swimming toward it. How can a train even move on the sea?" The onlookers beheld an astonishing sight, a train racing swiftly across the tumultuous sea, defying the odds and remaining aloft. Much to their amazement, Zhang Yufan utilized the system to inspect its details. Name: Houming, combat potential growth level, D. Current combat level, F. Age, 15 years, height, 2.74 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Description: a pet of Tom's studio, a sumo frog, also a proficient swimmer in freestyle. Following the shock of Tom's demise, it challenges the smoking sea train daily, bearing countless scars as a result. Houming drew nearer to the train. Crouching on the tracks submerged in the ocean, preparing to launch an attack, the sea train, undeterred by the obstacle ahead, charged forward, sending Houming hurtling away upon impact. Kamachili chuckled, remarking, "Vappa, this azure sea is indeed fascinating. We've scarcely arrived and already witnessed such peculiar phenomena." Vappa replied with a grin, "Indeed, that large frog is quite the valiant warrior, boldly confronting the sea train with its bare hands." Inada laughed heartily. "Yahaha, is that frog foolish? Is it challenging the sea train to a contest of strength?" The group paid Enelu no mind as their ship approached a distant station, where they spotted a grandmother with a beaming smile, a bottle of wine in her left hand, seated alongside a cheerful little girl cradling a blue rabbit. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Kekalo, combat potential growth level, D. Current combat level, F. Age, 69 years, height, 1.68 meters, gender, female, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Description: the station master of the Swift Station in Water 7, originating from Fishman Island, belonging to the Silver Fishmen. She is plump, kind-hearted, and somewhat cunning. Having surpassed the age of 30, her fishtail has transformed into legs, allowing her to walk on land. She once served as a secretary at Tom's shipbuilding company and now lives with her granddaughter. Chimney.name. Timney. Combat potential growth level. D. Current combat level. F. Age, 9 years. Height, 1.15 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description. Kekulo's granddaughter, exceptionally clever and agile, possessing 1/4 mermaid blood, which grants her excellent swimming skills. She has a pet rabbit named Kuenbei. As Zhang Yufan's pirate ship appeared before them, Kekulo greeted warmly, "Hello, welcome to Swift Station. My name is Kekulo, and I am the station master." The adorable Timney chimed in. "Hello, I'm Timney, and this rabbit is Kunbai." The group introduced themselves in turn, learning that the sea train was a unique phenomenon in this world that asked for its ability to traverse the ocean. It was due to the tracks laid beneath the sea surface, allowing the train to glide upon them. Koby inquired, "Grandma Kekulo, on our way here, we encountered a frog that swims freestyle and even clashed with the sea train. Do you know it?" Timney responded, "The frog you speak of is named Hangong. It's quite the nuisance at our station, always seeking to compare its strength to that of the sea train. Even after being knocked away, it returns shortly to continue its antics, and we are at a loss as to how to deal with it." Zhang Yufan dispatched Sanji and Noki to retrieve Hangong and provide some guidance. Thus, Hangong's inner turmoil was resolved, leading it to become the guardian of the sea train's safety rather than its adversary. After receiving a map to the next island and an introduction letter from Mayor Iceberg from Kekulo, they bid farewell and set forth toward their next destination. Along the way, Zhang Yufan contacted the giant Doli, arranging for them to converge in Water City to welcome back the two giants stationed at Judicial Island. Before long, a stunning Water City came into view, featuring a magnificent fountain at its center, leaving the group in awe of the picturesque scene, a testament to the finest shipwrights in the world. Their pirate ship boldly sailed through the main entrance, prompting a resident to exclaim, "Hey, are you pirates here to plunder our city?" Nami replied with a smile, "No, we are here to construct a new ship. Could you direct us to Mayor Iceberg's residence? We have matters to discuss with him. And where can we find a treasure exchange?" The resident indicated, "If you seek the mayor, you'll find him at that largest residence. As for the exchange, it's near the shipyard. Inquire within the city, and you'll find your way." After expressing their gratitude, the group was advised by the townsfolk to dock their ship in the back street. Once secured, they decided to leave most of their animals aboard to prevent causing panic among the residents. That a portion of the crew ventured out freely while the remainder accompanied Zhang Yufan to gather information about the treasure exchange. Nami then began to negotiate fiercely with the exchange's representative, ultimately securing a deal to sell all the treasures for a staggering 500 million. The sight of such wealth left Nami visibly exhilarated, her eyes sparkling as she embraced several crates of money while exiting the exchange. Subsequently, Zhang Yufan proceeded to Mayor Iceberg's residence, only to be informed by the guards that he had gone to the shipyard. Upon learning the location, he made his way there. Meanwhile, not long after Zhang Yufan's party left their ship, a group of pirates set their sights on the treasures aboard. One pirate lackey questioned, "Captain, are we really going to rob the ship?" "That's a notorious pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. The captain, wielding a long knife, replied, "If we're scared, what kind of pirates are we? Let us cover our faces, seize their treasures, and leave a mark of another pirate crew behind. They won't suspect us." Another lackey exclaimed, "Captain, your ingenuity is remarkable. My admiration for you flows endlessly like a river." The pirate captain reveled in the flattery, making preparations as they swiftly approached Zhang Yufan's ship. On board, Xiaobai spotted the approaching group of armed individuals and exclaimed, "Ricky, there's a gang of armed pirates rapidly approaching our ship. They must be after our treasures." Ricky chuckled, "Oh, these fools have no idea how strong our captain is, who gave them the audacity to target our treasures." Xiaoqing added with a giggle, "Hee hee, too bad they won't get anything. Not a single treasure is aboard." I wonder what expressions they were upon hearing that news. Betty and grinned mischievously, "I'll treat them to a spicy feast. They'll surely be grateful." Nyojia, fuming, declared, "Dare they covet my master's treasures? Let us go teach them a lesson." Consequently, the pirates found themselves surrounded by the animals, who treated them to a final extravagant meal, far spicier than they anticipated. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yufan continued on his way, he suddenly received a system reward, prompting him to halt and use observation haki to sense his surroundings. Nami, puzzled, asked, "Yufan, Why did you stop all of a sudden? Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. A group of pirates attempted to attack our ship, but Ricky and the others dealt with them. The others expressed their astonishment at the audacity of those pirates, daring to attack their ship without understanding the consequences. Zhang Yufan also sensed numerous individuals trailing them, leading to a secluded spot where he remarked, "You must be weary from following us for so long. Come out." A peculiar man, adorned with spectacles and clad in fishnet stockings, surrounded Zhang Yufan and his companions with a group of followers. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine the information of the two individuals standing before him. Name: Zanbai. Potential growth level: D. Current combat level: D. Age: 28. Height: 1.87 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: longsword. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Profile: the captain of the Frankie family. He once applied to be a shipwright at Carrera Company, but faced rejection, leading to his profound disappointment. Initially a petty thug in the backstreets, he encountered Frankie and became his subordinate, often being among those closest to Frankie outside the Square Sisters. Name: Danzy. Potential growth level: D. Current combat level: D. Age: 27. Height: 1.97 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: longsword. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Profile: a subordinate of Frankie. He enjoys acting alongside Zanbai. His egg-shaped physique is his most distinctive feature. Nami, perplexed, inquired, "Who are you all? Why are you following us?" Zanbai chuckled and replied, "We are the fearsome members of the Frankie family, here to claim the heads of you pirates and collect the bounty on you, including the 500 million berries you recently exchanged." Regis laughed, saying, "I can only commend your courage, but your combat prowess is severely lacking. Are you not afraid of being killed instead?" Regis chuckled, "Wah, you certainly have guts. You've successfully caught my attention. Are you ready to be mere punchbags?" Sanji smiled and added, "Do you fellows prefer to be steamed or fried?" In an instant, Sanji and his companions struck down all of Zanbai's group without taking their lives, compelling them to lead the way to their leader, Frankie. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a man with blue hair, clad only in black swim trunks, accompanied by two sisters sporting block-shaped hairstyles. Zhang Yufan checked their information through the system. Name: Frankie. Potential growth level: S. Current combat level: C. Age: 33. Height: 2.25 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: his entire body. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Profile: a shipwright with exceptional construction skills. Frankie possesses a flamboyant personality, yet he is passionate and loyal. Easily moved to tears, sometimes even taking out a guitar to play. He enjoys singing and dancing oddly, often donning only a pair of shorts, and as a cyborg, he conceals various weapons, dreaming of constructing a ship made from atom wood. Name: Chiwei. Potential growth level: C. Current combat level: D. Age: 21. Height: 1.77 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: longsword. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Profile: known as one half of the Block Sisters alongside Moss. Her most prominent feature is her block-shaped hairstyle, which causes her to nearly lose her balance when walking against the wind. She is fiercely loyal to Frankie, often accompanying him and striking corresponding poses. Name: Ma's. Potential growth level: C. Current combat level: D. Age: 21. Height: 1.78 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: longsword. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Profile: the other half of the Block Sisters. She shares the same distinctive hairstyle as Chiwei, enduring similar challenges when facing the wind. She remains loyal to Frankie and frequently accompanies him, also striking corresponding poses. Upon seeing Frankie, Zanbai exclaimed excitedly, "Frankie, brother, come save me. These people are pirates." Frankie, visibly angered, declared, "Pirates, how dare you beat up my adorable subordinates? Release them at once, or I shall not hold back." Usopp shrugged, saying, Hey, Frankie, it was your subordinates who provoked us first, but their combat skills were too weak to avoid such a fate." Bartolomeo chuckled, "Heh, wanna fight? Bring it on. We're quite busy and prefer a swift resolution." Realizing negotiation was futile, Frankie unleashed cleansing flames from his mouth towards Bartolomeo, who easily evaded, with a powerful thrust. Bartolomeo swiftly approached Frankie and delivered a forceful punch, sending Frankie careening backward, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Bartolomeo, puzzled, asked, Frankie, why does your body feel like it's made of iron?" Zhang Yufan laughed. He is indeed a cyborg. Nearly every part of him has been modified, with only a few areas untouched. Wapple expressed amazement. "I've never encountered a cyborg before." As Frankie stood, Bartolomeo unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, and Frankie failed to land even a touch on Bartolomeo, collapsing under the onslaught. The members of the Frankie family stood in shock. Maz and Chiwe, previously intent on aiding Frankie, found themselves held at gunpoint by Usopp and Okama, rendering them unable to move, forced to watch silently. Zhang Yufan approached Frankie, smiling. "Frankie, you're far too weak. You can't even protect your subordinates, let alone yourself. Come aboard my ship as my shipwright, and I shall grant you formidable strength and help you realize your dream." Frankie, intrigued, asked, "You know what my dream is? Pray tell." Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. "Is it not to construct a dream ship from atom wood and sail the vast seas?" Frankie, astonished, exclaimed, "You actually know, but knowing won't help. Acquiring atom wood is no simple feat." Zhang Yufan directly retrieved the atom wood he had previously obtained from his storage space, leaving the entire Frankie family in awe at the sudden appearance of a tree. Frankie forced himself to stand, approaching the tree with excitement, exclaiming, "It really is atom wood. You can conjure this out of thin air. This is incredible. Can I truly use this to build a ship?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "Indeed. Our original intention was to use this tree to construct our own vessel. You may start building the ship, and during this time, consider joining us. Everyone from the Frankie family is welcome to come along." Frankie replied, "Then I shall begin constructing the ship, and whether to join you can be discussed later." Zhang Yufan and his companions introduced themselves briefly, then stowed away the precious atom, proceeding with Frankie and the two sisters, Maz and Kiwi, to seek out the iceberg for shipbuilding. Before long, they arrived at the world's premier shipyard, where a cacophony of noise emanated from within. They soon witnessed a group of pirates whose ships had been repaired by the shipwrights. Yet they were unwilling to pay. The pirates, intending to resolve the matter with force, found themselves surrounded and brutally beaten by the shipwrights, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine the information of the 5 leading individuals. Name: Bally Combat Potential Growth Level, B Current Combat Level, C Age, 23 Height, 1.95 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Rope Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, a shipwright from Water City. Vice President of the Carrera Company, one of the 5 foremen, Overseer of Dock Number 1, skilled in rope techniques, a kind-hearted individual who deeply cares for his friends and mentor, takes pride in his identity as a shipwright, enjoys gambling, and is often pursued by creditors due to substantial gambling debts. He has a conservative outlook on women's attire. Name: Papyri Lulu Combat Potential Growth Level, B Current Combat Level, D Age, 30 Height, 2.06 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Shipwright's Nailed Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, a shipwright from Water City, one of the 5 foremen at Dock Number 1 of the Carrera Company. Specialized in swinging, iron refining, and pulley operations, beloved for his impeccable skills and exceptional knife techniques, suffers from severe sleep disorders, resulting in perpetually tousled hair. Name: Darius Stone Combat Potential Growth Level, B Current Combat Level, D Age, 43 Height, 2.57 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Massive Hammer, Warship Cannon Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, a shipwright from Water City, one of the 5 foremen at Dock Number 1, specializes in flags, corks, and sail sewing, a powerful but simple-minded brute. Name: Rob Lucci Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, A Age, 27 Height, 2.12 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, Cat Fruit, Leopard Form Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, a member of the World Government's Internal Espionage Organization, Cipher Pole Number 9, CP9, effectively the captain of CP9, rooted in dark justice, regarded as the strongest and most ruthless killing machine in CP9's history. Dubbed the most formidable being in Judicial Island for the past 9,800 years, calm and composed, dedicated to his work, with a stoic demeanor, adept in the Navy's 6 styles, and owns a white dove named Tadoli. Name: Kaku Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, B Age, 22 Height, 1.93 meters Gender, Male Weapon, 2 Long Swords Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, a member of the World Government's Secret Spy Agency. CP9 previously infiltrated the Galila Company as a shipwright at Dock Number 1, known as the Mountain Wind for his ability to fly freely and swiftly through the city. Kaku is the 2nd strongest in CP9. Skilled in dual wielding and proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. At that moment, Bally declared, You shall not resolve matters with the ways of pirates upon the foundation of U.S. shipwrights. Pay your dues and leave promptly. The group of pirates, having recuperated, obediently stood and went to settle their debt, thoroughly humiliated by their inability to best even these few shipwrights. Koby remarked with a smile, "These shipwrights are quite formidable. No wonder the residents here are not overly fearful of us pirates." Usopp inquired, "Captain, are we to find a shipwright here?" Zhang Yufan nodded, saying, "Once we complete the new ship, we will seek a dedicated shipwright. Though the candidate is not present here, you shall know in due time. At this juncture, Lucci and Kaku also took note of Zhang Yufan's arrival, yet their attention was predominantly drawn to Robin beside him. The pirates, having completed their payment, slinked out of the shipyard, their expressions filled with dread upon seeing Zhang Yufan and his companions, and they hurriedly fled with their subordinates. Zhang Yufan greeted the shipwrights with a smile. "Greetings, esteemed shipwrights. I am Zhang Yufan. May I inquire where Mayor Iceberg is? We wish to discuss some important matters with him." Bally responded, "What business do you have with Mayor Iceberg? And Frankie, why are you here as well?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "We intend to construct a new ship. We wish to have a private discussion with Mayor Iceberg regarding the specifics and other personal matters at this moment." A man with blue-violet hair, a beard on his chin, and clad in a striped suit approached, accompanied by a woman in a secretary's attire. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine their information. Name: Iceberg Combat Potential Growth Level. Current Combat Level. F Age. 37 Height. 1.99 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. None. Bounty. None. Equipment Card. None. Description: Mayor of Water City and President of the Carrera Company. Immensely adored and revered by the citizens, one of the legendary shipwright Tom's disciples. To prevent the ancient weapon design of Pluton from falling into the hands of the world government, he not only gifted the design to Frankie but also merged the 7 companies of Water City, collaborating with the world government to safeguard himself from their interference. Name: Califa Combat Potential Growth Level. S Current Combat Level. C Age. 24 Height. 1.85 meters. Gender: Female. Weapon: Spiked Whip. Devil Fruit. None. Bounty. None. Equipment Card. None. Description: A member of the world government's internal espionage organization. CP9, the sole female in CP9, she operates undercover beside Mr. Iceberg, the mayor and president of the Carrera Company, to obtain classified information regarding the ancient weapon Pluton's design. She possesses a cold demeanor but displays a hint of naivety, prone to indiscriminately kicking those around her when angry, and is well versed in the Navy's 6 styles. Upon seeing Iceberg approach, Bally announced, "Mayor, these individuals wish to speak with you." Iceberg inquired, "Who are you?" Califa interjected, "Let me see. They are the extreme pirate crew, with a total bounty exceeding 1 billion. She then proceeded to detail the situation of everyone in Zhang Yufan's party, leaving the others astounded at the thoroughness of their investigation. Iceberg remarked, "I see. Welcome to our presence. I am Iceberg, the mayor of this city. What brings you to me?" Zhang Yufan handed over the introduction letter from Granny Kokoro and discussed matters regarding the construction of the new ship. Quickly reaching an agreement, Zhang Yufan smiled, saying, "Now that we have settled the shipbuilding arrangements, Mayor Iceberg, how about we find a quiet place to discuss your safety?" Iceberg, puzzled, asked, "What danger could I possibly face? Follow me." Zhang Yufan and his companions followed Iceberg to his residence, with Robin finding an excuse to leave midway. Upon entering Iceberg's usual reception room, aside from Califa, the others were asked to step away. Zhang Yufan, taking a seat, stated, "Mayor Iceberg, the ancient weapon design of Pluton that the world government has been searching for has long since ceased to be in your possession. It is now in Frankie's hands. Is it not?" Iceberg, taken aback internally, maintained a calm facade as he responded, "What are you talking about? How could I have been oblivious to this matter?" Both Frankie, who sat nearby, and Califa, who stood beside the Iceberg, were astonished at how Zhang Yufan had come to know of this affair. With a smile, Zhang Yufan remarked, "Are you denying it? No matter, allow me to share another tidbit. The capable secretary beside you is, in fact, a member of the clandestine intelligence organization CP9, under the auspices of the world government. As for her reasons for being an undercover agent in your midst, you should be well aware." Maz and Kiwi, seated beside Frankie, listened intently, their expressions reflecting the sensational nature of the revelations. Could such explosive information truly be grasped by mere civilians? Califa felt a twinge of anxiety, yet maintained a smile as she responded, "Mr. Zhang Yufan, please don't just thought I am merely an ordinary secretary. How could I possibly be connected to the world government? The iceberg regarded Califa and said, I find it hard to believe that Califa is affiliated with the world government. However, if she is indeed an undercover agent, her objective must solely be the design blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton, which they have relentlessly sought for years. Zhang Yufan nodded with a smile. That is because the world government has meticulously crafted her profile. It's quite challenging to uncover the truth. Bartolomeo, why don't you apprehend this beauty and train her a bit? She would make a fine wife for you. Bartolomeo chuckled. Ha ha ha, there's my business to consider too. However, I must admit, after feasting on the romantic antics of you and Sanji aboard, it's finally my turn to treat our fellow comrades. The other companions exchanged mischievous glances, though Bartolomeo knew that if he dared to flaunt his affection in front of them, he would have to face their wrath. It would be best if he did so in front of his girlfriend. In a manner that left him humbled, Nami, grinning from the sidelines, remarked, Yufan, you're positively wicked. This is truly a tale of beauty and the beast. Bartolomeo approached Califa and declared, Stop pretending, beauty. Our captain's words have never missed the mark. Will you confess voluntarily, or shall I compel you to do so? Califa realized that her identity could no longer remain concealed. She unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks and finger pistols, but Bartolomeo effortlessly countered each attack. Surprised, Califa noted that while her strength was formidable, it still paled in comparison to Luffy's. Bartolomeo's ease in deflecting her assaults only served to highlight the strength and speed he possessed, proving that Zhang Yufan's crew of pirates should not be underestimated. She needed to alert Luffy and the others without delay. The iceberg stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden display of prowess from his secretary. It seemed that Zhang Yufan's words held a grain of truth. She was indeed an undercover agent. Just as Califa contemplated using Shave to kick a hole through the wall and escape, she was brought down by a series of Bartolomeo's heavy punches. Grasping both of Califa's wrists, Bartolomeo said, Califa, there's no escaping now. It's time to speak. Will you confess willingly, or would you prefer to experience the pain of being thoroughly defeated? Califa, fuming, retorted, You scoundrel. As you've surmised, I was dispatched by the world government to track down the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton's blueprints. The iceberg recalled all the secret documents Califa had perused. Realizing that if this continued, the matter of the blueprints being handed to Frankie would soon be uncovered. Cold sweat dripped from the iceberg's brow. This was far too perilous to entrust to anyone affiliated with the world government. Why not confess sooner? Must one endure a beating to reveal the truth? Mayor Iceberg, there are 3 more CP9 agents lurking within the city, Zhang Yufan stated. Who are they? Where are they located? Iceberg inquired. His curiosity piqued. Zhang Yufan replied with a grin. 2 agents are at your shipyard, one named Kaku and the other named Lucci. There's a third operating a tavern in the city. With hair like a bull's horn, known as Bruno, Califa was taken aback. How did Zhang Yufan know Lucci's identity so clearly? She never suspected that the tavern owner would be an agent of the world government, especially since she and her subordinates frequented the establishment. Frankie, too, was astonished. The sisters Maz and Kiwi could hardly contain their racing hearts. The world government's reach was indeed insidious. Mr. Zhang Yufan, are you also here to seize the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton? Iceberg asked in astonishment. Zhang Yufan chuckled. I have no interest in that if I desired it. Do you think I would still be here leisurely conversing with you? I am merely intrigued by anything that displeases the world government. It seems you harbor a deep disdain for the world government. Then why is Nico Robin aboard your ship? You should be aware of her identity, which is also the reason. Iceberg nodded in acknowledgement. Nami replied earnestly, We are certainly aware of Robin's past. She is now our companion and should not be treated the way the world government has treated her. Just 8 years old. Robin was targeted by the world government with a bounty of 79 million. How much harm could such a young child possibly cause? It was solely because she was a survivor from O'Hara, capable of deciphering the dark history that the world government sought to erase. Wherein lies her fault? Zhang Yufan questioned that. A profound silence enveloped the group, for Robin had committed no wrong. It was the world government that had painted her as a villainous existence. Zhang Yufan continued, Moreover, those weapons created are devoid of morality. It is only the users who possess such distinctions. We shall protect Robin. No one shall harm her. Meanwhile, Lucci had successfully contacted Bruno, instructing him to retrieve Robin from Judicial Island. Shortly after parting from Zhang Yufan and his companions, Robin encountered Bruno, and after a brief exchange, she accompanied him. Iceberg ceased his comments, joining Zhang Yufan as they proceeded to the shipyard to apprehend the 2 CP9 members. Before long, they arrived at the shipyard, where icebergs summoned several shipwrights, including Barry. "Mayor, what do you need from us?" Barry inquired. Iceberg replied, "There are undercover agents from the world government among us. Kaku and Lucci." Kaku and Lucci exchanged surprised glances. How did he know their identities? Observing Bartolomeo dragging Califa, who bore the marks of a struggle, they suspected their cover had been blown. Barry and the others were equally astonished. How could it be them? They had concealed themselves exceptionally well. "So, will you surrender willingly, or shall we compel you to yield?" Zhang Yufan asked, a smile on his face as he approached Kaku and Lucci. "It seems you pirates have a lot of confidence in your combat prowess. Allow me to test your mettle," Kaku remarked with a grin. Lucci added, "It appears you learned of our identities from Califa." "I, too, am keen to witness your strength," Zhang Yufan replied with a chuckle. "Koby, this long-nosed fellow is yours. Bagus, the other one is a martial arts expert, so he is yours as well. The rest of you stand back to prevent collateral damage." "Ha ha ha, a martial arts expert. He must be strong. Let us head to that open area to fight," Bagus exclaimed eagerly. Koby joined Kaku on the opposite side, where Kaku produced 2 concealed long swords and charged at Koby. Swinging the blades with great speed, Koby met his advance, their figures colliding in a flurry of strikes, the clash of metal ringing out amidst the sparks. Kaku unleashed a series of swift kicks. But Koby deftly evaded his onslaught. With a fierce shout, Kaku twisted his wrist, lunging towards Koby's chest. Koby flawlessly sidestepped the attack, countering with a powerful kick that struck Kaku in the abdomen, sending him flying backward. Though he quickly regained his footing. "Kid, your strength is quite impressive. You're nearly on par with Lucci that I haven't even used my full power yet. Surely, you won't falter so soon. That would be rather dull." Watch the blade. Koby employed shave to close the distance, slashing at Kaku with increasing velocity, combining his strikes with swift kicks that forced Kaku to retreat. Koby disarmed Kaku, sending both swords flying, and Kaku soon found himself bleeding from several cuts inflicted by Koby's relentless assault. Koby positioned his blade against Kaku's neck, bringing him before Zhang Yufan. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. How did you acquire Shave and Tempest Kick from the Navy's 6 powers? Could it be that one of you is affiliated with the Navy?" Kaku appeared somewhat astonished. "None aboard our vessel are naval personnel. All this knowledge was imparted to me by the captain, who is well versed in many matters." Koby chuckled. After staunching Kaku's bleeding to prevent him from succumbing to his injuries, the conflict between Bagus and Lucci unfolded, with both combatants swiftly exchanging blows. Lucci employed techniques such as shave, storm leg, and finger pistol, yet none inflicted any damage upon Bagus. "How is it that you can so effortlessly evade all my attacks, and your defenses remain unbreached? Let's see how long you can continue dodging." Lucci remarked, "Your martial arts are indeed formidable, and your striking speed is impressive, but it will not suffice to harm me. Are you planning to transform?" This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Lucci also harnessed the power of his devil fruit, morphing into his leopard form, and the two ascended from the ground into the air, leaving behind a once flat terrain now riddled with large craters. The visceral sensation of each punch was precisely what Bagus craved, invigorating him further. With each passing moment, their speed of strikes and movements intensified. Lucci's every assault was either evaded or repelled by Bagus's immense strength. Bagus unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon Lucci in his leopard form, maintaining the onslaught for a full 5 minutes before Lucci finally reverted back, unconscious. The shipwrights surrounding them were taken aback by the ferocity of the duel, fully aware of Kaku and Lucci's prowess. Yet this was astonishingly overwhelming. They had previously not displayed their full strength, and even more shocking was the fact that these two formidable individuals were soundly defeated by Bagus. They don't seem particularly strong. "A taste of the million-volt lightning I've created will easily reduce them to ashes," Enel scoffed. "You are unaware of the true potency of this lightning. There are likely very few in this world capable of withstanding it. Without any special techniques, they would struggle to even dislodge a single hair from your head," Sanji remarked casually, puffing on a cigarette. Enel chuckled. "Yaha. I relish hearing such words, indicating you perceive me as strong. Shall we engage in another bout?" Sanji, cigarette in mouth, lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Enel's rear. "You, my friend, let a compliment go to your head. Even the strongest will fall before me." Enel clutched his backside, a look of exasperation on his face. "My combat prowess is still too weak. You just wait. I shall surely surpass you." The other companions shook their heads, realizing that surpassing Sanji was no simple feat. unless Zhang Yufan utilized his unique abilities to augment him. Otherwise, defeating Sanji would be a challenge. Frankie, lead us to that tavern. Sanji, Enel, Nami, join me in capturing the final member of CP9. The rest shall remain behind to oversee these three and protect Mayorei City. Zhang Yufan instructed. You all are truly remarkable. Follow me. The tavern is not far from here. Frankie strode towards the entrance. The group trailed behind him, winding through the city until they arrived at the tavern's entrance, which was closed. Sensing the atmosphere, they realized it was deserted inside. What's going on today? Why is the door shut? And it seems there's no one inside. Frankie pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. Previously, Robin had exhibited unusual behavior. Could it be mere coincidence? Had this CP9 member already received word from Lucci to abduct Robin? Let me first use observation hockey to locate Robin. I suspect the tavern's owner has been alerted by Lucci to capture her. Zhang Yufan suggested. The group focused their minds to sense the entirety of the town and soon pinpointed a presence, swiftly making their way through the air. Before long, they spotted Robin walking alongside a masked individual. Upon seeing this masked figure, Nami questioned, Yufan, could that person beside Robin be a member of CP9? Zhang Yufan checked the system for information on the individual. Name, Bruno combat potential level, S current combat level, B age, 29 height, 2. 58 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, door fruit bounty, none equipment card, none description. The tavern owner in Water City. His true identity is one of the undercover agents of CP9 embedded in Water City. Adhering to the so-called justice of the Navy, though his reactions and thoughts appear somewhat sluggish, his speech carries a slight lisp, yet he notices more details and is proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. Zhang Yufan halted atop the rooftop, affirming, indeed, this is the final undercover agent dispatched by the world government. The group leapt down from the rooftop. Sanji, puzzled, inquired, Miss Robin, where are you heading with Bruno, this CP9 member? Let us deal with this guy quickly and return for a feast courtesy of Mayorei City. Bruno, upon hearing Sanji's words, was startled. How did he uncover my identity? Could it be that Lucci's side has encountered trouble? Robin, aware that Zhang Yufan and the others would soon find her, was surprised by their swiftness. Though she thoroughly enjoyed sailing with them, she, as a harbinger of calamity, could not endanger them. Please do not follow us any further. Let us part ways here, Robin stated earnestly. Nami gasped, bewildered by Robin's words. Unable to comprehend why she would say such things, she stepped forward, extending her right hand. What nonsense are you speaking? Come back with us. You are an invaluable ally. Sanji echoed her sentiment. Miss Robin, don't jest. Return with us. I can prepare a delicious meal for you. Frankie, listening to their exchange, was utterly confused. What is happening? Isn't Robin one of your comrades? Why the sudden desire to leave? Is she being threatened by Bruno? Robin responded, I am not jesting. I have always been a source of misfortune to those around me. Since boarding this ship, you have all treated me with such kindness. And I am grateful. Therefore, I do not wish to bring harm upon you that we do not perceive you as a misfortune. If there is calamity, it is brought by the world government, and we fear them not. Sanji asserted resolutely. Nami added, our primary goal is to oppose the world government. Even if you truly believe you would bring us misfortune, we possess the capability to resolve any issues, so none of this is a concern. Come back. Bruno, overhearing Nami's declaration of defiance against the world government, was astonished by the pirates' confidence in their combat prowess. They had no inkling of the world government's might. You do not comprehend the extent of the world government's power. When you witness that strength, you will treat me as a burden, betray me, or even abandon me. That is my greatest fear. Robin's expression turned grave. Sanji earnestly replied, Miss Robin, you should know my character, even in death. I will not betray you, nor would I ever abandon you. Otherwise, I would be severely punished by the others. Robin, you must trust us, Sanji said. We would never forsake or betray our comrades, Nami affirmed earnestly. With a tone of resignation, Robin remarked, I am already weary. I no longer wish to harm more people by avoiding the truth, so please, leave this place. There is no refuge for me in this world. Perhaps death is my finest sanctuary. The masked Bruno, with a mocking demeanor, clapped his hands. What a touching scene. How beautifully you speak of sacrificing for your comrades. Even I am moved to tears upon hearing Robin's words. Zhang Yufan understood that she could no longer bear the pressure exerted by the world government and had lost the courage to trust others. contemplating resignation, that we have become the last straw that the world government has used to crush her. Enel, let Bruno experience the full force of your lightning. This fellow is quite insufferable, so do not allow him a chance to retaliate, and be cautious of his devil fruit. Also, do not let it kill him. Zhang Yufan's aura surged as he spoke in anger. Nami, equally incensed, pointed an accusing finger at Bruno. Yes, Enel, zap him. This guy is too annoying. If you fail to handle this, I will ensure Sanji gives you a thorough thrashing when you return. Enel was about to utter something, but upon witnessing the expressions of Zhang Yufan and the others, he swiftly restrained himself and proceeded to carry out his orders. Bruno, caught off guard, was soon subjected to a veritable feast of lightning from Enel. His entire being enveloped in black smoke, transforming him into a medium-rare roast. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan had vanished from his original spot, instantaneously appearing before Robin, his strong arms enveloping her in a tight embrace. Robin, flustered and in a state of panic, struggled to break free. However, her feeble attempts proved futile against Zhang Yufan's formidable grip, rendering her immobile. Robin, if you are weary, take a moment to rest. You will always have a cadre of companions protecting you. From the moment I rescued you from Old Shah, your life became intertwined with mine. I shall not allow you to perish, nor shall anyone else dare to harm you. You already possess a sanctuary, which is the place where our comrades reside, even if you have yet to acknowledge it. But I am terrified of witnessing your demise because of me. We are pirates, destined to confront the world government sooner or later. Your departure will not alter that fate. As for the calamities you speak of, they are wrought by the world government. Our current strength may not be sufficient to contend with them, but we can certainly withstand threats of the magnitude of the demon slaughter order. The dark past you carry is known to nearly all our shipmates. How could they ever abandon you? Unless they tread over our corpses, no one shall take you away. Wah, I want to return with you. I yearn to live and adventure alongside you. Frankie, weeping nearby, exclaimed, Wow, I am truly overwhelmed, utterly moved by your camaraderie. Nami and Sanji were already in tears, while Enel, having dealt with Bruno, regarded Zhang Yufan and the others with an air of indifference. In Zhang Yufan's embrace, Robin wept freely, releasing emotions that had long been pent up. Zhang Yufan remained silent, his left arm cradling her, while his right hand gently stroked her hair, allowing her to vent her feelings. Otherwise, the consequences of further repression could be dire. After a considerable time, Robin's emotions gradually stabilized, and Zhang Yufan gently wiped her tears away, taking her hand and leading their companions back to the shipyard. Before long, they arrived, and Koby, noticing Robin's red eyes, frowned and asked, Robin, have you been crying? Who has wronged you? Speak up, and I shall avenge you. Nami explained to the shipyard crew why Robin was in such a state, which only deepened their disdain for the world government. Iceberg inquired, Mr. Zhang Yufan, we have captured the CP9 members, but it won't be long before the world government discovers their absence. What are your plans? We shall remain in this city for several days, awaiting the arrival of my comrades to regroup before heading to Judicial Island to rescue our friends. In the meantime, you should commence shipbuilding. Zhang Yufan replied, You intend to stir trouble at the heart of the world government. They are formidable. Are you not afraid of being captured? Barry questioned, astonished. Zhang Yufan explained to the others the rationale behind their mission to Judicial Island, and they fell silent. During these days, the shipwrights diligently worked to construct Zhang Yufan's new vessel, while Iceberg, with Zhang Yufan's assistance, managed to find a new secretary. Zhang Yufan also made a trip back to Alabasta, bringing the banana crocodile's leader to Water City for easier aquatic maneuverability in the future. Time passed swiftly, and Zhang Yufan's new ship neared completion point. One day, a colossal vessel appeared alongside Water City, and Zhang Yufan's transponder snail began to ring. That he answered, Hello, is this Captain Yufan? This is Dongli. I have arrived at Water City with my companions. Where are you? It's me. We are currently at the mayor's residence in the city. Please wait outside. I will come to meet you. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Thus, Dongli waited outside while Zhang Yufan gathered all his companions to welcome them, with Iceberg accompanying as well. After a short while, they boarded the banana crocodile and approached Dongli's grand ship. Iceberg, astonished, remarked, Mr. Zhang Yufan, is it possible that these companions you mentioned are the giants? Zhang Yufan nodded, and the newly joined companions displayed expressions of surprise. Taken aback by the number of giants Zhang Yufan had recruited, he accessed the system to check the information on the new members. Name, held in combat growth potential level, as current combat level, B age, 78 height, 22 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a new generation giant warrior from Elbath. Harboring grand ambitions to become the king of the giants, with a heart of gratitude, an old friend of Charlotte Linlin. Name, stance and combat growth potential level, as current combat level, see age, 60 height, 18. 1 meters gender, male weapon, large hammer devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a giant from Elbath, skilled in shipbuilding, possessing sufficient carpentry skills for maintenance and repair, and endowed with extraordinary strength due to his massive size. Name, rod combat growth potential level, as current combat level, see age, 60 height, 18.5 meters gender, male weapon, large sword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a tall giant from Elbath. A navigator and swordsman. Name, gold bag combat growth potential level, as current combat level, see age, 60 height, 18 meters gender, male weapon, large hammer, shield devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. A giant from Elbath. Resembling the thundercloud Zeus created by the four emperors, stout in stature, and a chef. Name, Gur's combat growth potential level, S current combat level, see age, 72 height, 17 meters gender, female weapon, large axe devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a giant from Elbath. Serving as a ship's doctor, childhood companion of Charlotte Linlin and Helding, Donley approached as Zhang Yufan and his crew boarded the ship, exclaiming, "Captain and crew, it has been ages. How have you all been?" Brook, wearing a smile, added, "Captain, during our time apart, I never imagined you would recruit so many companions. It seems the upcoming times will be quite lively. It has indeed been a while. We are well, and those 5 at the back are your newly recruited companions." "They are impressively tall," Nami chimed in cheerfully. Donley nodded and introduced the new companions to everyone, who reciprocated with introductions of their OWNIT. That moment, Helding gazed at Zhang Yufan and inquired, "Are you our captain? You don't seem particularly strong. Are you sure you possess the strength to lead? Let us have a spar." Donley approached and gently slapped Helding on the head, saying, "You rascal, you cannot even defeat me. And yet you wish to challenge the captain? Are you certain you aren't seeking punishment?" Zhang Yufan waved his hand at Donley. "It's fine. Since Helding wishes to fight, I shall allow him to experience the terror of being dominated by a stronger foe. And it will also help him recognize the current power dynamics." Ricky, observing from the side, shook his head, thinking to himself, why must he choose the captain as his opponent? He is just asking for a thrashing. Seeking other companions may still yield potential victories, as there remain several individuals of relatively weaker combat prowess who have not been enhanced by Zhang Yufan's unique abilities, the 4 newly arrived giants. Intrigued, observed from the sidelines. Eager to gauge the strength of the captain, they chose to follow as Donley announced the commencement of battle. Zhang Yufan's figure had already vanished from sight, denying Hayerding any opportunity to retaliate. He appeared behind Hayerding and delivered a powerful kick to his rear, propelling him skyward, before gracefully ascending and unleashing a series of shadowless strikes upon Hayerding's form. Zhang Yufan restrained his power, for otherwise he could have easily vanquished Hayerding. Ultimately, he sent Hayerding back to the ship with another kick, where Zhang Yufan awaited him below. Hayerding landed safely, while the 4 new giants stood in stunned silence. Awestruck by Zhang Yufan's formidable prowess, the confrontation concluded in under 20 seconds, with Hayerding swiftly eliminated, leaving Bing Shan, who had been watching, utterly dumbfounded. What manner of monsters are these? Meanwhile, Hayerding lay on the deck, bewildered, questioning what had just transpired. That I hadn't even made a move before my defeat. Was that speed truly so astounding? Is the disparity in strength this vast? Brookie chuckled as he helped Hayerding to his feet. "Hayerding, awaken. You seem rather dazed by your defeat. In this world, there are many formidable beings. Do not underestimate anyone, or you may find yourself in situations like this one." Hayerding snapped back to reality, bowing to Zhang Yufan. "Captain, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I am truly sorry. It's quite all right. Acknowledging one's errors is commendable. Remember, though, your giant kin may possess physical advantages over us mere humans, yet those who have yet to mature into true powerhouses are still perceived as weaklings by other strong beings." Hayerding nodded in understanding. As midday approached, the crew feasted heartily aboard the giant's vessel before sending Bing Shan back and preparing to set sail for Judicial Island. Zhang Yufan had familiarized himself with the route to Judicial Island over the preceding days, and the ship sped forward according to the system's navigational guidance. After an extensive journey, they finally beheld Judicial Island, where the front guards, noticing a colossal ship swiftly approaching, sprang into a state of alert. Upon the vessel's arrival at the shore, they raised their weapons and shouted, "You pirates, do not move. Do you know where you are? Surrender immediately and accept the holy judgment. You are far too noisy." Perhaps a brief slumber would do you well. Zhang Yufan used his conqueror's haki to render them unconscious. Usopp surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "I don't see any giants here. Do we need to venture further and to find them? Leave the animals to guard Lucci and the ship. The rest of us shall disembark and proceed inward." The front gate had been utterly demolished by Bages, while the Marines inside were already on the phone. One Marine, after connecting the call, reported, "Commander, this is the front gate of the island. We have a serious situation. Several giants and members of the ultimate pirates have breached our defenses." The commander inquired, "How could you allow them to infiltrate? What are you all doing? Where are Oimo and Casey? Have they also been defeated? They are still dining. We have informed them, and they are en route." A Marine replied, "Quickly, alert the other Marines to come and reinforce. We must stop them." The commander bellowed in anger. Increasing numbers of Marines rushed toward the front gate, while Dongli and Brookie shouted the names of Oimo and Casey s Oimo, and Casey hastened toward the commotion. They heard the familiar voices and quickened their pace, spotting their captain standing at the front gate. "How did our captain end up here? Weren't they captured by the world government? Could they have escaped from prison to find us?" Zhang Yufan checked their information through the system. Name, Casey combat potential level, S current combat level, B age, 143 height, 16 meters gender, male weapon, giant axe devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a giant warrior from IBAB. Concerned for the safety of the two leaders after 50 years, set out to seek information, deceived by the government into believing Dongli and Brookie had been captured by the Marines. They were promised freedom if they guarded Judicial Island for 100 years. A subordinate of Dongli and Brookie 100 years ago, he returned home with the remaining crew when the two leaders decided to duel in Little Garden. Name, Oimo combat potential level, S current combat level, B age, 145 height, 16 meters gender, male weapon, giant hammer devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a giant warrior from IBAB. A subordinate of Dongli and Brookie 100 years ago, who returned home with the remaining crew when the two leaders decided to duel in Little Garden. Concerned for the two leaders' safety after 50 years, he set out to seek information, deceived by the government into believing Dongli and Brookie had been captured by the Marines and promised freedom if they guarded Judicial Island for 100 years. Soon, they stood before Dongli and Brookie, expressing their confusion. "Captain, weren't you captured? How did you end up here? You two have been deceived by the world government that we have been engaged in a duel on an island for nearly a century and were never captured. We are here to bring you back for more adventures," Dongli explained. Brookie added, "We have now joined the ultimate pirates. This esteemed individual beside me is our captain, who informed us of your deception regarding guarding Judicial Island." Oimo and Casey, upon hearing the news of their captain's deception, were filled with rage, brandishing their weapons and sending the nearby Marines flying. The surrounding Marines were similarly incapacitated by Enel's electric powers. One Marine, hiding away, retrieved a transponder snail and began dialing. The call connected quickly. "Commander Spandam, we have a crisis. Oimo and Casey have turned against us, and all the Marines who came to assist have been defeated. Requesting reinforcements. How can such a thing happen? You worthless fools. I will send someone over," Spandam bellowed in fury. Subsequently, he dispatched the remaining members of CP9 alongside summoning additional Marines. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his companions had already dealt with all the Marines, including those special forces who had come to reinforce them, all of whom now lay contentedly on the ground. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the sky. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check their information. Name, Gabra potential power growth level, S current power level, B age, 34 height, 2.12 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit. Inu no Mi, wolf form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the world government's intelligence organization CP9. Ranked 3rd within CP9. He believes his combat prowess is on par with Kaku's. Gabra is a notorious deceiver with a volatile temperament, in stark contrast to Lucci, whom he despises. His relationship with Kaku is also strained, and he is well versed in the Navy's 6 styles. Name, Way to potential power growth level. S current power level. B age, 33 height. 3.38 meters gender. Male weapon. Metal staff devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A member of the world government's CP9. Known for performing ritualistic seppuku, yet he invariably activates the 6 styles iron block in advance, preventing his own demise. He possesses the ability of life return, allowing him to control any part of his body freely once he infuses his consciousness. He is also skilled in the Navy's 6 styles. Name. Al potential power growth level. S current power level. B age, 28 height. 3.31 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Another member of the world government's CP9. Proficient in the use of shaving, an adept at 6 styles martial arts. Capable of measuring the level of physical techniques, he can affix his body to the corners of the ceiling, but due to his inability to maintain secrecy, he has a zipper on his mouth, rendering him almost incapable of participating in undercover missions. The newly arrived Marines also took note of the 3 CP9 members in the sky, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. They were far superior to themselves, and thus should be able to thwart these pirates. You are the pirates who invaded Judicial Island. Watch as I dispose of you all, Gabra declared, directing his gaze at Zhang Yufan and his crew. Bartolomeo, with an expression of disdain, casually placed his hands in his pockets, retorting, "You think you can take us down? Even Lucci and Kaku lack that ability. Do you truly believe you can? I am stronger than them." "How do you even know Lucci and Kaku? Have you defeated them already?" Gabra snapped back, visibly infuriated. Al unzipped his mouth, saying, "Gabra, your power was never on par with theirs. Stop being stubborn." "Oops, let that slip." He quickly zipped his mouth shut again. Gabra, feeling humiliated by Al's revelation, seethed with anger. "Which side are you on? Can't you speak properly?" The women, including Nami, burst into laughter. It was amusing to see one of their own undermine their own team right off the bat. "Haha. Since you claim to be stronger than Lucci, let's have a duel. If you defeat me, then perhaps you are indeed stronger than him," Bagus said, a grin spreading across his face as he approached Gabra. Gabra scrutinized Bagus, noting how much taller and muscular he was. "So, you were the one who defeated Lucci," he concluded. Gabra then descended from the sky, declaring, "Very well, I will send you flying, proving my strength surpasses Lucci's." Zhang Yufan instructed Jim and Machida to confront Owl and Weitu, as they had significantly improved their combat capabilities through training. With a combination of Haki and their devil fruit powers, they pressed the attack against Owl and Weitu, leaving deep craters in the once flat ground, some caused by explosions, others by colossal impacts. Returning to Bagus, Gabra initially used his devil fruit ability to transform into wolf form, launching a flurry of rapid strikes at Bagus. But they proved ineffective as Bagus evaded them all. Seizing an opportunity, Bagus clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to Gabra's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. However, Gabra quickly regained his footing and charged at Bagus again, unleashing a series of raging wolf kicks, executing slashes with his feet not in a linear fashion, but by leaping toward him with great speed. "To my surprise, you possess considerable strength, and no wonder you claim to have defeated Lucci," Bagus remarked. "Is this truly all you can muster? That would be quite disappointing. Lucci's strength far exceeds yours." Bagus adeptly dodged Gabra's strikes, positioning himself behind him to deliver a punishing blow that sent Gabra crashing to the ground. Following up, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Realizing he could not evade, Gabra resorted to the iron block technique to bolster his defenses. "Pathetically weak. You are vastly inferior to Lucci," Bagus taunted. "Cough. How can your strength be so immense? What kind of monster are you? Do not dare suggest I am weaker than him. I will surely defeat you," Gabra roared, laboriously rising to his feet with blood trickling from his mouth, adjusting his stance to launch another attack on Bagus with all his might. Channeling all his strength, he executed the heavy step wolf and demon sky wolf techniques, concentrating the iron block's power in his limbs to enhance his striking force. "Taste the might of my 2 techniques. I refuse to believe I cannot bring you down. Your strength is still insufficient. Do you possess anything more formidable? If not, our battle should come to a close, since you are part of the same organization as Lucci." "Let us finish this neatly," Bagus replied, intensifying the power in his limbs to meet Gabra's blows, the sheer force causing Gabra's limbs to tingle. At this moment, Bagus had grown weary of the skirmish, knocking Gabra unconscious and hoisting him before Zhang Yufan. Meanwhile, Jim and the others had already concluded their own battles, leaving the newly arrived Marines wide-eyed in disbelief at the sight of the giants overpowering them. The Marine communications officer was left in a daze, realizing that despite their numbers, they had all been defeated, including the members of CP9, while their opponents remained unscathed. What manner of monsters were they? Unbeknownst to Zhang Yufan and his crew, not far from Judicial Island, a man leisurely rode his bicycle across the sea, having heard the immense commotion from the island. The formidable CP9 members had all been captured, and after encountering the two gatekeeping giants, their objective had been accomplished. It was time to prepare for departure. The rewards for concluding the battle had been received from the system. It had indeed been exhilarating. A true windfall. At the same time, they relished the thrill of immediate gratification from their conquests. Meanwhile, Spandam, seated in his office, received reports from the Marines. All reinforcements and CP9 members had been defeated by Zhang Yufan and his crew. However, they showed no intention of pursuing further, but were preparing to depart with the two gate-guarding giants. Spandam railed in anger, realizing that the Marines stationed on the island had largely been dispatched. Yet they still failed to capture Zhang Yufan, which infuriated him even more, leaving him powerless to chase them down. Thus, the group swaggered back onto the giant ship, leaving behind a multitude of fallen Marines. Once aboard, the ship set sail towards Water City, and soon, Oka was astonished to witness a peculiar sight on the water, exclaiming, "Crewmates, ahead lies a man riding a bicycle on the surface of the sea without falling." Chopper could hardly fathom such a bizarre occurrence at sea, climbing to the bow of the ship with wide-eyed curiosity. Where? All aboard the ship turned in astonishment towards the expanse of the sea ahead, where indeed a man leisurely pedaled a bicycle, gradually approaching their vessel. Zhang Yufan accessed the system to examine his details. Name: Kazan. Power growth potential level: SS. Current power level: SS. Age: 46. Height: 2.98 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none. Devil fruit. Ice fruit. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, codenamed Akiji. Renowned alongside Akainu and Kizuru as one of the three admirals, he possesses formidable strength and is a former student of the legendary Admiral Zephyr. With a laid-back demeanor and a strong sense of loyalty, he believes that the interpretation of justice varies with one's standpoint and can shift accordingly, thus refraining from questioning others' notions of justice. However, should anyone attempt to impede his sense of justice, he would not hesitate to retaliate. At this moment, Robin's complexion changed dramatically. She was not only panicked, but also trembling involuntarily. This was a figure she knew all too well. Sanji, perplexed, inquired why Robin appeared so horrified upon seeing the man on the bicycle. "Miss Robin, are you afraid of that man?" Nami, noticing Robin's distress, grasped her hand and asked, "Robin, what's wrong? Do you know him?" "That man is Kazan, one of the current admirals of the Navy, codenamed Akiji, and he is incredibly powerful," Robin replied, her face stricken with fear. Bages, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "We ha ha ha. So he's the admiral the captain mentioned before. Does this mean we can have a fight with him? Why would such a formidable individual suddenly appear here?" Usopp queried, his expression one of confusion. Zhang Yufan reassured Robin, "Take a deep breath and relax. Let us assess the situation first. It may not lead to a confrontation." Thus, Zhang Yufan retrieved a table and a few simple chairs from his storage space, placing fruits and snacks upon the table. Content to wait comfortably for Kazan's arrival. Soon, Kazan hopped onto the giant's ship, laid down his bicycle, and approached Robin with a languid demeanor. "Hello there." "Ah, is that you, Nico Robin? It has been quite a while. You've grown so elegant." "Greetings, Kazan. Please, have a seat. What brings you here so unexpectedly?" Zhang Yufan asked, smiling. Kazan settled down, sizing up Zhang Yufan. "You are the one who defeated and captured Crocodile. The one recently gaining prominence. What was your name again? I seem to have forgotten." For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. Could it be that this admiral had forgotten the name of their captain, given his personality? It seemed plausible. Crocodile, nearby, wore an expression of exasperation. "Can we not discuss that? I didn't want it to come to this. However, lacking the strength, one must submit. It's all quite disheartening." "Hey, aren't you a bit too lazy? How could you forget? That is our captain, Zhang Yufan of the Extreme Pirates," Sanji interjected. Kazan replied lazily, "I have always adhered to a philosophy of lazy justice. I merely passed through here on my bicycle." I haven't received any orders to apprehend you. The crew internally scoffed at his philosophy, which mirrored his demeanor so perfectly it was almost absurd. Kazan casually picked up a piece of fruit from the table. Continuing, I didn't expect to find so many giants aboard your ship. It seems you have grown even stronger. Of course, our captain is incredibly powerful, and we will continue to grow stronger, Usopp declared proudly. Suddenly, Kazan's expression turned grave as he straightened in his seat. I am here to find Nico Robin and meet with her. I did not anticipate that this would be the place she has chosen to reside. I have changed my mind. You all should perish here. Everyone was taken aback. His change of heart was more rapid than turning a page in a book. One moment he was amiable, and the next, he was ready to fight. Are you sure you want to take us all on alone? If we end up overpowering you, it could be quite humiliating, Zhang Yufan chuckled. Why this sudden decision? Is it because of Robin? Are you so confident in your strength that you fear no retaliation? Not at all. Part of it is that while the world government may not currently regard you as a threat, given your rate of growth, you will undoubtedly become a significant problem in the future. It's best to eliminate you now, Kazan stated earnestly. Regardless of your intentions towards Robin, you can dismiss them from now on. We will ensure her safety, no matter who the enemy is, even if it's the entire world. Enel, let us have a demonstration with Kazan, Zhang Yufan asserted with a serious demeanor. Enel, wielding his golden staff, instantly teleported beside Zhang Yufan, crackling with electricity. Kazan felt a jolt of surprise. This was a user of the lightning devil fruit. While the crew didn't believe Enel could defeat Kazan, they felt he could at least hold his ground long enough to escape, if necessary. At this moment, Regius pointed to a spot further from the ship, suggesting they take their battle there. Otherwise, with both being users of natural-type devil fruits, their fight would surely wreak havoc on the ship. Hey, Kazan, since you're an ice devil fruit user, why not create an ice arena on the sea for us to battle? If we fight here, we might end up damaging the ship, and I doubt those monsters behind me would take kindly to that. Enel said, exasperated. Kazan leaped off the ship, crafting an arena of ice upon the water. Come on, show me what your devil fruit can do. He then unleashed 5 ice pillars from his palm, aiming to encase Enel within a massive ice sphere. Enel vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Kazan, launching a straight bolt of lightning towards him. Kazan sensed Enel's presence and swiftly evaded, employing ice time to release a chilling blast aimed at freezing Enel. However, Enel countered with a surge of electricity, striking his right shoulder drum to unleash 30 million volts of Thunderbird. Kazan retaliated with Ice Block, Violent Bird Beak, channeling cold air into his right arm to unleash an ice bird that detonated upon impact. The icy arena cracked as Kazan followed up with Ice Block, Two-Pronged Spear, launching the frozen spears towards Enel. Enel struck both his shoulder drums, unleashing 60 million volts of Thunder Dragon, shattering the ice spears and sending the dragon barreling toward Kazan. Your lightning ability is indeed formidable, Kazan remarked. Of course, I am the god of thunder. Taste my divine retribution. Kazan narrowly evaded the attack, and thus, they exchanged skills born of their devil fruit powers amidst a cacophony of explosions. They battled for an extended period, yet neither could gain the upper hand. My speed far exceeds yours. Your strength and martial prowess may be superior, but you will never defeat me, especially with several individuals behind me who are even stronger. Even if I cannot defeat you alone, should those monsters behind me join in, the outcome would be very different. Stand down. It seems I have underestimated you pirates. Your strength is indeed considerable. It should suffice. Let us return to the ship. Enel instantly teleported back to the ship, and Kazan leisurely followed suit. Chopper, seated at the bow, watched the clash in awe, marveling at their incredible prowess. Crocodile, feeling resigned, mused, Kazan, now you should comprehend my previous predicament. Unless I wished for death, joining their ranks was my only option. These individuals are as formidable as monsters. They defy all logic. Weehaw! Kazan, do you now recognize our strength? If you're still unsatisfied from our battle, I can gladly entertain you for another round. Bagus laughed. Kazan approached Robin, stating, I have no desire to continue fighting. I have obtained the answers I sought. Nico Robin, you have finally found a place to call your own. Zhang Yufan and his companions shielded Robin from Kazan, preventing him from approaching her any closer. Given the proximity, a sudden move from Kazan could jeopardize Robin's safety, so it was prudent to maintain a distance. Kazan, I will no longer evade my fate. I intend to live fully and grow stronger to protect them, Robin boldly declared. Kazan replied lazily, they are all quite remarkable, so you must live on with strength. We shall meet again. With that, He lifted his bicycle and leapt off the grand ship, pedaling leisurely across the sea. After Kazan's departure, the group continued their journey towards Water City. Along the way, Lucci and the others regained consciousness. Perplexed about why Zhang Yufan had summoned them without resorting to violence and what his intentions were. "What do you intend to do by bringing us here?" Kaku inquired, his brow furrowed with confusion. "Of course, I wish for you to join my pirate crew," Zhang Yufan replied with a broad smile. Lucci, brimming with indignation, retorted, "Do not harbor such fantasies. We would never join you." Zhang Yufan's piercing gaze fixated on them. "You are now defeated, and you must realize how the world government will treat you. It will be an endless chase. Or perhaps you would prefer death? If not, you must accompany me, for you lack the right to refuse. Your fates lie solely in my hands," he continued. "While aboard my ship, you shall abide by my rules. Should you choose to rebel, your time on the ship will be most arduous." The group fell silent, fully aware that they had been bested and captured by Zhang Yufan's crew, leaving them with little choice, their lives now precariously held in Zhang Yufan's grasp. Zhang Yufan released them from their makeshift confinement. But these individuals were not inclined to submit quietly. They seized an opportunity to flee, only to be met with a series of thunderous shocks from Inaru, after a brief celebration for the return of Casey and Oimo. The following morning, the giant's ship reached Water City. The giants and animals were instructed to remain on the vessel, while the remaining crew ventured to the shipyard, where Iceberg was overseeing operations. Zhang Yufan returned. Both Frankie and Iceberg approached him. "Zhang Yufan, I never expected you to return safely from Eni's lobby. Your combat prowess is indeed formidable," Iceberg exclaimed. "Did you manage to rescue those two giant allies? And has your new ship been completed?" Frankie inquired, a grin spreading across his face. "All have been saved, and I even collected a bit of interest that I brought along 3 other CP9 members from the island. They will undergo significant modifications aboard our ship before joining us as comrades," Zhang Yufan responded. "Where's our new ship? Frankie, lead us to it quickly," Chopper exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The crew was filled with elation. Finally reunited with their new vessel, following Frankie, they quickly arrived at their destination, where Iceberg and Frankie unveiled the ship, draping its dark cloth aside to reveal a magnificent craft with the head of a lion at the prow. Resembling the original design but grander in scale, behold the majestic king of beasts. "We have named it the Thousand Sunny," Iceberg announced with a smile. The crew climbed aboard, and Usopp exclaimed, "Wow, what a colossal ship. It's incredible. We finally have our own vessel." Chopper, eyes sparkling, dashed about the deck, rolling joyfully across the lush grass laid upon it. The crew explored every corner of the ship, marveling at its ample provisions. Zhang Yufan descended from the ship and approached Frankie. "Frankie, this vessel is truly exceptional, and we cherish it deeply. Moreover, we need you as part of our crew to join us in our maritime adventures. Regrettably, I cannot accept your offer. I sincerely appreciate your invitation, but I must remain here, for I cannot abandon my beloved subordinates," Frankie replied with an apologetic demeanor. At that moment, Frankie's family arrived at the shipyard. Having heard of Zhang Yufan's return and overheard their conversation, they all understood the bond Frankie shared with them and were determined not to hinder their brother, resolving in their hearts to support him. Zanbai, with a serious expression, stepped forward to Frankie. "Brother, you wish to join them on their adventures, don't you? Do not worry about us. Iceberg is here to look after us." Iceberg added, "Frankie, you need not fret. I will ensure they are occupied once you depart." That Frankie's family had never witnessed such joy on his face while working on a ship, making it evident how significant shipbuilding was to him. "What nonsense are you speaking? My decision to stay is not solely for you. I have obligations that bind me here. Therefore, Zhang Yufan, I shall gift you this ship of dreams," Frankie declared with fervor. Iceberg interjected seriously, "Frankie, the ship has yet to brave the seas, has not faced any trials, nor journeyed to the ocean's end. It is not yet the vessel of your dreams." Frankie recalled the conditions he had set in his youth. Realizing that none had yet been fulfilled, it was not yet the ship of his aspirations. Observing Frankie deep in thought, Iceberg continued, "You have suppressed your passion for shipbuilding for years, organizing this ragtag crew to protect Water City. Which was enough. If Tom were still here, he would forgive you, and so do I. It is time for you to forgive yourself." With that, the others began to understand the true reason behind Frankie's reluctance to leave. It was undoubtedly tied to the loss of someone named Tom. Tears streamed down Frankie's face. "Join Zhang Yufan and his crew. Pursue your dreams. From this day forth, you can live for your aspirations," Iceberg urged. Frankie, now in tears, placed his hand over his face. Iceberg, I entrust my beloved subordinates to you. Please take good care of them. Iceberg assured him, rest easy. I shall look after them. Zhang Yufan and the others warmly welcomed Frankie into their ranks. While Frankie's family could no longer contain their tears, Kiwi and Maz exchanged glances and approached Frankie. Brother, we cannot let you venture out to sea alone. We shall accompany you on this adventure. Frankie firmly refused. No, the perils of the ocean are too great for you. It is safer for you to remain here. However, Kiwi and Maz were resolute and insisted on joining him. Unable to dissuade them, Frankie turned to Zhang Yufan for assistance. Zhang Yufan stepped forward. Very well, Frankie, if they wish to accompany you, let them. However, they must first alter that peculiar hairstyle. As for their safety, leave that to me. Once aboard, you will understand. Frankie, recognizing Zhang Yufan's formidable capabilities, conceded and agreed to Kiwi and Ma's request. He was curious how Zhang Yufan planned to ensure their safety, perhaps assigning a guard for each of them. The three soon returned after gathering their belongings, bidding farewell to the people of Water City before setting sail on their new ship to join the Giants on their next adventure. Zanbai waved goodbye to Frankie and approached Iceberg. New brother, what shall we do next? Frankie's family chimed in unison, eagerly anticipating their future arrangements. Do not call me brother. It makes me feel like a gang leader. Follow me. I have devised a plan for you all. Iceberg replied with a hint of exasperation. The Frankie's family erupted in laughter as they followed Iceberg, embodying the spirit of a gang leader on the move. Once aboard, the crew introduced themselves, while Nami looked perplexedly at the record pointer indicating a direction downwards. Nami approached Zhang Yufan and inquired, Yufan, what is the significance of this record pointer? Are we truly heading beneath the sea? The other crew members gathered around, curious to hear Zhang Yufan's explanation. Were they truly to venture into the depths? Or was there a malfunction with the record pointer? We indeed must descend to the ocean depths to reach Fishman Island. However, for Nami and Nojiko, this prospect is rather disheartening, given that their village has suffered under the tyrannical rule of the fishmen. Zhang Yufan chuckled. The newly joined companions and the giants were filled with curiosity, as they had not been aware of such events occurring in Nami's village. After inquiring with other comrades who were familiar with the past, the group was collectively engulfed in indignation and concern. Nami waved her hand and offered a gentle smile, reassuring everyone, it's all right. Ever since my sister and I were rescued by you all, time has allowed us to gradually find peace. So, please do not worry. Upon hearing Nami's words, Sanji exhaled in relief, and his long-suppressed wild instincts were rekindled, causing him to dance exuberantly. At last, we are approaching Fishman Island, where many beautiful mermaids reside. It's a dreamland for countless individuals. Zoro rose from the deck, retorting, Chef, your old habits are resurfacing. You want me to help you with that again? Green algae head, are you itching for a fight? I'm considerably stronger now, Sanji replied. Regaining his composure, Zoro was already poised for combat, and their eyes locked in a fiery glare, only to be separated by their nearby companions. These two often found themselves in brawls every few days. Meanwhile, Chopper was lost in daydreams about the enchanting mermaids frolicking together. Sanji, I have some news regarding mermaids, one good and one bad. Which would you like to hear first? Zhang Yufan said with a mischievous grin. Sanji broke free from his companions, rushing excitedly to Zhang Yufan. Captain, what is it? Hurry and tell me. I want to hear the good news first. The others gathered around once more, eager to hear Zhang Yufan's news. Their ears perked in anticipation. The good news is, you have already encountered a mermaid. Sanji was left bewildered by Zhang Yufan's statement. When did I meet one? That can't be right. If I had seen such a beautiful mermaid, how could I possibly forget? Zhang Yufan wouldn't deceive me, so where could I have met her? I simply can't recall. He found himself lost in thought, searching for an answer. After rummaging through his memory without success, he finally asked, where did I meet her? And what is the bad news? The bad news is, the elderly Coco Lola you encountered at the Swift Station is of the merfolk race. Zhang Yufan replied with a grin. Aside from the giants, the other companions had met Coco Lola, and none had anticipated her to be of mermaid lineage, particularly since she had never displayed a tail. Sanji, envisioning Coco Lola's appearance paired with a fishtail, felt as if struck by lightning. He sank to his knees on the deck, pounding it with his right hand, his expression one of utter despair, as his dreams of mermaids shattered. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Yufan settled into a chair. Before we head to Fishman Island, we must traverse the Devil's Triangle. What kind of place is that? Asked Koby, his face contorted in confusion. Robin elucidated, it is a treacherous passage on the Grand Line, where hundreds of ships vanish each year. and those that are found are merely ghost ships, devoid of crew, with witnesses reporting sightings of vessels adrift carrying the deceased. Usopp and Chopper huddled together in fear. While Kaya exhibited remarkable bravery, her curiosity piqued as she wondered what those ghosts looked like. Although Nami had grown stronger, the prospect of encountering ghosts still terrified her, and she clung tightly to Zhang Yufan's arm. "Will there really be ghosts there? What a frightening place," Chopper exclaimed, his expression one of trepidation. "Yes, Chopper, there will indeed be ghosts, and even zombies. You might even encounter living skeletons," Zhang Yufan said with a devilish grin. "Ah." Nami tightened her grip on Zhang Yufan, her face a mask of terror. "That place sounds too horrifying. I absolutely do not wish to see any of that." The group was taken aback and began to grow curious about the nature of these apparitions. Since Zhang Yufan had mentioned them, it implied that such entities truly existed. Several frightened companions began to prepare exorcism gear, while the others busied themselves with their own tasks. Zhang Yufan stood at the bow of the ship, summoning the system's spirit, Xiaoming. Upon her arrival, she announced, "Congratulations, Master. This time, you have reaped a bountiful harvest, acquiring over 1,000 items, including 180 million berries, 31 bananas, 26 pineapples, 44 peaches, 17 mangoes, 26 grapes, 28 fish, 35 pieces of meat, and 30 small bottles of fresh water." After organizing the items, Zhang Yufan called forth those on the ship who had not yet been enhanced by his unique abilities. With a mere thought, he bestowed upon Frankie the attributes of Strength Max, Stamina Max, Speed Max, Defense Max, Moonwalk Advanced, Shave Advanced, Gale Foot Advanced, Observation Hockey Advanced, and Armament Hockey Advanced, elevating his combat power from Grade C to SSS. He equipped Kiwi with Strength Max, Stamina Max, Speed Max, Defense Max, Swordsmanship Advanced, Accuracy Max, Shave Advanced, Gale Foot Advanced, Moonwalk Advanced, Observation Hockey Advanced, and Conqueror's Hockey Advanced, raising her combat power from Grade D to SS. Lastly, he enhanced Maz with Strength Max, Stamina Max, Speed Max, Defense Max, Accuracy Max, Swordsmanship Advanced, Shave Advanced, Moonwalk Advanced, Gale Foot Advanced, Armament Hockey Advanced, and Observation Hockey Advanced, also boosting her combat power from Grade D to SS. Finally, he equipped Herding with Strength Max, Stamina Max, Speed Max, Defense Max, Shave Advanced, Gale Foot Advanced, Moonwalk Advanced, Martial Arts Advanced, Kicking Techniques Advanced, Punching Techniques Advanced, Observation Hockey Advanced, and Armament Hockey Advanced, enhancing his combat power from Grade B to SSS. The companions stood before Zhang Yufan, uncertain of his intentions, but soon they felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through them. Even those who had previously heard tales from others were astonished by the tangible experience, realizing that Zhang Yufan had utilized his unique abilities to amplify their combat strength instantaneously. The remaining equipment cards were allocated to other companions who lacked sufficient strength in their gear. Frankie, utterly stunned, stood frozen, at a loss for words. With a broad smile, Zhang Yufan patted his arm. "How do you feel now? I fulfilled my promise to you." Kiwi and Maz now possessed the ability to protect themselves. "Captain, your unique ability is truly remarkable. I feel incredibly powerful now. I suspect Kiwi and Maz's fighting capabilities are not far from my own, allowing me to breathe a little easier," Frankie replied, exhilarated. The other companions shared in the excitement, marveling at Zhang Yufan's extraordinary ability to cultivate such formidable allies. With a thought, Zhang Yufan retrieved a devil fruit from his storage space and presented it to Frankie, explaining its capabilities. "This is the Gura no Mi, which is perfectly suited for you. Moving forward, transforming your body will become remarkably convenient, and whether you can develop that special shape memory alloy will depend on your ingenuity. This devil fruit is worth over 100 million. With such abilities, I shall not hesitate to accept it. I will take charge of the research from here." Having spoken, he took a bite of the juicy fruit in his hand, savoring the flesh as he swallowed. Feeling the changes within his body, he then attempted to consume the dagger that Zhang Yufan had handed him, and tried to fuse two blades together. Thus, the mobile armory known as Frankie was born. Zhang Yufan retrieved various weapons from the storage space, allowing Frankie to gradually consume them all. Some companions, witnessing Frankie were astonished to see him relish the cannonball Usopp had given him on the left while enjoying a slice of the long sword handed to him by Koby on the right. After enhancing their combat prowess, everyone began to develop their own unique techniques. Luffy and a few others stood by, dumbfounded by the rapid acceleration of their strength. It was now estimated that any random individual on the ship could easily subdue them, rendering escape an impossible endeavor. For the time being, compliance was the only option. Thus, the ship sailed the seas for several more days. During this time, they stumbled upon a drifting barrel, which, when opened, released a signal flare. On that fateful morning, the winds and waves at sea began to intensify, with the once blue sky veiled by ominous clouds. The crew diligently steered the ship. What kind of bizarre weather is this? The sky darkened so swiftly, and the fog has risen to such heights, Zoro remarked, surveying the surroundings. Zhang Yufan glanced at the map within the system and chuckled. We have entered the Devil's Triangle. Those who fear ghosts should prepare themselves. Usopp and his companions, now fully armed with exorcist gear, soon encountered a derelict vessel approaching them. Zhang Yufan, accompanied by several allies, leaped aboard the abandoned ship to investigate. They found no living souls, only an abundance of cobwebs. Discovering nothing of value, they returned to their own vessel, informing Usopp that no ghosts had been found, which elicited a collective sigh of relief. After sailing for a while, just as Zhang Yufan and the others thought they were free from ghostly encounters, a peculiar laughter echoed from ahead, followed by the sound of a man's voice singing a song titled Bink Sake. Gradually, a tattered ship emerged into view. On board, a moving skull leaned against the side, holding a teacup, adorned with a gentleman's hat atop its explosive hairstyle. Zhang Yufan accessed the system to check the information on this intriguing figure. Name: Brook. Combat potential level: S. Current combat level: C. Age: 87 years. Height: 2.66 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: sword, cane, devil fruit. Yomi Yomi Nomi bounty: 33 million berries. Equipment card: none. Description: musician and swordsman. Lecherous and humorous, capable of walking on water. Formerly the captain of a National Guard team, he later joined the Buggy Pirates. Subsequently, he encountered enemies in the Devil's Triangle and met a tragic fate. Thanks to the Yomi Yomi no Mi, his soul escaped the underworld, but upon returning to his body, he discovered it had turned into a skeleton after wandering lost for a year. Despite this, his explosive hairstyle remained intact. Since then, he has lived as a skeleton, yearning to traverse the world once more and reunite with the whale Laboon at the Twin Cape. Frankie exclaimed in astonishment. Did you all see that? There really is a singing skeleton. This world is truly remarkable. Eastleigh also looked on in wonder. Zhang Yufan was thrilled to encounter Brook so swiftly, directing his crew to alter their course and pursue the ship. Soon, they sailed alongside it. Zhang Yufan, with Nami tightly clinging to his arm, jumped aboard the dilapidated vessel, where Brook was observing them with great delight. Having spent decades on this derelict ship, he was overjoyed to finally meet so many living beings, including several giants. You have no idea how I have endured these years. To share my tale would only bring tears. I must remain composed lest I frighten them away. Who knows how long I would wait for another encounter with so many living souls? Brook turned to face Zhang Yufan and his companions, exclaiming, I can't believe you walked over from the sky. My heart is racing, even though I am a skeleton without a heart. Yo-ho-ho-ho. The skeleton really speaks. Nami exclaimed, her face a picture of terror. Brook chuckled, Yo-ho-ho, my dear lady, may I see your panties? Enraged, Nami delivered a kick that sent Brook flying, retorting, Dream on, you lecherous skeleton. Go to hell. Brook lay on the deck, feigning fear, before rising, dusting himself off, and approaching Zhang Yufan and the others. You are quite amusing. I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirates. Would you like to join my crew? Zhang Yufan smiled. To Nami's astonishment, Brook readily accepted, and they brought him back to their ship. Standing before them, he removed his gentleman's hat, bowing graciously, Greetings, everyone. I am Brook, a mere skeleton that I sincerely apologize for not greeting you earlier. I look forward to your kindness. The crewmates gathered around Brook, observing him as if he were a rare animal. What is the situation with this skeleton? I must be dreaming. How could there be a talking, singing skeleton with an explosive hairstyle? Usopp, clad in exorcist gear, looked on in terror, muttering incantations. Chopper, also donning several pieces of exorcist equipment, let out a sigh of relief, closing his eyes and lying down on the deck, thinking, so this is a dream. I'll take a nap then. Brook, stepping out from the encirclement of his companions, approached Chopper, leaning in close and gently patting him. Awaken, little raccoon. The dawn has arrived. Chopper's eyes flew open to find a skull face before him. Screaming, "Why are you still here? This isn't a dream." After teasing Chopper, Brook made his way toward Robin and the other two women, leaving everyone puzzled about his intentions. Brook grinned, "Ladies, may I see your panties?" Usopp was furious. This Brook had already begun to flirt with Kaya upon boarding, and he was determined to retaliate regardless of Brook's nature. Sanji, even more incensed, felt it necessary to teach Brook a lesson for his audacity towards the beautiful ladies aboard. Thus, amid the sympathetic gazes of the crew, Brook was thoroughly beaten by Usopp and Sanji, with several bumps swelling on his head. Zhang Yufan, sensing the altercation had reached its peak, chuckled. "All right, Usopp and Sanji, cease your assault. Brook is now our companion. He may be a bit of a lecher, but he is also the one Laboon has been waiting for." Upon hearing that familiar name, Brook, momentarily disregarding his pain, stood up excitedly and approached Zhang Yufan. "Do you truly know Laboon? Is he well?" Zhang Yufan recounted their encounter with Laboon at Twin Cape in detail, and the crew finally understood the connection between Laboon and Brook. Nami, gazing at the skeletal figure before her, felt less fear than before. She wondered if Laboon would be startled and whether he would still recognize Brook. Brook, now aware of the pact between Laboon and Zhang Yufan, understood that these formidable companions were eager to accompany him to see Laboon. However, he first needed to resolve his shadow predicament. Otherwise, he would remain trapped in this place. "Laboon, wait for me. I shall return to you soon." Later, Zhang Yufan treated Brook to a meal prepared by Sanji. During dinner, Nami inquired about the circumstances that led to Brook's current state. Brook shared the tale of how he had consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi and the ensuing events that had resulted in his transformation. Usopp inadvertently glanced down at the ground, his eyes widening in shock. "Brook, how come you don't even have a shadow? Are you sure you're not a ghost or a monster?" Brook shook his head. "No, I fear ghosts immensely. If one were to see me, they would scream." The crowd beheld Brook, devoid of a shadow, gazing at him with disbelief. "Could it be that your shadow sprouted legs and ran away?" After he was shown a mirror, which reflected nothing, it was declared that he was not a ghost. Was this not evidence enough? Nonetheless, this fellow proved to be quite amusing. Brook, seated calmly in a chair, sipping tea, remarked, "Becoming a skeleton and losing one's shadow are two entirely different matters that I was just about to mention this." Zhang Yufan interjected, "Brook, are you implying that your shadow was taken by one of the 7 warlords? Moonlight Moria, decades ago, if one stands in sunlight, their body is burnt to a crisp." Brook gazed incredulously at Zhang Yufan, as if questioning how he knew so much. The other companions remained unfazed. They had grown accustomed to Zhang Yufan's typical maneuvers. "I initially had no intention of revealing the identity of this enemy, but now that you are aware, I shall speak plainly. Moonlight Moria is formidable, so it is best not to court death." Brook stated with resignation. Laughter erupted among the group as they glanced at Crocodile. After all, they had faced him before and even captured one of the 7 warlords, having contended with admirals of the Navy as well. Brook, perplexed, wondered what was so amusing. Moria was indeed powerful. They appeared to possess great confidence in their own combat prowess, rendering them unafraid. Zhang Yufan raised his hand, pointing to Crocodile. "Brook, allow me to introduce you to this former warlord. Known as Sir Crocodile. He is now my ally." Finally comprehending the source of their laughter, Brook exclaimed in astonishment, "You are all so impressive that my eyes nearly popped out, although I am a skeleton and lack eyeballs. Ho ho ho. Brook, you should take Zoro and Chopper to locate the zombie that possesses your shadow and reclaim it. You know where that zombie is. We shall deal with Moria," Zhang Yufan said. Gesturing towards the two. Brook, astonished that Zhang Yufan was aware of this detail, received some salt from him, intended to evolve the zombie. "How will you two get there?" "Row a small boat," Brook inquired, to which Zoro and Chopper shook their heads in unison. Stepping directly into the sky, Brook chose not to comment further. Ascending once more, he leapt off the ship, performing his light-footed technique upon the ocean's surface, unfazed by the risk of drowning, while Zoro and Chopper followed suit. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from the thick fog, and the group observed a massive mouth-shaped gate closing behind their ship, which was subsequently engulfed. Ahead loomed a colossal castle, yet apart from a few who feared ghosts. The other companions remained entirely unperturbed. Meanwhile, an unwelcome guest boarded their ship, only to be surrounded by the crew upon arrival. Zhang Yufan slapped at the air, addressing the intruder, "Hey, it is rather impolite to board my ship without permission. Reveal your true form at once." This was followed by a shriek, and before them stood a man adorned in opulent clothing, yet possessing the face of a lion. Zhang Yufan consulted his system for information on him. Name: Absalom. Combat potential level: B. Current combat level: C. Age: 33. Height: 1.95 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: rocket launcher. Devil fruit. Transparent fruit bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description: a subordinate of Moria. Commander of zombie soldiers and generals, a perverse voyeur who exploits his abilities to spy on women, favoring the delicate over the robust, often ridiculing Perona and Sindori. However, when faced with genuine peril, he becomes reliable and serious. Unwaveringly loyal to his master, Moria, with aspirations of becoming the king of graveyards worldwide. Absalom lay on the ground, bewildered, wondering how these individuals had discovered his presence. Could it be that my transparent fruit ability has failed? It shouldn't. He bellowed in fury. You scoundrel! Do you have any idea where you are? This is the domain of Lord Moria, one of the 7 warlords. Prepare to face punishment. Zhang Yufan ignored Absalom, moving beside Sanji. This fellow possesses the fruit ability you have long desired. The other companions looked at Absalom with sympathetic expressions. He was in for a rough time, having claimed the devil fruit Sanji had coveted. Sanji, momentarily stunned, was soon engulfed in rage. The ability I have yearned for has been snatched away by this scoundrel. Absalom, noticing the disregard shown towards him, grew increasingly furious. However, knowing he was outnumbered, he contemplated retreating to summon reinforcements. Just as he prepared to vanish, Sanji's flaming leg struck his abdomen, sending him soaring into the sky, treated like a mere ball by Sanji, who kicked him with lightning speed. Before losing consciousness, Absalom wore a look of utter shock. Pondering, you truly do not fear Lord Moria's wrath. I merely boarded this ship without introducing myself. I have neither harmed your family nor taken your wealth. Is such anger warranted? I believe this is our first meeting. There are no other grievances, are there? Zhang Yufan secured handcuffs made of sea stone on Absalom, sealing his invisibility powers, and imprisoned him in a cell crafted from wax. They then continued towards the Grand Castle, soon discovering a place to dock. Everyone disembarked, and Zhang Yufan stored the ship in his dimensional space. He distributed some salt to the group, explaining that it was intended to combat the zombies, freeing the shadows trapped within their bodies. Zhang Yufan smiled. Next, we may encounter those white ghosts floating about in the sky. We cannot touch them, nor can they touch us, although their harm is minimal. Their insults are profoundly aggravating. No sooner had he spoken than Nami, one arm around Zhang Yufan, pointed towards the sky with a look of terror. Why, Yufan? Could that be what you were referring to? The group's gaze followed Nami's finger, spotting a smiling white ghost observing them before turning to soar towards the castle. Zhang Yufan nodded, embracing Nami. Indeed, Nami, there is no need to be frightened. That is a ghost created by a devil fruit. Frankie chuckled. The bizarre abilities of these devil fruits are truly terrifying. They could frighten someone to death. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Frankie's observation. If a ghost were to suddenly appear, it could indeed terrify those of timid disposition. And they were curious how those ghosts would insult them. At that moment, the ghost returned to report that Absalom had been defeated and captured, and that Zhang Yufan and his companions had successfully landed. A woman adorned with pink twin tails, a crown atop her head, and holding a wine-red parasol, belonged to the extreme pirate crew, whose collective bounty exceeded 1.5 billion, quite a terrifying prospect. Urgent notification to Lord Moria was imperative. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his group continued onward, swiftly arriving at a graveyard. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground, followed by a bandaged zombie crawling forth. Zhang Yufan tossed a pinch of salt into its mouth, causing the shadow within the zombie to escape. Other zombies began to emerge from the earth, witnessing the demise of their companion. One zombie, filled with fury, pointed at Zhang Yufan. You scoundrel! You have slain our comrade. Come forth, brothers, let him witness the might of our kind. With that, the horde of zombies surged forward, arms raised, shouting as they charged at Zhang Yufan and his companions. Bartolomeo laughed heartily. Ah ha ha! Behold the zombies. They may appear weak, but I shall show mercy and send you to meet your maker. Then, they charged towards the zombies, tossing salt into their gaping mouths, with several companions assisting alongside. Before long, all the zombies were dealt with. And Nami and her friends were no longer as terrified, gradually adapting to the situation. The white specters that had previously appeared re-emerged before Zhang Yufan and his companions, not just one, but multiple. Soaring towards them, the group effortlessly evaded them, while a few zombies approached from a distance. Bages and Regius seized them and hurled them towards the ghosts. The specters passed through the bodies of the zombies, causing one to kneel on the ground with a despondent expression, lamenting, I am but a mere insect, unworthy of life. Another zombie also knelt, expressing, I am nothing but useless debris. Perhaps death would be preferable. A third zombie knelt down, despairingly wishing, "I long to be a pig, to eat and then sleep." The onlookers were astounded by this spectacle. This was precisely what Zhang Yufan had referred to as highly insulting. If they were to become entangled with them, it would indeed be troublesome. The specters were ultimately unable to pass through the bodies of Zhang Yufan and his companions, and soon departed entirely. Zhang Yufan instructed his friends to split up and purify all the zombies on the island with salt, forming their respective teams before setting off. Soon, various sounds of combat erupted around the castle, accompanied by numerous shadows darting towards it in no time. They arrived at the castle's entrance. Zhang Yufan directed the giants to wait outside, as the interior was too cramped for them to enter. Inside the castle, an eerie silence prevailed. Upon entering a room, they initially found it calm, but suddenly, animal specimens on the walls, figures in paintings, and animal fur rugs sprang to life, launching an assault on them. Zhang Yufan had sensed this beforehand and, quick as a flash, fed a bit of salt to the attacking zombies, leaving one specimen pig to lead the way. As they approached the specimen pig, it cowered in the corner, trembling in the brief moment it turned its head. All of its companions had been purified. The specimen pig, terrified, inquired, "What do you intend to do? Will you purify me as well?" Zhang Yufan, wearing a smile, replied, "Not for now. First, lead us to Perona." The specimen pig thought to itself, "This is good. You dare to purify my companions. Soon, you will experience the might of Lord Perona's negative specters." It seemed that it would be safe for the time being, and it cautiously waddled towards the location of the ghost Perona, believing that it would soon be rescued. Along the way, they purified many more zombies. Suddenly, a woman with pink twin tails and a crown emerged from the wall, flanked by two white specters. Zhang Yufan checked her information using the system. Name, Perona power growth potential level. B current power level. C age, 22 height, 1. 6 meters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit, ghost fruit bounty, none equipment card, none description, a cadre of Moria, one of the 3 freaks of the thriller bark, commander of the animal zombies and terrifying zombies. Perona was taken in by Moria from a young age and has always regarded him as a father figure, holding deep admiration for him. Ha ha ha. You are Zhang Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew. I didn't expect you to arrive here so swiftly. Let me show you the power of my negative specters, Perona laughed. She then conjured over a dozen white specters, all drifting towards Zhang Yufan. However, none of these white specters could penetrate his body. Zhang Yufan appeared unfazed, effortlessly dodging left and right, remarking, "These ghosts are far too slow. Not even a strand of my hair can be touched. Is there anything stronger? If not, I shall seek your true form for some fun." Perona was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down her back. "How does Zhang Yufan know about my true form? I must remain calm and conceal any signs of panic." "What are you talking about? There is no true form. In that case, taste my mini-ghost. Ghost bomb." Perona feigned confusion. She miniaturized countless white specters, unleashing a powerful shockwave towards Zhang Yufan with a snap of her fingers. Zhang Yufan was enveloped in armed haki, blocking all the shockwaves while simultaneously activating observation haki to sense the location of Perona's true form. At that moment, numerous zombies rushed in from the side. Intercepted by Nami and her companions, who purified them all with salt. As the dust around Zhang Yufan settled, Perona gaped in disbelief. "How could you be unscathed? Then taste this. Mega Ghost. Divine Wind Bomb." A massive white specter floated toward Zhang Yufan and exploded, sending a colossal shockwave that stirred up dust around him. The specimen pig standing nearby was dumbfounded, thinking, "Is this guy really that strong? Even Lord Perona cannot defeat him." Zhang Yufan continued onward without pausing, leaving Perona stunned, her mind racing with questions about how he was still unharmed. Continuously, she generated shockwaves towards Zhang Yufan, but he paid them no mind. Quickly arriving at the location of Perona's true form, Perona was in a state of utter panic. Her true form had been discovered. Zhang Yufan produced a large black sphere containing cockroaches and caterpillars that he had previously requested from Usopp. Tossing it playfully in his hands, Perona, wary, asked, "What do you intend to do with my true form? And what is that in your hand?" Zhang Yufan grinned. "Submit to me now, or you will soon find yourself weeping inconsolably." "Don't even think about it," Perona shouted angrily. Zhang Yufan hurled the black sphere at her, which shattered upon impact, causing Perona's soul to return to her true form. Perona, eyes wide open, panicked, flailing her arms. "Why are there so many caterpillars and cockroaches? How terrifying." Help! Nami and her companions, who were purifying zombies in the distance, heard the screams from within and wondered what Zhang Yufan had done to the ghostly woman. Seizing the opportunity amidst Perona's chaos, Zhang Yufan retrieved a spiked iron club from his storage space and struck the ground, creating a large pit. What now? Will you submit or die? Zhang Yufan asked with a mischievous smile. Terrified and in tears, Perona noticed the large pit beside Zhang Yufan and cried out, I don't want to die. I submit. Please, get these caterpillars and cockroaches off me. Ugh, they're crawling inside my clothes. Zhang Yufan approached and cleared away the caterpillars and cockroaches, causing Perona's previously tense demeanor to relax, and she promptly fainted. He called for Nami to come and carry her away. The zombies that had rushed to the scene had all been purified, and they continued to let the specimen pig lead them to find Moria. Meanwhile, in an upper room of the castle, Brook was engaged in battle with a male zombie named Longma, dressed in a kimono and wielding a black-purple blade. Exchanging rapid and powerful thrusts. You have indeed grown stronger over the years, but I have too. Your shadow still resides within me. Thus our thought processes are the same. You will never defeat me. Even if I cannot defeat you, I will fight. I must reclaim my important shadow to fulfill the promise I made to Laboon. However, Brook's fighting power was clearly inferior to that of his opponent, and he was being overwhelmed. Finally, Longma landed a powerful thrust that sent Brook flying, forcing him to protect his iconic explosive hairstyle from being damaged. You're just like before, with a fatal weakness. Always fixated on protecting that ridiculous hair. Allow me to help you eliminate this flawed. No. What's wrong with desperately protecting it? All my other companions are gone. I am the only one left, a mere skeleton that I can only rely on this explosive hairstyle to remind Laboon of me. Brook lay on the ground, a visage of sheer terror etched across his face, his hands shielding his hair. Just as Longma was about to ruin Brook's explosive hairstyle, he was forcefully knocked back by Zoro's powerful strike. Longma, I am genuinely curious about how formidable you were in your prime. Alas, the opportunity has slipped away. If you wish to continue this contest, I shall gladly oblige, but I cannot allow you to shatter Brook's dreams. Ho ho ho. From that blow just now, it is evident that your combat prowess is impressive. Let us engage in battle. Brook, having been revived by Kibira, was astonished. He had not anticipated Zoro's strength would be so overwhelming. To the extent of repelling Longma, that sword you wield appears quite exceptional. Zoro's gaze was fixated on the blade in Longma's possession. Ho ho ho. Young man, your eyesight is commendable. It is one of the 21 great swords. A black blade known as Chioshui, Longma proudly introduced. With a cheerful demeanor, Zoro replied, that truly is a rare and exquisite sword. I have taken a liking to it, and thus, I shall claim it as my own. Longma, slightly taken aback by this audacity, wondered if this fellow possessed such unwavering confidence in his strength. Very well, I shall strike with all my might to make him regret his words. Brook was equally astonished. Demanding Longma's sword right off the bat seemed rather audacious. Could it be that Zoro's strength surpassed Longma's? Kibira remained unfazed, well aware of Zoro's formidable capabilities. Ho ho ho. Young man, you are quite audacious. If you wish to seize my sword, let us see if you possess the ability to do so. Longma chuckled. It is not theft. To be precise, I shall retrieve Chioshui from your lifeless form. Zoro retorted with a mischievous grin. Longma laughed. Ho ho ho. That assertion is rather chilling. Then let us commence. I can feel the adrenaline surging, even though I am a zombie devoid of blood. Brook stood nearby, his heart racing. Though he was merely a skeleton without heart or flesh, was it truly wise for Zoro to provoke Longma so brazenly? Zoro drew 3 swords, swiftly closing in on Longma, and slashed at him. Longma managed to block the strike, yet his body skidded backward. Regaining his footing, Longma charged at Zoro, unleashing a series of thrusts known as the wine barrel dance, chain assault, each thrust aimed directly at Zoro, all of which were deftly parried. Longma then executed the continuous night bright melody, piercing strike, delivering powerful thrusts that left several large holes in the wall, while Zoro retaliated with a mighty slash that cleaved the wall in twain. Zoro accelerated his strikes, channeling greater force, ultimately delivering a decisive blow that severed Longma's arms, causing the shadows within him to disperse and return to Brook's form. Picking up Chioshui, he exchanged it for his snow-covered blade, intending to take it back for Zhang Yufan's use. Brook marveled internally, realizing that Longma had not fought him with full strength previously, and Zoro was indeed remarkably powerful, having genuinely defeated Longma. What an exhilarating clash. Brook was jubilant, dancing around. Ho ho ho, my shadow has finally returned. Zoro, I am truly grateful to you. Zoro smiled in response. No need for such formality. We are comrades now. Let us go find the captain and the others. Kibira activated his observation haki to search for Zhang Yufan and the others' whereabouts, following closely behind Zoro to guide him. lest he inadvertently stray into some obscure corner. Meanwhile, Regis arrived at a room's entrance. Accompanied by a kung fu manatee, suddenly, a robust man clad in a fishing net outfit emerged from within. This man was Dr. Hogback. With a beaming smile, Hogback raised his hand, inquiring, "What brings you two here?" "At the captain's behest, we are to purify all the zombies on this island. I came to check if you have any here," Regis replied with a smile. Hogback's heart raced. If these members of the extreme pirate crew discovered that Sindori was a zombie, it would spell trouble. He needed to devise a way to divert their attention. Suddenly, a woman with golden hair, balancing a stack of plates, appeared behind Hogback. Regis recognized her as a zombie and immediately commanded the kung fu manatee to purify her. Hogback looked on in despair as this scene unfolded before him, powerless to stop it. He was ultimately defeated by Regis and lost consciousness, being taken away to meet Zhang Yufan. The commotion at the castle had already drawn the attention of those on the island who had lost their shadows, and they gathered at the Victims' Association deep in the forest for a meeting. A serious-looking man with a sword strapped to his back clenched his fists. It was Captain Lola, surrounded by a group of individuals, including several giants. All the zombies had been purified, and they were now advancing towards the castle. Another scrawny man excitedly proclaimed, "Captain Lola, I have discovered that this is the extreme pirate crew with a total bounty exceeding 1.5 billion berries. With the assistance of these pirates, this is the best opportunity to defeat Moria." A burly woman with thick lips, a missing front tooth, and a rosy complexion, armed with 2 crossed longswords, sat there. She was Captain Lola. After a moment of contemplation, Lola raised her hand and said, "Then let us proceed to assess the situation together. If they are indeed here to bring down Moria, we shall join the fray. If not, we will retreat." The group nodded in unison, stealthily making their way toward the castle, hoping that these pirates truly aimed to defeat Moria. Otherwise, they would remain trapped in this cursed place for an indeterminate time. On their journey to find Moria, Zhang Yufan and his companions encountered their allies one by one. Zoro also handed his snow-covered sword to Zhang Yufan, explaining the situation they had faced. Regis placed the unconscious Hogback he had carried over his shoulder before Zhang Yufan. "Captain, while purifying the zombies, I discovered a living person. I am unsure who they are, so I brought them along." Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine Hogback's information. Name: Hogback combat potential growth level, D current combat level, E age, 44 height, 2.23 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, one of the 3 oddities. Though not a commander, he can freely choose any zombie from his master Moria to command. Known as a genius surgeon, he miraculously saved many patients through surgery, earning the reputation and status befitting a doctor. In reality, he is a dismal doctor who believes that money supersedes saving lives. A decade ago, the death of Sindori left him despondent, leading him to become Moria's companion under the condition of resurrecting Sindori. Zhang Yufan smiled. "This is one of Moria's subordinates, the doctor named Hogback. Chopper should be quite familiar with him. He is the infamous Dr. Hogback. I have long wished to meet him and discuss medical practices." Chopper's face lit up with joy. "Chopper, this fellow is someone who believes that money outweighs saving lives. A truly terrible doctor. Once we return to the ship, you, Poison Q, and Kaya must teach him the proper way to be a physician." Zhang Yufan chuckled. "What? He is such a person? Then we must indeed instruct him properly." Chopper exclaimed, incredulous. Poison Q shot a sly glance at Zhang Yufan, wearing an expression that conveyed understanding, while Kaya nodded in agreement, affirming that he must be disabused of such erroneous notions. Meanwhile, on Moria's side, the zombies awoke from their slumber, rallying with their subordinates and heading toward Zhang Yufan and his companions. Soon, the 2 groups converged in the courtyard of the castle, where Zhang Yufan checked the information of the man at the forefront. Name: Moonlight Moria combat potential growth level, S current combat level, A age, 47 height, 6.92 meters gender, male weapon, large scissors, longsword devil fruit, shadow fruit bounty. 320 million berries equipment card, none description, captain of the horror 3-masted pirate crew. One of the 7 warlords of the Seed, he prefers to rely on others for completing tasks. He suffered a devastating defeat against the beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, in Wano country, resulting in the loss of all his companions during that battle, which deeply affected him, leading him to believe that being alive only brings loss. At this moment, Moria turned to Crocodile and said with a smile, Hee, Sand Crocodile, I never imagined you would bow to this little brat. How utterly shameful. Moria, instead of mocking me, you should be more concerned about your own predicament. You are not faring much better. And soon you will grasp the emotions I experienced while battling them." Crocodile appears utterly unconcerned, wearing a malevolent grin. Moria contemplates the peculiar situation. Why is Crocodile unperturbed by my words? Is this little brat truly so formidable? The onlookers scrutinize Moria. He stands tall, with an air of gloom about him, leaving them to wonder if his combat prowess surpasses that of Crocodile. Behind Zhang Yufan and his companions, Moria notices Perona, unconscious in Nami's embrace, alongside two comrades slung over Reggie's shoulder. A surge of fury wells within Moria as he points accusingly, demanding, "What have you done to Perona and the others? Release them at once, or I shall sever your shadows and transform them into zombies. They have merely fainted. If you defeat me, I shall let them go. Do you prefer a group assault or a one-on-one duel?" Zhang Yufan chuckles. Moria, fuming, jabs a finger at Zhang Yufan. "You insolent brat. This is my territory, and I have hundreds of zombies at my command. Do you dare to challenge me in such an arrogant manner?" The crowd regards Moria's undead minions with disdain. They are hardly a match for them, and the thought of needing to gang up on him amuses them. Your confidence in your strength is remarkable. I hope you do not weep for mercy after the beating you are about to receive, since their encounter at Judicial Island, all but those yet untouched by Zhang Yufan's unique abilities have significantly boosted their combat strength. They could easily dispatch Moria's zombies with a mere individual or animal. With a sly grin, Zhang Yufan dismisses, No, Moria, you have misunderstood. A group assault means your crew against me alone, while a one-on-one duel means I take on all of you." Veins bulge on Moria's forehead as he clenches his fists. "You little brat, do you take me for a fool? If you wish for death, so be it. My minions, seize him." With that, Moria's horde of zombies charged at Zhang Yufan, who swiftly brandished a salt pouch, purging them with remarkable speed. In no time, a vast expanse of zombies lay incapacitated at Moria's feet, unable to rise. Zhang Yufan's purification was so rapid that Moria's eyes could scarcely keep pace. Moria unleashed his bat scatter technique, splitting his shadow into a multitude of bat-shaped shadows, commanding them to pursue and bite Zhang Yufan. Yet, Zhang Yufan effortlessly evaded them and, upon completing the purification of the zombies, used the shave technique to appear before Moria, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Moria was sent flying, crashing through the wall behind him, as members of the Victims Association, having conversed with the giants stationed at the castle gates, arrived in the courtyard. They stood agape, astonished at Zhang Yufan's might, having never anticipated such strength. Could this be the key to defeating Moria and reclaiming their shadows? Hope flickered within them as they realized they might finally escape this cursed place. Observing their arrival, Koby stepped forward to inquire, "Are you also Moria's subordinates?" "No," replied Lola. "Our shadows have been stolen by Moria. Upon discovering that you also seek to defeat him, we came to see if we could assist." Bartolomeo interjected, "You need only watch. Our captain is currently battling Moria, and it will soon be over. Your shadows will return." Lola and the others remained silent, watching intently as Moria emerged from the room. Blood trickling from his mouth and a pained expression etched on his face, clutching his abdomen. "It seems I have underestimated you. Your strength is indeed formidable." Zhang Yufan laughed. "You think me strong already? I haven't even unleashed my full power, for fear of killing you with a single blow." Moria's heart raced as he assessed Zhang Yufan's demeanor, realizing he was not being deceived. Only he knew the true magnitude of the force behind that punch. Should he endure several more of such blows, his body would surely be rendered useless. Caution was now paramount. Even if your strength surpasses mine, when you encounter the true monsters of the New World, you will still be utterly powerless. Your companions will all perish. Do you know why? That is because your strength is too feeble, incapable of protecting even those around you. What do you understand? Their lives are forfeit because they are alive." Moria retorted. My zombies are immortal. Even if they are purified, I will not lose them. As long as I can rainfuse a shadow, they will resurrect. Is it wrong for me to seek to reclaim what I have lost with my undead army? Moria unleashed his most potent technique, Shadow Gather, preparing to absorb all the shadows he controlled to bolster his strength. Zhang Yufan, however, would not grant Moria the time to absorb the shadows. He unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, relentlessly striking Moria. The immense force propelled Moria backward as the shadows he had just absorbed were expelled from his body. "Curse you, little brat. How can your strength be so overwhelming? Indeed, it is this strong. My crew's strength is nearly on par with mine. If they submit to me, I can make them even stronger, and then we shall seek vengeance against Kaido. I shall never submit. You might as well abandon that hope." Zhang Yufan mused, recognizing the resilience in Moria's response. Uncertainty loomed as to whether his bones or Zhang Yufan's fist would yield first. With renewed vigor, Zhang Yufan struck Moria once more, sending him crashing through several walls. The three captives, watching Moria's overwhelming defeat at Zhang Yufan's hands, stared in disbelief. Jaws agape, Moria crawled from beneath the debris, bloodied and gasping, summoning a shadow clone, prepared to advance towards Zhang Yufan. He was met with Zhang Yufan, now enveloped in armament haki, swiftly closing the distance. Before Moria could react, he was pummeled alongside his shadow, ultimately collapsing into unconsciousness. All shadows returned to their rightful owner, and those who had regained their shadows wept tears of joy. Crocodile stood nearby, sighing with a knowing expression, as if to say, "Now do you understand my words?" The dark fog enveloping the island began to dissipate, a ray of sunlight breaking through the clouds. As Lola and her group celebrated, dancing joyously, "How wonderful! We can finally bask in the sunlight. Our shadows have returned. We can finally escape this dark forest." Seizing the moment, Zhang Yufan utilized the system to peruse the information pertaining to Lola. Name, Charlotte Lola. Potential combat growth level, C. Current combat level, D. Age, 23 years. Height, 2.15 meters. Gender, female. Weapons, twin longswords. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, 24 million berries. Equipment card, none. Description, captain of the rolling pirate crew. She is an optimistic and somewhat naive individual, yearning for the freedom to pursue her own happiness, unwilling for her marriage and life to be dictated by her parents, the daughter of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, and Pound. She is the 23rd daughter of the Charlotte family and the twin sister of Charlotte Chi Fong. The expressions of Absalom and his companions were filled with disbelief as they pondered whether Lord Moria had truly been defeated by this group of pirates. At the moment of Moria's collapse, Nami, brimming with excitement, had already set off with several companions in search of treasure. Lola and her crew rushed over with expressions of exhilaration, kneeling before Zhang Yufan with bowed heads. "Mr. Zhang Yufan, thank you for saving the lives of all members of our Victims Association. We shall never forget your kindness." Due to Lola's peculiar habit of proposing to men upon meeting them, she publicly proposed to all the men present as a gesture of gratitude for Zhang Yufan and his companion's life-saving intervention. The outcome was predictable, as they all unhesitatingly declined. The companions behind Lola were not at all surprised by their captain's rejection, having witnessed her being turned down by over 4,000 men before. A mere dozen more was insignificant. The crowd rummaged through the castle for various supplies, preparing for a grand feast to celebrate their victory over Moria in the reclaiming of shadows. Zhang Yufan also located the body of the frozen demon Oz, storing it within his dimensional space. After a considerable time, Sanji and the other chefs had prepared a sumptuous feast, and the group gathered together to indulge in the delightful meal. The members of the Victims Association had not savored such delectable food in a long time. Eating voraciously as if to compensate for their previous losses, Brook wore a jubilant expression, wielding a knife and fork while relishing the food, exclaiming, "The dishes Sanji prepared are so delicious that I almost bit my tongue off. Though as a skeleton, I lack a tongue. Yaho-ho-ho." One member of the Victims Association laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. I never expected to see a living skeleton in my lifetime, and such a humorous one at that." Another member inquired, "Brook, how is it that you can speak and move so freely?" Yet another chimed in, "These details are irrelevant. What matters now is enjoying the food. Cheers." After some time, Brook had nearly finished eating and began to play his violin, singing merrily to entertain the crowd, revealing his prowess as a musician skilled in various instruments. They also learned that Lola and her crew had come from the new world of the Grand Line, sharing tales about their experiences there, while Chopper recounted a few stories about Fishman Island. After spending 2 more days on the island, Brook requested Frankie to construct a grave for the Rumbar pirates on the island. Once Brook regained a shadow, he officially joined Zhang Yufan's pirate crew. Frankie, along with Kiwi and Maz, repaired Brook's ship and gifted it to Lola and her crew. Zhang Yufan took stock of their recent haul, discovering a plethora of valuable items, first equipping Brook with the finest gear, elevating his combat level from C to SSS. Brook was astonished by Zhang Yufan's extraordinary ability, his eyes nearly popping out. Despite being a skeleton devoid of eyeballs. As for the remaining equipment, he opted to store it for future use when new comrades joined out on that morning. The group bid each other farewell. Lola and her crew wished to extend the festivities, but Zhang Yufan and his companions were eager to encounter the mermaids and prepared to continue their adventure. With a cheerful demeanor, Lola approached Zhang Yufan, producing a piece of paper from her belongings and tearing off a portion to hand to him. "This is my mother's life card. I am giving it to you. If you encounter any trouble, you can seek her assistance." Lola smiled. "Lola, what is a life card?" Nami inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing Nami's question, Lola suddenly recalled that life cards were a novelty exclusive to the New World, and it was entirely normal for Zhang Yufan and his group to be unaware. Lola explained, "It is a unique paper crafted using one's own fingernails and other materials, impervious to water and fire. When torn, regardless of the distance, they will attract each other, indicating direction to find one another while displaying the life force of the individual. Chopper gazed at the life card with astonishment. This paper is truly remarkable. The crew boarded their respective ships and waved their goodbyes. Zhang Yufan stored the terrifying three-masted ship in his dimensional space. Moria and his companions watched in amazement at Zhang Yufan's wondrous feat. Perplexed by how such a large vessel could vanish in the blink of an eye, could it be that Zhang Yufan was also a devil fruit user? This scene astonished Lola and her crew. The longer they interacted with Zhang Yufan, the more they perceived him as an enigmatic individual. At this moment, Chopper stood on the ship, staring blankly at the bounty notice in his hand, which had increased by a mere 100 berries. His expression one of disappointment and dismay. Sanji, too, was disheartened, staring at the hand-drawn picture that left him feeling utterly despondent as he squatted on the deck, drawing circles. The other companions laughed heartily at Sanji's plight, who now harbored strong suspicions that someone was deliberately mocking him. Otherwise, how could everyone else's photos be normal while his was like this? Once might be an oversight, but for the second time to be so was rather hard to accept. I better not discover who it is, or I shall make them regret it. Usopp observed curiously, holding his bounty notice. Captain, our bounty has increased again. Once we emerge from this thick fog, will we not encounter the Navy pursuing us? Bartolomeo chuckled. Hey, ha, it can't be that coincidental. But even if the Navy arrives, with our current combat strength, they cannot do anything to us. Kaya pondered, recalling how Usopp had spun tall tales outside her villa. After this period of adventure, several of those stories had come true. Might this one also become a reality? The ship continued to sail across the ocean, while Moria, bound by sea stone, sat weak and powerless. Staring blankly at the sky, he had essentially lost everything. His ship and treasures had been seized by Zhang Yufan and his crew. His zombie subordinates were gone, and the 3 normal subordinates had been taken away for extensive modification. Another crushing defeat, this time at the hands of such a young upstart. He gazed vacantly at the heavens. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Had his previous assumptions truly been erroneous? If he had diligently trained his body and further developed his devil fruit abilities, would the outcome have been different? As Moria remained lost in thought, the ship had already departed from the dense fog. Not long after setting sail, the once clear sky began to pour down heavy rain. The wind intensified, and the sea currents grew turbulent. Suddenly, a massive wave surged from behind the ship, crashing toward Zhang Yufan and his companions. A few of the crew members skillfully maneuvered the vessel, while Zoro and several other swordsmen drew their blades, slicing the colossal wave apart. In the depths of the ocean, numerous sea bunnies had been either sent flying or bitten to death by the banana crocodiles, which Zhang Yufan collected to serve as provisions. Soon, the weather returned to normal, and the sea calmed, allowing the ship to continue its voyage. Out of the blue, a barrage of cannonballs hurtled towards them. As 3 warships emerged alongside their vessel, the cannonballs were intercepted by Oka and Usopp, exploding midair, and they retaliated with their own powerful buggy cannonballs. However, all of them were effortlessly sliced in half by the 3 leading Navy officers aboard the warships. Detonating on either side of the ship, Zhang Yufan accessed the system to check the information on the 3 Navy officers commanding the warships. Name: Stolo Berry. Combat potential growth level, as current combat level, A age, 43 height, 3. 53 meters gender, male weapon, twin swords devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, one of the disciples of the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Proficient in dual swordsmanship, he once launched a surprise attack against Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates, severely injuring him as he escorted Keela back to her homeland. Name: Ghost Spider. Combat potential growth level, as current combat level, A age, 40 height, 2. 43 meters gender, male weapon, 8 swords, pistol devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, a disciple of the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Known for his cruelty, he is indifferent to the well-being of his subordinates during missions, embodying the hawkish faction within the Navy. Name: Fire Mountain. Combat potential growth level, as current combat level, A age, 40 height, 2. 45 meters gender, male weapon, katana devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, possessing a strong sense of justice as a naval officer. He holds deep respect for his elders, is shocked when defeated, enjoys smoking, and is both powerful and gentle, serving as a model for the Navy. The crew aboard the ship was taken aback, realizing that Usopp's prediction of encountering the Navy had indeed come true. The Oracle Usopp was once again proving his worth. Fire Mountain, puffing on a cigar, stood atop the warship and shouted, "Pirates, Surrender at once, or we shall show no mercy. And how is Moria aboard your ship? Ghost Spider, wearing a fierce expression, retorted, Fire Mountain, what is there to discuss with these pirates? Let us just capture them all. Bartolomeo scoffed, hands in pockets, boasting, you think you can capture us with just the few of you? Even Aokiji, an admiral, wouldn't he dare speak so boldly, especially after we captured Moria. Partners, let us team up and throw them all into the sea for a cooling off. I want those 3 warships intact. And bring all the supplies back. Zhang Yufan remarked with a smile. The crew exchanged mischievous glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This was their favorite activity, raiding all of the enemy supplies, not long after Brook had boarded Zhang Yufan's ship. They encountered the Navy, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. The next scene left the Navy officers dumbfounded, as most of the crew and animals aboard Zhang Yufan's ship appeared to be walking on air. Was this one of the 6 forms of the Navy, the moonwalk? How could these pirates possess such skills? Had they perhaps learned the techniques from former CP9 members? Rumors had circulated about CP9 members being captured by the extreme pirates. And it seemed that they were indeed true, as those CP9 members were currently toiling away in the ship's hold. The crew had already boarded the warship, and in order to minimize damage, Zoro and his fellow swordsmen surrounded the 3 rear admirals. The 3 men attempted to retaliate, but Zoro and his companions were too swift and powerful with their blades. Ghost Spider, astonished, struggled to fend them off, exclaiming, how can you be this strong? Zoro, however, would not divulge the secret that allowed Zhang Yufan to empower them so dramatically. You are simply too weak. It's time to end this. You're going for a swim, Zoro declared, denying the admirals any chance to resist as he pressed his sword against their throats. Subsequently, apart from their clothing, all weapons and equipment were stripped from the admirals before they were unceremoniously kicked into the sea. The other Navy personnel followed suit, their astonishment palpable at such ruthless efficiency. Do you have to rob us so thoroughly? They could only shout in frustration from the water, unable to contend with the pirates. Ghost Spider, with a twisted expression of fury, leapt from the sea using the moonwalk and shouted, you vile pirates, return my ship and weapons at once. Bagus delivered a powerful kick, sending Ghost Spider tumbling back into the sea. Laughing, wahahaha, your combat prowess is truly lacking. All these weapons and ships now belong to us. Feel free to try and reclaim them. The other 2 admirals in the water recognized their inability to battle back and ceased their efforts. After a while, once all the comrades had finished plundering and all supplies were retrieved, Zhang Yufan stored the 3 warships and their cargo in a storage space. This spectacle once again left the Navy officers in shock, as the 3 warships seemed to vanish into thin air. After finishing their cleanup, Zhang Yufan and his crew ignored the Navy personnel in the water and continued their journey ahead. At that moment, the system rewards were tallied, yielding 32 million berries, along with various food items and equipment cards. Meanwhile, a man riding a flying fish observed the skirmish from a distance and quickly departed. Elsewhere, in the eastern part of Subduing archipelago, a tall man wearing an iron mask sat in a chair, listening to his subordinates report. Lord Dibaru, the extreme pirates have reached the vicinity of Subduing archipelago. What are your orders? Has that man finally arrived? I have been waiting impatiently. Bring them to our base. I intend to kill that man. Lord Dibaru, are you truly going to proceed with this? They're a pirate crew with a total bounty exceeding 1.5 billion berries. Can we truly defeat them? Even if we cannot defeat them, we must fight. How did I fall to such depths? Do you not understand? Lure them here. I will be prepared to deal with them. The man riding the flying fish could only reluctantly agree, leading his companions toward Zhang Yufan's ship. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his crew continued sailing for some time until they could finally see the location of Subduing archipelago on their system map. As the crew adjusted the ship according to Zhang Yufan's directions, a multitude of harpoons suddenly rained down upon them from above. Zoro swiftly drew his sword, executing several precise slashes that severed the incoming harpoons, sending them crashing into the sea. Brook, startled, placed a hand over where his heart would be, exclaiming, those harpoons nearly scared my heart out. Though I'm a skeleton without a heart, oh ho ho. Chopper, wide-eyed with wonder, pointed at the sky. Wow, everyone, look over there. Fish are flying in the sky, and there are people sitting on them. Judging from the direction the harpoons came, it was evident they were behind this peculiar phenomenon. But why? Did they covet their bounty? Usopp inquired with a furrowed brow. The others were puzzled, but Zhang Yufan promptly instructed his companions to steer the ship towards the flying fish. Those seated atop the flying fish, upon noticing that Zhang Yufan and his crew had taken the bait, hastily altered their course and made their way toward their base. Before long, they arrived at their stronghold. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check the information of the man donned in an iron mask. Name, Diablo Combat Potential Growth Level. See Current Combat Level. D age, 22 height, 4.7 meters gender, male weapon, handgun devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, the leader of the Flying Fish Knights. His steed is a large, clumsy, and endearing cow named Motobaro. Once a local thug living in a small village, he survived by intimidating the villagers, due to a resemblance to Sanji's wanted poster. He was pursued by the Navy headquarters and thus resolved to set sail to kill Sanji, seeking to reclaim the peaceful life he had lost. Dibble is sat in a chair, watching the pirate ship draw closer with rising fury, exclaiming, "Welcome to the base of my Flying Fish Knights. Prepare to die. Everyone, attack." In response, a dozen Flying Fish Knights emerged from behind Zhang Yufan, launching harpoons at them. From the base, many others also opened fire, bombarding Zhang Yufan and his crew. However, they were effortlessly intercepted by Zhang Yufan's companions, causing the projectiles to explode harmlessly in the sky, leaving both people and ship unscathed. Regis, looking bewildered, pointed at Dibbaloo, the man in the iron mask, and remarked, "He seems quite enraged upon seeing us. What could be the reason? Do you have a grudge against him? Does anyone recognize him?" The group scrutinized Dibbaloo, recalling their encounters, but none recognized him and shook their heads in unison. The knights atop the flying fish realized that Zhang Yufan and his crew were far too formidable to defeat, yet they persisted in their assault, sending a barrage of cannonballs and harpoons toward them. Still, their fierce attacks proved futile, as they were unable to even approach Zhang Yufan's ship before being thwarted. Ultimately, the flying knights released a massive anchor from above Zhang Yufan's ship, which Sanji promptly kicked away. With their ammunition nearly exhausted, all attacks ceased. Tears streamed down Dibbaloo's face beneath his mask as he stood, exclaiming, "You are indeed powerful. Today is a joyous day. The man I have dreamed of killing has finally appeared before me. It's you." Sanji, what unforgivable act did you commit against him that made him wish to kill you?" Usopp asked, patting Sanji on the shoulder. The others mused that Sanji, at most, had been a bit lecherous, often flirting with beautiful women. Yet they had never witnessed any truly reprehensible actions. Sanji himself could not recall any such deeds, continuously shaking his head. "Could it be something you did at the sea restaurant?" Nami suggested. Sanji scratched his head, counting on his fingers. "I've done many things at the sea restaurant that people might hate, but I have no idea which one could make him want to kill me." Dibble shouted angrily. "Stop playing dumb. It's something that happened recently." With that, he aimed his handgun at Sanji, firing numerous poisoned harpoons meant to kill him. Zhang Yufan intervened, urging Sanji to approach and remove Dibbaloo's iron mask to uncover the reason for his hatred. Sanji seemed to have an epiphany but remained uncertain. He vanished from his position and appeared before Dibbaloo, removing the mask. The members of the Flying Fish Knights looked on with concern as Zhang Yufan's companions were left speechless. Even Brook, who was unaware of the situation, stood agape, exclaiming, "I never expected such a coincidence to exist in this world. I truly sympathize with this fellow's plight." Tears streamed down Frankie's face. Dibbaloo, now weeping profusely, held up Sanji's wanted poster, saying, "Do you see this? This scarred face is a result of your actions." He reminisced about how he had once lived a tranquil life in his village until Sanji's wanted poster changed everything, leading to his life of fleeing from the Navy and bounty hunters. Sanji lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling. "Then why didn't you think of changing your hairstyle or wearing a fake mustache to disguise yourself? That way, you wouldn't be recognized as a wanted criminal." Dibbaloo exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he pounded his right fist into his left palm. "I could have done that. Why didn't I think of it?" Sanji shook his head in disbelief, finding Dibbaloo's ignorance astounding. The members of the Flying Fish Knights were soon captured by Zhang Yufan and his crew. One cow, intimidated by Zhang Yufan's imposing presence, stood still, leaving Dibbaloo alone for Sanji to deal with. At that moment, Sanji wore a mischievous grin, tossing his cigarette but to the ground and stepping on it. "Since you seem so eager to rid yourself of that face, I shall assist you, sparing you further trouble." Dibbaloo fired a poisoned harpoon at Sanji, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer." Sanji easily evaded the attack, swiftly reaching Dibbaloo and unleashing a flurry of kicks to his face. Dibbaloo could only emit muffled cries of awe. The Flying Fish Knights stood helplessly, unable to assist their captured comrades. Soon, Sanji ceased his assault, and Dibbaloo, grimacing and clutching his face, moaned, "What have you done to my face?" "Sanji, it hurts. Nothing much. Just gave you a makeover. Take a look and see if you're satisfied." Sanji waved dismissively. Zhang Yufan retrieved a mirror from his storage space and handed it to Dibbaloo. As Dibbaloo held the mirror and slowly lowered his hands from his face, a handsome visage greeted him. Initially startled, he marveled at his reflection, finally free from the threat of pursuit by the Navy and bounty hunters. "Dibbaloo, it seems you are pleased with your new face. Now, Please refrain from engaging in any further kidnapping activities and return to your village to live a good life." Zhang Yufan chuckled. Dibaloo, beaming, replied, "Brother Yufan, are you complimenting my handsomeness? I had no choice before. But I want to do it again. If you think so, then perhaps it is so." Zhang Yufan replied, somewhat exasperated, witnessing Dibaloo's newfound vanity. "Sanji, I am immensely grateful for this handsome face. From this day forth, our grievances are settled, and I shall no longer seek to kill you." Dibaloo lowered his head. "Glad to hear that," Sanji replied nonchalantly. The other companions gathered around, and Zhang Yufan released the members of the Flying Fish Knights. Observing Dibaloo's transformed face, they were left in awe. He was scarcely recognizable, even to them, let alone to others. Who would have thought that Sanji possessed such a remarkable talent for cosmetic alteration? If he were to open a clinic, it would surely thrive. The group watched as Dibaloo continued to admire himself in the mirror, questioning whether he was the most handsome person in the world. It appeared that even with a handsome new face, his intellect remained unchanged. The Flying Fish Knights stared at Dibaloo in disbelief. Just moments ago, they were prepared for a fierce battle, and now, with a new face, they were at peace. Dibaloo, brimming with enthusiasm, patted his chest and declared, "Are you all planning to head to Baratie Archipelago? To express my gratitude, I shall guide you there." Zhang Yufan informed him that the octopus Xiaoba was also familiar with the route. However, Dibaloo insisted on leading the way. With no other choice, Zhang Yufan and his companions nodded in agreement. Although Dibaloo had a somewhat foolish demeanor, his intentions were not malevolent, so allowing him to guide them was acceptable. Thus, Dibaloo mounted his steed. The motorcycle Baloo, and, accompanied by his subordinates, began to lead Zhang Yufan and his group. Before long, they arrived at an island adorned with bubbles floating in the sky. Xiaoba stood by, providing an introduction, near the Navy headquarters. There resided the world's largest red mangrove, the Arachis mangrove. Its roots, perpetually exposed above the water's surface, formed the Baratie archipelago. The most distinctive feature of the Baratie archipelago was the unique natural resin secreted by the roots of the Arachis mangrove due to respiration. This resin expanded in the air, creating bubbles that ascended into the heavens. These bubbles thrived only within the climate of the Arachis mangrove. If they ventured beyond the atmospheric boundaries of the Baratie archipelago, the resin's potency would be compromised, resulting in their explosion. The entire island consisted of 79 numbered trees, each hosting towns and facilities. Moreover, bubble culture permeated every corner of the Baratie archipelago, featuring bubble vehicles, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses constructed atop bubbles. Upon docking, Zhang Yufan instructed most of the animals to remain aboard the ship, while a few giants stayed behind as well. With a beaming expression, Dibaloo handed Zhang Yufan a piece of paper inscribed with a series of numbers, stating, "This is my snail phone number. Feel free to summon me at any time. Should you encounter any troubles, I will be more than willing to assist." Zhang Yufan tucked the number away, pondering its potential usefulness. "I know a highly skilled and trustworthy coding craftsman. Follow me." Xiaoba's face lit up with joy. Dibaloo and his companions decided to accompany them to meet this craftsman, while everyone else curiously observed the peculiar bubbles around them. Suddenly, Xiaoba halted, adopting a serious demeanor. "I almost forgot to mention, remember that regardless of any dissatisfaction or if someone is killed before your eyes, even if it were I who were slain, do not engage in conflict with the celestial dragons, who are of noble world lineage." "Xiaoba, what nonsense are you talking about? You are our companion now. How could we allow you to be harmed?" Nami questioned, her face a mask of confusion. "Why can't we confront the celestial dragons? Are they truly that powerful?" Koya inquired. Dibaloo responded earnestly, "I am aware of this. Should a confrontation arise with the celestial dragons, the world government and marine admirals will swiftly arrive with numerous soldiers." The group appeared indifferent. Should they find the celestial dragons intolerable, they would still act. Their current strength surpassed that of many marine admirals, rendering these soldiers a minimal threat. "I have fought against marine admirals before. Last time it ended in a stalemate, and now my strength has only increased. I could easily overpower them." Enel scoffed. Bages chuckled. "We must not forget our captain's ambitions. If we are provoked, the celestial dragons will meet the same fate." The group nodded in unison, considering that with their formidable strength, it would be unacceptable for their comrades to be easily slain by others. What, then, would be the purpose of their immense power if not to protect their own? Dibaloo and his companions were left astounded. Zhang Yufan and his crew could contend with marine admirals, and they did not seem to be deceiving them. The prospect of inciting the celestial dragon's ire would indeed spell disaster for them. Meanwhile, some individuals concealed nearby were comparing the bounty notices they held with Zhang Yufan and his group. Upon glancing at the hefty bounties, many shook their heads and turned away. These individuals were not worth the trouble. Yet, some audacious souls remained, their mouths practically watering at the sight of such high bounties. Zhang Yufan and his crew sensed the numerous gazes scrutinizing them, but paid little heed, as long as they were not troubled. Following Xiaoba, they ambled about, indulging in food and drink, and fortunately did not encounter any celestial dragons. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the bar owned by Shaki. Koby looked up, pointing at the sign. Recognizing from its name that the patrons within were likely not to be trifled with. No worries. I know everyone inside. They are quite amicable, Xiaoba assured. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiaoba opened the bar door and called out. Rayleigh, Shaki, are you both here? Inside the bar stood a tall, slender woman with short black hair, smoking a cigarette, and clad in a spider-patterned shirt. She was seen mercilessly beating a man who resembled a half-dead figure. Upon noticing the newcomers, she paused, her expression calm, and turned to greet them. Welcome. What would you like to order? Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check her information. Name. Shaki combat potential growth level. SS current combat level. S age, 61 years height, 1. 86 meters gender, female weapons, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment cards, none description, former empress of Amazon Lily, captain of the Buggy Pirates, and current owner of Shaki's bar in the Shambadi archipelago. Lies with Silver's Rayleigh, enjoys smoking, has an open personality, possesses a particularly keen sixth sense, and delights in playing pranks on visitors. Shaki exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her face lighting up with joy as she released the man she had been assaulting. Xiaoba, it's truly you. We haven't seen each other in years. You seem to have gained a bit of a commanding presence. Xiaoba responded, indeed. It has been a long time, Shaki, and I owe much to our captain's assistance. Shaki then instructed Xiaoba and the others to find a place to sit while she dealt with the troublesome pirates. Soon enough, after thoroughly thrashing the pirates, she cast them out of the bar and brought drinks for Zhang Yufan and his crew. As Shaki observed Xiaoba sitting in a chair, 2 fingers pinching a cigarette, she inquired, I never expected you to join the extreme pirates. What transpired in between? Xiaoba recounted his encounter with Zhang Yufan and his crew in Nami's hometown, Koto village. Shaki nodded in understanding, then curiously gazed at Brook, who was sipping a drink. Brook, with a gleam in his eye, tipped his hat and asked, Dear lady, may I have the honor of seeing your undergarments? Chopper appeared alarmed at such a bold question, wondering if Brook feared Shaki's reprisal. However, Shaki neither reprimanded Brook nor displayed anger. Instead, she casually mentioned her choice of black underwear today. Brook, astonished, reveled in this unexpected success without facing any repercussions. I had no idea your crew included a living skeleton. That is quite surprising. Shaki remarked. The group mused that it was entirely reasonable for her to be unaware, as Brook had only recently joined them. If we told you that we had captured a warlord of the sea aboard our ship, you would likely be even more astonished, they speculated. Shaki then offered the adorable Chopper a cotton candy, which he gleefully accepted, his eyes shining with delight. Koby, with a puzzled expression, asked, Sister Shaki, how did you know that Chopper likes cotton candy? I am an information specialist. You are now celebrities, having not only captured a warlord of the sea but also causing quite a stir at Judicial Island. As for the authenticity of the reports in those newspapers, that is another matter, Shaki explained. Zhang Yufan clarified to Shaki that the information in those newspapers was largely inaccurate. Shaki, not fully trusting the newspaper content, noted that it was a common tactic of the world government, selecting only favorable narratives while concealing or attributing unfavorable ones to others. Xiaoba, you brought them here to seek Rayleigh's assistance with coding, didn't you? Shaki smiled. Xiaoba nodded, surveying the surroundings. But where is he? We haven't seen Rayleigh since we arrived. Shaki, 2 fingers pinching her cigarette, took a puff and replied, he just stepped out to buy some supplies. He will return shortly. At this moment, Rayleigh had just returned from his shopping. Gazing thoughtfully at the several giants outside the BARDAS, Shachi's words echoed in the air. The bar doors swung open, revealing a man with a head full of white hair, donning glasses, with a prominent scar running down his right eye. Zhang Yufan quickly checked his information through the system. Name. Silbaz Rayleigh potential combat growth level. SS current combat level. SS age, 75 years height, 1. 88 meters gender, male weapon, longsword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none profile, vice captain of the Buggy Pirates, known for his calm demeanor, nicknamed Dark King, recognized as the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Following the dissolution of the pirate crew, he remained on Skypia archipelago as a coding craftsman. He once owed his life to fisherman Shachi during a maritime disaster, thus he would never allow anyone to bully him. Indeed, it was Rayleigh, arriving right on cue. Shachi, Today the bar is quite lively. Oh, Shachi, what brings you here? Rayleigh said with a smile. Shachi stood up to accept the items Rayleigh had purchased, explaining, "We are here to have you apply the coating." Zhang Yufan smiled as he approached Rayleigh, extending his hand. "Hello, Uncle Rayleigh, it's a pleasure to meet you. Friends, allow me to introduce you to the vice captain of the Pirate King Roger, known as the Dark King." All the companions were astonished, unable to fathom that the vice captain of the Pirate King would appear here, now working as a coating craftsman. Both Rayleigh and Shachi were equally surprised, their expressions reflecting curiosity about how Zhang Yufan had discovered Rayleigh's true identity. Suspecting he had access to some special intelligence. At that moment, Rayleigh extended his hand in return, gripping Zhang Yufan's firmly, his aura gradually intensifying. The pressure of his grip increased, a powerful presence surging toward Zhang Yufan. Yet, Zhang Yufan stood there, smiling, unflinching as if nothing had transpired. Rayleigh released his hand, astonished. "Yufan, I never expected you to know my identity. And your haki has been trained to such a formidable degree. I need not worry too much about Shachi's safety now." Zhang Yufan smiled as he retracted his hand. "Uncle Rayleigh, Shachi is quite strong now. As long as he isn't up against a supermonster-level opponent, he is generally safe." Rayleigh appeared somewhat skeptical. He was well aware of Shachi's combat capabilities. While he could sense that Shachi had grown stronger, he doubted it was to such an extent. Chopper approached, his eyes shining brightly as he exclaimed, "Uncle Rayleigh, I had no idea you were so formidable." Rayleigh smiled warmly, waving his hand. "That was all in the past. I have grown old. This is now the era of you young people." Zhang Yufan then explained their purpose for visiting Rayleigh for the coating, to which Rayleigh readily agreed, although he mentioned that due to the size of the giant ship, it would take 6 days. After bidding farewell to Duel and the others, who went off to attend to their own matters, Zhang Yufan led Rayleigh to their vessel, conversing as they walked. Soon enough, they arrived. Upon boarding Zhang Yufan's ship, Rayleigh noticed Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, also present, and chuckled. "Yufan, are you planning to capture all the 7 warlords?" Zhang Yufan nodded with a smile. "That's precisely my intention. I reckon the Navy and the world government will have a headache over this." Rayleigh understood Zhang Yufan's immense ambition. He was determined to confront the world government's elite. With 6 days to spend on Baratie Archipelago, Zhang Yufan allowed his companions to explore freely. Under Shachi's guidance, they enjoyed a delightful time at the amusement park. After leaving the park, the group split up, with Zhang Yufan taking Nami and Robin to shop and savor local delicacies. As they continued their exploration, they wandered into a less populated area. Suddenly, a group emerged from behind the towering trees. Surrounding them, the 2 leaders of the group included a massive man with pronounced brow bones, sporting a small tuft of wild hair and dressed in a purple hoodie, and a shorter, stout man with long brown hair and stubble around his lips. Zhang Yufan accessed their information through the system. Name: Minaruba potential combat growth level. B current combat level. C age: 32 years. Height: 1.75 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: longsword. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None profile: a bounty hunter thriving on the Baratie Archipelago, surviving through pirate bounties, with high aspirations to defeat at least one formidable pirate. Occasionally collaborates with Kellykin to hunt pirates. Name: Kellykin potential combat growth level. B current combat level. C age: 34 years. Height: 1.97 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: great sword. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None profile: a bounty hunter on the Baratie Archipelago, known for his immense strength, sometimes collaborates with Minaruba to hunt pirates. Minaruba sported a wicked grin, brandishing his longsword. 3 pirates: this path is blocked. Surrender your heads. Zhang Yufan and his companions ignored the bounty hunters, their auras surging dramatically, utilizing Conqueror's haki. They incapacitated the hunters before they could react and continued on their way, conversing amiably. The 6 days on the island slipped by in a flash. On that morning, Zhang Yufan's ship was nearly finished with the coating. He and his companions, Nami and Robin, strolled through the slave market, clandestinely rescuing many enslaved individuals. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from behind them. A man emerging charged from the blast point. 3 elegantly dressed individuals approached, riding atop a man who crawled slowly on the ground. Accompanying them was a dog and several bodyguards clad in black suits. Among them was one individual dragging a robust and tall man bound in chains. The road was eerily clear, with everyone bowing their heads and kneeling in fear as the procession passed. Zhang Yufan accessed their information through the system. Name: Giample potential combat growth level. As current combat level. B age: 38 years. Height: 3.85 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none. Devil fruit. none bounty. None equipment card, none profile, once a notorious pirate captain. Later captured by the Navy and subsequently enslaved by the Celestial Dragon, Roswald Saint. A monstrous figure with incredible strength and defense. Name, Roswald Saint. Potential combat growth level, F. Current combat level, F. Age, 52 years. Height, 2. 26 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, King Gun. Devil Fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none profile, a member of the world aristocracy, one of the Celestial Dragons. He is the father of Charlos Saint and Cerulean Palace. Characterized by his arrogance and cruelty, perceiving all commoners outside the Celestial Dragons as mere slaves. He has a penchant for collecting captain slaves, which he occasionally lends to his children. Name, Charlos Saint. Combat potential level, F. Current combat level, F. Age, 21. Height, 2. 3 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, handgun. Devil Fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the world nobility, a Celestial Dragon, son of Roswald Saint, and brother to Cerulean Palace. He has a total of 8 wives and is exceedingly lecherous, often taking his favored women by force as wives. He is accustomed to being carried by slow-moving human slaves, exhibits a lack of responsibility, displays immature behavior, and has a significant tendency towards violence. Name, Cerulean Palace. Combat potential level, F. Current combat level, F. Age, 14. Height, 1.78 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, handgun. Devil Fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the world nobility. A Celestial Dragon, the eldest daughter of Roswald Saint, and sister to Charlos Saint. She holds herself in high esteem and is proud, disdainfully refusing to breathe the same air as ordinary people, often wearing a bubble helmet and treating members of other races as slaves. Enjoying all privileges, she owns a pug named Zoro. Cerulean Palace descended from her slave and approached the charred man before her. Drawing her handgun, she unhesitatingly shot him in the head, killing him instantly. Nami gazed in astonishment at the scene, pointing at the 3 individuals. Yufan, could those be the Celestial Dragons that Xiaoba spoke of? Zhang Yufan replied, indeed. Only they could command such a grand display while being so unrestrained. Charlos Saint also stepped down from his slave and approached a beautiful woman he had set his sights on, instructing his bodyguards to take her home as his wife. A strong man, frowning and gritting his teeth, stood up, pleading, sir, please wait. You cannot take my sister away. In a fit of rage, Charlos Saint drew his gun and fired a shot at the strong man, exclaiming, how dare a lowly commoner stand against me? Around them, women screamed, and many closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending bloodshed, believing the strong man was doomed. However, the bullet did not strike him, as it was swiftly caught by Zhang Yufan, who had rushed over. After a moment's pause, those who had shut their eyes were filled with confusion. Where is the expected scream? Did he miss? At such a close range, that shouldn't happen. They opened their eyes, astonished to see Zhang Yufan's right hand open, with a bullet dropping to the ground. Nami and Robin, emboldened, approached Zhang Yufan amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Robin, do you think Yufan intends to teach those 3 Celestial Dragons a lesson? Nami speculated, given Yufan's character, I reckon those 3 Celestial Dragons will meet their end. Nami reflected, feeling a similar urge to eliminate them, and soon they would know the outcome. A thin man hiding behind a house, puzzled, questioned, who are those 3? Why are they walking in the middle of the road? Could they be ignorant bumpkins who just arrived? You fool. Those are members of the extreme pirate crew, with a total bounty exceeding 1.5 billion berries. The one who caught the bullet is their captain, Zhang Yufan, a fearsome pirate responded. The other pirates hiding nearby had learned from the newspapers that members of the extreme pirate crew were not to be trifled with. Their madness known far and wide. Why would anyone dare to storm Judicial Island? It's best to keep our distance from them. Suddenly, the pirates considered the terrifying possibility. Could the captain of the extreme pirate crew be intending to attack the Celestial Dragons? Charlos Saint, filled with rage, tears streaming down his face, shouted, CP0, are you all useless fools? Did you not see my son being killed? Why aren't you rushing to avenge him? Cerulean Palace, also in tears, cried out, you demon, you've killed my brother. Kill him. The CP0 members, caught off guard by Zhang Yufan's swift actions, rushed at him, only to have their necks snapped in mere moments. Roswald Saint and Cerulean Palace fired continuously at Zhang Yufan, but the bullets merely ricocheted off him. Zhang Yufan approached them, breaking their limbs and ultimately snapping their necks. At that moment, the onlookers regained their senses and stood in shock. A calamity had befallen them. 3 Celestial Dragons had been slain. They frantically fled the scene. The strong man and his beautiful sister thanked Zhang Yufan before quickly departing. Yufan, Uncle Rayleigh just informed me that the ship has been coated, and we should meet him at Shaki's bar. Nami said over the phone. You and Robin contact the others and assemble there. I'll handle the remaining matters. Zhang Yufan nodded in agreement. Nami and Robin began reaching out to their companions. And after the deaths of the 3 celestial dragons, Zhang Yufan felt the world had become significantly quieter. With a smile, he approached Strong Paul, surprised to find him here. The former pirate captain, Strong Paul, lowered his head, astonished to gaze at Zhang Yufan, having not been addressed by that name in years. Your audacity is remarkable. You dare to kill celestial dragons. Forget about those scum. Strong Paul, will you join me in turning this world upside down? Zhang Yufan chuckled. Intriguing. As long as I am no longer a slave to those trash, I am more than willing to be your subordinate. Strong Paul replied with a grin, just as Strong Paul was about to inquire how to remove the explosive collar around his neck. Zhang Yufan swiftly dismantled it and tossed it into the sky, where it detonated before Strong Paul could fully comprehend. With a stunned expression, Strong Paul looked up at the sky, then touched his neck. Was that really all it took? Do I have a second to spare? This captain I follow is no ordinary strength. Zhang Yufan smiled, patting Strong Paul's arm. Welcome aboard. Come, let me introduce you to the others. Strong Paul nodded, following Zhang Yufan as they walked and made calls, quickly notifying everyone. After some time, they arrived at Shaki's bar, greeting the giants at the entrance before stepping inside. You've truly accomplished a monumental feat. Yufan, killing 3 celestial dragons is no small matter, Shaki remarked with a smile. Zhang Yufan waved dismissively. It's nothing, just 3 pieces of trash. Come, let me introduce you to a new companion. After a round of introductions, Strong Paul was once again astonished. The ship not only housed giants but also included members of the 7 warlords, and not just one. What an extraordinary assembly. On the other side, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, both the world government and the Navy headquarters were left in shock. The pirates had brutally slain 3 celestial dragons. Sengoku, seated in his office, slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "It is that extreme pirate crew led by Zhang Yufan again. Does he wish to pierce the heavens? Truly vexing." Kizaru, with a lewd grin, remarked, "To think he actually killed 3 celestial dragons. This pirate is quite fearsome. Since such an incident has occurred, we cannot afford to remain idle. Kizaru, you shall go, and take Akiji with you." With a composed expression, Sengoku commanded. Understood, Admiral